In the torch-lit cave, a knocking and rustling sound can be heard. It becomes louder and louder. This noise is made by the large, sharp claws of the goblins as they climb the walls and ceiling of the cave. The evil creatures have sensed a target and are preparing to attack anyone who enters their territory. A warrior in a white cloak runs out to meet the squad of monsters and assesses the situation. The warrior draws his sword. He is calm, focused, and ready for battle. The goblins smell blood, take out their knives, and rush at the enemy. But the blinding magical light makes the attackers freeze in fear. This glow comes from the warrior's blade as he fights off enemy attacks. The agile knight easily cuts down the goblins with his sword and soon deals with all those who attacked him. When he finishes, the white-clad fighter named Kai turns to his partner, Castle, and asks when he will finish. Castle, who is also busy destroying monsters, snaps back that there is no need to rush him. The warrior actively chops at those attacking him with a large sword, the swings of which turn the air red. Finally, only one last goblin remains from the large squad. Castle delivers just one crushing blow and the enemy immediately falls dead. Having caught their breath after the battle, Kai and Castle are going to look for their master. Kai fears that something has happened to the master and therefore does not notice a dark figure appearing behind them. But suddenly the warrior feels that the earth began to shake from the fact that someone heavy is moving towards them. The fighters turn around and notice a huge orc with glowing eyes behind them. The orc grins ominously. He takes out his sharp axe and is ready to attack the easy prey. Kai is not in the mood to continue the fight. He wants to retreat and find the master first. But Castle doesn't want to wait. He's sure that after the goblin squad, he can easily deal with the orc. Drawing his sword, the brave fighter rushes to attack the new monster. But he is not so simple and repels the attack with powerful blows of his axe. Kai rushes to the aid of his comrade, and then the fighter finally manages to escape from the monster. The knight scolds his friend that he is very careless and could die because of this. Suddenly, the air is cut by a magical staff and waves of power swirl around it. Magic hits the orc and he cannot resist it. He is completely at the mercy of someone else's power. A figure appears from the darkness with a map in his hand and orders both soldiers to move away from the monster. The warriors immediately recognize their master, next to whom stands a tall figure in a black cloak, holding a staff. The magician presses the magic card to his head and creates a spell with it. The fighters immediately jump to the sides to avoid being hit by sparks or flying fragments. A large fireball emerges from the mage's card, ready to deal damage and destroy targets. The gentleman suddenly launches a fire in the direction of the cave monster. The orc roars in horror at the sight of the fire, realizing that this is the end for him. The fireball instantly engulfs the monster and destroys it without a trace, leaving only ashes on the cave floor. Kai and Castle admire the magical skills of their master, who once again saved everyone. The magician himself wearily clutches his head, and the figure in black worriedly asks if everything is okay with him. The guy replies that he is weak because he spent all his mana on the orc and is upset about it, but the assistant assures him that he did an excellent job. Although the wizard is now dissatisfied with himself, he remembers that not long ago he could only dream of such a level. In the past, the magician was an ordinary man named Kim Hyun-bo, who did nothing but sit at home and hide from the world. The story of Kim Hyun-bo begins 3 months ago, when an entrance to a mysterious dungeon suddenly appeared behind the door of his apartment. The young man found himself cut off from the world by this portal. At first, it even seemed curious to him. The guy picked up a club and entered the dungeon, feeling like a fantasy hero. But the fun didn't last long, just until the first meeting with the goblins. These small but vicious creatures attacked the guy, but only managed to scratch him with their poisonous claws, since he managed to run back home. Due to the goblin poison, Henbo became infected and was on the verge of life and death for several days. Kim Hyun-bo received messages on his computer congratulating him for surviving and being promoted to the rank of Dungeon Explorer, but he was so scared that he didn't dare go back there. There was no point in going to the police, so the guy tried to find help on the internet. But no one believed him. But finally, luck smiled and Kim Hyun-bo found a thematic site where there were other people who found themselves in the same situation. The site had not only discussions and groups with advice, but also quests, one of which was to clear the dungeon 0795, which was located in the apartment of the hero of the story. But the guy was too scared, so at first he didn't want to go to the cleanup, hoping that they would cope without him. But then Hyunbo had to start hunting anyway, because he needed money to live, and for every goblin he destroyed, they paid 20,000 won, for which he could order the necessary things with delivery on the dungeon website. But the young man was afraid to meet with more terrible monsters from the depths of the dungeon, so he continued to kill only ordinary goblins. 3 months later, Henbo discovered that there were only 5 people left out of 30 in the quest, and was horrified by the thought that they had all died. But most of all, the boy was frightened by the thought that one day goblins might come to his home. The young man managed to find a person online who was doing the same quest in the dungeon 0795, who called on the survivors to unite and fight the boss together. The boy was glad that there were still those who could fight, and that there was hope. But the next day, Hyunbo saw that out of the 30 participants, he was the only one left alive. There were still 274 days left to complete the quest, but the guy was terrified and then decided to take a desperate step. A group of goblins walks along a dungeon tunnel. They feel like they are the rightful masters here and are not afraid of anyone. The green monsters are careless and do not notice that someone is watching them from behind cover. Henbo jumps out of hiding, armed with a club, and attacks the goblins. The guy desperately strikes in all directions, destroying enemies that he can reach. The creatures don't have time to fight back, and so the warrior knocks them out until only 2 remain. Henbo orders one of them to grab the second one, and strangely enough, he obeys. The goblin grabs the last remaining comrade and holds him. Henbo attacks and hits the immobilized creature hard on the head with his shield. The obedient beast lays the stunned comrade on the ground, and the guy places a sheet of paper with a drawn magic symbol on his chest. Hyunbo cuts his finger with a knife until it bleeds and silently prays that everything will work out. The blood drips exactly into the center of the magic symbol, as prescribed in the instructions. The young man and the second goblin held their breath and waited to see what would happen next. The monster, lying without signs of life, begins to show signs of life and then rises. The magical field connects Henbo with the victim, meaning that he has overcome and subdued him. Suddenly, the young magician begins to feel severe dizziness and weakness, which literally knocks him off his feet. But the creatures subject to his will do not try to attack and silently await orders. At home, the unsuccessful researcher again falls into despair at being left completely alone. The guy tries to ignore what is happening and find at least something that can help him. But nothing is found, and other members of the site openly mock and tease him. Then Henbo realizes that he has no choice because if he does not complete the quest within the allotted time, the dungeon will remain in his apartment forever. But first, the young man decides to evaluate all his skills using a special application from the site. The app shows the guy a complete list of skills that show he can become a wizard. By developing his mana and concentration skills, Henbo learned to quickly and correctly subjugate goblins. The young magician started with 1, then was able to tame several more who became obedient servants in any situation. But the mana ran out too quickly, and this greatly upset the guy, because he did not know where to get new mana or how to accumulate it. The novice sorcerer was left completely exhausted, sweating and dizzy. He cannot walk now and needs rest. Suddenly, the subordinate goblins react to a sound coming from the tunnels. Hyunbo realizes that danger is approaching, and he is completely powerless and unable to resist. The servants also do not want to face the new danger and warn that they need to return. An exhausted young magician asks the enchanted creatures to help him get home. Behind the closed door of Hyunbo's apartment, the sound of feet running as fast as they could across the stones could be heard. The door swings open and the owner appears, all in sweat, realizing that he barely managed to escape from danger. The goblin helps the exhausted guy enter the apartment since he is not even able to do that now. Suddenly at this moment, Henbo realized that magical skills are very rare. They are most useful in group raids, complementing the skills of other participants. And then the magician remembers that now he is the only participant in his raid, so there is no point in thinking about this now. The guy understands that if he hadn't chickened out then and joined the team, he could have helped them, and now he wouldn't be left alone. Thinking about these sad events, Hyunbo falls to the floor in despair and pounds his fists on it. The goblins look at their crying master in confusion, not understanding what is happening to him. As a result, the guy fell asleep in a frustrated state on the floor next to the abandoned weapon. But suddenly he was awakened by some sounds coming from the other side of the locked door. The young man grabs a club and sneaks up to the entrance of the dungeon to find out what is going on there. From behind the door, there are sounds as if someone wants to get inside the apartment. The guy, in great confusion, decides to open the door and check what is going on there. Hyunbo and a couple of goblin servants who remained in the apartment to guard the owner are preparing to attack whoever is behind the door. But there is no one there, only a parcel lying on the ground in a standard cardboard box. Meanwhile, somewhere else, an elderly man in a business suit, who is called the chairman of the Wizards, sees on the screen that the package has been delivered and received. His assistant is surprised that he sent another package because he doesn't see the point, but the chairman counters that it is necessary to invest in the future. Even if the majority dies within a year, the survivors will remain happy and grateful. But the assistant continues to complain that huge sums have already been spent on the parcels. The chairman agrees that the investments are large, but it is still better to invest them in people. People will forever remember the act of someone who came to their aid in the most difficult moment. That's why the man is confident that it will be a worthwhile investment, even if only 1% of all participants survive. Despite these words, the assistant is still dissatisfied and does not understand the meaning, but in any case is ready to obey the master's orders. Then the director orders to simply continue helping him without asking questions, although he himself is very curious about what will ultimately come out of his undertaking. Meanwhile, in his apartment, Hyunbo looks at the package he received in a strange way with surprise. There is nothing dangerous in the box, only 2 books on mana theory and a letter. In the letter, the chairman of the Wizards writes that he saw Henbo's messages on the website, understands how hard it is for him now, and therefore sends him these books in the hope that they will help him solve his problems. The guy starts looking for information about the gift he received on the website and finds out how to distinguish a real magic book from a fake. The cover of a real book is supposed to burn after being removed, and that is exactly what happens to the copies received by Henbo. The young magician is delighted and very grateful for such a generous gift to the unknown chairman. Night falls, the goblins have long since fallen asleep. Only the young man stubbornly sits over his books, studying the wisdom of magic. The magician discovers that using magic is somewhat similar to knitting. Since here, too, one must first draw up a diagram, imagine a finished image in one's head, and knit the necessary lasso with one's hands. Learning is not easy. The brain has difficulty absorbing so much new information, but the young man stubbornly continues to study. After 4 days, I finally managed to draw the mana circle correctly and in just half an hour. But the guy is distracted from continuing his studies by a goblin, reminding him that it is time to do today's task in the quest, because if it is not completed on time, it will lower his level and skills. The magician did not study so much to stupidly lower his skills, so accompanied by his subordinate goblins, he goes into the dungeon. Soon the small squad finds hostile creatures to carry out the cleansing plan. Henbo does not attack himself, he gives commands to his minions and they attack enemies. The subordinates do all the work for the guy while he stands next to the fighters and encourages them. The magician successfully pulls off the trick of subordination and his servants rejoice at the appearance of a new friend. The guy notices that the persistent training has brought benefits, and now managing mana is much easier. The noise of approaching creatures is heard in the tunnels, and the young man thinks that these are new goblins, after dealing with which he will need to tame another one. But it turns out to be something new, or rather a squad of skeletons with glowing red eyes. The wizard comes up with an idea to try to tame one of the skeletons using the same method as he did before. Meanwhile, 2 goblin servants begin to fight among themselves, and the third asks the master to help separate them. But Henbo has no time for fighters. He is thinking about how to tame the skeleton, but it consists only of bones, and does not have any blood needed for the ritual. The young man decides to check what he will get in the quest for killing skeletons and what characteristics they have. It turns out that each skeleton has some useful skills: swordplay, dexterity, magic, concentration, and others. Now the young magician understands that this will be a very valuable acquisition for him. The goblins finally stop beating each other, and the master orders them to catch the skeletons. Once the skeletons are immobilized and tied up, the guy starts thinking about how to tame them. The young magician has no knowledge on this matter, so he decides to experiment, relying only on his intuition and emotions. The young man draws a circle and directs mana into it, just as he did with the goblins. The bound skeleton begins to twitch, as if it feels convulsions in a non-existent body. When the skeleton's red eyes turn blue, the magician knows he has succeeded. Hyunbo realizes that he can finally rely on himself and his skills to continue exploring dungeons, but today's tasks have already used up too much mana. Not wanting to take any chances, the mage leads his now-grown party of 3 goblins and 1 skeleton back home. At home, the young man begins to study the skeleton and discovers that it is female. The new fact confuses everyone because no one expected that the monster could be a girl. Then Hyunbo decides to give the skeleton a name and calls her Christina. The newly minted Christina really likes this idea, which she demonstrates. Night came, everyone fell asleep except for the skeleton sitting in the corner. The skeleton begins to regain its memory of its own personality. Once upon a time, the skeleton really was a living girl, and a magician at that. She took part in the same dungeon-clearing quest with the team. But one day, the team encountered too strong an enemy, and they were all killed. The dead girl gradually turned into a skeleton, losing not only her flesh, but also her memory and personality. When she came back to life, she was already a skeleton without memory. Christina, remembering who she was and who she became, sadly wrings her bony hands. Waiting until morning, the peacefully sleeping owner is awakened by frightened goblins. The goblins are afraid of Christina, who is still sitting by the wall wrapped in a cloak. Hyunbo remembers that yesterday he tamed a skeleton and brought it home. The realization of this achievement makes him delighted. But suddenly the guy notices that the skull began to knock strangely. After several attempts, Christina finally manages to move her jaws and wish her owner a good morning. She explains to the owner, who was stunned by the skeleton's voice, that all of this became possible because of his mana. Christina explains to the magician that thanks to his mana and the fact that he gave her a name, she was able to remember her own life and the ability to speak. Hyunbo asks Christina to explain everything to him in more detail. The skeleton says that the reason her memory returned was because she was given a name again. This doesn't explain much, and the guy continues to be perplexed because he just came up with the name. Christina argues that in reality nothing happens just like that, and a name establishes its bearer as an individual and distinguishes him from all other beings in the world. While explaining all this, the skeleton gets angry and the young man has to calm him down, admitting that he was wrong. Christina explains that for nameless creatures, getting a name is very important. Those who lose their identity and name end up in the dungeon as monsters, which is what happened to Christina. But the dead girl doesn't remember who exactly took away her memory. The girl's memory has not yet been fully restored. There are many gaps. But Christina remembers very well the terrible creature that killed the entire team, and it still scares her. Hyunbo notices that his hands are starting to shake in time with the clicking of the bones, and wonders how he can sense the feelings of a skeleton. Christina continues to shake with fear and worry. All these feelings are much stronger than she can bear. To set an example, the boy forces his hands to stop shaking. At the same time, Hyunbo understands that he will now have to fight this creature. But such a prospect frightens the young man very much, because he too can die and lose his soul, turning into another dungeon entity. But Christina takes the owner by the hands and calms him down, saying that she will not let him die. The new girlfriend persuades the guy not to be afraid and convinces him that he will not be alone. The skeleton and goblins are ready to help their master fight as long as necessary and with whomever he chooses. Hyunbo is surprised and pleased by this behavior because he doesn't want to go into battle with an unknown creature alone. The guy asks Christina what else she remembers because any little thing can be useful. Obeying the order, the girl tries her best to remember, but nothing works. Suddenly, the skeleton makes magical passes with his hands and pronounces some spell unknown to the young man. Seeing that she has frightened her master with her actions, the girl explains that she simply needs to maintain her ability to speak with the help of mana. Hyunbo is surprised that mana alone is not enough for her to continue talking and functioning. He does not have such knowledge yet. But this means that the trip to the dungeon is postponed, and we will have to wait until Christina is fully recovered. The decision made by the girl made the guy stare in surprise at the strange picture. The skeleton pulled the headphones over his skull and sat down at the computer to look for information that could help him recover faster. While Christina is busy looking for something that will help her maintain her speech, Hyunbo is busy looking for information about Christina herself. The girl's performance improved noticeably, and it also turned out that she possessed C+ level magic. Henbo thought that it would be worthwhile to take a few lessons from the girl, and dreamed that with sufficient development of their forces and their unification, they could simply stand aside while others fought for them in the dungeons. Christina begins to study verbs, and the owner, delighted by her success, thinks that she needs to buy her own computer for further study. The young man doubted for a long time whether to ask the skeleton for help, but finally decided to do so. The girl confirmed that she was a sorceress in life and quite a powerful one at that. Then Henbo decided to ask Christina to teach him magic, to which she agreed and set to work with great zeal. Chris had a wealth of knowledge, and thanks to her, Henbo was able to not only learn quickly, but also understand much better what was written in the books. Over time, the girl taught the young magician how to properly accumulate mana and use it, and also helped him understand his failures with magic circles, which never worked. In the future, the young man must grow spiritually and physically. Only then will he be able to fully create magic circles, but he already has every chance of becoming a real wizard. Christina worked hard with the owner for a whole week. He managed to learn a lot from her and was eager to quickly use his new knowledge in practice in the dungeons. Soon Henbo received such a chance. He received payment for his past achievements and a new task, which he set out to complete with all his servants. Soon they came across a crowd of goblins who were fighting among themselves, as often happens with them. Chris advised the owner to tame as many goblins as possible this time. The young magician doubted that he would succeed, but everything worked out, and soon the entire squad of new goblin servants was ready to serve their master. The magician and the dead sorceress decided that this was enough for the current quest, and it was time to do something else. Christina also asked to check something related to her, about which there were only guesses so far. Before the dungeon exited, the skeleton and Henbo collected the shared mana. But despite all their efforts, the amount of mana in Christina did not change at all. The guy asks the girl if the reason could be not in their magical skills, but in herself, and she confirms this. Suddenly, the skeleton grabs the goblin closest to her by the throat. The little monster doesn't understand what's happening and can't resist. The dead sorceress begins to suck the life force out of the creature until it dries up completely in her hands. Hyunbo, who never expected this, is scared and wants to know what is going on. When the owner asked, Christina explained that she was undead. The undead are monsters that have already died, but it is after death that they desire to live the most. Chris can't store mana because she's already dead. The undead can only increase their powers by taking the lives of others. Hyunbo's hands begin to shake as he realizes this truth. The fact that Christina needs to kill living beings to survive only confirms that she is a monster. What upsets the guy most is that the girl herself understands this perfectly well and is no less upset than he is. Then the magician makes a difficult decision and reminds the skeleton that she promised to obey all his orders. Hyunbo orders Chris to kill to become stronger. The upset girl can't immediately believe what she just heard. Then the guy explains that without powers, she won't be able to protect him, and if she needs to kill to get powers, then the blame for this should be placed on him, because it was he who ordered it. Christina is deeply shocked and embarrasses the owner by calling him too good a person. In response to this, Hyunbo admits that he wants to survive at any cost and no longer wants to look for excuses for this. And in general, the owner does not want to discuss this topic anymore, to which his tamed goblins immediately agree. The company silently moves further along the underground tunnels. Chris breaks the silence by remarking how good it is that at least she is not a zombie, to which Hyunbo asks her to explain the difference. The girl explains that skeletons are completely dead, but zombies are not completely dead and they need to eat the living to gain strength. After this explanation, the guy also agrees that being a skeleton is better than being a zombie. Chris wonders if her skills have increased since she took the goblin's life force. Hyunbo checks the information on the site and confirms that the skills have increased but too much. The girl is sure that by killing goblins, she will never improve her skills much, so the young man advises her to find someone stronger. They don't have time to finish speaking because the goblin servant suddenly points out something that is happening behind their backs. A crowd of wild-armed monsters is rushing towards the team of heroes. Hyunbo is confused by this sudden attack, as are the small servants. Only the skeleton remains calm. Chris asks to let her deal with the new enemies on her own. The sorceress begins to create a magic arrow lasso. Armed with clubs, the goblins rush towards their opponents. confident of their numerical superiority. But when magic arrows flew towards the attackers, confidence turned to horror. All the arrows hit their target, and the remaining goblins stood hesitantly, looking at their fallen comrades. At this point, Christina's mana was exhausted, and Henbo took up his weapon to give her time to recover her strength. Sending the subordinate goblins forward, the squad rushed at the enemies. The goblins on both sides, subservient and wild, attacked each other furiously. The goblins' clubs whistle through the air. Opponents on both sides fight desperately, using everything that comes to hand. The goblin who managed to dodge the enemy's club immediately receives a strong blow from Henbo's shield. The guy did not stay away from the battle and actively crushes the enemies that come his way. With a powerful blow of his club, the fighter knocks out the attacking goblin's teeth. The remaining enemies understand that the enemy is stronger and they cannot win, so they decide to escape while they can. Henbo sends his servants after them to finish off the fleeing enemies. The battlefield is littered with the bodies of dead goblins. Among the bodies, Henbo recognizes those who were his servants. In despair at the realization that all his goblins are dead, the boy throws the club aside. The magician is upset and confused. He doesn't know what to do next, especially without assistance. To top it off, it turns out that the enemies didn't just decide to run away. Their lair was in that tunnel, where dozens or even hundreds of others were grinning angrily. Hyunbo clutches his head in despair, wondering whether he should subjugate the new goblins again, and what will happen if today's history repeats itself. The guy's stream of mental anguish is interrupted by Chris, who appears nearby. The assistant persuades the owner to stop being upset. Trying to console, the skeleton says that these goblins were simply expendable material. Sooner or later, they would have died anyway, fulfilling their duties to protect the master. The owner himself now needs not to suffer in the dungeon, but to return home and heal the wounds received in battle. Hyunbo realizes that his assistant is right on all counts and agrees to return. At home, the guy allows Christina to examine and treat his wounds. Instead of a bandage and medication, the sorceress decided to use magic. Chris explains that she used the quick heal spell from the first circle of healing magic. The girl wasn't sure that she would be able to use healing magic as an undead, but she succeeded, and all of Henbo's wounds quickly healed without a trace. After a successful healing session, Chris recommends that the owner buy better equipment than the simple clubs they had with them today, because next time the quest may be even more dangerous. After checking his bank account, Hyunbo realizes that although there is quite a bit of money there, even the most basic combat kit will cost no less than 150,000 won, and even the most basic one will clearly not be enough. The assistant tells the owner that she can find money for new equipment herself. When asked in surprise how she will do this, Chris replies that she is going to create a topic about magic on an advice page that pays for a large number of views. The young man doubts that such knowledge can be exchanged for money, but the sorceress assures that everything will work out, although she is not sure that advice for beginning magicians will be able to become particularly popular. Henbo liked the idea, because the skeleton really knows a lot about magic, so her advice will definitely be useful to someone. Inspired by the praise, Christina immediately got to work. After some time, thanks to Chris's efforts, Kim Hyunbo's bank account was replenished by as much as 50 million won, which would be enough for them not only for better equipment, but even for a new base. Hyunbo is amazed, because he was sure that it was impossible to get out of the house where the entrance was sealed by a dungeon, but the assistant claims that this is not so. The girl explains that to move, all you need to do is enter your current address and the address of the house you are moving to, then sit in the dungeon for about half a day, and after that time, they will come out to a new apartment. And you don't have to worry about finances anymore, because Chris's blog took first place in views, and tomorrow she should be paid another 50 million as a bonus. Hyunbo agrees to move, and the satisfied assistant takes care of all the worries about it. 4 days later, the door handle turns in the new apartment. Kim Hyunbo and Christina enter a 4-room apartment with a kitchen and a living room, which has already been paid for a year in advance. The guy likes his new home, but something bothers him. The young man does not understand how this situation became possible. Hyunbo is tormented by questions about how this strange move happened, who these admins were who arranged everything, and how Chris managed to come to an agreement with them. But the most important of the tormenting questions is whether these mysterious admins know how to get out of this trap. The guy is distracted from his thoughts by a shout from his bone assistant. Christina does not approve of daydreaming and urges to return to the quest to survive. But the magician continues to wonder if there is another way to survive and escape from here. The girl doesn't like this. She replies that even if another way exists, it could be even more dangerous, and then everything would be lost. In the end, the assistant insists that avoiding problems will not solve them, and it's time for him to come to terms with this and start solving them himself. But the stubborn magician does not want to give in so easily. The guy's fists involuntarily clench, preparing himself for a fight. Hyunbo punches with all his might at the invisible wall that separates the balcony of his new apartment from the street and the rest of the world. The guy screams that freedom is right before his eyes and continues to frantically pound his fists on the magical barrier, breaking them into blood. Chris watches this outburst of rage and amazement. The guy continues to get more and more heated, shouting that he just wants to get out of here and survive, and is sure that he will definitely cope with this. Magical energy begins to gather around the young man, bright and strong more and more. Eventually, the energy bursts out in a powerful flash, blinding the boy and the dead girl. Chris can't believe his eyes. It's pure mana of great power. Hyunbo looks at his hands emitting mana with no less surprise than Chris. A vision appears before the eyes of the magician, in which the swing of a mace is visible. With the help of his magical power and weapons, the fighter crushes the enemies attacking him. When all the defeated goblins lie on the ground without signs of life, the warrior seems to freeze. The guy looks in surprise at his hands, which had just held a mace that was crushing enemies left and right. The next moment, the vision disappears and Hyunbo finds himself back in his apartment, looking at his hands in surprise. The knuckles on his hands are smashed to blood, but mana continues to flow from them. Chris is pleased with what is happening, and explains to the owner that because he was able to overcome his anger and despair, a new strength was revealed in him, and now his own mana has awakened in his body. Hyunbo doesn't understand where this power came from, but the skeleton explains that he received it because he was able to step over himself and his negative emotions. Magic always depends on the emotional state of a person, and once Kim Hyunbo learned to cope with his emotions, he finally became a real wizard. The magician was completely delighted, because this meant that he now had a magic circle. Christina praises the owner that after becoming a first circle mage, he has become noticeably stronger. The young man is pleased with the compliment, but admits that the new equipment that his assistant bought for him also played a significant role in this. The equipment is really something. A full set of orc leather armor and a one-handed mace together cost 6 million won. Chris and Hyunbo managed to capture 2 skeletons, and pleased with this result, they were about to return home. Both skeletons have high skills in fencing and defense, so at home the magician begins to perform the rite of submission. After the ritual was completed, both skeletons began to move and glow blue, indicating that the ritual had been successfully completed. Hyunbo immediately decided to give his new subordinates names and named them Castle and Kai. Then all that was left was to wait to see how the newly converted would behave. Christina fears that they may not be as submissive and friendly as she is. Awakened memories of one's own identity, death, and new life as an undead can affect emotions and behavior in unpredictable ways. That's why the magician and the sorceress hid both skeletons in a closet so they wouldn't get in the way, and left them to wait for their memory to return. After some time, the wizards decided to check on the skeletons. The cabinet doors opened slowly so as not to frighten the creatures in shock. One of the skeletons with blue eyes immediately jumps out of the closet. Hyunbo curses, expecting an attack, but it does not happen. The fallen skeleton begins to writhe in convulsions on the floor, while the second continues to sit in the closet and tremble. Christina understands that this is a reaction to the return of memory and tries to calm the one who is convulsing. Hyunbo notices that the second skeleton seems to understand what they are talking about, but he cannot talk to them himself. Chris believes that this is due to the absence of vocal cords, and her case turned out to be unique in this regard. The dead sorceress addresses the skeletons, congratulating them on getting another chance. The skeletons react to her words, but it is impossible to understand what exactly their reaction means. Christina explains to the newcomers that their old names were taken away from them, and that is why they forgot themselves. but now they were able to regain some of their memories of their past life thanks to the fact that their new owner gave them new names. At the same time, the girl points to Hyunbo standing next to her, trying to maintain a confident appearance. Without false modesty, she calls the guy their savior, and although he is surprised, he is flattered. The skeletons again react silently, and this time something like reverence can be discerned in their reaction. Chris then explains to the newcomers that their master is now in danger himself, as his world could collapse just like theirs. Therefore, the sorceress claims that all of them, including herself, must do what they failed to do in their past life, namely, help the owner survive. Christina demands that the skeletons swear allegiance to their master and that they are ready to give their lives for him, and she herself is ready to do this first. As an example, the lady solemnly folds her hands, sincerely thanks Hyunbo for giving her the opportunity to live again for the sake of magic, and swears her loyalty to him. Hyunbo silently accepts the oath of a loyal assistant, and he is very pleased with this. Chris then turns to the two skeletons and says that it is now their turn to swear allegiance, and if they refuse, they will die on the spot. The skeletons thought for a moment, and then suddenly a voice was heard saying that they agreed to the terms set forth. While Hyunbo looked at his new servants in surprise, they continued to speak. The new minions thanked their master with all their hearts for giving them the opportunity to take revenge on their killers and still achieve their goal. Both dead men swore an oath of allegiance to their master, who began to generate mana. Hyunbo uses mana to cut the ropes on the new vassal's legs and arms, then accepts their oath and declares that they are now one team. The new team members grumble that they were left with no choice, but ask the new owner and the nice lady to take care of them. Christina is glad that now that they are all bound by an oath of allegiance to the master, they can speak without using mana anymore. Hyunbo turns to the new servants and asks what exactly they want to take revenge for, because it's better for him to know about this in advance. The one named Castle answers hesitantly how he feels he must take revenge but cannot remember who or why. But the dead man is still convinced that he is obliged to find and punish the scoundrel who killed him, since in life he was a mercenary and had excellent fencing skills. Kai was a former knight and his family owned an important heirloom. But the knight's elder brother went into the dungeon, disappeared there, and this family heirloom was lost. Now Kai has set himself the goal of finding this relic and defending the honor of his family. Christina told the newcomers her story, that in her past life she was also a sorceress, and now she wants to continue studying magic and become stronger. Hyunbo realized that he also needed to talk about himself and his goals. The guy introduced himself according to all the rules, and announced that his goal was survival. The young man admitted that he had once been on the verge of death. It happened the very first time he entered the dungeon and was attacked by goblins, infecting his wounds with their poison. But Kim Hyunbo never wants to feel the pain and fear he experienced in the past again. That is why the magician now asks his new subjects to help him survive. All the skeletons were a little taken aback by such frankness of their savior. Then the servants replied that they liked the honesty of their master, they understood perfectly well his unwillingness to die, and were ready to help him. Hyunbo is very happy with this answer and is ready to proceed with the quest further. Kai clings to the ceiling of the dungeon, draws his sword, and looks out for goblins below. When the fighter finds enemies, he rushes down in a red whirlwind, cutting down everyone in his path. Kai then notices another group of goblins and prepares to attack them. But then Castle bursts into the battle, demanding that his friend step aside and let him have some fun. Castle furiously slashes at the goblins so fast that sparks fly from his sword. When his friend makes a particularly dangerous maneuver, Kai begins to worry that it is too dangerous, but he manages to successfully dodge and continue the fight. Hyunbo and Christina are happy that the new servants are doing so well at their job, which leaves them with much more time to learn magic. Now the team began to advance through the dungeon much faster than before. Soon they reached the gate of the first boss, where, according to the information from the site, they should meet 20 small goblins and 1 goblin warrior. Castle is confident that he can handle them all in a couple of minutes, but the more cautious Kai reproaches him for being overconfident. The former knight is confident that the bosses are much smarter and more dangerous than the ordinary goblins they have dealt with so far. Chris adds that you can't believe everything that is written on the website, and first you need to prepare for the meeting with the boss. Hyunbo agrees with her and the squad goes back home. At home, Hyunbo asks Chris to check their personal statistics on the website. Christina's indicators have increased. Thanks to the accumulated experience, she has become stronger, and this makes the magician very happy. Kai and Castle approach and also ask to check their indicators. The test shows that the newcomer's performance has also improved significantly, and they have even acquired new skills. Now it's time to test Hyunbo himself, which shows that he has the highest level. However, the guy is not very happy about this. He thinks that this is not enough and that he needs to become even stronger to survive. The assistants agree with this conclusion, and Chris changes the subject, remembering that they need to buy powder from magic crystals, a whole kilogram of it. Hyunbo is very confused because this powder is very expensive. Only 10 grams cost 1,000,000 won, and Chris assures that there is a 50% discount on it now. A check of the bank account confirms that they still do not have the required amount. But Chris doesn't want to give up so easily, because the site offers the option to buy crystal powder in installments for 6 months. Hyunbo gives in and reluctantly agrees to buy the expensive powder since his friend needs it so badly. A few hours later, Christina receives the desired parcel. The sorceress is going to create something with the powder she received, so she suggests that the others go into the dungeon without her. The team understands that Christina is stuck in magical experiments for a long time, so they agree and go on a new hunt themselves. Hyunbo uses a powerful blow from his mace to shatter the enemy's skeleton into individual bones. The squad has already killed 287 enemies, and Castle laments that today they were somehow weak and killing them was not as interesting as usual. Kai remarks that it seems they have used up all their luck, and luck is very important to living beings because it cannot be influenced. Here, Hyunbo remembers that he has the skill of luck. The skeletons ask to explain what it is, and the owner says that this skill helps in desperate situations, to which Castle remarks that he needs to be more careful. Hyunbo is surprised by this remark and asks for an explanation. According to Castle, he had heard that luck never comes for nothing. Good things happen because of luck, but if it only helps you in difficult situations, then it means that in everyday life you are unlucky. Castle sums up this thought by saying that perhaps they didn't come across any more suitable skeletons because the owner had spent all his luck on them, Castle and Kai. Kai supported the idea and added how pleased he was to realize that meeting him was a stroke of luck. Hyunbo listens to these conclusions with great surprise. Finally, Castle decided to ask the owner's opinion on this matter, whether he also considered their meeting a success. Instead of answering, Hyunbo blushed with pleasure, but did not answer the skeletons and ordered them to return home. When they returned home, Chris was lying thoughtfully on the sofa in the living room. Seeing those who entered, the sorceress jumped up in surprise, not expecting them so early. When asked if she was finished, Chris hesitated and replied that she was not finished yet. The girl said that this item is actually easy to create, but she managed to screw it up 3 times out of 5. This made the sorceress very angry, so she decided to take a break and lie down to get her head in order just before the Trinity arrived. Hyunbo laughed, saying that luck was not on Chris's side today. But the laughter immediately stopped when the thought arose after a recent conversation with the skeletons that maybe he was to blame for this. And the skeletons voiced this thought out loud, which greatly surprised Chris. Despite the owner's prohibition, Castle still told his friend his theory about luck. But the girl rejected this theory, replying that the only reason for the failures were the mistakes she herself made. Chris noted that even if it was somehow connected, the failures would still end someday. On this note, the sorceress decided to try to carry out her plan once more, turned around and went to the door to her room. When asked what exactly she wanted to do, Christina replied that it was a secret, but if she was successful, they would be very pleased with her. The door closed behind the girl, leaving the trio to continue to be at a loss for words. The first thing Hyunbo did was glare at the skeletons, angry that they hadn't kept quiet about the theory of luck. But the guy didn't stay angry for long. Curiosity got the better of him, and all 3 of them crept up to Chris's room door to eavesdrop on what was going on there. As soon as they found a crack to eavesdrop, a cry of indignation at the intrusion was heard. Opening the door slightly, Chris scolded her friends for trying to eavesdrop on her and suggested that they return to the dungeon so as not to waste time. The friend's anger somewhat frightened the trio, so they looked at each other and decided to leave anyway. Several days passed. The friends had already returned from the dungeon and were cooling off at home. Kai brewed a cup of coffee for the owner, wanting to be useful and make his life easier. Hyunbo asks when the last time Chris left her room was, to which Kai replies that it's been 3 days. Hyunbo is interested in how the sorceress is doing with her project. He would like to help her, but he is afraid of angering her again by interfering. Kai and Castle are also afraid of angering Christina again, so they think it's best to just wait for her to show up. The young man agrees with them because their friend is smart and capable of doing everything herself in the best possible way. Then Chris runs into the room and loudly announces that she is back. Hyunbo wipes the coffee spilled from his face from his friend's sudden appearance and asks how she is doing. At first, the girl lowers her head and begins to mumble something uncertainly about the task. But, having created a drama, he suddenly picks it up, answers with a satisfied look that everything was successfully completed, and shows everyone the unusual card in his hand. When asked what it is, Chris replies that it is a spell card, that is, a card containing a spell. The sorceress explains that when magic is needed, one must take this card. Imagine the desired spell, then send it to the card with the help of mana, and the card will perform the necessary arcana. Anyone can use this card, and it also allows you to use magic 2 levels higher. Hyunbo is delighted. Such a map will be very useful for them to complete the quest, and he wants to know how the sorceress made it. Explaining the process, Chris admits that in her world, where she lived in life, it wasn't maps that were used, but spell books. Then the guy realizes that his friend did all this on her own and becomes even more amazed by her talents and golden hands. The sorceress explains that this world they are now in is very advanced from a technical point of view. So now it was enough to draw one map and then scan it to get as many copies as you wanted. The girl nevertheless clarifies that some of the copies turned out to be far from the original. When asked what it was that she couldn't do then, what made her so angry, Chris repeated again that she screwed up 3 times out of 5. For a long time, the sorceress could not correctly enchant the card with crystal powder because it is not so easy to make a magical one out of ordinary paper, although thanks to the printer, the most difficult part was avoided. Chris made 20 cards in total, 7 pairs of the first circle and 3 pairs of the second circle, because the higher the circle, the more mana is required for the spell. Kai and Castle join the conversation and ask if there's anything for them too. Chris replies that she doesn't have enough ingredients to make cards for everyone yet, but next time she'll make something for them too. Hyunbo says that it is time to work on raising their levels, to which the sorceress suggests going to the dungeon for this, since she has already missed several campaigns. 16 days passed and the team again found itself in front of the gates of the first boss. During this time, everyone's levels rose to 12th. The team has prepared cards with spells that will help them in the fight against the boss. Hyunbo orders everyone to move forward, but Kaya urges him to be careful, as he has a very important role to play in this battle. Kai asks the owner to believe in him, and then he will lead everyone to victory. Kim Hyunbo opens the gate and enters it first. 4 fighters find themselves in a large cave with many white columns in it. At the other end of the cave are monsters waiting for the quest participants to fight. The goblin warrior sitting on the stone throne begins to chuckle nastily as he notices the new arrivals. Then the goblin begins to bare his fangs and lets out a menacing roar. The small creatures also begin to growl and prepare for battle. As all the goblins line up in front of the squad of fighters, Hyunbo notices that there are many more enemies than what was indicated on the website. Castle encourages his master that they are well prepared this time. Here Kai joins the attack along with a squad of other goblins, whom his master subdued on the way to the boss. The opponents were quite confused when they saw that they were being attacked by goblins just like themselves. With the enemies distracted, Hyunbo and Christina took out their new magic cards. The magicians decided to use cards to create fireballs. Having composed the spells, the wizards simultaneously directed them through the cards at the enemies. Fireballs flew at the hostile goblins, creating a real fiery hell around them. All the fireballs hit their target and the cave floor was littered with enemy bodies. Kai immediately expressed his admiration for such actions of the owners and their results. Kai announced to the goblins under his command that the Lord and Lady had protected them with magic. Now it was their turn to protect them with force. The squad of goblins immediately rushed to attack, the skeleton itself with glowing eyes rushing ahead of them. The wizards were very pleased with their decision to leave Kai in charge of the battle. Castle also did not stand aside and joined the fight. Castle charged into battle like a hurricane, battering the goblins with his bone fists and swinging his sword. The heat of battle quickly captured the former mercenary, and he got real pleasure from it. The skeleton circled the battlefield like a murderous whirlwind among the goblins, scattering them with powerful blows. The fighter skillfully swung his huge two-handed sword until there were no enemies left around him. Once all the normal enemies have been defeated, it's time to deal with the boss. The same tireless Castle showed a desire to take on the boss. The skeleton desperately rushes at the goblin boss, sword clashing with axe. But defeating the boss turned out to be not as easy as the mercenary had expected. Castle even made a vow to himself that if he survived this mess, he would definitely buy himself better equipment. The Supreme Goblin fought so desperately and skillfully that Castle even had to call his master for help. Henbo took out a magic card and created a flying blade spell. The magic blade struck the fighters with such force that Castle even thought how good it was that he was already dead. Otherwise, he might not have been able to withstand such an attack. The goblin boss, although he survived, was also badly battered. The goblin made attempts to escape, but Castle was not going to give him that chance. The skeleton held the enemy in place so that he would be tormented as much as possible by the sparks of the magical blade. When the boss could no longer resist, Castle cut off his head with a powerful blow of his blade. Happy with this outcome, the mercenary joyfully raised his sword over his skull and let out a cry of victory. Kai orders his goblin tame servants to finish off the survivors. Hyunbo also enters into hand-to-hand combat, feeling that victory is near and he just needs to hold on a little longer. Chris also does not stand aside and furiously chops down the attackers. Finally, the last enemy is defeated and Henbo wearily falls to the ground. The joy of victory overwhelms the fighter and he joyfully shouts, raising his fists in honor of the fact that he has finally passed the first floor of the dungeon, although it took him a whole 50 days. Hyunbo dreamed about coming home. The guy will be the first to take off his armor and will not even fold it, but will simply throw it on the floor. The young man will stagger into the room, and his team of skeletons will follow behind, also barely moving their bones. And then Henbo will stretch out on the floor from fatigue and lie there until his strength is restored. But it was just a dream. The team is still in the first boss's dungeon. The skeletons share their impressions of the battle with each other, and Christina boasts that she now has access to third circle magic. Hyunbo wants to continue his rest and turns over onto his other side. But suddenly the guy remembers where exactly he is. Next to his hand lies a dead goblin who clearly can no longer harm anyone. The young man jumps away from the body with a scream and wakes up instantly. The owner's cry brings worried skeletons running. Hyunbo realizes that it was madness to lie down and rest right on the battlefield. That's why the commander orders everyone to finally leave here and return home. Opening a website on his phone to check the current data, the guy discovers a new button with a quick return function, which was not previously in the menu. Hyunbo decides that this is their bonus for defeating the boss and presses the button. Suddenly, a door appears in front of the team right in the middle of the cave. The young man notes that this is a very convenient function. However, the appearance of this door without clear rules for its use frightens the magician. But Chris is completely delighted when he sees the door. The sorceress immediately begins to wonder what kind of magic they are dealing with. Materialization, a connection between worlds, or everything at once. Kai and Castle chuckle at Christina's infatuation and advise their master to leave her alone while she learns her magical tricks. Everyone agreed that Christina sometimes gets so carried away that she even scares them sometimes. Hyunbo is worried about how they will get home, but he agrees with his friends. The team decides to wait until the sorceress calms down. When the team finally gets to the house and Hyunbo is blissfully stretched out on the floor, there is suddenly a knock on the door. Everyone looks at Christina and asks if she bought anything from the dungeon website, because usually the packages come to her, but this time she didn't order anything. Kai volunteered to see what was behind the door. The knight returns carrying a large box in his hands. Everyone looks at the box appraisingly and wonders who it came from. Hyunbo finds the sender's address and reassures his friends that they have nothing to fear, because the package again came from the chairman of the wizards, whom he already knows. Having recognized the sender, the guy immediately begins to cut the box. Everyone immediately looks inside and goes speechless with surprise. Inside the parcel is a chainmail suit and a letter. In his letter, the chairman of the Wizards writes how happy he is that Henbo's topic became the first on the site. And in general, the successful progress through the dungeon also makes him very happy. The chairman expresses confidence that the boy could not have handled it alone, so he sends him something useful as a gift and expresses hope that one day they will be able to meet in person. Christina immediately starts calculating in her mind how much such high-end equipment might cost, but only comes to the conclusion that it is very expensive. The highest class chainmail has high defense values, it is very light and provides freedom of movement, and also has a passive effect and the ability to restore mana. Hyunbo was very pleased with this gift, but Christina still grumbles that the chairman could have given all this before the boss fight, not after. Hyunbo urges her not to be picky and says that they should somehow thank this man for such a generous gift. The friends begin to think about what they can offer as gratitude to such a rich man. Christina suggests giving the spell card. Everyone agrees that this would really be a good gift. Chris says that she wanted to sell a few cards anyway, and since the chairman is a wizard himself, it would be a useful gift for him too. The sorceress also does not miss the opportunity to take up the education of the owner, and says that this will also benefit Henbo himself. The girl reminds the owner that he is also a wizard, and it is time for him to learn the magic of the first circle. Therefore, Hyunbo must make a magic card himself and send it as a gift to the chairman in his own name. Hyunbo protests, saying that he just came back from the dungeon and wants to rest for at least a day after that. Chris doesn't accept any objections, replying that for a wizard, learning is relaxation. The sorceress drags the despondent Henbo into her room, promising to teach him everything. At this time, the chairman of the wizard's assistant enters his office. The assistant is confused as to why he was called and asks if something happened. The chairman replies that something good happened and reminds the assistant about the boy who was left alone in his quest. The old gentleman continued to tell that this young man had made great progress, and because of this he even sent him a chainmail as a gift, and when his assistant remarked that it was incredibly expensive, he laughingly replied that money does not buy happiness. Then the chairman turned his monitor to his assistant and showed him the most popular topic on the site, dedicated to fast magical healing, which was written by this same boy. The assistant was very surprised and noted that the gentleman did have an excellent sense of people. The chairman laughed contentedly and replied that he really expected a lot from this young man. Meanwhile, Henbo and his assistants, wearing the new chainmail that he was given, descend into the dungeon. The team stopped hesitantly in front of the entrance to the second floor of the dungeon. Henbo entered the gate first and looked around. The atmosphere in the new dungeon was quite familiar. Torches were shining on the walls, illuminating everything around well. Not noticing any threat, the team, accompanied by a couple of goblins tamed along the way, boldly went forward. Henbo noticed that the second floor was almost no different from the first. Christina responded to this by saying that the level of monsters on the second floor was much higher, and advised everyone not to lose their vigilance. Soon the angry roar of a new monster was heard. A squad of goblins appeared in front of the team, accompanied by a huge green monster with a club. The wizards immediately recognized this new monster as a typical orc. Realizing that it was time to fight, Henbo called Kai to him. Kai and Kazal enthusiastically rushed to attack in order to quickly destroy the enemies. Hyunbo is nervous because the current opponents are much stronger than the previous ones. The goblins on the second floor are indeed stronger, although they didn't expect their opponents to be so strong. The air is cut by the menacing whistle of a war club. Castle successfully deflects the goblin's attack with his hand sword, and it flies away. In the end, the mercenary deals with all the enemies, remaining unharmed himself. Now it's time to fight the orc, and this is not particularly difficult. But then the fighters notice that behind the main orc, a new team of enemies is emerging from the cave, consisting of a crowd of goblins and another orc. Hyunbo swears at the sight of the enemy's new additions, but Chris tells him not to worry. The sorceress asks Kai and Kazal to listen to her signal and retreat when she gives it. They agree. To carry out her plan, Christina takes a magic spell card out of her pocket. The girl asks her master to borrow some of his mana so that she can create a powerful spell. Together, the wizards begin to form spells. Hyunbo is worried that this will take too much mana, and he won't be able to recover. Chris then signals Kai and Kazal to retreat right now. The combat skeletons immediately jumped to the sides. A pair of wizards used a map to create a powerful fireball. Chris aims well to inflict maximum damage on the enemy. Having determined the ideal trajectory, the mage sends a fireball straight towards a group of goblins and orcs. The orc, deeply surprised by this development of events, stares in amazement at the fireball flying towards him. Castle is also very surprised by the power of the resulting projectile, but, unlike the orc, he is happy about it. A powerful fireball falls on the goblin squad and the orcs, destroying all enemies at once. Hyunbo is overjoyed by the effect and praises the magic of the third circle. The guy turns to Chris to compliment her skills, but he finds Chris lying on the ground in a pile of bones. Despite her frightening appearance, the girl is still able to speak. The sorceress explains to the frightened owner that she simply spent all her mana on the spell, which is why she fell apart like a real skeleton. Kai approaches from the battlefield carrying Castle under his arm, whose legs were torn off by the explosion. Hyunbo, seeing what happened to half of his squad, orders everyone to return home because it is too dangerous. Kai, seeing what happened to Chris, offered to carry her home in his arms, to which she gratefully agreed. When the team got home, Chris was finally able to restore her skeleton. Although this was a great comfort to Hyunbo, he was also worried about Castle, who had lost his legs. Castle replies that he will be fine because skeletons regenerate lost bones over time, and in extreme cases they can always add others. When Chris enters the common room, Castle pounces on her with humorous accusations that he became disabled because of her, to which he receives an equally humorous apology. Hyunbo sighs. It's good that almost everyone remained intact. It's just a pity that they lost all their tamed goblins. The owner asks Chris where the fireball came from, which was not in the old maps, to which she replies that she prepared it just in case. Whenever this incident is mentioned, the young man looks suspiciously at his friend, to which she shyly replies that wizards, in general, do not always act rationally. In response, the guy just laughs that rationality is really not about Christina. At the same time, friends recall the story of the door that appeared in the dungeon when she also behaved completely irrationally. Then the team starts discussing the monsters on the second floor. Everyone agrees that the goblins there are much stronger, and the orc is almost as strong as the boss goblin, so everyone needs to be careful and, just in case, immediately start the battles with a magical attack. To this, Castle adds that magic is, of course, wonderful, but it is time for the owner to buy them equipment. The owner notes that the mercenary had previously refused such offers, to which he receives the answer that he has now changed his mind because he has already gotten used to his body and does not want to lose it. Kai adds that there is another reason for buying equipment besides self-preservation. This reason is weight, because skeletons are very light, and with such a small weight, it is difficult for them to fight against large opponents, and equipment will significantly increase their weight, which will help to quickly defeat even orcs. Chris adds that there is another way to defeat monsters, and that is the core. Hearing about this for the first time, Hyunbo asks in surprise what this core is. Chris begins to get very angry at the owner because she already explained this topic to him in magic lessons. The sorceress begins to explain once again that any undead has a core, something like a heart, and if you destroy it, even the strongest opponents will be destroyed. Then the magician is even more surprised, because it turns out that each enemy has a vulnerable spot that they can reach. Chris is very angry at the careless student who forgot her lessons, but still begins to explain again what the undead are and what their features are. The undead do not feel pain, making them a very dangerous opponent, virtually invulnerable. But even the strongest undead have their own weakness, and it is called the core. The girl explains that such a core is located in the place of the heart or in the head, and this is where you need to aim during the battle. Hyunbo notes that he doesn't remember seeing a core on anyone before, even though he's only fought skeletons at most, to which he receives the answer that a low-level monster doesn't have a core. It only appears with time and experience. Castle notes that it won't be easy to create a core, but Chris objects that although she thought so until today, she has now come up with another way. They need to become stronger to continue progressing in the dungeon, which is why they need to get the core, but Hyunbo still doesn't understand what it can give them except additional problems and vulnerability. The sorceress explains that the core has many more advantages than disadvantages because with it you can use magic circles and aura. Then the guy agrees that it will indeed be useful for both wizards and warriors, but he wonders how his friend used magic before without a core. Christina replies that she used the mana from her bones, although it was not enough. Therefore, the dead sorceress asks the owner for permission to create a core. The owner gives his permission, and everyone else happily supports it. Seeing such enthusiasm, he suggests starting to create the core right now. But Chris replies that although he really wants it, it is absolutely impossible right now. She explains that the core must be made of something that can hold mana. This could be a special metal, monster hearts, or crystals, and crystals are the only thing available to them now. And the higher the crystal grade, the better, so you can't skimp on them. It will affect the quality. Hyunbo, anticipating very large expenses, asks how much money is currently in his bank account. Christina, who is watching this, replies that, excluding living expenses, there are about 30 million won there. The guy is happy with this answer, but he still has doubts about whether this will be enough to buy the crystal. The answer to the question is that a 1-carat crystal costs about 4 million won. The boy asks how big the crystal must be to become the core. The disappointing answer to this question is that the crystal must be at least 5 centimeters in diameter, and 1 carat is only 6 and 2 millimeters. Noticing the despondency on their faces after this answer, Chris cheerfully says that she has another option. The skeleton lady quickly runs towards her room, where everything has already been prepared, especially for this moment. Soon, Chris returns, carrying a heavy folder with the inscription business plan on the cover. With an important air, the skeleton lady gives a presentation to her friends about a project to earn money for the core. The friends stare at the sorceress in surprise and only wonder when she managed to prepare this. Chris starts his presentation by saying that to make the core they need crystals, and crystals are very expensive. But no one needs to worry about the price, because Christina knows how to make money on them. Her idea is cards with spells, by selling which you can earn a very decent amount. The maps will be especially useful for non-magic classes, because everyone understands how important magic and access to it is in dungeons. Hyunbo remembers how expensive crystal powder is, and estimates that it would cost them at least 1 million won to produce 1 card. The answer is that the production costs and the chance of failure have already been calculated, so he suggests selling the cards for 3 million apiece. The guy is very impressed by these calculations and immediately agrees to sign the contract. Kai and Kazel admire Christina's powers of persuasion, only quietly chuckle that they should have at least read the contract before signing. Henbo had doubts about whether the price of the cards would be too high and whether they would really be bought for that amount. Kazel has no doubts about this. He is sure that people will buy the cards, because life is much more valuable than 3 million. Christina adds that with circumstances like theirs, one must look for the best in everything. An additional question arises as to how they will sell the cards. The sorceress replies that she is using the site again for this purpose, and has already discussed this topic with its administrators, who not only supported her initiative, but are even ready to help with advertising. In this case, the friends decided to stop chatting and immediately get down to business. Because the second floor is more difficult, they will spend more time messing with it, since they are going to advance gradually and return home after each battle. Hyunbo sits down at the computer and creates an advert for the sale of magic cards. Once the ad has been read and approved by the entire team, it is published with the hope that everything will work out. There are a lot of blank cards and postal envelopes on the floor that were used for training. Among this paper trash, a contented Hyunbo lies and sighs tiredly. The guy has dark circles under his eyes from fatigue. He sighs that he almost died, but at the same time, he is very happy. Kai brings the owner tea and praises him for trying very hard for their common good. Castle admitted that he was even a little surprised at how they managed to sell out all the cards in just 5 minutes. A satisfied Henbo confirms that his efforts were appreciated, and everything really sold out very quickly. The young man is even a little scared to see such huge numbers on his personal account, although the production also cost them a lot. But now Christina says that they now have enough funds to make the cores, and she will start ordering all the necessary materials for this right now. Hyunbo agrees, because it's high time to do this, but asks to at least let him rest today after all the work, to which his friend has no objection because she still needs to clean the apartment. After some time, Kazal tries on the finished core and confirms that he really feels much better with it. Kai speaks admiringly about his core, saying that it feels like he was born again. Now that all three skeletons have their own cores, they can use third circle magic. Hyunbo wonders if things have really changed that much since you can't tell from looking at them. Christina laughs. Nothing would have changed after they spent 16 million on making the cores. It's a good thing they didn't use real crystals but artificial ones because they're much cheaper and easier to find the right size, but Henbo notes that they lost 30% of their effectiveness compared to real ones. Chris says that this is the reason why there are 5 of these crystals in her core, because when quality is unavailable, quantity must be used, and besides, the cores can be replaced over time. Thanks to this, she will be able to change the crystals for better ones later if necessary, and the guy is pleased to notice that she thought everything through very well. After a successful upgrade, the team decides to check their performance to see how much better they have become. Christina's stats are level 15, strength 16, agility 16, physical fitness 20, magic 39, skill 39. Castle's stats are level 15, strength 21, agility 18, physical fitness 28, magic 19, skill 32. Kai's numbers are level 13, strength 19, agility 23, physical fitness 25, magic 25, skill 30. While Hyunbo was looking at his team's stats, they gathered around him and asked if there was anything new. The guy showed each skeleton the pages with their personal information so they could see everything for themselves. Christina was pleased with the growth in numbers, but since their cores are still very new, they need to be closely monitored and checked every day. The owner agrees with her and is positive, because the main thing is that there is already a result, and this means that in the future, it will be much easier in the dungeon. Of course, Castle is full of energy and ready to go into the dungeon right now. He can't wait to try everything out in battle. Christina gets angry and repeats that it is impossible right now because the cores are completely new, and first they need to check how well they wield magic. Because if something is wrong, their owner may die through carelessness, after which everyone agreed to wait. But finally, they have everything prepared, and the team goes to test their renewed selves in a real case with real opponents. The mercenary took down another goblin with a spectacular swing of his sword and is waiting for his master's approval. Castle explains that he used the sword Whirlwind spell, which is only available to Class A assassins. Closely following the progress of his henchman, Henbo is very pleased with this result. And Kai chuckles that any knight can do this and it's not much of an achievement. To surpass his friend, the former knight is ready to show something really worthwhile. Kai concentrates his power and launches it many meters into the distance, where a loud explosion is heard. The owner is delighted by such a spectacle and praises the knight's strength which he managed to achieve. Kazal is jealous that his friend has surpassed him, so he also wants to boast of even greater strength. Having chosen the moment, the skeleton takes a fighting stance to make everything more effective. His target is a goblin that has appeared on the opposite side of the cave. The mercenary concentrates with all his might and gathers the mana needed for the spell. Following this, a powerful explosion is heard in the place where the goblin had recently stood. Hyunbo is also impressed by this display of strength and is very pleased with the success of all his servants. Turning to praise Castle, the owner is surprised to see him lying on the ground in a pile of bones. The ashamed skeleton says that he must have run out of mana, just like Christina did the other time something similar happened to her. To this, Henbo objects that the 4 of them had combined their mana before, which resulted in quite an impressive amount. So did Castle really manage to waste it all? Kai says that this ranged ability really takes up a lot of mana. It's not just swinging a sword like before, so my friend overdid it a bit out of habit. Hyunbo is upset by this turn of events, because it would really be a problem if his assistants started to fall apart because they had to continue exploring the dungeons. Christina thinks the core's main problem is that mana regenerates slowly and wants to work on that, but Hyunbo objects that these experiments should be left for later. First, you should sell the second batch of cards because the money from the first one has long since run out, so now it's time to collect Castle and return home before new monsters appear. But he was a little late with this rational proposal. The inhabitants of the dungeon had their own plans. A crowd of new monsters emerged from the tunnel, resembling a mixture of man and hyena. Henbo immediately recognized them as gnolls and was afraid that they would not cope without Castle. The new monsters, as if knowing this, giggled menacingly. The squad of monsters drew their swords and prepared to attack. Hyunbo panics and asks Christina what they should do, but she urges him to calm down. The sorceress raises her staff and unleashes a powerful bolt of lightning. The projectile hits the gnolls, effectively killing part of the squad. But Chris isn't going to stop there. She has more surprises up her sleeves. The girl knocks her magic staff on the ground, strengthening the effects of the spell she is casting. The sorceress then releases a breath of ice, which neutralizes the remaining attackers. After this, Chris gives Kai the signal to act. It is his turn to seize the initiative. The knight rushes like scarlet lightning among the stunned gnolls, piercing them with his sword. Soon the last of the enemy squad falls and the fight ends. Hyunbo, who was expecting a long fight, is surprised that it ended so quickly. Christina approaches him, dissatisfied with this reaction. She is going to give another lecture on safety and responsibility. The mentor scolds him that a wizard must always be focused. It is unacceptable to panic, because then you will not be able to use your magic correctly. In the worst case, he will simply die in a matter of seconds. Hearing this, Hyunbo becomes embarrassed and sighs that he is not as good as he would like to be. However, Castle, who shares these feelings, consoles him, demanding that he not play poor because he learns so quickly. Kai joins in with his friend's words, reminding him that the owner was an ordinary person just a few months ago, and Christina supports him because he is really developing at a good pace. If the owner can't do something, he has a team of skeletons to help him, so he stops being sad and admits he's right. To express his feelings and show what they mean to him, the guy says thank you to Kai, Castle, and Chris. The young man sincerely thanks his team for taking such good care of him. Coming home and going to bed, Hyunbo once again repeats that his friends are great, as always. The skeletons respond that he is also a good boy and wish their owner good night. Lying in bed, the young wizard thinks about how tired he is, but it is a pleasant tiredness. As Hyunbo drifts off to sleep, he suddenly finds himself standing in his pajamas in the middle of a white, empty space. The guy looks around in surprise and wonders where he is. A young man walks through an empty space in which there is no one and nothing and guesses that this is a dream. Only this is a very strange dream in which nothing happens at all. All Hyunbo can do is wait until something happens or he finally wakes up. But then something starts to happen in the area of his heart. The guy feels a strange movement in his chest area. For some unknown reason, mana begins to ooze from his chest. The mana grows more and more. It envelops the guy's entire body. Hyunbo fears that the release of such a large amount of mana from his body could be very dangerous for him as well. The wizard tries to stop the movement of mana in every way known. But nothing works. The energy stubbornly continues to leave the body. The magician tries his best to prevent mana from leaving his body. But the mana continues to flow out, and the heart beats louder and louder, drowning out everything around. The wizard does not give up trying to stop the mana, believing that since it is in his body, it is obliged to obey him. But the flow of mana from the man's heart only intensifies. The faster the heart beats, the faster mana leaves it. The mana around the body becomes more and more, its bright light blinding. But through the veil of energy, the guy hears voices calling him to wake up. In a cold sweat, Hyunbo finally wakes up and opens his eyes. All three skeletons leaned over him with concern, not knowing how they could help their master. The guy doesn't understand what's going on and why they're all in his bedroom, and in response he hears that something terrible could have happened. The skeletons noticed that mana suddenly started coming out of the owner's room, and they went inside to check what was going on. Mana had already filled the entire room, and the skeletons were afraid that their master might die from a lack of it if he didn't wake up in time. The guy has one guess, and his friends immediately start asking him if he knows the reason for what is happening. The magician says that the same thing happened to him in his dream, and then asks Chris if she helped him somehow cope with this situation. Christina replies that she didn't help. Everything ended on its own as soon as he woke up. Hyunbo begins to realize with growing joy that he has managed to cope with everything on his own. Another amazing guess suddenly comes to his mind. The guy slowly raises his hands and turns them palms towards himself. There is a real magical light burning in his left palm. It also burns in the right palm, and then everything immediately becomes clear. The wizard realizes that he somehow managed to independently control the mana in his body. It turns out that now he is able to control it, which means that he was able to become stronger on his own. Christina is sincerely amazed by this news and the speed of the master's progress. At Henbo's will, his body begins to be enveloped in the glow of mana once again, but this time it is completely under his control. Christina is delighted. Because her master is becoming a wonderful magician, he managed to skip the second round and immediately move on to the third. The master himself opened his mouth in surprise at the news of the transition to the third circle. The skeletons began to unanimously congratulate their owner on such a great achievement. Not understanding anything, Hyunbo wonders if he is still asleep and how he managed to become a third circle magician. Christina begins to explain that magic always relies on a person's internal state, so sometimes progress slows down, and sometimes, on the contrary, there is a very sharp leap. Although the result is surprising, it is quite explainable, because the magician gradually developed, but at some point he managed to overcome some internal obstacle and move to a new level. This transition happens differently for everyone, and what triggered it is unlikely to help others. But other wizards will still find this information useful. They can learn something interesting from it. So Christina asks the owner to tell everything about her dream and awakening. In general, the master is not at all against sharing this, but first he needs to come to his senses. He asks to at least let him have breakfast first. The girlfriend agrees, but continues to educate in the process. Using his control talents, he will be able to manipulate mana and make it obey him. In addition, he will now be able to use spells even if he does not know their correct name. A wizard of that level now just needs to understand what a particular spell is, although at that rate of learning, Christina doubts her master will have any problems with higher-level spells. Since the master's mana level has increased, he can even try to defeat a mage whose level is higher than his, to which the sleepy Henbo happily replies that at least he is not so useless now. Christina agrees with this and says that there is no time to waste, and from today they will begin intensive training in magic, which does not inspire enthusiasm in the tired guy. But the sorceress is not bothered by the master's despondency. She says that now he is a full-fledged magician, which means he can learn many more spells. The dead witch offers to start training right now without listening to any objections. Claiming that there is no time to rest, Christina drags a reluctant Henbo to her study room, with Kai and Castle looking on sympathetically. After some time, magical fire lightning flashes in the dungeons. Following her, Henbo fires a magic arrow at enemies with increased damage. The wizard watches with great delight as the arrow destroys the goblin, while behind him Kai and Castle quietly talk about how he must be too tired from studying to have to relieve stress in this way. This fight really gives Hyunbo a rush of endorphins, finally getting out of the house. Castle praises the master's improved skills, and Christina says that they have already finished everything here and can return, which does not at all cause enthusiasm in the magician. Arriving home, tired but happy, Hyunbo first went to the shower. Coming out of the shower, the guy finds all 3 assistants waiting for him in the living room. The skeletons want to check their stats, and the guy agrees. Opening his team's stats, the young man's eyes widen in surprise. The class table now displays Castle as a skeleton warrior, Kai as a skeleton knight, and Christina as a skeleton sorceress. The master notes that many indicators have improved, but new talents have not yet appeared. The skeletons perceive this without surprise, and the guy guesses that they already knew about it. Confirming this, Castle replies that, of course, they themselves feel changes in themselves, and everything should be visible to them anyway. The fighters stand next to their master and demonstrate that they have become a whole head taller than him. Hyunbo is very surprised that he didn't notice when they managed to grow so much, to which his friends answer that, because of all the changes, they are becoming bigger and taller. The even more surprised guy asks if these changes also apply to Chris. The sorceress replies that, of course, she also changes, but almost all of her changes occur within. Hyunbo breathes a sigh of relief that at least the girl won't become taller than him, but what interests him most is the reason for all these changes. As a matter of course, the girlfriend replies that all this is happening precisely because of him, and this further perplexes the guy. The sorceress explains that since the master has become a third-circle magician, this directly affects his servants. The young man then asks if this means that if he becomes stronger, then his assistants will too and receives a positive answer. Kai adds that it is hardly possible to predict exactly which skills they will improve, but they are sure that they have become stronger only thanks to their master. With the new skills, it will be much easier to clear the dungeon. The master suggests continuing to clear the second floor, but Chris says that it is worth waiting a little with this. Hyunbo thinks she means that his strength is not yet enough for that. But the assistant says that he is indeed a worthy magician, and the reason for the delay is completely different. The new equipment for the team will be ready only by next week, and Christina wants to improve it even more with magic, which is why she asks to wait a little before going to the dungeon. A week later, the team is trying out their new and improved gear, ready to make them even better. Castle is delighted with his new magnificent armor. He really likes the way it looks. Christina replies to this that this is not just armor at all. There are many useful magical features hidden in it. The protective functions of the equipment are enhanced by magic, so it can withstand much more than the best ordinary armor. While the fighter is wearing his armor, he will have access to an instant boost. The sorceress promises that, in addition to this, the owner will also receive many other useful magical things, such as lightweight and recovery. Christina also improved her weapons, making them even sharper, more durable, and they can also be restored over time. Kai and Kazel look at their new armor and weapons with delight. Hyunbo notices that the fighters look very happy, and the assistant says that she has a gift for him too. The guy didn't expect anything for himself, so he was pleasantly surprised and intrigued. Here, Chris brings the master a seemingly ordinary cloak and asks to try it on. The witch explains that the cloak is also enhanced by magic. It is very light, has good protection and restoration. At the same time, the skeleton lady worked on the pockets. Now the master can put a bunch of different things in there, and their weight will not be felt. Hyunbo is delighted with so many cool magical things, and Christina notes that even though it all cost a lot, it definitely comes in handy in battle. The guy examining the new gear wonders how long he can listen to the equipment, while Kai and Castle quietly stuff all sorts of things into his pockets. The sorceress explains that no matter how good the equipment is, it is just consumables, because the stronger the monsters they have to fight, the more their equipment will suffer. But they still hope that they will be able to use all this for a very long time. The fighters decide that this is enough talking. It's time to test your new gear in combat. Kai and Castle are jumping with impatience, wanting to go to the dungeon as soon as possible. Hyunbo and Christina agree with them because now they will be able to move much further. The new raid master suggests starting with pooling the mana of the entire team. But then he feels some rustling in the pocket of his new coat and it distracts him. The boy is surprised to take a large cat toy out of his pocket and realizes that it was Castle's joke. Finally, the team descended into the dungeon, dressed in all their new armor. An orc surrounded by a crowd of goblins came out of the tunnel to meet them. Castle felt the excitement of the imminent hunt and was already ready to attack. But then a large fireball flies past the mercenary. The fireball lands directly on enemies, exploding into a powerful column of flame. One of the goblins flew to the side. He was wounded but alive. Enraged by the fireball, Castle lashes out at Chris, accusing her of putting him in danger again like she did when she took his legs. The witch replies that she miscalculated then, and this time everything was safe, but the mercenary completely disagrees with her. Chris continues to convince his friend that there is no danger and that he is not injured, but he does not want to calm down. Hyunbo urges Castle to calm down and not quarrel, at least in the dungeon. The cautious mage fears that the surviving monsters will call others for help. Looking back, the warriors notice that the wounded goblin actually managed to escape. But Castle doesn't want to calm down and continues to blame Christina for everything. From behind the gate, Kai watches what is happening in the dungeon. A large crowd of armed goblins, orcs, and gnolls gathers there. Among them, one wounded goblin stands out, keeping to the side. Kai immediately recognizes him as their unfinished fugitive, who, as expected, immediately brought reinforcements. Returning to his own, the knight reports that the escaped goblin has called his friends and that about 50 monsters are waiting for them. Hyunbo is confident that this time, too, they will deal with the enemies in one fell swoop. Without waiting for an attack, the team decides to attack the monsters first, catching them off guard. Both mages had already prepared their staffs and cards to quickly respond to danger. Hyunbo launches a fireball into the enemy squad. The monsters that manage to survive glare angrily in the clouds of smoke. The gnoll with a spear rushes towards the magicians, wanting to deal with them as quickly as possible. The wizard flexes his hand, preparing to cast a new spell. This time he creates magic arrows. Dozens of ice daggers fly towards the attacking gnoll-clearing team. Then Castle steps forward. It's his turn to frolic on the battlefield. When repelling gnoll attacks, the fighter uses not only his sword, but also the horns on his new armor. Seeing that there are more monsters than he can defeat on his own, the mercenary calls Kai for help. The knight draws his new magically enhanced sword from its sheath. With powerful blows, he destroys the gnolls attacking him. Several surviving goblins, seeing such a massacre, decide to flee from here. How it notices fleeing enemies and attracts the owner's attention to them. The mage uses his staff to cast a spell of earthen spikes. Right in front of the fleeing goblins, sharp rocks appear from the ground, blocking the exit from the dungeon. Christina casts an ice lightning spell. The confused goblins are pinned to the rocks by icy spikes. The mages are happy that they have finished off almost all the enemies. Only those that the skeletons are fighting remain. At that moment, Castle's voice is heard, calling the owner to take a closer look. The skeletons have already dealt with their opponents completely. Henbo praises the assistance, and Christina is interested in how the new equipment has performed. Castle has already tried out various options and was absolutely satisfied with everything. He especially likes the horns on the armor with which the fighter killed many goblins today. Kai also praises his equipment, and the sorceress is happy with such high marks. But then all three skeletons notice that there is still one small problem. Hyunbo asks in confusion what they mean since he himself does not notice anything. In response, the master hears that his assistants had too few dead enemies. The guy answers with a smile that it won't be difficult to solve this problem. Chris approaches the owner and says that he wants to talk to him about something, but first they need to go home. Now they are finally home, the sorceress immediately invites the magician to her room for a conversation. Kai and Castle don't go with them, noting that this conversation concerns only the two of them, and therefore they will wait outside. This behavior of his friends makes Hyunbo even more confused, not understanding what they are talking about. Chris replies that it concerns wizards, which the fighters are not, and that he and the master have an important conversation ahead of them. The guy is completely lost and silently follows his mentor. Entering the room, the witch invites the young man to sit down in a serious tone. He sits down on the bed and anxiously awaits the continuation of the conversation. Christina begins by saying that all this time she has been teaching the owner different types of magic, and then asks what was easiest for him. Hyunbo thinks and tries to remember his feelings in class. The memories are not the most pleasant, because most often the guy whined that he was very tired and did he really have to learn so much. The mentor usually responded to this by saying that there was no better rest for a wizard than training, and since he would still have to choose one thing, it was better to get as many options as possible in advance to make this choice easier. After these words, Chris always made the lazy student get up and continue the lesson. These memories help Hyunbo understand that the time has come for him to make the choice that the witch spoke of then. The teacher notes that students usually choose the teacher's specialization, but she is not officially a teacher, especially since their skills are different. To this, Christina adds that, judging by the talents and skills that the master demonstrates, he himself has long since decided on his preferred specialization. Hyunbo confirms that she is right. He thought about it a lot and still settled on one specific direction. Realizing that he will have to answer, the guy gathers his courage to finally say it out loud. The magician announces that he wants to study necromancy, and he is ready to take the oath of mana to confirm the seriousness of his decision. The necromancer's specialization is based on summoning undead, creating golems and chimeras, as well as poisons and curses. Necromancy is the fifth most powerful school of magic, but is considered to be terrible and very dangerous. Christina thinks that it is too early for Hyunbo to choose something too specific, because he does not yet know all the aspects of this direction. But the guy knows that if he takes an oath, the mana level of the new adept increases to the general level of the direction. The sorceress confirms this, and adds that then it will be even easier for him to study the spells of the chosen path. But there are also downsides. It will become more difficult to learn spells from other directions. And if he changes his mind, he will no longer be able to change his specialization. But the wizard does not hesitate at all, and declares that he is confident in his decision. To the reasonable question of where this confidence came from, the magician points out that there are two reasons for this. The first reason is a premonition. It is easy for him to study necromancy, and he feels that it is his. The question followed as to what the second reason was, and here Henbo hesitated a little. After a pause, he finally answered that the second reason was themselves, the living skeletons Chris, Kai, and Castle. The guy admitted that he doesn't think that they all ended up together by chance. The wizard is confident that if he learns necromancy, he will be able to help his skeleton friends, and the skeletons will also be able to help him develop and better understand the world of the dead. Christina thoughtfully replies that premonition and fatalism are not particularly characteristic of magicians. In response to this, Henbo laughed and replied that she herself had told him that sometimes even wizards act irrationally. The mentor continues to give arguments that necromancy is a boring direction, and perhaps he will even be rejected by society because of it, but the student hopes that even though he is especially lucky, this will not happen. The future necromancer is firmly confident in his decision and is not going to back down, no matter what. But just in case, the master asks his faithful assistant if it is difficult for him or if he suddenly regrets his decision, so that she simply helps him stop if he is going to do something terrible or wrong. The guy wants to add something else, but he is distracted by the creaking of the door. He immediately realizes that his friends have been eavesdropping on their conversation and are already aware of everything. Kai and Castle begin to praise the owner for his choice and promise to support him with all their might, to help him follow the chosen path. Chris also stops trying to dissuade him and accepts his owner's decision. In that case, it's time to take the oath. The mage summoned a source of mana from his heart and began to recite the words of the oath, beginning with the pronunciation of his full name. In accordance with the rules, he states his full name and solemnly swears by the very power of mana. The energy emanating from the wizard's body began to change color from blue to purple. The skeletons could not contain their admiring sighs at the sight of such a picture. The mana of the future necromancer turned a pure purple color. The magician officially took the oath of a necromancer, and Christina confirmed it. When it was all over, the mentor turned to her former student, saying that he was now officially considered a necromancer, and she hoped that he would succeed and become a truly great magician. Having finished with the official part, the guy finally thought about the practical part, asking where he could look for books on his chosen specialization. Christina replies to this that there is no need to worry, and all the necessary literature is sold on the dungeon website. But they are very expensive. Just one book from the first round costs 5 million won, the rest are even more expensive. Henbo doubted whether they could afford these books, to which the witch replied that they would definitely be able to buy the book of the second circle. When asked if they would have any money left after such purchases, Christina prepared to quote another wise saying found on the internet. "We come into this world empty-handed and leave it leaving everything we have acquired, so spend it while you are alive." Sometime later, the team returned to the dungeon and came across the skeletal bones of the archers. The master announced that he would try to test his necromancer skills on them himself and asked the team to protect them. Henbo began the ritual of reviving the skeletons of the archers. Purple mana enveloped the skeletons, and they gathered and stirred. Soon, the entire squad of skeleton archers stood up, ready to carry out the orders of their new master. Chris admired the master for being able to lift so many skeletons at once, but he said he could lift even more. Kai objected that quantity was not the main thing, but that they were strong and not like those on the first floor. Almost immediately, an opportunity arose to test the strength of their new squad of archers, because a company of vicious gnolls appeared from the tunnel. The master gave the command to his subordinate skeletons to attack the enemy. The entire squad immediately rushed into the attack, using their skills to carry out the order. The dead archers fired arrows accurately at the gnolls. The skeletons attacked with everything they could, even using their teeth. Quite soon, the dead squad had completely dealt with the enemy. Dead gnolls lay studded with arrows, and surviving skeletons stood around. Even Hyunbo was surprised that everything ended so easily and quickly. His friends were also impressed by the master's abilities, and Kai noted that with a good weapon, their subordinates would have coped even faster. The sorceress asked the owner about the state of his mana, and he replied that everything was fine, and there was still plenty of it, which made her delighted. He summoned so many undead to life, but his mana level remained high, and it seems that he can control them for quite a long time, although such skeletons themselves consume little mana, so they do not know his true limit yet. In the office, the chairman of the Wizards angrily slammed his fist on the table after receiving the latest news. His assistant tells the boss that all the players in the guild tried, but none of them completed the task successfully, and the director does not understand how it happened that everything failed. The old man sighs that they will still have to buy these magic cards that are sold on the dungeon site, although he thinks that the sellers are taking advantage of other people's misfortunes by selling them for such a huge amount of money. But then, looking at the maps, the chairman remembers that he has definitely seen them somewhere before. The man remembered that the lone player had sent him a set of exactly the same cards in gratitude for the gift of equipment. The director of the Wizards demands that the assistant immediately bring him that package. The box really does contain those very cards that are sold on the site, and in the amount of 100 pieces. The assistant realizes that the guy they were sending help to is the card seller, to which the boss remarks that successful investments quickly pay for themselves. The boss orders his assistant, whose name is Mike, to start purchasing the cards from the site, while he himself is about to start examining the ones he received as a gift. Cautious Mike advises the boss to keep at least a few of these cards for himself, because who knows what might happen. The chairman chuckles that he will try, but if they figure out how to make such maps themselves, it will be much more useful. Meanwhile, at Hyunbo's apartment, Christina states that they need to sell more cards. Friends are surprised by this statement because they have just sold out another batch. The witch explains such haste by the fact that they are already starting to have competitors. Also, many fakes appeared on the dungeon site, so the prices for the originals began to rise. But Chris is confident that other magicians will quickly master this technology and will soon be able to make a quality product too. Therefore, the rational sorceress decides that it is better to make and sell as many cards as possible now, while they are still afloat. After some time, the team reaches the 3rd floor of the dungeons. The squad cautiously enters the 3rd floor corridor and looks around, studying the situation. Hyunbo says that according to the site, ghouls and slimes will appear on the 3rd floor, and they should be especially careful with the latter because their poison can destroy equipment. Friends answer that this could still be someone's invention because all the previous floors in reality were different from what was written about them on the website. But still, the boss of the 2nd floor was very strong, so it was definitely not possible to relax. The combat skeletons took on all the rank-and-file enemies to make things easier for the sorcerers. The boss of the 2nd floor turned out to be a 3rd circle mage, with whom the sorcerers had to sweat a lot. The main orc wanted to hit them with a fireball, but Chris was able to neutralize it in the bud. The monster looks on in surprise as the ball of mana forming in his hand shrinks and disappears. The enraged monster stops trying to affect enemies with magic and rushes into battle. The boss is very strong, but orcs are not particularly smart, which is why the squad managed to defeat him in the end. Remembering this fight, Chris laughs. It's a pity that the master didn't try to subjugate this orc. The combat skeletons freeze in place, sensing that something is wrong. Kai notes that the monsters should have appeared by now, so it's better to scout out the situation rather than go head-on. Chris replies that he doesn't feel anyone's presence either, but being careful never hurt anyone. To this, Hyunbo suggests sending ghosts on reconnaissance to make sure. The necromancer summons the spirits of the dungeons, who obediently fly to the command. The magician explains to all the entities that have come what exactly they must do. Having received a task, the ghosts go to carry it out, simultaneously transmitting everything they see to the owner. Kazel decided to express his idea. He suggested that the monsters were hiding and had set up an ambush for them. The master responded that this was quite possible. Although they had become stronger, you must always be on your guard and always check everything. Through the eyes of ghosts, Hyunbo sees what is happening in the tunnels. Here, before the inner eye, a gate appears, which the entities have just reached. Hyunbo opens his eyes and says that he thinks he found something. The squad moves towards the discovered gate to take a look around on the spot. Before the gate, the master understands that this is the room of the next boss because only there he senses monsters. But no one knows what the squad is waiting for at the door, because judging by the dungeon site, no one has ever been able to pass this boss. Black fog begins to ooze from the cracks in the gate. Kazel confidently says that there are undead behind the gates. When the owner asks why he is so sure of this, Kai answers that they themselves are undead, so they feel something like this. To this, Christina adds that this is bad, because the lower ranks of undead are much stronger than goblins and orcs, so there is a risk of dying here. Henbo suggests at least finding out with the help of ghosts what kind of undead is hiding there. The team agrees to reconnaissance, but asks to be careful so as not to be noticed. The Ghost Scout seeps through the gate and flies into the hall. The spirit flies very carefully, hiding behind columns so as not to be noticed. Some dark silhouette begins to appear in the smoke. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that this silhouette is very reminiscent of the skeleton of some large winged creature. Looking through the eyes of the ghost of the scout, Henbo even stumbles in surprise. The guy loses his balance and falls to the ground, causing his team to laugh. But the magician himself is not in the mood for laughter and jokes. The reason for the loss of control is very serious. The necromancer recognized the creature behind the gate as a huge bone dragon. At home, the skeletons began to look at each other in bewilderment. Henbo didn't explain anything to his friends, ordering them to return home, and at home he was in no hurry to do so either, sadly clutching his head in his hands. Chris was the first to lose her temper and began to ask the owner what he saw there. Without raising his head, the boy replied that he saw a dragon. Kai and Castle were amazed. They had never met these creatures before, alive or dead. Even the usually all-knowing Chris was very surprised. She certainly didn't expect this. The master continued to tell that in the room behind the door, there was a dragon made of white bones. After hearing about the white bones, Chris noted that she had doubts that it was a bone dragon. The sorceress explained that dragons are inextricably linked with nature. Each of them has its own distinctive features and characteristics. Only white dragons have white bones, and they are so cold that they can freeze everything around them. To this, Henbo noted that he definitely had not seen anything that looked like ice. The sorceress replied that then it might not even be a dragon, but an undead creature that was collected from the bones of other dragons. The surprised guy asked what this skeletal dragon was and how it differed from the usual one. Chris explained, adding that it usually takes a long time for a skeletal dragon to fully form, so the one in the room probably hasn't reached the limit of its powers yet. To this, the sorceress added that while they were exploring the dungeon, she had come up with some kind of theory, to which her friends asked her to share it with them. The theory behind dungeon capacity was that monsters also had levels, and their strength was directly related to the number of these same monsters on a particular level. In short, all of the power of the third floor is concentrated in the boss rather than being distributed among the monsters. And if the sorceress is right, it will be incredibly powerful, with the caveat that they are still in an F-class dungeon. What Hyunbo is most interested in is whether they can defeat such a boss with the strength they have. Chris reassured him that yes, they could, and added that he would definitely live. The guy again had an obsessive thought that they could not die. Then there was an encouraging confidence that they could really win. After these words, complete harmony reigned in the team. From that day on, the squad decided to train even more. The wizards were intensively engaged in magic. The fighters honed their fighting skills endlessly, and 3 months passed until they became completely confident in their abilities. According to the information on the dungeon website, the third floor should be the last one, and therefore the team only has one chance to pass it. Having reached the right gate, Henbo confidently opened it. As he entered, the mage realized that this was much more difficult than any previous battle. The skeletal dragon immediately woke up, sensing the enemies, and was ready to destroy them. The skeletons at his feet immediately gathered and went on the offensive. Seeing this, the fighters turned to the owner for magical help. The master began to summon subordinate skeleton archers. Soon a squad of skeletons shrouded in purple mana was formed and ready for battle. Henbo directed the dead archers to obey Kai. The dragon roared, and the skeletons on both sides charged at each other. Suddenly, the wizard noticed something unexpected. Unexpectedly, the boss also had magic, and with its help tried to take possession of the enemy skeletons. The dragon's scarlet mana gradually displaced Henbo's purple mana from the dead archers. The magician could not allow his army to be taken away from him. With an effort of will, the necromancer poured even more of his own mana into the archers, which rejected the alien energy, protecting them from outside influence. Enraged by this turn of events, the dragon roared and rushed at the enemies. Kai and Castle prepared their weapons for attack in order to be able to protect their lives. Multicolored stones flew at the monster rushing towards them. Immediately, there was a powerful explosion, covering the opponents with tongues of flame. Kai and Castle were pleased with the result, because they had been preparing these bombs for a long time, especially for such an occasion. After this, the dragon no longer tried to attack the leaders, but began to help his skeletons destroy the attackers. The fighters noticed that they needed more skeletons, because when they deal damage, the dragon summons many more skeletons for itself. Here the monster again rushed towards the main detachment. Dodging the attackers, Kai noticed that although their defense was good, their mana was regenerating too slowly. Castle replies that it's enough to complain and to put all his strength into his blows. The mercenary does just that, putting so much force into the blow that it causes the mace to break. Even more angry at this development, Castle throws the mace fragments at the dragon, wishing it would finally die. The creature itself did not like this kind of treatment at all. The skeleton boss directed his magical energy at the enemies to show who was the boss. In that case, it was time to bring magic into the battle again, and he did what was needed without a doubt. The wizard summoned clay golems to be his companions in battle. The skeleton dragon immediately began to attack the new enemies, because they seemed like an easy target to him. The clay golems began to melt and deform from the streams of fiery energy. But their remains became a trap for the dragon itself, who clearly did not expect something like this. Henbo put his mana into holding the boss back, so he called Chris for help. She immediately responded and began to cast a spell that could help. The witch had to concentrate hard to cast a spell of the required power. The fiery whirlwinds she created flew at the dragon, who was firmly stuck in the clay and unable to move. Immediately, a powerful explosion was caused by them, the purpose of which was to inflict maximum damage. The fireball completely enveloped the area where the bone monster's head was located. Soon, the fire caused by the explosion died out, leaving behind only white steam, and it became possible to assess the consequences. The blow completely accomplished its intended purpose. The dragon's skeleton no longer had a head. The broken skull fell to the ground. Henbo was glad that it seemed like they had destroyed the core located in the head and thus won. But he rejoiced prematurely. At that moment, the alarming cries of his soldiers were heard, warning of danger. The magician turned in their direction in bewilderment to understand the reason, since he himself did not see or feel anything threatening. The friends drew the owner's attention to something that was happening at the other end of the cave, where the fallen skeleton was located. The master, anticipating new problems, quickly looked in that direction, fearing in advance what he would see now. The dead reptile, despite its severed head, was not going to lose. It rose to its paws and was ready to attack again. The skeleton dragon is not at all in keeping with an F-class dungeon. You could say it's a gift from above. After all, usually the boss of the third floor is an orc necromancer, and that was how it was originally here. But due to the actions of other players, the boss orc found himself almost on the verge of death. Feeling his imminent death, the necromancer in agony created a skeletal dragon. But due to the creation of such a powerful creature, the orc's powers were exhausted. He lost all control over his creation. The creature became too strong and first killed its creator, getting rid of control and trying to survive. It began to absorb everything that was around. The monster absorbed not only its creator, but also other local creatures and the dungeon itself. But despite all this, it was unable to achieve its final form due to the lack of a core in its head. The headless skeleton straightened up and began to reassemble itself. A new skull began to form from the bones drawn by magic from all over the cave. Soon the skeletal dragon was whole again and ready to fight. The monster's eyes glowed scarlet and he prepared to kill his enemies. Henbo looked at these metamorphoses in complete amazement. The master ordered Chris to prepare for a magical attack while he bought her some time. But the wizard's mana was almost exhausted, as was his assistant's mana. Then Castle, who had been broken into pieces by the dragon's attack, spoke up and offered his master to take his mana, since he himself was useless now anyway. Hyunbo has no choice but to agree to this proposal. Then Castle demands that everything be taken from him in order to somehow help the owner. The mage takes all the mana he can find, but it's still not enough. In this case, the necromancer has only one tool available to him, which has not yet been used. He has to resort to complex blood magic to regain his strength and be able to save himself. Despite the excitement, the ritual was successful, and after its execution, the magic filled the magician with renewed vigor. At the same time, the guy had a feeling that he had just lost something very important. His life was shortened, but now he had enough mana. Chris looks at her owner with great concern, because she knows what feelings she experiences after this. The master reassures his friend that everything is fine. What is the point of the future if there is no present? The most important thing for them now is to survive, and the rest can be dealt with later. Kai still has some unused bombs left, and he throws them at the skeleton dragon, trying to at least buy time. There is a series of explosions. Flames blaze all around. Everything looks very frightening and promising. But all these bombs did not cause any noticeable damage to the monster. It still remains dangerous and combat-ready. Not knowing what else to do, both wizards begin to create spells that have already proven successful. The reptile moves closer and closer, its bony claws pounding the ground, and soon it will be able to attack. Chris and Hyunbo create clay golems again to stop the bone monster. The skeletal creature exhales a blast of deadly energy towards its enemies. Chris, who understands this, realizes that this is the dragon's most powerful breath and calls on everyone to dodge. Kai tries to shield his friends, but the flow is too strong and they are simply swept away. Then the bone monster turns his attention to the clay golems frozen in front of him. After another blast of dragon breath, the skeleton blows the golems to pieces, making them unable to harm or stop him. Hyunbo is the only one who somehow miraculously manages to survive after all these blows. The magician lies powerless on the ground, his staff is broken, and the dragon is already very close. The only thing the guy can think about now is that he needs to survive at any cost. The wizard looks around and sees that all that remains of his friends are bones and scraps of clothing. Even the sorceress Chris fell to pieces, unable to help in any way. Hyunbo realizes that he is left all alone against a monster that is stronger than him. The skeletal dragon slowly approaches, also well aware that this is the end. Thoughts are spinning in Hyunbo's head that he has no physical strength or mana left and his friends can no longer help him. But despite all this, he is not going to die here. The only way a magician is left to survive is to use psychokinesis. A desperate necromancer wants to try to subjugate a skeletal dragon. The guy understands that he has no right to make a mistake. He needs to concentrate as much as possible. There is only one thought in Hyunbo's head. He has to cope. The necromancer directs all his mana at the dragon and orders it to surrender and bow before him to acknowledge him as its master. For greater effect, the tamer rises into the air and hovers at eye level of the monster. The skeleton responds to the magician's demand that the dragon will never recognize a human as its master. The wizard responds by reminding the skeleton that he is just a pile of bones, not a dragon, but a cheap imitation of one. But despite this, the magician still gives him the opportunity to bow before him, and for this, he will make him stronger than any real dragon. The underground monster still disagrees, saying that people are capable of challenging themselves and changing. To this, Hyunbo replies that the monster himself has already understood perfectly well that he cannot become stronger without outside help, and recalls how he turned brainless and nameless skeletons into smart fighters and a strong sorceress. The necromancer demands that the reptile bow before him, acknowledge him as its master, or they will both die. The magician gathers all his strength and sends the monster a final command that he is its master. Touching the skull, the guy puts in the last of his remaining strength. But his strength soon runs out and the young man can no longer stay in the air. Hyunbo starts to fall down, thinking that he is going to crash. But then the guy is caught in the air by bone claws, preventing him from falling. At that moment, the wizard realizes that since he is alive, he has managed to subdue the dragon. This was the end of the quest for Kim Hyunbo, which was successfully completed in 329 days. And the bone monster begins to hope that the magician will fulfill his promise and help him become a real dragon. One of the many high-rise buildings in Gangnam, it looked like an ordinary office building, but in reality it housed a company that secretly supported the underground exploration community. A clerk in a suit and with a thick folder in his hand enters the office, saying that he came with a report on the passage of Dungeon 0795 Class F. The director replies that Class F is quite easy and he does not need a report on this matter. But the clerk still hands him the report, saying that this particular passage was very unusual and the boss should take a look at it. The director, interested by such a prologue and the number of sheets, decided to look through the papers out of curiosity to see what had happened there. The more the man reads, the wider his eyes become in surprise. Having studied the document to the end, the boss throws the folder away from himself, saying that this is impossible. Of course, he has heard of random people passing through the dungeon alone, but everything else does not fit into any framework. The fact that a skeletal dragon appeared in a Class F dungeon and the player even managed to fix it seems completely unrealistic to him. And after opening Kim Hyun-bo's personal file, the director is even more surprised. It turns out that this is the same seller of cards with spells. He is a necromancer magician of the third circle with 2 skeleton warriors and a sorceress of the fourth circle, which all resembles A class. The boss pounces on the clerk, asking why he's only reporting this to him now, to which he replies that their team thought the boss was too difficult to complete, so they put it off for a while. For such an answer, the director promises that all employees involved in this will receive disciplinary action and orders them to immediately begin providing support to this player, who will certainly be disappointed in them. Meanwhile, Hyun-bo dreams that he survived but lost the fight with the dragon. The next moment, the guy wakes up from sleep in his apartment. Chris sits next to the bed and grumbles that he's up to his old tricks again, since the guy sees this dream quite often. On the day that Hyun-bo completed his quest at the cost of incredible efforts, Chris, Castle, and Kai managed to survive, but suffered greatly, especially Chris and Kai in their attempts to protect their master. The skeletons even had to separate their heads from their bodies to survive the dragon's attack, and they told their master all about it after waking up. The witch said that the skeletons managed to move their cores. It was too dangerous, but in this way they managed to escape. Returning to the dream that constantly torments the owner after returning, Chris says that you need to work on your mistakes, but if you constantly think about them, it will not lead to anything good. The magician agrees that yes, in the end they still won, they are all alive, and were even able to tame Nithog. From the mirror comes the voice of a skeletal dragon, who was given the name Nithog. He grumbles that no one tamed him, he agreed to it himself. Chris did not argue with the entity, but added that he received his name as a confirmation of the promise to make him stronger and more majestic, and he must remember who gave him this opportunity. To this, the sorceress added that perhaps the monster does not admit it, but his soul still belongs to their common master. Nithog did not argue with the lady, but turned to the owner himself so that he would not forget his promise. If he could not make him stronger, he would kill him immediately. To this, the owner responded with a laugh that he would keep his promise first and foremost for his own sake. The next moment, a ray of sunlight from the window hit Hyun-bo's eyes. The boy looked longingly at the blue sky outside the window and whispered how he wanted to go outside, because as a reward for clearing the dungeon, he had the right to go outside, at least for a little while. To this, Chris replied that the owner could come out whenever he wanted, but added that first he needed to fully recover. According to her calculations, it would take him another half a month to recover. Kai and Castle enter the room and notice that the master is getting better, since he already wants to go for a walk. When asked why they are wandering around, Castle replies that he came for company with a friend who is supposed to replace Chris on duty at the bedside of his sick master. Then the witch said goodbye to the master and went to her room to make cards and other equipment. Castle went with her to help. Kai asked if the owner was really feeling better, to which he received a positive answer. When the knight sat down by the bed, he took out a book and began to read it aloud. 2 weeks later, a fully recovered Hyun-bo turned the doorknob in his apartment with trepidation. Behind the door, instead of a gloomy dungeon, there was the most ordinary corridor of a multi-story building. The corridor was empty, only the neighbors' locked doors a very ordinary entrance. As the guy walked down the stairs, the sun's rays hit the windows. Finally, Hyun-bo found himself on the street, where other people were walking, cars were driving, and above it all, serene clouds were floating. The young man looked around with delight, rejoicing at the freedom of movement. He had already managed to forget this feeling. On this day, the boy wandered the streets of Seoul, and next to him in the form of spirits were his friends Chris, Kai, Castle, and even Nithog, who also wanted to see the world of their master. The wizard walked the streets and showed his invisible companions the city, which they had previously seen only on a computer screen, but which the dragon had never seen at all. So they walked all day looking at everything along the way until it got dark. Warming his hands on the glass of hot drink, Hyun-bo remarked that it was fun, but now it was time to go back. But the spirits did not want to end the walk so quickly, and they stated this. Chris said in surprise that she thought the owner would want to stay in the city after everything. But the guy replied that all people have places where they can return after a walk, and he had had enough of walking and now wanted to go home. That's why the magician decided to end his walk for today. Besides, if he strained himself too much, it would have a bad effect on his injuries. Since the walk took Hyun-bo quite far, he decided to take a taxi home. The taxi driver, watching the guy look around with admiration, decided that he was new to Seoul. But Hyun-bo didn't try to dissuade him. The driver began to praise the city, that it was very beautiful and there were many interesting places to visit, but after sunset it was better not to leave the house, because anything can happen, to which the guy asked in surprise what exactly could happen here. To this the man replied that a lot of people have been disappearing lately. In their country alone, 50 people have already disappeared. But what is more frightening is that a lot of blood is found at the place of disappearance. Hyun-bo thought about it and began to mentally talk to his invisible friends to find out their opinion on whether the dungeon monsters could be related to this. Opinions were divided. Some thought it was possible, while others were not at all sure, and it was not a fact that these were monsters. People also kill their own kind. When his friends asked him what he would do with this information, the guy replied that he would do nothing, because he was an ordinary person. He had nothing to do with this situation. It didn't concern him in any way, and he was already in enough danger somewhere. While paying for the trip, the magician heard the voice of one of the spirits, saying that people were constantly dying. The main thing was that it was not theirs, the master, so he received full support in his decision not to interfere. When the guy got out of the taxi, he heard the dragon's voice, which added that he should focus on his promise rather than getting into trouble. Then the first snowflake fell on Hyun-bo's shoulder, delighting him because he hadn't seen real snow for so long. While the boy was enjoying the falling snow, his friends thought about it and said that they would support any decision the owner made. A week later, the front door again no longer led to the street. Behind the door, the entrance to the dungeon opened again, only this time it was different. Closing the door back, Hyun-bo sighed that his free time had ended so quickly. Chris appeared behind him with another proverb for the owner. There's a time for work and a time for play. The witch added that the time was not wasted because they also managed to move to a new apartment. The new house is really very good and, most importantly, spacious, so much so that even Nidhogg, who in the old one could only appear mentally, would fit in it. The biggest advantage of the new house is that there is a river of mana running underneath it, making it the perfect home for a wizard. Chris notes that it is a great stroke of luck that they got such a wonderful house so cheaply. Kai and Castle enter the room asking what's going on with the dungeons, since they've only been having fun for a week and now they're itching to kill a few monsters. Hyun-bo opened the quest site and saw a new quest for dungeon number 1139 level F+, which took 400 days to complete. Kai didn't think that they would still remain in F class, to which Castle noted that they would quickly deal with him, and Chris supported that they were lucky. This would now not be difficult for such an experienced team. But the necromancer did not share their optimism and said that the friends were too careless. The master reminded them how they met Nidhogg, which meant that all subsequent monsters would be even more powerful. And Chris herself had always repeated before that you can't predict for sure how everything will turn out in the dungeons. The guy finished his speech with an order that even if the fighters are confident in their strength, they cannot relax. They must continue to train and always be on the alert. Christina immediately agreed that the master was right. They couldn't let their guard down, and it was good that he warned them against being overconfident. Realizing their guilt, Kai and Castle also humbly apologized. Hyun-bo wasn't angry at anyone. The main thing was that they understood everything, and he called on everyone to start preparing for a new quest. Sometime later, somewhere in the depths of the dungeons, a bloody warrior with a severed arm begged for salvation. The man's eyes reflected the monster, and he wondered how this could have happened. It all started when this man's apartment turned out to be connected to the dungeon through the front door. At first, he was afraid to participate in the quest, but he was not alone. He was always helped out by players like himself. Of course, in the battles with the monsters, they ended up losing several people. But after completing the quest, the surviving participants had free time, they met for the first time outside the dungeon, and were happy about it, and then founded their own guild. These players wanted to become the best guild in Korea, and then the best guild in the world. Back then, this man really dreamed about it. But now he lies on the ground covered in blood and without an arm. A giant minotaur sits with its back to the wounded fighter, gnawing on what remains of his guildmates. The one-armed man thinks that this is the end for him too, because he clearly had a bad premonition. Suddenly a voice appeared in the wounded man's head, asking if he needed help, and he cried out in surprise. The invisible interlocutor asked the man to speak more quietly, because the monster could hear everything. The voice promised to help, but he needed information. Because he had only been on the 3rd floor for a short time, the one-armed man readily agreed to tell everything he knew. The Minotaur is a wandering boss that the quest description didn't say much about, but the voice promised that it would be easy anyway, and he would finish him off in 10 minutes. The boss was surrounded and attacked by several skeletons with eyes glowing with purple mana. The Minotaur brutally repelled the attacks, smashing the attackers into individual bones. But there were a lot of skeletons and they did not want to retreat. The monster repelled the attacks, but the attackers were still able to wound it several times. Realizing that he would not win this time, the wandering boss chose to escape into the portal. Then someone's footsteps were heard, but this time they were not coming from the paws or hooves of a monster, but from ordinary boots. A man in a white mask entered the cave and sighed in disappointment that the monster had managed to escape. The wounded man was extremely surprised by such carelessness. Suddenly, a minotaur appeared right behind the masked man. The one-armed man only managed to shout a word from behind. The boss swung his huge fist at the victim. The one-armed man thought that he would now see another death of the hero, but the image that appeared turned out to be completely fantastic. A portal opened in the air above the boss's figure, and a huge bone paw emerged from it and stepped on the minotaur. Following the paw, a skull with horns and glowing scarlet eyes appeared from the portal. Then the creature emerged completely and spread its wide bony wings. The one-armed man exclaimed in amazement, "Could this really be a bone dragon?" A man in a mask approached him and corrected him, saying that it was not a bone dragon, but a skeletal dragon. The skeleton is still too weak compared to a real bone dragon, but it will definitely become stronger soon. After which the magician wished Nidhogg to enjoy the meal that the captured minotaur was supposed to be. Sitting down in front of the wounded man, the sorcerer noticed that he clearly needed help, just like he did, so they could help each other. The one-armed man, already extremely astonished, did not immediately understand the meaning of what was said. The magician repeated that he was offering a deal and asked what he could give him. At that moment, the man was ready to give anything, just so that they would help him. The necromancer replied that he was not asking for much and that his soul would be enough for him. At home, Henbo opened an ad on the dungeon website to sell spell cards that other participants had made using original technology. The team noted with satisfaction that the long-awaited sales had finally begun. Chris grumbled that it took the manufacturers too many months, even though she sent everyone detailed instructions. To this, Yun Bo laughed in response that not everyone was as good as her, especially those who had encountered magic recently. The mage thought back to the day he had defeated the wandering boss and offered the wounded one-armed man his hand back if he made a contract with him. The first time, the wounded man simply did not believe what he heard. But the magician objected so confidently that it was possible that he began to doubt it. Understanding that it would be difficult for a person far from magic to believe in this, Henbo decided to demonstrate his abilities. The wizard's hands began to be enveloped in purple mana. Using mana, the mage drew a pattern to perform a restoration spell. Energy began to concentrate in the wound on the forearm. The man felt that something incredible was happening to his body. The next moment, the hand that the minotaur had previously torn off grew back into place. The astonished gentleman began to ask questions in amazement about how this was possible and who his savior was. The masked man introduced himself as Won-hyo, deciding that the name would sound more respectable than his own. The newly minted Won-hyo got tired of waiting and rushed the man with a question about the contract. The former one-armed man immediately agreed. Like many others that day, Henbo managed to conclude 21 soul contracts. The magician set 2 conditions for the contract. The first was not to tell anyone about it. The second condition was the obligation to give the sorcerer all mana crystals obtained during raids. For this, Henbo gave his charges a book with information about spell cards on the condition that he would receive a percentage of the sale of each piece, having also agreed on this with the site administration. Kai noted that he was surprised to sign such a contract, and Kazel recalled how the master had previously said that he did not want to use his power in such a way. Hyunbo countered that things were different now, and in order to protect himself, he needed to strengthen his defenses and develop. The soul contract is much stronger than the mana contract. The mage can make them whenever he wants, and one of the conditions is non-disclosure, which means no one will know what connects all these people. An admiring Kai noted that because of this non-disclosure clause, the owner was like the gray eminence of this world. The owner himself was very surprised by such analogies, although they flattered his vanity. The friends noticed the owner's embarrassment and began to tease him. Then a message came to my phone about the appearance of a new level E-quest. Henbo looked at the message in surprise, since a lot of time had passed since the end of the last quest. The guy saw a new level and wondered how strange the dungeon would be this time, because before they often got tasks that were different from everyone else's. Later in the new dungeon, Castle began to complain of boredom. The mercenary is unhappy that they have been wandering around here for half an hour and still haven't met a single monster, and he wants to test out the new equipment. Then Henbo felt someone's presence in the dungeon. Castle immediately perked up and began asking questions about what kind of monsters they were and where they were located. But the master replied that these were not monsters, but people, other explorers of the dungeon. There is a group of several people within a 19-minute walk. One of them has crossbows, others also have some weapons. When asked what to do with them, Hyunbo takes out Wonhyo's white mask from his pocket. By putting on the mask, the magician orders his companions not to relax and be ready for an attack, and he will communicate with people himself. Soon, the detachment reached the place where the researchers were located. A group of people turned around in surprise when they heard someone coming towards them. A strange company came out of the tunnel. One was in a white mask, the second was in a robe with the hood down, and 2 knights in full armor with closed helmets. The people greeted the unexpected guests warmly. One of them came up and extended his hand, introducing himself as Kim Jin Hyuk, the head of this clan. Hyunbo decided to support the unexpected acquaintance and introduced himself to the guildmaster as Won-hyo. Then Jin Hyuk asked if he was alone here, although he could clearly see the figures behind him and expected that they would also be introduced. But the magician did not introduce anyone. Instead, he answered that, yes, one, deciding that he would not hide the fact that he was a necromancer. The new acquaintance looked in surprise at the 3 figures standing next to the guest. The magician replied that his companions were not people, but undead. He had subdued them in the first dungeon, and now they were accompanying him. This confession greatly surprised Kim Jin Hyuk. He had never seen anything like it before. The guy wondered who could subjugate skeletons. The clan leader suggests Wonhyo to team up. He recognized the mage, and mages are good at working in a team. Knights and warriors are also important, but who knows if it will help in the E-class dungeon. Hyunbo was surprised by this reaction and the unexpected invitation. He rather expected that the truth would scare people. Jinhek was persistent and repeated whether the mage would like to join his clan, at least temporarily. Then the sorcerer decided to agree, albeit without enthusiasm, because it would be a useful experience for everyone, including him. The new acquaintance was very happy with this decision. He never dreamed of getting a real necromancer into his team. He did not waste any time and immediately invited the magician to his people to introduce him to everyone. Castle muttered quietly that he didn't like any of this, neither the guildmaster himself and his behavior, nor his guild. Meanwhile, Wonhyo began to get to know other researchers, feigning interest. But the magician decided to himself that Kim Jin Hyuk was a very unpleasant and suspicious type. The next day, while studying the quest information on the dungeon website, Henbo noticed that 16 people had died in just one day. Castle replied that this was expected since the participants' skills were quite low. The master agreed that some researchers were indeed no good. It is unclear how they managed to survive before except by sheer luck. What is especially surprising is that they have such a strong zeal that Henbo's squad did not even have to intervene in the battle. Chris noted that she felt sorry for the people from the same clan as the deceased, who were now also seeing these numbers. Castle pulled a blood-stained card from his pocket and said they should hurry. The business card belonged to their new acquaintance, Kim Jin-hyuk. The girl noticed that this man was online and asking what they would do. Hyunbo didn't even have time to notice how his friend snatched the phone from his hands. After thinking about it, Castle says that it is impossible to ignore Kim Jin-hyuk, because if the remaining people gather into a squad, there will be quite a lot of them. Here, Kai spoke up, declaring that he didn't like this Kim at all. Castle was overjoyed that Kai was finally able to express his personal opinion. The mercenary himself was more categorical, stating that he absolutely hated his new acquaintance. Surprised by this reaction, Hyunbo asked what it was about him that had displeased their friends so much. Castle began to list the things that didn't please him, such as his face, his look, his behavior, his manner of speech, and in general everything about him was wrong. He was a shady guy. Kai added that the Kim clan also does not inspire any confidence. He continued that Hyunbo was constantly chatting with Jin-hyuk and therefore probably didn't notice anything, but all of his comrades were silent. If you ask them about their attitude towards the clan and the leader, they only said good things. But from their looks, it was clear that this was not so. There was hatred in their eyes. At least that's what it seemed to Kai. Chris noted that these were just Kai's guesses, and that this was not enough to draw conclusions. The knight objected that he could not ignore his intuition. But the witch stood her ground, saying that sometimes people show hatred even over little things, but they have no evidence. Castle intervened, asking in bewilderment if Chris really trusted this man. The answer was that no, she doesn't trust him, and would be happy to get rid of him as quickly as possible. But still, a reasonable sorceress must first receive reliable confirmation. And she added unexpectedly that she was saying all this because she knew that she shouldn't mess around with Kim Jin-hyuk. There was a reason for that. Curious, Hyunbo asks what the reason is. Chris told everything she could find out and what conclusions she drew from it. The master listened to the skeleton lady and had no choice but to agree with her. The guy firmly stated that now they definitely had to get rid of Kim Jin-hyuk before it was too late. And now their chance came, as Kim himself had just posted a call for a meeting of all the surviving participants of the dungeon quest to discuss a plan to unite. The meeting is scheduled for 3 days to allow everyone interested to attend. Chris liked the fact that they had time to spare because it gave them more opportunities. They need to prepare well in order to execute their plan properly. The magician felt in his gut his friend's determination and wild desire to deal with this problem. Castle muttered that they had no need for such allies, but the cautious Kai added that it was not worth making unnecessary enemies either. 3 days later, dozens of participants gathered in the dungeon for a meeting organized by Kim Jin-hyuk. The organizer himself stood on a platform so that everyone could see and hear him. Having decided that all interested parties had already gathered, including the mysterious magician with his skeletons, the man began his speech. After a short introduction, Kim Jin-hyuk got to the point and expressed confidence that everyone had felt how different the E-class dungeon was from the F-class, since they had lost 16 people on the first day alone. Kim's squad was fully prepared for the monsters to appear, but even they were shocked by the level of difficulty. Fortunately, no one was seriously injured due to the large number of fighters. The dungeon is a very dangerous place. If you get distracted for a couple of seconds, you can say goodbye to your life, but this does not mean that it is impassable, because there are people on the site who claim that they have passed it. Everyone gathered here is no worse than them, although each has completely different skills. But if they join forces, then they will have a good chance to pass this dungeon too. Kim Jin-hyuk promised to tell them later how to improve their skills, but warned them not to live in illusions. Reality is cruel and they will have problems with money. Fighters can earn money by killing monsters, but distributing the income among a large number of people will inevitably reduce their profits. And if conflicts begin between the participants, the situation can easily get out of control. Conflicts, in turn, will contribute to the creation of a certain hierarchy. Therefore, in order to get rid of such problems in advance, Kim Jin-hyuk would like to create a guild right now. There is information on the dungeon's website about the upcoming update of the guild system. It says that when you are a member of a guild, the profit from killing monsters increases by 30%. At these words, Hyunbo thought that Kim had shown his true intentions. Jin-hyuk continued that this was why he insisted on creating a guild, and he immediately added that he was putting himself forward for the role of guild master. The listeners began to whisper among themselves because they were interested in discussing everything that was happening. Jin-hyuk continued his speech, stating that there was a reason why he should be the master. He had a superpower due to his developed talent. Participants began to ask questions about whether this was true and what kind of superpower this was. Kim replied that he had a B-class talent called domination, which allowed him to control those who were lower level than himself. But despite this, he cannot control those who have free will and are also of a higher level than him. But Kim promised to work hard to develop his skill. The Dominator continues to shower them with promises that thanks to his efforts, they will be able to create a powerful clan, and he himself will be able to strengthen the skills of each of its members. The audience immediately wanted to know how this was possible. Jin-hyuk called his power a blessing for his subordinates. Using it, he can improve the skills of those he made a deal with. The speaker decides that it would be easier to show how it works and invites one person from the crowd to come up to him on the platform. Next, Kim orders the one who has risen to simply say that he agrees. He says the words, and they shake hands. Now, this man has become Jin-hyuk's subordinate, and he calls for his skills to be tested immediately. The check showed that the level of this treasure hunter had indeed increased. The audience gasped in admiration and believed that now they would not have any problems with the dungeons. Kim Jin-hyuk continues his speech by saying that the further the guild members advance, the more their skills will change, which is why he should be the one to command the guild. Together with him, his charges will be able to become better, and they will go through this dungeon together. Kim promises that everyone who signs a contract with him will immediately become stronger. Therefore, right now, the Dominator is ready to take the Oath of Mana. The Mana Oath is an oath that cannot be broken. Otherwise, you will not only lose all your mana, but also be killed by it. Deciding to make a demonstration, Kim Jin-hyuk summons his mana and prepares to take an oath. The Dominator swears that he will never give guild members useless tasks. The crowd was delighted that he took the Oath of Mana, so from their point of view, he was truly worthy of the title of Guild Master. The joyful speaker thanks them for understanding him. He thinks with a grin that finally everything is going according to the plan that he carefully thought out in his head. Suddenly, mocking claps are heard, destroying the whole atmosphere. Hyunbo steps forward and says that he knew Kim would want to form a guild. But the ability of the mage's Dominator was truly surprising. Kim Jin-hyuk, not sensing a catch, thanks the magician for the compliment, adding that it is a great honor. The wizard then asks the speaker to answer his question, to which he agrees. The magician is interested in whether if the skills of the subordinates are strengthened, then this also concerns the influence of their master. Kim confirms this, but adds that they can resist if their level is higher or they have a strong will. Hyunbo pretends to think about the words about resistance. And then he adds that this is why these 16 people died. Listening to all this, people began to turn around to look at the magician in surprise. Kim Jin-hae asked him worriedly what he was talking about. Did he really think he killed those people? The sorcerer replied that there was no need to pretend. These people tried to resist, but in the end, they died because of his orders. Or is there someone else here with similar power? The magician asked. The Dominator clenched his teeth in anger, realizing that he was now in serious trouble. In desperation, Jin-hyuk shouted that he had not killed anyone, and if they did not believe him, he could take the Oath of Mana again. Kim summons his mana again and swears that he did not kill the other dungeon explorers. The audience, knowing that the Oath of Mana cannot lie, begins to think that the magician was wrong. Meanwhile, Castle hisses about how he wants to blow off that nasty Kim's head, but Kai persuades him to be patient a little longer. Wonyo was not at all embarrassed by this performance, and decided to speak more precisely, pointing out that it was not Kim Jin-hyuk who killed the people. He just ordered them to kill each other, all 16 researchers. This was precisely the order of the Dominator, who was so merciless to all living beings. In the past dungeon, Kim Jin-hyuk was one of the 28 explorers. He was no different from the others, but he really wanted to stand out. As a result, the man found a way to obtain the superpower of a Dominator and made his dream come true. But the problem is that Kim Jin-hyuk himself is a terrible person. By swearing oaths of mana, he was able to force everyone to submit to him. But towards the end of clearing the dungeon, he showed his true face. The Dominator gave the researchers the order to kill each other, and they simply had no choice. They could not resist him. This is how it turned out that Kim Jin-hyuk himself really didn't kill anyone, he only gave the order. Kim got angry and shouted that this was complete nonsense and there was no evidence, which meant he was innocent. The speaker tried to change the subject to Wonhyo, as if he was afraid to even show his face without a mask, and wanted to assert himself at his expense. To which Wonhyo calmly replied that he had evidence, no matter how hard it was to believe. Kim burst out laughing that this was complete nonsense. There was no evidence. Those corpses disappeared into the dungeon. And the Dominator successfully controls the survivors because everyone must strictly fulfill his whims. Then a girl from the controlled clan spoke up, who did not look like a submissive person. She demanded that they not slander her master, and the guy next to her supported her by saying that they were alive only thanks to him. Henbo sincerely pitied the people deceived by the Dominator and said that he would help them soon. The necromancer suddenly began to perform a ritual of reviving the dead. As a result of this action, ghosts began to emerge from underground. The ghosts of the researchers killed by Kim gathered around the magician. After this, the magician introduced himself to everyone present as the necromancer Wonhyo. The researchers were shocked by what they saw and tried to understand who the necromancer was. Wonhyo began to explain that mages with this specialization have many options for using magic, such as summoning and resurrecting the dead and golems, poisons, and curses. Specifically, he specializes most in the undead, no matter how complex this topic may be. This is why Wonhyo can summon creatures that are not easy to see, and he doesn't care what Kim Jin-hyuk might do in response, since he won't be able to harm him. But the ghosts constantly flashed before the necromancer's eyes and bothered him, so he had to intervene. The Dominator shouted in rage that he had enough of this nonsense. There were no ghosts. Tried to convince people that these were just illusions, a trick of the light or something else. At that moment, one of the ghosts raised his hand and spoke. The ghost pointed to his brother, who was under Kim's command, and demanded that he be released. People watched in surprise as the Dominator's servants began to shake. Jin-hyuk continued to yell that you can't trust the magician, he just wants to become a guild master too, but he can't. The controlled players shake with tears in their eyes, but continue to justify their master out loud. The girl with pink hair demands to believe the Dominator, but she herself suddenly starts to shed bloody tears. This blood finally convinced the audience that everything was real and all the magician's accusations were true. The researchers began to get angry at the Dominator and shout accusations. The people demanded that Kim come down to them and tell them the truth. Did he really want to turn them into obedient slaves too? The unsuccessful speaker shrank from fear at such a change in the crowd's mood. And the people demanded that the slaves be freed and shouted that he would never become a guild master. Jin-hyuk was already crying, that he almost succeeded. But the dream was shattered by Wonhyo's intervention, so now no one knew how it would all end. Then, in a fit of intense hatred, Kim drew his sword and rushed towards the magician. Kim screamed curses and was ready to kill the one who had destroyed his career as a Dominator in one moment. But Henbo stood calmly in his place. He was not afraid of the attacker and knew that he could not do any harm. As Kim got close enough to strike, Castle rushed forward and blocked the attack. A powerful stream of energy threw the enemy back, so that the ground under his feet began to smoke. This infuriated Jin-hyuk even more. He was ready to lose to the mage, but not to his undead minion, whom he did not take seriously. Now he began to shout at the skeletons that they were just toys in the hands of the magician and should not interfere with him. Castle ignores the screams and rushes into the attack himself. Then the Dominator demands that his servants stop the opponents, since the fight is not being fought directly between the heads. The servants do not want to do this. What they saw today gave them determination, and they resist the order with great difficulty. The whistle of the blade in front of the face distracts the Dominator from trying to control him, so he loses his influence for a while. Kim has difficulty parrying Castle's blows, and this takes up all of his attention, but the opponent's strength is clearly unequal. Knowing that he can't hold out for long, Jin Hyuk puts all his strength into calling on the slaves to protect him. The servants can no longer resist an order of such power, and they have to obey. 3 subordinates take up arms and rush to attack Castle. The mercenary understands that a massacre cannot be avoided because he must stop them. But Kai doesn't want innocent people to suffer. He rushes to help his friend, shouting that they are not guilty of anything and that we must try not to harm them. Therefore, the warrior intercepts the slave girl's attack and fights back, trying not to harm her. The knight realizes that his opponents are too strong. Even he finds it difficult to fight them back, and apparently this is how their master's power works. Kim laughs that the skeletons can't handle his army. But then a girl with pink hair flies past, thrown back by a strong magical blow. Christina, who had previously been simply observing the situation from the sidelines, entered the battle with her spells. With nothing to resist real magic, Kim loses her last remaining barriers. The Dominator decides to take extreme measures and is going to demonstrate to his enemies the full power of the force of domination. The pink-haired slave begins to convulse and clutches her head with a scream. Her 2 fellow sufferers also begin to shake. The Dominator has enabled the Berserker mode on his servants, which improves their combat characteristics to the maximum at the expense of reducing their health points. The servants become completely mindless, but very evil puppets of the master and run to attack. The Berserkers are so powerful that even Kai and Kazel have a hard time holding their own against them. Chris then launches an ice arrow at his opponents, but the slave girl manages to deflect the arrow with a blow from her shield so that it does not harm anyone. Hyunbo admits that the enemies are indeed very strong, but he is not afraid because he has a plan. At this moment, Jin Hyuk himself rushes to attack Wan Hai, shouting that he will take his toys away from him. The Dominator wants to subjugate the skeletons, so that they will fight for him too. But the magician only smirks, saying that he chose the wrong opponent. A portal opens in the air and a huge bone paw emerges from it, pinning Kim to the ground. He doesn't immediately understand what's happening, why he's suddenly lying down and can't get up. Then the Dominator realizes that something physical is holding him, turns around to look at it, and is horrified. A huge bone dragon emerged from the portal, following the paw that was holding its prey tightly. At the same time, to strengthen his position and demonstrate his strength, Henbo summons an army of skeletons. The skeletons manage to deal with the berserkers quite quickly. Even at maximum, they cannot withstand their numbers. Soon all 3 fighters are immobilized and no longer pose a danger. No one wants to kill them or cause serious injuries. Jin Hyuk watches in horror as his army is defeated in a short time, and he has no more reserves left. Hyunbo approaches the defeated enemy and says that he was close enough to victory. If the magician hadn't figured out his plan in time, the Dominator could have succeeded. The wizard swings his staff, and Kim, horrified, asks him to stop. Jin Hyuk begins to beg for mercy, promising that it won't happen again and that Won Hyo is not a murderer. In response to this, the necromancer asked whether he had saved the boys who had begged him for mercy. The Dominator lies in fear that he saved her, hoping to gain time and come up with something to save his life. Won Hyo knows that this is a lie, and although he doesn't want to kill even such a bastard, there is no other way out. The magician then decides how to do it, and then forcefully brings his staff down on Kim Jin Hyuk. Drops of blood fall on the white mask, scattering in all directions from such a strong blow. At home, Hyunbo is sick in the toilet. In the dungeon, he held out until the last, but then he lost control. He breaks out in a cold sweat and can't come to his senses from the realization of what he had to do. The guy is tormented by the realization that he actually killed a person. Before that, he only had to kill monsters. He can't stop thinking about how he smashed Kim Jin Hyuk's head, the smell and sight of what it turned into. But then a voice comes from behind the locked door, saying that he is a good boy. Friends say that yes, he killed a bad person, but if he hadn't done it, more people would have suffered, so he had to do it. But Hyunbo continues to think that perhaps there was another way out that would not involve killing. And most importantly, the memory torments me when Kim Jin Hyuk called Chris, Kai, and Castle the same toys as his servants, and Hyunbo didn't know what to say to that, because he was essentially right. The guy asked his friends directly if they obeyed him only because he was their boss. The skeletons reminded him that they obeyed him because of the oath of mana, and then continued to say that if the master had not killed, the dominator would have created a powerful guild. Then many people would have died, including them, so there was no other way out. But the young man could not listen to all these words any longer. He felt incredibly sick. The magician opened the door and asked the skeletons not to say anything more and to leave him alone at least today. Then the guy came out of the bathroom and silently disappeared into his room. The skeletons watched him go silently, not knowing what to do next, and deciding to really leave him alone for a while. In his room, the young man immediately fell onto the bed. He had neither the strength nor the desire to do anything. The guy lay with his face buried in the pillow and continued his bitter thoughts, which he could not drown out. He also understood that this was the only way out, and they needed to survive, so they would have to make difficult decisions. But murder remains murder, and the guy will never be able to forget about it. Already falling asleep, the guy makes a promise to himself that he will not forget any crime, even if they are committed for the sake of survival. As the mage fell asleep, a stream of mana burst out of his body and swirled around. In the morning, the sun's rays shone brightly through the bedroom window, hinting at a wonderful day outside. Hyunbo woke up suddenly, not understanding what exactly woke him up, but something had changed. As soon as the owner raised his head, the skeletons showered him with firecrackers and congratulations. The guy, not understanding anything, asks in confusion what they are talking about. Friends replied that he became a 4th-level magician, and they were very happy. Hyunbo can't believe it. What 4th circle if he's concerned about something completely different? Then Chris tells that last night the mage's determination was able to improve his skills. They immediately realized that he had moved on to the 4th circle. Here the young man finally understands what they are telling him, but he doesn't quite believe it. He immediately picks up his phone to check his stats on the dungeon site, and sure enough, they've really gone up. The guy wonders if he could really become a better person by accepting his sins, although he doesn't really like this method. Optimists Kai and Castle insist that the main thing is how he became stronger from this, and he should be happy with his determination. But Chris understands his master's deep feelings better. The sorceress takes his hand and tells him not to think that he became a 4th circle mage just because of his worries about the murder. It is a completely natural process that the magician moves forward. The words bring comfort to the guy, and he sincerely thanks his girlfriend. It's time to start thinking about worries. But Chris surprises here too, saying that they've had to go through a lot lately, so now they should all rest. Hyunbo doesn't understand why the witch is so calm, to which she replies that there are too many people in the dungeons now. After Wonyo's team left, the remaining players still formed a guild, but they didn't find a worthy leader, and because of the situation with Kim Jin-hyuk, they constantly suspect each other of everything. Players even try to find Wonyo through the bulletin board, which makes Hyunbo laugh. Meanwhile, the chairman of the Wizards and his assistant Mike also see stories about Wonyo and wonder if the necromancer with the skeletal dragon could be real. The chairman is perplexed that this is happening in an E-class dungeon because bone dragons are very strong and are at least a 6th circle monster. To this, the assistant notes that only an unusually talented and powerful necromancer of at least the 6th level can subjugate such a monster. The boss responds to this that the existence of such a player is entirely possible, although he himself had just expressed skepticism. There are too many posts about this Wonhyo on the site, too many people have seen the same thing, so it can't be a complete fabrication. And in general, necromancers of the 5th and 6th levels should definitely exist. The assistant is surprised by such words from his boss. He prefers to be guided by facts rather than assumptions. He notes that the world is full of surprises, to which Mike replies that yes, it is, but one should not forget about going underground, and he tries to do his job in the best possible way. The chairman laughs in response, thanking him for understanding the complexity of their work and supporting him. Then the assistant is going to get back to doing his job, which he cares about more than some necromancer. In Wonyo's team apartment, a wooden sword swings through the air, and then another and another. Henbo and Castle set up a home practice with practice swords to improve their skills while on vacation. The mercenary is surprised how the owner manages to dodge every blow without even engaging in combat with him. Today, the guy really shows great dexterity and hasn't missed a single blow, which has never happened before. The magician explains that after moving to the 4th level, his memory and speed became much better. Now the fighter can anticipate the movements of his opponent and take action in time, dodging them. And overall, Hyunbo feels like he has become a different person. His new abilities have changed his personal perception. With these words, the master knocks Castle's sword away from him so that it flies far back. The mercenary is surprised that the owner has changed so much in just a couple of days. He quotes Chris, who said that for a magician, there is nothing more important than reason. When Castle asks whether it is the mind that is important, not the muscles, Kai, sitting at the computer, notes that you cannot defeat an opponent with muscles alone. The mercenary starts to get angry, wondering if Kai is saying that he has no brain, to which the knight replies that of course he doesn't, because he is a skeleton and consists of nothing but bones. The offended Castle is eager to fight. Hyunbo barely holds him back and tries to calm him down. Trying to prevent a fight, the master scolds Kai, who deliberately provokes his friend. But then the knight says that 13 more people died in the dungeon. This news immediately makes everyone forget about minor grievances. Kai continues to retell the news. Those guys really did create a guild and even gave it the name Normal. But they were too hasty, since they still need a leader. Hyunbo replies that he doesn't want to deal with them. Castle supports that a 4th-level mage doesn't need these pawns. But the guy thinks that he really would like to go through the dungeon as quickly as possible. At this point, an angry Chris bursts in, frightening the owner, and says no to his thoughts. She repeats that it is better for them to concentrate on their own skills now. Even if someone wants to go into the dungeon, it is better to endure it. Hyunbo agrees. He didn't really want to go there, but he doesn't know what to do now that training is over. But Chris knows and rubs his bony hands in anticipation. Now that everything is finished, it's time for them to make a new plan. A pink-haired girl named Hana, who was formerly Kim Jin-hyuk's slave, sleeps in her house. Her sleep is very restless, and she is tormented by an old nightmare again. In this nightmare, the girl is again under Kim Jin-hyuk's control, and he forces her to kill other researchers. It's so terrible that Hana wakes up from her own loud scream, which she can't contain. The girl tries to catch her breath and push this nightmare away from herself, repeating that it is all long in the past and no longer threatens her. She doesn't understand why this dream torments her again and again, because now she is free from her past. Kim Jin-hyuk is dead, slavery is over, and it's time to return to normal life. Hana remembers that terrible day when her dominator died and she became free. With the help of the skeleton army, the mage Wan Hyo's squad defeated and immobilized all the berserkers. The girl was exhausted. The berserker mode took all her strength, so she passed out for a while. When the warrior woke up, the magician in the white mask was just apologizing to those present for killing Kim Jin-hyuk. But Wonhyo assured everyone who suffered from the Dominator that he did not get off easy and that his real suffering was only just beginning from this moment. With these words, the wizard pulled out of the dead body a spirit that screamed in horror. The ghosts of the murdered researchers who still remained here began to approach the necromancer and the spirit. Wonhyo threw Kim's spirit to his victims, telling them to do whatever they wanted with it. The evil ghosts attacked their killer, wanting to take revenge for all the suffering caused. Hana, who was watching this scene, suddenly felt some changes in herself. Her body could move of its own free will again. There was no longer any foreign control left. A familiar voice was heard nearby, confirming that slavery was indeed over. The girl's ghost continued to say that now she was free. Before she was in a lot of pain, but now everything would be fine. Hana realizes that she has been visited by the ghost of her sister, who was killed by order of the Dominator. She falls to her knees in tears before her sister and begs her to forgive her for unwittingly being guilty of her death. But the ghost is not angry. It puts its hands on the shoulders of the crying girl, wanting to comfort her. The dead sister consoles the living one that she is not guilty of anything before her. Phantom is worried that his sister will be able to hold out on her own and will definitely survive for the sake of both of them. The ghostly energy dissipates into the air, and Hana continues to cry, unwilling to let go of her dear soul. The pink-haired girl remembers all this with tears, trying to get rid of the emotions of the nightmare. The understanding suddenly comes that she can no longer just sit at home and cry. The girl must become stronger so that something like this does not happen again, and until then she needs to vent her anger somewhere. The dungeons with their many creatures inhabiting them turned out to be an excellent option for releasing energy. The warrior began to fight all the monsters that she encountered on her way. Hana fought desperately, giving vent to her pent-up aggression and at the same time training to survive and pass the dungeon, as she promised her sister. There was a meeting going on in Kim Hyun-bo's house about future plans, and at the moment the mage was trying to figure out why they might need to create a base. Chris, who presented her new project, explains that there are a lot of dungeons in this world, and it is impossible to explore each of them personally. But if they make a mistake during the passage, then the rest of the researchers will become the same undead as the skeletons were before meeting the magician, and all the other monsters will be able to penetrate into the real world through the houses of their victims. Everyone understands that these words are completely true, and the risk that monsters will be able to kill people is real. Hyunbo remembered his old conversation with a taxi driver who told him that strange things had been happening lately and that more than 50 people had already disappeared in the city. That's why the team needs bases to increase the number of survivors, where they can find a safe place when they need it. The master gives his consent to the project and asks when construction will begin. But first, Chris demands that one more problem be solved, on which the implementation of the entire project depends. Construction requires a lot of money, and sales of cards began to fall despite all their efforts to promote them. Copies are becoming better quality, and many prefer to buy them rather than the expensive original, to which the magician offers to increase the quantity of his goods several times. But Chris already has a better idea. She suggests starting to trade magical artifacts. Hengbo worries that after sales start, competitors might also learn the manufacturing method and steal their business again. The sorceress asks not to worry about this because she made the cards only for the sake of earning money, but creating artifacts already requires serious magical talent. This time the witch is going to give it her all and no one can compare to her in this. This confidence dispels all the team's doubts, and Hyunbo announces that they are taking on the task of ensuring profit. Christina rubs her hands with satisfaction because now she and the master will be busy with the project for some time, and she loves practicing magic together. The master didn't really want to learn how to create artifacts, but he couldn't resist his friend's enthusiasm. The next day, lessons on creating magical artifacts began. Chris began to very patiently teach the owner all the subtleties. The training proceeded quickly, including because the teacher punished the student for the slightest mistakes. The punishment was a magical medicine, good for the body, which tasted simply awful, salty, bitter, sweet, and spicy at the same time. When I had to drink this infusion, it felt like blue cheese, spicy tofu, candy, and surstrumming had been mixed into it. This continued for 3 months, after which Henbo finally mastered the process of making magical artifacts. He was about to leave the workshop when Chris handed him another glass of medicine. The guy ran out of the room in tears, no longer able to swallow a drop of this nastiness. While running away from Chris with her terrible drink, the magician ran into Kai, who was just going to look for him. The knight noticed that the completion of the project came just in time. A classy dungeon boss has just appeared, which they can test their strength on. At the same time, the members of the Normals Guild were gathering in the dungeon to go to the boss. A girl with purple hair approaches the guys, who are impatiently looking at their watches. She says that they don't need to wait for anyone else, they can cope on their own. Guildmaster Yoon Ha-na ordered her soldiers to prepare for the fact that they would soon be entering the gates to meet the boss. Before the start of the raid, the commander gives a motivational speech to the squad. The guild members listen with excitement, preparing for the imminent offensive. But then people notice that someone is approaching them through the tunnel. In the darkness, only dark silhouettes and eyes glowing with multicolored lights are visible. Soon the unexpected guests come into the light and turn out to be a squad of skeletons led by a magician in a white mask. The whole company approaches the guild fighters, frozen at the gates to the boss. The magician breaks the silence first, greeting him and adding that he is glad to meet again. Whispers about skeletons, controlling the undead, and other impossible things ran through the crowd. While people were thinking about how to react, Hana came forward and greeted everyone on behalf of everyone. The girl didn't have time to introduce herself to the magician last time, and did it now, adding that she was the master of the Normals Guild. She then bowed and thanked Wanhai for freeing her sister's spirit. promising that she would one day be able to repay him for it. The necromancer gladly accepted the gratitude, but noted that at that time he only wanted to expose Kim Jin-hyuk. The former slave of a cruel dominator, also grateful for her freedom, treated these words with understanding. The guildmaster then got down to business and asked if Wonhyo was going to join them in fighting the monster for their mutual benefit. When asked if she means cooperation, Hana replies that it can be said that way because even though he is strong, it will be difficult to do it alone. The magician interrupts the speech with the remark that it is they who will need help in this situation, and not him at all. The girl is embarrassed, realizing that he is right and she said something stupid. But he finds a way out of the situation by offering the wizard a reward for cooperation. One of the guild members opens a suitcase containing money and mana crystals. Ha-na states that she is willing to pay 1,000,000 won in cash and crystals now and add something else after winning. 1,000,000 won was not enough for Hyunbo, but mana crystals would be very useful for them. Not daring to give an answer yet, the magician asks how they will divide the reward for killing the boss. The guildmaster replies that he will divide the reward between everyone, as they usually do. On top of that, Yoon Ha-na and 5 other guild members are willing to swear an oath to Wonhyo's mana and fulfill his request. This proposal greatly surprises Hyunbo and leaves him no choice. The wizard agrees to cooperate with the Normals Guild, not only now, but also in the future. As they shook hands in agreement, the warrior began to introduce her new ally to their plan. The plan was that the melee fighters would be the squad's shield, and the ranged fighters would be the arrow. Since no one yet knew what the boss was like, a simple but effective method was chosen. But soon enough, the guild had to forget about this plan. The boss turned out to be a huge werewolf, who was protected by about 100 smaller individuals. The guildmaster was shocked by this turn of events, realizing that they would not be able to cope with such a number of strong enemies. But Henbo urged not to worry, because there is always a way out, especially with such a strong magician on the team. Together, the fighters quickly came up with a new plan, and after preparation, entered the boss's room. The guild member felt uneasy, and some noticed that it was much scarier inside than he thought. The army of monsters consisted of large mutant rats and evil minotaurs with sharp horns. The werewolf let out a menacing roar, giving the signal to attack. The armed rats immediately launched an attack on the uninvited guests. At the master's command, the fighters immediately closed their shields, creating a strong wall to protect the people inside. The first and second squads, on command, began throwing measuring cups with a flammable mixture at the attackers. The contents of the beakers stuck to the shields and fur of the monsters. Then the third and fourth squads launched fireballs at the enemies. The mixture that had stuck to it immediately ignited, and a column of flame from the explosion rose in place of the rat squad. But then, from behind the wall of fire, a menacing howl of minotaurs was heard. The angry bulls rushed through the fire at the enemies, wanting to tear everyone to pieces. Hana decided to leave Mr. Wonhyo to deal with the new herd. He did not object, and immediately began to cast the necessary spells. Heavy and sharp bone spears flew at the monsters rushing towards them, accurately hitting their targets. Taking advantage of the moment, the guild, under the cover of the shield formation, began to move forward little by little. When the squad approached a sufficient distance, in addition to the magical projectiles, regular arrows also flew, no less accurate. One of the shieldmen happily noted that it was simple, and it looked like they could actually clear this room. But then the air was cut by the whistle of a huge double-sided axe flying towards the researchers. To defend themselves, people had to break formation and run in different directions. Hana is amazed at how the enemies managed to destroy their well-coordinated cover with just one blow. Taking advantage of the confusion, the bulls again rushed to attack the fighters. The guildmaster ordered everyone to remain in place and gave the archers the command to shoot. Arrows and fireballs flew thickly at the horned monsters. One of the bulls, not wanting to be roasted, took the corpse of a rat lying on the ground. With a well-aimed throw, the minotaur hurled the rat towards the flying projectiles, and it tore them apart in the air, preventing them from causing damage on the ground. The panelists watching this from the front row were shocked by such an unconventional solution to the problem. Meanwhile, the bulls have broken through the detachment's defenses and are breaking inside. The people can only run. Ha-na commands her fighters to split into 2-man teams against each monster and do everything they can to win. The situation for the guild is very bad. The commander understands that they cannot win the battle this way, and thoughts of surrender are already beginning to appear. Suddenly, the magician orders everyone to retreat and a squad of skeletons enters the battlefield. A desperate Hana believes that the dead will not be enough and they will quickly fall. But Hyunbo knows what he's doing, he has a plan, and so he assures that this is not the end at all. The skeletons became more and more numerous, and they began to crawl around the motley monsters. Soon all the surviving bulls and rats found themselves surrounded by a dense wall of armed bone army. The guildmaster had never seen so many skeletons and was amazed at how the necromancer was able to summon so many of them. A portal opens behind the researchers and a huge bone dragon emerges from it. Henbo commands Nithog to perform a spell called Breath of Darkness. Submitting, the dragon releases a powerful wave of dark energy from its mouth, which sweeps away everything in its path. Hana was frankly shocked by what was happening, although she knew that the magician had such a monster under his command. In the place where the surrounded enemies stood, the breath of darkness left only a huge hole in the ground. The girl still stands with her mouth open in surprise, watching as the herd of monsters disappeared without a trace. She is brought out of her stupor by the sound of Wonyo lowering his staff to the ground. The magician is clearly tired, breathing heavily and shaking, but when asked if everything is okay with him, he answers that yes. Gathering his strength and standing up straight, Hyunbo confidently declares that this is not the end. But then, behind the wall of smoke left behind by the breath of darkness, the silhouettes of new monsters appear. From the fog, the surviving bulls and rats appear, accompanied by the boss himself. The entire growling and mooing crowd rushes towards the researchers who manage to break formation. Hana reacts quickly, ordering her men to quickly group up and prepare to attack. The fighters gather around the commander, the shieldmen create cover, everyone else prepares their weapons. The command to fire is given, and the crossbowmen begin to shoot arrows towards the attackers. The arrows accurately hit the mutant rats running in the front rows. But after the rats come the bulls, and they cannot be stopped with ordinary crossbow bolts. One minotaur crashes into the wall of shields at high speed, pushing through the defense with its weight. People have great difficulty holding back such a strong onslaught, so as not to allow the defense to be broken through. But then fighting skeletons appear from underground and push the monster away from the people. Henbo commands that he will take care of the bulls and leaves the great mice to the guild members. The people are happy to help, but Hana is worried that the mage's mana will quickly run out. Suddenly, a werewolf appears nearby, and with a menacing roar, rushes at the wizard. He barely has time to react to dodge, and the boss's sharp claw almost touches his face. Kai and Kazel react faster and manage to intercept the monster before it reaches their master. Chris comes to their aid, creating a new spell with the help of her staff. The sorceress directs a lightning strike of enormous power at the werewolf. The flash was so powerful that the wolf was thrown far back. But when the spell wore off, it turned out that the boss had survived and was able to get up. Moreover, all his wounds began to heal quickly with the help of magic. Hyunbo realizes that the wolf's regeneration is too fast to be easily killed. But this does not mean that researchers have no chance of winning. The magician resorted to trickery, using the dragon's mana for the breath of darkness, and not his own, and only pretended that his strength was running out. This move managed to attract the attention of the werewolf, who decided that the enemy was weak, although he still had enough strength to fight. Kai and Castle rush back into battle, determined to finally finish off the monster. The fully regenerated wolf rushes forward with an angry growl. The beast furiously swings its sharp claws, trying to fight off swords and injure attackers. But the fast Kai manages to get close enough to inflict a wound. The partner takes advantage of the beast's momentary weakness to also inflict damage on it and not let it get off easy. The initiative is seized and the blows are dealt to the boss one after another. But the werewolf always manages to heal the wounds before they can cause significant harm to him. This goes on for quite a long time, with Castle striking with all his might with his sword wherever he can reach. The boss cannot resist, but can recover very quickly from all received wounds. Soon, this endless repetition becomes boring. The warriors understand that the only thing that will help is to cut off the wolf's head. The knight rushes to attack the enemy to give his friend the opportunity to get close enough for the finishing blow. The sharp sword cut well through the wolf's skin. It was clear that its owner took care of his weapon. But in a moment, even such a number of wounds successfully regenerate, leaving no trace. Castle rushes into the attack again, intending to seize the initiative and finally get the enemy. The boss, meanwhile, has fully recovered again and is ready to fight off further attacks. In an attempt to cut off the wolf's head, the mercenary circles around and makes wide swings with his sword. But the werewolf manages to dodge and even successfully escapes from the attacker, rushing towards the people. Seeing that the fighters are not getting anywhere with the usual methods, Chris joins the hunt for the boss. The sorceress casts a restraining spell to prevent the wolf from escaping. A magic chain is wrapped around the monster's paw, preventing it from moving. Soon the werewolf is completely wrapped in chains and frozen in place, unable to move. Attempts to free himself lead to nothing. All he can do out of anger is growl helplessly. Nobody likes this noise, so they also put a magic chain on the animal's face. Castle is finally able to get close enough to his victim to strike. With one powerful swing of his sword, the mercenary cuts off the boss's head and it falls to the ground, regeneration no longer saving him. The wolf's head began to smoke and turn to ashes. The sight was, to put it mildly, eerie. When the black smoke clears, a glowing blue object is revealed in place of the head. It turns out to be a large oval crystal, which Henbo picks up and examines. Chris immediately realizes that they have found a mana crystal that contains the power of the moon. It is very valuable and can be useful to them in the future. Despite the death of the boss, the battle with his minions continues. They do not disappear anywhere and still want to kill enemies. Hana fights alone against one of the bulls, striking desperately to prevent it from attacking her. Finally, she manages to knock the monster off its hooves, which gives her an advantage, and then a sword is plunged into its heart. Once the Minotaur is dealt with, the guildmaster begins to look around, assessing the situation. The researchers fight the remnants of the werewolf squad, using all their strength, physical and magical. Several rats realize that there is no chance of winning and try to escape from the fighters attacking them. Kai jumps out in front of the running rodents, wanting to not let a single potentially dangerous creature escape alive. It only took a few precise swings of the sword, and nothing remained of the great mice. Hana watches this scene with fear, still scared of the undead even though she fights on their side. The magician approaches silently, also looks at what is happening, and notices that excellent work has been done here. Mr. Wonhyo loudly announces that they have finished clearing the dungeon and congratulates everyone on it. People who had just finished finishing off their enemies turned to the voice in confusion. They didn't expect everything to end so suddenly. There are puzzled voices asking if they really managed to do it and defeat all the monsters. The guild fighters look around and exchange uncertain glances, fearing that this was a joke and the danger has not yet disappeared. Gradually, it begins to dawn on people that they have indeed won and it is all over. Then there is a storm of joy from the fact that they are alive, have won, and have passed this dungeon. Hana can't hold back her tears of joy when she sees all of her charges alive and happy. She begins to thank the magician for his help, realizing that without him they would not have succeeded. In response to bows and thanks, Hyunbo replies that he was only fulfilling his part of the agreement. The thanks were followed by a question about what Mr. Wonhyo would do next, in the hope that he would stay with them. The magician replies that he cooperates with someone only when necessary, and in life he goes his own way. The wizard turns and walks towards the exit, accompanied by his 3 skeletons. The girl shouts after him that in 3 days the guild is going to the 2nd floor and invites him to join if he wants to. In response, Hyunbo promises to think about it, and the entire squad disappears into the darkness. After the necromancer leaves, the fighters begin to talk among themselves that he turned out to be even stronger than they thought. Absolutely everyone admires the skeleton dragon and respects the power of the undead that defeated the werewolves. Everyone would like the wizard to continue to accompany them on their journey through the dungeon. One guy points out that if Kim Jin-hyuk had survived, the guild would have become Won-Hai's enemies, and it's scary to even think about what would have happened to them. Ha-na gathers her guild and addresses them with gratitude. In conclusion, the guildmaster sends everyone home to rest before the next expedition. At home, Chris turns the moon crystal over in his hands, examining it from all sides. Henbo is happy that they managed to take such a cool crystal first among all the loot after defeating the boss. But the witch's thoughts are far away. She continues to admire the blue stone and notices that in her world the moon was called the Eye of God, illuminating the darkness. When the moon glowed red, all the monsters on the Idea continent became evil. And when the moon was blue, everyone behaved calmly, so the moon crystal can also be used in different ways. Enchanted by the moonlight, Hyunbo was very interested. For example, you can get strong regeneration. Like that werewolf, they already felt it on themselves, because this time they managed to recover faster than usual. Castle laughs that now he'll have to hit twice as hard to die. The question arises as to how else the team can use the moon crystal to their advantage. Chris suggests that it would be better to use him as a core for one of the skeletons, and Henbo wonders how to choose one of the three. But he doesn't have a choice. Castle immediately declares that everything is perfectly clear here. The mercenary and the knight unanimously declare that let him go to the lady. Chris can't believe his non-existent ears and asks again how confident they are in the decision. They are completely confident, because they will not be able to handle such a force unlike her. Hyunbo is glad that everything was resolved so quickly and confirms that the crystal is best suited for the sorceress. And Chris is touched and thanks everyone for believing in her so much. Then a determined fire lights up in the witch's eyes, and she promises that she will definitely justify all their expectations. The boys smile, realizing that this means another big magical project. Chris demands to be left alone for a while she works on installing the core. With these words, the skeleton lady runs into her room and slams the door behind her. The owner laughs after them, saying that it looks like they won't see her again anytime soon. 3 days after defeating the first-floor boss, the Normals Guild began exploring the second floor as planned. A very long staircase opened up before them, steeply descending into darkness, in which even the end of it was not visible. Before the descent begins, the Guildmaster warns that the second floor will be much more dangerous than the first. Therefore, all fighters should focus, look out for each other, and protect each other if necessary. Finally, the Master reminds everyone that their main goal in the dungeon expedition is to survive and return home. The squad begins a cautious descent down the stairs into darkness and the unknown. The steps are slippery, people periodically slip, trip, and push each other. After a long descent into darkness, a shimmer finally appears in the distance. Huh? Na announces that they will soon be at the exit. They don't know what awaits them there, so they need to continue to hold the line. Finally, the guild comes to an opening at the end of a dark tunnel from which air is blowing. Upon entering the opening, people immediately close their eyes from the bright light that cut their eyes. And when they were able to open their eyes, they didn't believe them. What they saw there was so unreal. The fighters asked in shock where they had come and whether this was a dream. In the strange underground world, they expected anything but peaceful landscapes. But the most important question was where the blue sky and green trees suddenly appeared in the dungeon from. It seemed completely unbelievable. Everyone stood with their mouths open and didn't know what to think. They were still underground, but the valley was real, green and blooming, and the sun was shining overhead. Sometime later, Henbo read reports on the website about this strange place. Castle asked if there really could be a forest in the dungeon, to which the owner thoughtfully replied that it was unlikely that they had any reason to lie. The more educated Kai noted that only dungeons above Class E could have open space. Only one entity with the necessary knowledge could clarify this issue. Nobody wanted to distract Chris from her work, but curiosity was stronger, so they decided to ask her. Chris didn't get angry at being distracted from her work and studied the messages on the site. After which she said that it was nothing special, that this had happened on the continent of Idea, to which I asked if this meant that this was possible in ordinary dungeons. Such a space can no longer be considered an ordinary dungeon. The main difference is that the monsters there are twice as strong. But this is unlikely to be a problem for a strong mage. But now it is clear that this dungeon belongs to the field type. Unlike the usual ones, it is an open space with an ecosystem. Surprised by this information, Henbo asked if this meant that the entire dungeon was one floor. Castle confirmed this guess, explaining that in a dungeon of this type, the floors are located horizontally relative to each other and not vertically, as was the case before. Chris added that since all the floors here are connected, the scale of the territory is simply enormous. In addition, there are no boss rooms in such territories, which means that the bosses are wandering around somewhere and not waiting for players who must come to them themselves. Henbo was surprised that Chris said nothing special about this space, because this is an unknown area where bosses roam freely. It is very dangerous. The response was that, in essence, nothing had changed. You just needed to kill the bosses and clear the dungeon, that's all. The friends could not find anything to object to. although they did not agree with this conclusion. Deciding that the conversation was over, Chris returned to her room to continue the activities from which she had been interrupted. Castle asked if the owner had any plans for the new dungeon. He replied that they would act as always because, as Chris said, essentially nothing had changed. That's why Hanbo suggested returning to training to be prepared for any eventuality. The calmness and confidence of the owner had a positive effect on the skeletons, and they also began to believe in victory. So the friends decided to go their separate ways and get back to their business. Kai continued reading, and in Castle, watching a TV show. The team returned to business as usual, and a few days later came up with a new plan and contacted the Normals Guild. The guild members were in the new dungeon and were enjoying the outdoors, sitting on the grass by the fire. A new message from Wonyo came to Hana's phone. It was a bit unexpected. Everyone immediately became interested in what the wizard was writing, but he did not offer to join them, but simply warned about a new dungeon. But immediately after this, he came up with some kind of proposal with conditions. The magician's conditions caused surprise, but also joy from the fact that he knew what to do and wanted to help them. A few days later, Castle was playing the role of an angry foreman and rushing the workers who were doing the construction work. The guild agreed to all of Wonhyo's conditions, and in the new dungeon, they began to work together to build bases according to Christina's plan. Some people were unhappy with Castle's management methods, but people understood that they needed protection, so they followed all orders. Everyone was scared of what awaited them in the dungeon, but the fact that a skeleton was giving them orders to protect themselves from these dangers was even more frightening. Henbo himself came to see how the work was going and noted that due to Normal's help, the work was going easier and faster than if they had done everything themselves. When asked what he was doing there, the magician replied that he needed to save up mana since it was restored 3 times faster in the dungeon. Then Mr. Wonyo was called by Hana, who said that Kai was already here and ready for new training. Pleased with the inspection, the owner left Castle to continue managing the construction and went to see how the others were doing. The wizard offered to teach the Normals Guild magic and conduct training for them, and in exchange they should help build a shelter on the 2nd floor. Kai and Castle are in charge of the process and have the necessary skills and experience. The duties were divided so that Castle handled the affairs inside the camp and Kai outside, because in life he was a knight and trained several scouts. So he understands the importance of the situation. Right now, Kai was busy teaching the guild members how to navigate the area. The smooth operation pleased Henbo, but he was most interested in whether there was any news. The scouts have already managed to learn about the big ape monster, and now they have been able to discover monsters with the code name Red Ape and Rhinoceros Beetle. Rhinoceros beetles are the size of a human head and can fly. They have a huge, sharp horn, which is the one that poses the greatest danger. Imagining this monster, the magician cautiously asked if they were carnivores. Kai wasn't sure, but it seemed like they were, and so far that was all they could find out about the monsters near the camp. The owner, not too happy with the lack of information, leaves, ordering them to continue working. The air is cut with a whistle by the swing of a training ball and the shouts of fighters are heard. It is at the training ground that the guild members hone their weapons handling skills under the guidance of Castle. Hyunbo, who is watching the training, encourages the fighters, saying that their stance must be strong and confident. Castle continues training, in turn motivating the students by saying that their own skills will never betray them. Wonhyo himself began teaching people magic, constantly remembering Chris's words that a wizard should give as much as he received. But while teaching others, he also learned something new. This went on for some time. People got used to the camp so much that some even stayed in the dungeon overnight to quickly restore mana. A full moon shone above the camp, its light periodically obscured by the wings of yet another huge bird. The 2 guys below were talking about how such a huge bird could kill them if it attacked, but they were reassured by the fact that for Mr. Wonyo it was just a bug. In addition, the guys are confident that they can handle it themselves because they have been training hard all this time. But then something falls on one of these self-confident guys, and he involuntarily screams out of fear. It turns out that it is just the hand of a person sleeping next to him who is spinning in his sleep. This brings the understanding that, despite all the training, this place is still too tough for people. But Henbo was not concerned with such fears. He continued to accumulate mana and practice magic. 80 days passed like this until the peaceful training was interrupted by an unexpected event. Suddenly, Kai ran into the scouts' camp and ordered both of the students with him to run away from there as quickly as possible. Immediately after the warning, huge boulders began to fall on the camp. People barely had time to dodge the flying stones, running away in fear and not understanding what was happening. But the stones did not fall randomly. They surrounded the camp like a wall and cut it off from the forest. The most important thing is that the stone wall blocked the road from the dungeon, leaving people trapped. Suddenly, from the forest came sharp monkey cries which were seriously frightening. They were emitted by giant red-eyed monkeys who carried out this attack on the camp. There were a lot of monkeys. They surrounded the camp of the 3 scouts from all sides. The monsters that had run up continued to scream loudly, trying to frighten their victims. The researchers did not understand how they were found so quickly because they were very careful. Kai decides to send both fighters back to find Mr. Wonyo and report to him what is happening. They don't want to leave the night alone, but he insists that this is the task of the scouts. The monkeys were uttering a war cry, clearly preparing to attack. They were not going to attack empty-handed. They had their own weapons. A multitude of sharp bamboo spears flew at the knight. Kai barely managed to dodge the shells flying at him, miraculously not getting injured. But then the fighter noticed something more terrible than monkeys with spears, something that awakened a primal fear inside him. The attackers were joined by the red monkey, who was even bigger and larger. The monster rushed at the knight in a direct attack, and he did not have time to dodge it. Kai flew back many meters from the powerful punch, and the landing added to the unpleasant sensations. The blow was so strong that cracks appeared on the skeleton's skull, and in general the bones were quite dented. The monster celebrated its victory with loud screams and high jumps, at this moment little different from an ordinary primate. When all the emotions had been demonstrated, it was about to finally finish off the weakened opponent, who had still not come to his senses. But this was prevented by Ha-Na, who managed to return in time and rushed with a shield to cover Kai, who was lying on the ground. Despite all her endurance, the girl was unable to withstand the gorilla's onslaught for long. Luckily, the guy in the hat also managed to return in time to save 2 people. A well-aimed crossbow shot sent the red monkey flying to the side and falling. Kai thanked the people for saving his life, and they responded that they must now unite and defend themselves together. The fighters are optimistic, because the knight himself trained them all this time, and they were diligent students. Meanwhile, the gorilla pulled out the arrow that had hit it and acted as if nothing had happened. The shot did not cause significant damage, and the monster was ready to attack again with the support of smaller monkeys. The woolly giants surrounded the trio and, with piercing cries, rushed to attack. The crossbowmen accurately fired arrows at the attackers, but there were more of them than projectiles. Soon, one of the monsters jumped close enough to attack the shooter. Hana managed to come to the guy's aid, rushing to intercept him with a sword. Kai fought off several attackers at once with all his might, which required the maximum concentration he was capable of. All 3 scouts fought desperately against the enemy, who were much more numerous, gradually realizing that they would not last long. Suddenly, fiery spheres appeared in the sky above the fighting, but these were not projectiles from the guild or their own mages. The enemy was firing. Kai managed to notice in time that they were being fired upon and warned the others. A powerful explosion was heard on the battlefield, but thanks to the knight's quick reaction, people managed to jump back and were not hurt. The monsters changed their attack tactics and began to move differently. They managed to separate the scouts and continued to attack them. Despite all his experience, Kai could not understand the reason for such sudden activity. But there was no time to think, because the most important thing was to fight off attacks. The red monkey attacked the skeleton again, but this time he was able to fight back and even wound her. The monster was very surprised by the sudden strength of the victim, whom he had recently almost killed. With a clever maneuver, Kai was able to deliver a crushing blow to the gorilla, finishing it off. Having dealt with this problem, the knight turned around to check how the boys were doing. But then I saw something even more terrible than the monster I had just killed. A giant white monkey emerged from the forest, much taller and larger than all the previous ones. It turned out to be a wandering boss, freely roaming the second floor in search of victims. The 4-armed creature easily knocked down both people who also noticed it and tried to attack. Kai froze in surprise, trying to figure out what to do next, but absolutely no ideas came to mind. Both fighters were lying on the ground unconscious and could no longer help, but one could only hope that at least they themselves were not seriously injured. The knight realized that he was left alone with the boss, and now he would have to show everything he was capable of or die. But he was not going to give up so easily. The monster also understood this and decided that victory would be simple and quick, because in any case, the victim would not be able to resist for long. Standing in front of an enemy much larger in size, the warrior thought that this was how his afterlife would end. He mentally apologized to the owner that he would have to cope without him from now on. The sad thoughts were interrupted by a sudden order that reached my consciousness to close up and duck. The white monkey rushed to deal with its victim with a menacing roar. A huge stone fist flew over the fighter, who ducked to the ground in time and crashed into the creature with all its might, throwing it far back. The white monster didn't even have time to understand who attacked it, and now it stared angrily at the new enemy. The enemy turned out to be a large stone golem, a monster of the fourth circle master necromancer. The new participant in the battle dealt blow after blow to the furry creature. The monkey didn't even have time to defend itself from sudden attacks, let alone try to attack itself. Meanwhile, Henbo, Chris, and Castle emerged from the forest, reminding Kai that they always go to the end and do not give up ahead of time. But then the magician is alarmed by the sudden change in the boss's behavior. Instead of attacking the golem, the monkey simply froze in place, as if in thought. Then she began to grin angrily, obviously having come up with a good plan that would come as a complete surprise and bring victory. Now this had already alerted the entire team. No one could predict how the monster would behave. All that was left was to wait for events to develop. The boss did nothing, just stood there, and then began to loudly inhale air until his chest was full. Then he put all the air he had sucked in into a terrible scream of incredible volume, which echoed throughout the entire dungeon. The scream made Henbo's ears ring. Even the skeletons bent from the sound wave. It rushed further and further into the jungle to those who were supposed to respond. When the scream ended, a new sound from heavy-clawed paws rang out in the ringing silence. Busy bringing the scouts to consciousness, Chris asked the master to concentrate in order to resist in time what was approaching. Then, in response to the monkey's cry, two creatures appeared from the forest, larger than the monkey and having 3 heads between them. These were the next wandering bosses of the second floor, the Blood Wolf and the two-headed Blood Wolf. Chris sits next to the passed-out guild members and casts a healing spell. The magic works, people gradually come to consciousness and open their eyes. Suddenly remembering where exactly she is, Hana jumps up from the ground with a scream. The sorceress inquires about her well-being and brings her up to date with what has happened since their arrival. Hyunbo regrets that he has burdened the master too much. They need to defeat the bosses and return safely. Meanwhile, the white monkey, accompanied by bloody wolves, prepares to attack. A necromancer, a sorceress, 2 knights, 2 guild members, and a large stone golem prepare to repel an enemy attack. The first to rush into battle is the one-headed wolf, with a menacing growl, having chosen a target for himself and intending to quickly deal with it. The beast flies straight at the golem, intending to tear it to pieces, as it considers it the biggest and most dangerous obstacle. But as he approaches, he is met by a powerful stone fist that pierces the boss's head through and through, after which he falls dead to the ground. But this monster has a surprise. New animals begin to form from the blood of the killed wolf. The new monsters are smaller in size than the original, so it is up to Castle, the most agile fighter of all present, to deal with them. With deft sword strikes, the mercenary cuts a path through the pack, but the cuts do no harm to the creatures created from blood. Their body parts simply flow into one another. The soldier, seeing this, swears that it's as if he's met slimes, meaning shapeless creatures with a fluid structure. The white monkey begins to pick up large stones that have been lying on the ground since the attack on the scouts began. With a loud hoot, the boss begins throwing rocks at his opponents, not aiming particularly accurately, but relying more on the force of the throw. Henbo has a new idea and calls for Castle to step back so that he won't be hit by the randomly flying shells. The white monster continues to throw stones with great force, hoping that at least one will hit someone and most likely kill them. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, the animal begins to lose its balance. The previously stable clay under its paws begins to move. A huge golem summoned by the wizard began to grow from the ground. It was supposed to become larger than the monkeys and offer them equal resistance. At the sight of the new guest, the monkey's enthusiasm significantly diminished. She stopped throwing stones and thought about what to do next. A bone tent formed on the golem's broad back, in which a squad of researchers took refuge and from there directed the summoned undead. The clay creature was significantly larger than all the bosses, so it easily pushed the monkey out of the way. Henbo managed to summon such a huge monster with the help of the golem heart artifact. But after this, the mage only had enough mana for about 20 minutes, so he could only hope that he had enough time to deal with the enemies. Here Hana draws the master's attention to a new danger underfoot. Bloody clots crawl from the bottom up along the clay paws of the creature, growing larger and rising higher as they do so. These clots gradually turn into new bloody wolves that strive to get to the main enemy. Henbo commands Chris to defend herself using all the magic available to her, because if they get to them, it will be very difficult to fight back. The sorceress doesn't want to take any risks, so she decides to test the power of her new moon crystal-based core. To protect the squad, Chris summons the enraged magi skeletons, who will take on the fight against the monsters and will be able to carry it out effectively. The master is delighted, because Christina is not a necromancer, but the power of the moonstone gave her the ability to summon the undead. The magician entrusted command of the summoned skeletons to Kai, who is best at organizing others. The witch managed to summon not just skeletons, but real knights, some of whom even had their armor preserved. Led by Kai, a squad of undead set out to meet the blood wolves. The knights attacked the monsters skillfully and fearlessly, dealing damage with all the weapons they could find. The sharp blades of the dead pierced the wolves through and through, and they died faster than they could disintegrate into small pieces. Quite soon, the skeletons managed to kill the entire bloody pack that attacked the golem. But the white monkey didn't like this outcome of the battle at all. She began looking for large rocks again to try to use as projectiles. Finding the largest boulder, the creature strained all 4 of its arms to lift it. The golem noticed these preparations and extended its paw towards the monkey. The boss tensed up and threw the boulder at his opponent with all his might, but the clay one managed to intercept the projectile in time and crushed it into small fragments with his paw, which fell on the monster itself. The guy in the hat, who couldn't see what was happening from above, started asking whether they had succeeded or not. The menacing roar that rang out helped him understand that they had not yet run out of enemies. A 2-headed bloody wolf, which had remained on the sidelines until then, flew down onto the tent with the team. From both of his mouths came fiery breath, like that of a dragon. A double stream of fiery air was directed directly at the researchers. Henbo realized that the bone tent could become a prison for them in this situation, and measured out a spell to restrain it. Along with the bones, the golem disappeared in the stream of flame, turning back into ordinary clay. Having lost their footing, the guild members began to fall from the height where the platform was located to the ground. The magician, noticing what was happening, ordered his friends to save the people. Chris and Castle, who managed to land safely themselves, caught the guy and girl just in time. Meanwhile, Henbo decided to call on Nidhogg for help. The 2-headed boss began to form fiery breath in his mouth again for another attack. A powerful stream of hot energy rushed towards the bone dragon. The wizard was angry that some wolves dared to imitate his dragon with their tricks. He ordered Nidhogg not to fear ordinary monsters and to burn in return. He began to form a breath of darkness, no less powerful than fire. Streams of darkness and fire met on approach and neutralized each other. But the bone dragon's paws suddenly began to slide back against his will. Hyunbo understands that if he does anything, he will quickly run out of mana, so he suggests dodging the attack. Nidhogg didn't like this idea at all. He ignored the owner's words and declared that dragons never lose. Mentally connected with his pet, the master suddenly felt the same emotions as him. He was furious and could not believe that his opponent had managed to push him away. There was nothing to be done. Henbo had to submit to the dragon's desire to take revenge. The magician decided to take the extreme step and transferred all the remaining mana to Nidhogg so that he would show the boss all the power he was capable of. The bone dragon, having received a good boost, gave out a powerful, vicious breath. In response to this attack, the blood wolf created its own fiery breath in double size and directed it at the enemy. The strongest streams of magical energy, directed at each other from different sides, collided and an explosion was heard. This caused a powerful blast wave that knocked Henbo off the dragon's back and onto the ground. Having lost all his strength earlier, the guy was unable to hold on to anything or do anything. He simply fell and lost consciousness. Trying to somehow stay in reality, with the last of his strength, the magician managed to open one eye to make sure that there was no danger nearby. The only thing he could see was a dragon silhouette flying in the blue sky. After this, the necromancer's consciousness finally left him, and his thoughts flew off in an unknown direction. He was left lying on the ground next to a huge crater where the valley where the battle with the bosses took place. When Henbo began to regain consciousness, through his half-open eyes he saw 3 of his skeletons bending over him, begging him to wake up. Noticing the owner's open eyes, the friends were delighted and bombarded him with questions about his health. The magician woke up lying in a bed in a base in the dungeon, and he was most interested in what happened. The response was that he was depleted of mana and needed complete rest to recover. After realizing that he was okay, Hyunbo asked how the guild and Yunhana were doing. They are doing well, too. After Team Wonyo returned with a victory over the bosses, everyone went home. This made the magician happy, because he understood that the decision to spend every last drop of mana was very risky, and something terrible could happen. But the skeletons objected that if it weren't for the master's mana, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the bosses, who were becoming more and more aggressive. Hyunbo agreed with this, but this was not the only problem that was bothering him. This whole very dangerous situation happened because of Nidhogg's pride and unwillingness to obey orders. While the wizard was unconscious, the team got some news. Kai didn't waste time and managed to conduct reconnaissance with Ha Noi. There they discovered a new monster. It was a humanoid giant with a horn on its forehead. Such news unpleasantly surprised the master, who had not yet recovered from the previous giant monsters. It was possible to find out that the new character is called the Weak Giant. He belongs to the lower class of giants and is slightly larger in size than the White Monkey. But his belonging to the lower class does not mean that the battle with him will be easy. The giant, although weaker than other locals, is much stronger than trolls and is also immune to magic, which makes him very dangerous for wizards. Moreover, such creatures have a very high intelligence, so it can become the most dangerous monster of those they have already had to fight. Here, Nidhogg interrupted the conversation through the portal, deciding that it would be interesting to fight this giant. The dragon wants to kill him himself and have everyone else just stand behind and watch. And flashing his red eye through the portal, he added that they shouldn't interfere, like that time. These words greatly surprised and angered Henbo, who was already concerned about the dragon's behavior. But Nidhogg ignored this, declared that he would deal with everything himself, and disappeared. Now the others got angry too. Castle shouted that even though they were sworn enemies, it was unacceptable to behave like this. Chris supported that Nidhogg's disrespectful behavior cannot be ignored. The owner must definitely take up the training of the capricious dragon. Hyunbo completely agrees with this, but for now he needs rest to recover. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a clawed finger drew a red cross on the image of a 2-headed bloody wolf. A dark female figure with many horns on her head said boredly that she had wasted her time on this wolf and didn't think that he could be defeated so easily. She decided that a small country like Korea had many worthy opponents, since they dealt with her creations too quickly. The demoness looked at the many crossed-out images of defeated bosses and decided to try something new. She spun the wheel with photos of monsters and their winners like a roulette. As the wheel began to slow down, the horned one prepared to see what had fallen. The result surprised her, because she wanted to save this player for dessert, but since it turned out that way, she would have to start the meal with something sweet. The roulette wheel showed the same image of a bloody wolf along with a photo of its winner, Kim Hyun-bo. In the dungeon, sometime after the big battle, everyone began to prepare for the fight with the giant. The recovered Henbo began to work hard on creating magical artifacts. At the moment, he was using careful blows of a hammer to knock the clay off the red stone. Having completely cleansed the crystal, the magician raised it to his eyes and began to examine it meticulously. Hana, who came up from behind, noticed that it was the first time she had seen a goblin's heart. The wizard explains that the artifact sucks mana from the environment and is useful for summoning golems, depending on their type. Only the time of use changes. For a long time, the magician could not find the right use for this crystal, but now he knows everything about it. Hana looked at the goblin's heart, thinking about how to start the conversation. Noticing her nervousness, Hyunbo realizes that the girl did not come to talk about artifacts at all. Without waiting for her to gather her courage, he asks about the topic of conversation himself. The guildmaster sighed and announced that the Normals Guild would like to discuss the terms of the contract with Mr. Wanyo. The thing is, any battle involving Wanyo ends in victory, but without him, the guild seems to never be able to cope on its own. They were convinced after the last battle that, although they tried their best in training and reconnaissance, opponents of this level were invincible for the guild members. Hana thinks that even together they won't be able to defeat any of these bosses. But the girl was able to appreciate how strong a magician Mr. Wanyo was. After thinking carefully about the situation, the guildmaster was able to make a difficult choice. It consisted of the fact that the Normals Guild would not be going through this dungeon. Hyunbo didn't expect to hear anything like this, so he silently waited for him to continue. Hana explained her decision by saying that for people now, this venture will end in nothing but futile sacrifices. They must become much stronger in order to be able to survive in such a place. The magician appreciated the reasonableness of this statement and realized that this was the end of their cooperation. Confirming, the guildmaster apologized for ending their contract like this. The girl bowed respectfully and waited for Mr. Wanyo's decision. He thought for a moment before making a decision and announcing it. Then he spoke, beginning with the fact that he understood how difficult this decision was for the researchers. In this case, the contract should be terminated right now, but the guild members can continue to use everything they built together in the dungeon. Hana didn't expect that the magician would accept her decision so calmly and not drive them away, but he decided that since they built all this together, they should also use it together. Finally, Hyunbo sincerely wished them all good luck. The guildmaster was very pleased with the outcome of this difficult conversation and was grateful to the master. The boy and the girl shook hands goodbye, and after working together for a short time, their paths diverged. Everyone has different goals and ways to achieve them, but they are united by the desire to survive. They just go to this in different ways. After some time, Henbo's team went to battle the weak giant. They stopped at the entrance to the cave where it lived and were surprised by the bizarre architecture of the dungeon, which also had room for an inner dungeon. But then it was necessary to behave very quietly so as not to wake the owner of the cave. The giant slept on a stone, but in the dungeon there were also smaller orcs and trolls serving him. Nidhogg emerged from his portal and declared that we needed to move out right now. Henbo glanced sideways at the portal and asked with disbelief if he really was going to fight alone. The dragon dismissively said that this was a low-class giant, nothing complicated, and that a man and skeletons would only get in the way. These words immediately made Castle angry, and he began to ask him what he meant. The others shared their friend's emotions, but Henbo, for personal reasons, decided to remain silent for now. The master was ready to give the overconfident undead a chance and ordered them to prepare for the transition to the dungeon. The portal began to expand until it was large enough for Nidhogg to squeeze through. He emerged from the portal, already fully combat-ready and with a menacing roar. At the roar, all the orcs and trolls immediately turned around, and even the giant woke up. Bone continued to growl, expecting that his menacing appearance alone would frighten everyone. But the monsters were not afraid and immediately rushed to attack the uninvited guest. The dragon fought off the attackers with its flexible, bony tail. One troll managed to get to the head and began to strike it. With the next swing, the undead grabbed the hand with its teeth and grabbed it tightly. Nidhogg's hand clenched in his teeth. He swung and threw the troll high, growling for it to die. The troll fell to the ground with a loud crunch, right next to the place where Henbo and the skeletons were hiding. Shocked by the bony reptile's irrational behavior, the friends tried to stop it. But the dragon didn't want to listen to anyone. He self-confidently demanded not to interfere and that he would deal with the giant himself. The boss was not afraid of him at all and watched calmly, waiting for the fight to begin. This calm look angered Nidhogg even more, who had already managed to feel omnipotent. While he was thinking about why they weren't afraid of him, the giant rushed towards the enemy. The undead didn't have time to react to the enemy's sudden activity before a powerful fist crashed into his skull. The blow was so strong that the dragon, despite its considerable size, flew back and landed on its back, helplessly twitching its paws. This finally drove the reptile into a rage. He forgot all about caution and only wanted to kill. Since he was losing in physical strength, he decided to use magic, and his strongest trick was dark breath magic. Nidhogg gathered all the mana he had and released a powerful stream of energy towards the giant, confident of its destructive effect. But this had no effect on the boss. The magical flame simply flowed around him without causing any harm. The weak giant was immune to magic, which was known, but the arrogant dragon simply ignored such details. And now the unharmed strongman was beating his opponent, weakened by the loss of mana with his bare hands. Henbo was not surprised by the sight, but he was worried about his suffering pet. The team also could not watch this calmly and demanded that the owner intervene. Kazel decided it was his turn to stretch his legs and charged at the remaining orcs and trolls. Meanwhile, the brutal beating of Nidhogg continued and did not stop. The boss dealt blow after blow with his bare fists, causing minor but still noticeable damage to the bones. Completely lost by this turn of events, the dragon could only roar that such a non-entity was not able to defeat him. The giant silently kicked the reptile, throwing it to the far wall of the dungeon, where it lay helplessly. And only after that he began to snicker mockingly and call me a weakling who was incapable of anything. This finally shattered all illusions of superiority that the already badly battered undead still had. And the one-horned one continues to laugh and call names, realizing that this hurts the defeated enemy no less than blows and kicks. All the dragon could do now was desperately think that he was a representative of the greatest race, and therefore simply could not lose. In Nidho's mind, the master's voice was heard, asking if he had finally understood the truth. Hyunbo reminded him that he was not a real dragon, but a fake made in his image, but that he could only snap helplessly and demand that he shut up. Meanwhile, the giant continued to flex his fists on the bony reptile. The boss kept hitting and hitting, mockingly repeating in every way to his unlucky opponent that he was weak. The bones of the naked skeleton cracked and broke from the blows, and the beating continued amidst impudent laughter. At the same time, in Nidho's mind, a dialogue continued with the owner, demanding that he reduce his pride and acknowledge the obvious. Henbo tried hard to convey the idea that an undead creature could not become a real dragon just by wishing to do so. Broken in every sense, Nidhogg could only repeat to him to shut up. He could no longer bear the unpleasant truth. While his master was finishing him off mentally, the giant continued to do it physically, striking him with his hands and feet. Having played enough with beating, the monster bent over the defeated enemy and repeated again that he was weak. The beaten pile of bones had nothing to say in response to this. Now he felt like a weakling and understood that he had overestimated himself too much. He could only make a complaint to the owner, saying that he had promised to make him stronger than even a real dragon. And now he has completely lost, and this means that the magician could not keep his promise. To this, Henbo objected that although he had made a promise, Nidhogg had not fulfilled his part of the agreement either, and he could not continue on his way with a creature whose mind was clouded by pride. Previously, the dragon was indeed the strongest card in the necromancer's team, but if he continues to think only about himself, he will never be able to become stronger. The undead was especially offended by the fact that he called him strong in the past tense, and this finally made him think about his master's words. Meanwhile, Kai and Castle were fighting with swords against the orcs and trolls. Christina actively helped the warriors with magic, thereby supporting them in battle. With the help of their personal skills and the support of their friends, the skeletons successfully defeated their superior opponents. The dragon began to realize that while other team members were training and getting better, he was doing nothing and did not want to learn. Thus, Nidho realized that he had been wrong to consider himself invincible by default. Then he asked his master to teach him how to become truly strong. Henbo waited for these words and gave the reptile the mana he had prepared in advance to restore his strength. The broken skeleton began to quickly assemble itself from the broken parts and restore itself to its original shape. The weak giant did not expect such a turn of events, and looked at what was happening in surprise. Regenerated and filled with mana again, Nidhogg rose and headed towards the enemy. This time he was not alone, but was controlled by Henbo standing on his back. The wizard created spells, gifting the dragon with the power of ghostly armor and negative energy. Added to this was the spell of the unholy weapon. The undead, fully restored and strengthened, were ready to fight again. The necromancer also began to teach Nidhogg on the spot, ordering him to memorize the magic that he was currently using. The reptile responded by only saying that he would take this into account. But the magician could recognize the servant's thoughts without words, and realized that he was again completely subordinate to him. Then he said that it was time to finally kill the enemy and ordered the dragon to attack the giant. From the entrance to the boss's cave, some sounds gradually came and became louder. A moment later, a bone dragon flew out from there with a loud roar. He clutched the giant in his claws, and when he found himself in the fresh air again, he released his paws and dropped the load onto the ground. The spell of the bone spear of death was immediately cast. Stone spears flew after the giant, and when he fell, one of them pinned him to the ground. Nidhogg realized that the moment had come for the final act, which was destined for him to perform. He began to fill the stone with his fire energy, which kept the one-horned one firmly nailed to the ground and did not allow it to escape. A second later, the fire-filled rock exploded like a real bomb, ending the boss forever. The sorceress, knight, and mercenary watched the spectacular explosion from a safe distance, giving their friend a chance to prove himself. Castle had already forgiven the dragon for his outburst and offensive words, and now he openly admired the fight. And in the finale, I noticed that now Nidhogg really does look like a real dragon. But then something strange began to happen on Earth, for which none of the researchers were prepared. Castle, who noticed it first, tried to warn his owner of the danger. Henbo didn't notice anything dangerous around him and was confused about what they were talking about. But he didn't want to ignore the warnings. Suddenly, he and Nidhogg, on whom the magician stood, were thrown into the air with force. The source of this power was underground, and an incomprehensible pressure was building up from there. The skeletons rushed to the place where their master and the dragon had fallen to check if they were okay. As they approached, they came across a pink sphere that was growing out of the ground and was the source of the pressure. The sphere was gigantic, and through its transparent walls, one could see the weak giant, unconscious but alive and completely whole. Henbo, who came up, warned that there was something else unknown here, and he didn't like the atmosphere around him at all. It feels like there is someone nearby, watching them closely, waiting for a good opportunity to attack. The team began to look around warily in search of such an observer. Suddenly there was a mocking clap, and an unknown female voice said that it acknowledged their victory. A demoness with horns and a crown growing from her head came out into the clearing and added that this battle had disappointed her. But she decided to give the researchers another chance and therefore suggested starting all over again so that it would be more interesting this time. Henbo was scared and realized that he was facing someone much stronger than him and of unknown origin and capabilities. He whispered to his friends not to move or provoke the guest in any way until they figured out who was in front of them and how to deal with her. The demoness was disappointed that the enemy did not react in any way to her antics and words that were supposed to cause a storm of emotions. She wondered if there was anything he wanted to do or ask her, as curious and confused people usually do. The magician understood that this was another provocation, so in response, he asked whether the lady would answer the question if he asked it. The horned one was pleasantly surprised by the discrepancy with the usual scenario and laughed that no, she would not answer. The skeletons did not interfere in the conversation. They only listened to it in surprise, not understanding what was going on and why the owner was so reserved. Hyunbo asked what the point was for him then, if only she could get what she wanted. The demoness liked this question, and in response she said that she now understood what he was like, and he was right. Only the strong had the right to choose. The woman added that she had previously intended to kill the necromancer, but now she wanted to save his life. She liked his confidence even in a situation he did not understand. Turning her gaze to the dragon, the lady noted that she did not like those who did not have insight. Henbo understood that these words were addressed to Nidhogg, but he couldn't imagine how they could be connected. Grinning slyly with her sharp teeth, the horned one thought out loud about what she should do, because since she had already come here, it would be boring to just leave. Still smiling, she snapped her clawed fingers, creating magic. A green haze enveloped the team of researchers, filling them with energy. Henbo's body was filled with fresh mana and seemed to be restored in an instant. The same thing happened to the others. The demoness flew into the air and announced that since everyone had recovered, then the fight would begin. The wizard asked if they should fight her. She confirmed and added that they shouldn't worry. She would hold back and they would only need to survive for 5 minutes. Christina whispers that, in her opinion, the lady's words and actions are at odds. Nothing is clear. But the master decides to do as they are told. As a battle plan, the mage plans to transfer all of his mana to Nidhogg for the attack, while Kai and Kazil are assigned his defense. All three confirmed that they had heard the order and were ready to carry it out. The Horned One got tired of wasting time and demanded to begin, giggling that she would give up the victory. At the command of the owner, the Bone Dragon begins to prepare to strike. Henbo orders Chris to transfer all the mana to the reptile, and she obeys. Nidho forms a vicious breath of immense power from all of his available mana. But this did not frighten the flying monster at all. One of her arms began to increase in size, quickly becoming larger than herself. The next moment, with that huge hand, the demoness caught her vicious breath, noticing that she was bored. Nidhogg almost choked from such a trick. All his strength went into nowhere, without causing harm to the enemy. This shocked everyone, especially Hyunbo, who had placed his hopes on this plan. No one could understand how, with all of Nidhogg's strength, this beast was able to defeat him with just one hand. And she continued to have fun, declaring that maybe she should change her mind and kill the guy. Having a clear picture of the creature's power, Henbo began to be truly afraid. Castle couldn't believe what was happening, wondering who she was, what world she came from, and how they could even fight her in such a place. The wizard realized that this was indeed not a local monster, but a creature from another world, something she had already hinted at earlier. Nidhogg still had enough mana left, and he received a new task from his master. According to it, the dragon should fly up to the sphere with the giant and grab it. Chris was given the task at that very moment to organize a magical explosion. Everyone understood and accepted the orders addressed to them and got down to work to carry them out faster. When Nidho grabbed the sphere, a magical explosion created by Christina was heard. The demoness looked at what was happening with curiosity, without trying to interfere or hinder in any way. The team ducked to avoid being hit by shrapnel, and the sky turned yellow from the powerful blast wave. The wave was so strong that it almost knocked you off your feet. It rolled across the ground, raising a wall of smoke. When the smoke cleared, Henbo waited impatiently for the result of this process, afraid that it might not work out. But they succeeded. The protective sphere around the giant cracked and began to float around in pink fragments. The boss himself, having freed himself from the cocoon, began to show the first signs of life, so far only reflexive and unconscious. Henbo gave the order to completely destroy the shield before the awakening process was completed. Castle took on the task of carrying out the order, and he tried very hard to jump as high as possible to reach the sphere. He managed to get it, and the mercenary began to hit the crystal with his two-handed sword. The more the shell broke, the more actively the giant sleeping inside it began to move. Therefore, soon Castle needed help so that the strong man would not wake up prematurely. Realizing that he could help in this situation, Kai volunteered from the ground to neutralize the threat. To do this, the knight launched a sharp spear, aiming straight at the chest of the sleeping creature, where its core was hidden. When the shell of the shield completely shattered, the spear pierced the giant, breaking the core and finishing him off once and for all. Henbo prayed silently that everything would turn out exactly as he thought, otherwise they would be finished, because their entire risky plan was based on a guess. His prayers were interrupted by the coughing of the demoness, who had descended to the ground and was watching everything that was happening with interest. She asked the boy if he really spent all his energy on a lesser giant, and how in that case he was going to defeat her. The magician replied that in his opinion, such a powerful creature could not have come into this world on its own. It needed a guide, and so it covered the dying giant with a shield. The Horned One laughed in response, but it was clear that her guess was correct and she was surprised by it. Then she thoughtfully noted that Hyunbo really wasn't like everyone else. It wasn't for nothing that she had paid attention to him, and his entire team greatly surprised her with their knowledge and skills, which turned out to be even more unexpected. She did not expect anything from the undead at all. The demoness was clearly pleased. She declared that everyone had passed the test and that she would leave them alive as a prize for this. Thanks to them, at least something was able to amuse her in a long time, and for this, the lady is even ready to give another award. The reward will be that she will not take Hyunbo with her, as she originally planned to do, if he survives. Surprised by this turn of events, the magician could not help but ask where and why she wanted to take him. The horned one replied that she could make him her disciple or servant, and he would live in her world, fulfilling her wishes. Without a guide, the demoness could no longer remain in this world. Her figure began to melt, but in the end, she decided to give the guy she liked a small bonus. She introduced herself as Gloria, a demon dragon of misfortune, blessed by darkness itself. Finally, having almost disappeared, Gloria suggested to her future student or servant that they play together some other time. Hyunbo digested the information he had received and understood what the hints about Nidhogg meant. The team stood there in shock for a moment, looking at the scorched earth of the battle they had now officially won. Even after returning home, the wizard still couldn't stop thinking about what had happened. The guy wearily drawled that she really did want to take him with her. Worried by this, Chris said that things were bad, because the next time they met, the dragoness could put her plans into action. Hyunbo thought that there really were amazing creatures in this dungeon, and it was quite possible that there were some that were even more developed than this Gloria. A theory has emerged that those who invaded Chrysidea's home planet are now operating on Earth, and they want to eliminate potentially dangerous people or make them servants. Castle asked the question that had been tormenting them all. What was the owner going to do with all this now? The owner himself had no ideas, so he asked his friends for their opinions. The warrior believed that Gloria was their enemy and they had to fight, since they had almost lost anyway. But fighting her now would be suicide. Friends cherish Hyunbo because he is the only one of them who is still alive. They themselves have been dead for a long time. Although the fighters want to fight the demoness, they understand that it will be too dangerous for their master. Castle added that even if he agreed to stay with Gloria, he himself wanted to be with the owner until the very end. Kai supported this decision, adding that whoever the master chose as his comrade, he himself, as a knight, would follow him to the end. Such unexpected words from his friends pleasantly surprised and touched Hyunbo. Even more unexpected was Chris's support, since the demoness was her personal enemy, guilty of the undead fate that befell her. The sorceress stated that her goals were much higher, although she really wanted revenge. But if she failed, she could still achieve much more with the master. Chris's honesty and logic, as usual, evoked understanding and support. The owner was also interested in Nidhogg's opinion, and he joined the discussion. The dragon replied that his goal was to become stronger, and he didn't care who would help him with that. Castle growled that he was apparently the only one who put the owner first, not the goals. It was time for Hyunbo himself, who had been putting this moment off until the last moment to express his thoughts. He hesitated, because it is difficult to make the right choice when your life hangs by a thread, but he is still sure that they will never be at peace on the side of the demons. When asked if this meant he wanted to fight, the magician replied that for now, yes. Gloria didn't take him as an apprentice. It was only a warning from her that they had a choice, run or fight. Therefore, he needs to become much stronger to be on the same level with the demoness. Castle happily supported the decision to fight such a dangerous opponent and promised to help with everything in his power. Chris did not share the warrior's enthusiasm and noticed that Gloria was not like all the other demons. Now the sorceress is ready to go with her master to the end. But if their lives are constantly threatened by something because of numerous escapes, she honestly admitted that she might betray him. In other words, if Chris realized that their strength was unequal, she would also become his enemy, Hyunbo realized. The magician decided that even on such a day, he must force his servants to serve him to the end and use force if necessary. But they've come such a long way trusting each other, so they need to make every effort not to lose that trust. The sad thoughts about the upcoming battle were interrupted in the most unexpected way by the doorbell. For an apartment cut off from the world, this was an incredible event. Chris assumed that, perhaps as a reward for winning the last battle, their door was again temporarily connected to the outside world. The opportunity to go outside again was a joy, but the question remained of who might come to them. Henbo saw an unfamiliar girl on the intercom screen and asked who she was. In response, she showed the camera a corporate badge with the name Kang Hae-mi. The girl introduced herself as the manager of the dungeon site, an organization called the Operations Bureau, and wanted to talk to the mage. Henbo told the skeletons who had come to them, thinking that this would calm them down. But the news caused even more nervousness, because no one expected that there was a real company behind the dungeon site. And why would they suddenly need personal contact? And this is how it happened. When the director received the report on the completion of the E-Class dungeon, he lost his temper out of surprise. He shouted at his assistant, "How was this possible? Where did such monsters come from in an E-Class dungeon, and why were there as many as 16 dead people there?" The clerk didn't know the answers to these questions, but he only noted that there were survivors, for example, one young man with talent who could aim for Class A. This young man was Kim Hyun-bo, whose file was now in the hands of the official. The clerk suggested sending an agent to check the dungeons where people died. But the director decided to first contact the promising researcher they had just talked about. When I tried to object that this was not the custom, the boss got angry again and ordered me to contact Kim Hyun-bo immediately. So Kang Hae-mi appeared at the door of the magician's apartment and was led inside with apprehension. The people bowed to each other, and the owner remarked how surprised he was that there was a real organization behind the dungeon site. The messenger began to tell that they were engaged in managing sites and sending items using the technologies of higher beings, and also helping researchers with money circulation. The mention of higher beings immediately interested Christina. She asked if the Operational Bureau could contact them whenever it wanted, and how it happened. Kang Hae-mi was scared by the talking skeletons, but she tried to remain professional and replied that she didn't know all the details, but the organization thought that they were both gods and demons. This answer disappointed the researchers, who had already hoped that they would now receive all the answers to their questions. Then they decided to get to the point and asked why the messenger had come to them. The girl didn't beat around the bush and admitted that they could view player information through the dungeon app and were especially interested in explorers with Class A talents. They also suddenly discovered that 16 people had died in the E-Class dungeon. Then they decided to contact the survivor and quest winner Kim Hyun-bo to find out what exactly was going on in that dungeon. But the Operational Bureau would also like to offer the young man cooperation. But the magician was in no hurry to agree, and first asked what the Bureau could give him for the information provided. Any information costs money, but the researcher already has more than enough money, so something else is needed. Kang Hae-mi was surprised, but she was ordered to win Kim Hyun-bo's favor, so she thought about what she could offer. As a result, the girl offered to sell them mana crystals in exchange for information. The staff constantly monitors the lots appearing on the site, so they have very rare crystals. Possession of mana crystals was a very tempting offer, opening up many new possibilities. But the Bureau probably had something else useful that wasn't on the dungeon's website, so it was decided to continue bargaining. That's why Henbo said that mana crystals alone would not be enough for the deal. This surprised Kang Hae-mi even more. Was he really so confident in the value of his information? The magician did not hesitate and declared that he could bet his life on this. The negotiator did not expect such a turn of events and had no idea how to act so as not to ruin anything. In the end, she decided not to take any risks and to take the problem directly to management. The girl called the director and began to report about the situation that had arisen. While the conversation was going on off to the side, everyone present stood tensely silent, not knowing what to expect. Suddenly, the conversation was interrupted, and Hae-mi walked back to Hyun-bo with a surprised look. She handed him her phone and said that the director wanted to talk to him personally. The guy picked up the phone and hesitantly greeted his invisible interlocutor. The director of the Operations Bureau immediately got to the point and said that in addition to mana crystals, they were willing to sell medicinal herbs and metals cheaply. In response, I heard that the magician would agree on the condition of a 50% discount. The head of the Bureau was taken aback and said that he could not go below 90% of the cost price, to which he received the answer that a discount of 55% was possible. The bargaining began. The necromancer was calm and confident, but this only made the businessman even more angry. During the bargaining, the Bureau's proposals were reduced to 80% and Henbo's to 65%. When they reached 75, the magician suddenly agreed and added a 3-year contract to the terms. The director could no longer contain his anger. He declared that 3 years was too long and that a 25% discount was already worth a lot in itself. The necromancer calmly added a promise that he would not leave the country for the next 3 years, to which he heard screams of what kind of nonsense this was. Henbo explained that one day the researchers will go through all the dungeons and the organization will want to take the best ones for themselves, so they need information about people, and he himself is a good candidate. And if the Bureau does not agree with his conditions, then it's not a problem. The magician will be able to find better conditions in another country. Then the 3-year contract was approved, but a condition was added that the guy would work on behalf of the government for all 3 years. Having received the answer, "I don't want to," the director simply started bawling. But why? Hyunbo explained that the government will always have its own conditions and restrictions, and he does not intend to act on someone's orders. Realizing that the stubborn guy couldn't be bent, the businessman changed the terms, reducing the contract to 2 years but increasing the discount to 30% if the magician worked for them on a freelance basis. This offer interested the guy, but he still decided to inquire about the conditions. Having learned that there are always conditions, I asked for a more detailed explanation, but with the proviso that I would not agree to perform stupid tasks. The director already understood that this guy was not so simple, but he needed cooperation, so he agreed. The parties then agreed to draw up a contract and convey the terms through Kang Hee-mi. The team was delighted with the terms of the contract and the owner's endurance, and they immediately rushed to congratulate him. But the conversation with the bureaucrat was not over yet. He first demanded that she take a test. They are a government organization, but despite all the privileges, they cannot enter into contracts on their own without the approval of others. Kim Hyunbo's skills are known to them, but if the Bureau's team weakens, other organizations may try to take over and control the researchers. The wizard thought about the fact that ordinary organizations can control researchers, and he didn't like it, especially after the situation with Gloria. The test required the candidate to pass through a sealed dungeon. Such dungeons are not connected to the apartment but to the outside world, so they are sealed so that monsters cannot get out. Hyunbo realized that this meant that monsters were appearing in their reality, which was why the Bureau wanted to hire researchers like him. The dungeon for the test will be Class F, but much more difficult than usual for this class, so you need to agree to the test. Not wanting to make decisions for everyone, the master asked his team's opinion whether they should take the test and sign the contract. Kai noted that there was little point in arguing with the government. It would only make things worse for both sides. He was supported by Castle, who didn't care whether he would be a mercenary again or not, but wanted to have connections with the top brass. Chris reminded them that they still needed to get stronger, so this goal couldn't be forgotten. Moreover, they already have other larger-scale problems for which they need to prepare, including by gaining new experience. Hyunbo immediately became sad, remembering the big problem named Gloria, the solution to which was not even in sight on the horizon. But since all the friends spoke in favor of the attempt, the owner could no longer retreat alone. No one would understand it. The mage then agreed to take the test and asked for information about this dungeon so that he could understand what exactly they needed to prepare for. To pass the test, the team was brought to a site that was reminiscent of a military base in terms of security. There were many armed soldiers there who guarded the territory from both external and internal enemies. The masked magician Wonyo emerged from the helicopter, accompanied by 3 skeletons and Kang Hye-mi. Captain Kim Jun came out to meet them and asked if this was the man they were supposed to meet. The girl confirmed that she was their assistant in exploring the dungeons, but the captain still doubted that some kid could handle monsters of that level. Henbo himself wisely decided to refrain from participating in the conversation. The director assured him that although he looked like an ordinary guy, he had already successfully cleared several dungeons and his candidacy was confirmed, but the military man continued to argue. Kang Hye-mi had to be reminded that these powers were given by the chief of staff, and that disobedience was a violation of military law. Kim Jun had to comply, but he still added that he would not take responsibility if it failed. This delay began to irritate Castle. He was impatient to enter the dungeon and get down to business as soon as possible. A more patient Kai suggested thinking of the scene as a welcoming ceremony. The base was well protected not only by people but also by equipment. There were even long-range guns. The soldiers in full gear looked in surprise at the motley company that had arrived to them. Looking at the cloaks and armor, someone suggested that they had brought in cosplayers. The security guards started giggling that these superhero costumes had probably been stolen from the theater. Castle wanted to respond to the taunts, but decided to hold back, seeing that everyone else was ignoring them. Approaching the closed gates, the captain ordered the guests to wait here until he decided to allow them into the facility. Kim Jun gave the order to the guard standing at the gate to open it to allow new researchers access to the dungeon. He was very surprised by the guests, but he carried out the order and the heavy gates opened, revealing the space behind them. There was nothing in the hangar except a piece of wall with a closed door in the middle, and it was in this fragment that the portal to the dungeon was hidden. The captain pointed to this door and gave permission to the sent explorer to go there. Suddenly, the door swung open from the inside, as if they sensed that the entrance had been unsealed. An armed squad of goblins emerged from there, clearly not with good intentions. The leader of the pack looked around and let out a battle cry, calling for an immediate attack on anyone who got in their way. The monsters ran towards the military, while the captain gave orders to block the entrance and destroy the aliens. But for some unknown reason, the door did not give in. It was as if it was stuck in the open position. We had to send the entire squad to destroy the strangers so as not to let a single one get out. The soldiers began to shoot at the goblins running towards them, who were approaching at incredible speed. Here, a staff with skulls and ribbons appeared above their heads, clearly acting as a magic staff. The goblins of this dungeon had their own sorcerer, and now he began to cast fire projectiles. Seeing the fire flying towards them, the soldiers rushed to find cover to avoid being harmed. The fire managed to reach some, and the survivors called for medics to help the victims. But instead of medics, a figure in a cloak, a white mask, and with a staff walked through the fire. Henbo assessed the situation and decided that the best solution now would be to call Nidhogg for help. He immediately appeared from the portal, frightening the guards who were completely unprepared for this. The dragon received an order to destroy the goblins and immediately began to carry it out. He stepped on the enemy squad with his bony paw and began to crush everything he could reach. Once the aliens were destroyed, the magical hold on the doors was released and they began to close as normal again. Kim Jun was shocked by what he just saw. He didn't take this test seriously at first. The captain began to look at the strange guest in the mask with much more respect and even thought that he would really succeed in his task. And Henbo didn't need any parting words. He simply turned around and entered the open dungeon. Just 30 hours later, the test was successfully completed and the dungeon was completely cleared. When the magician remembered how hard it was to pass through Dungeon F, he clearly understood how much he had grown. After completing the test, Henbo visited the dungeon company's control center. There he signed a contract and told everything, including information about Gloria. The director was shocked by the news of such a creation and doubted that they themselves would be able to solve such a problem. He decided that the whole world should join forces, so he ordered that this information be passed on to neighboring states, but only as a top secret. Along with the information, the intermediary was also required to pass on a personal note. The agent listened carefully to the order and immediately went to carry it out. Meanwhile, Henbo and Chris were studying the secret lists of the company's resources that they had gained access to. There were quite a few interesting crystals and alloys there, but even with a 30% discount, everything was still very expensive. According to Kang Hee Mi, prices are set by higher beings, so the Bureau cannot significantly influence them. Chris really wanted to buy everything that was available and immediately use it for his magical experiments. The friends were wondering how much they could afford to spend when they were distracted by a strange sound. Suddenly, a hole appeared in the ceiling and pieces of concrete flew out and rained down. The friends were afraid that they might be attacked by monsters, but then apologies were heard from the hole. Castle appeared from there with a sword and explained that he was simply looking for a place for the magic circle and did not want to make holes in the floor. During the break between quests, Henbo's squad was busy not only with the dungeon company's test, but also managed to move to a new location. There were several floors. The first one housed the lobby, but the second one housed Chris's laboratory. The third floor was occupied by Henbo's laboratory, as well as a training area for Nidhogg, Kai, and Kazel. Now it was their fortress, and fortresses need to be well protected, and for this purpose, the team spared no resources. The entrance to the house and the lobby will still be connected to the dungeon, so for protection, Chris decided to engrave magic circles throughout the house. Kai taught Nidhogg how to use a sword to create designs on concrete. Thanks to these magic circles, it is also possible to collect data about what is happening in the dungeons, which will eventually provide answers to all questions. The dragon carefully repeated the drawing on the wall, using its own claws for the carving instead of a sword. Everything turned out right the first time, for which Kai praised his friend, noting his resourcefulness at the same time. Suddenly, Kang Hae-mi entered the house and began to look around with curiosity. She walked into the room where Hyunbo and Chris were knocking out another protective pattern and noticed that they were seriously busy moving. The magician was surprised by this unannounced visit because it was his last free day and they agreed that he could spend it as he wanted. The girl replied that she was here precisely because the door would soon be connected to the dungeon again. She explained that the Bureau does not choose the dungeons for the players, but they already know what exactly a particular player will get. In the new dungeon, in addition to Henbo, there will be 35 more researchers selected by the organization. Together with these people, the mages team will have to explore the Class D area, the Cave of Doubt. But the necromancer refuses such an offer, surprising Himi. He replies that he is not strong enough to protect 35 people, and besides, if he is with them, they will understand that the central office does not trust them, and there will be conflicts. The employees didn't think about it, but the thoughts were correct, so there were no objections. Then the girl simply asked the magician to collect information about Dungeon D, to which he immediately agreed. Himi handed the guy a flash drive containing files with information about the system reorganization. Now there will be not only general quests, but also additional ones, and upon completing a quest, participants will receive public points. With these words, the employee handed over the flash drive, to which Henbo noted that they could have sent them by mail instead of coming here. Hae-mi replied that she likes to meet people in person if possible. After that, she wished me luck in exploring the dungeon and took her leave. The guy thanked her and offered to see her again if he survived, since it gave her pleasure. From Class D, the dungeons already have names. This one is called the Cave of Doubt. It got its level after absorbing the researchers, so you have to be careful, otherwise you will die. The team entered the unlit cave and studied the information about it, noticing that as many as 300 researchers were participating in the quest. Caslia is frightened by the name. He fears that the researchers will suddenly begin to suspect each other and conflict. Here, Henbo, who could barely see in the dark, crashed into a low-hanging stalactite. The guy just got hurt, but started complaining about how dark it was, to which he received the answer that seeing in the dark is not a problem for the undead. The mercenary offers to teach the owner the skill of night vision, since he still wanted to learn something new. It is really dark in the cave, so new knowledge will definitely not be superfluous and will be needed right now. Castle advises to lower yourself a little lower in the dark than you would normally walk and to carefully observe the movement of air. It will be a little difficult because of the humidity, but over time you will get used to it, and at the same time you can use magic to replace the missing feelings. Henbo liked the idea of using magic and immediately began training. He emitted waves of mana and felt everything it touched, then decided to concentrate harder and increase the waves. And then, with a new look, I saw an angry Chris reading something on her smartphone, and she clearly didn't like this information. She cursed at the employees of the appraisal bureau, calling them liars, and showed the screen. The sorceress read on the website that she could buy a day of freedom for public points, but the offer was only valid for 30 people per month and everything was already sold out. If the bureau workers had warned them in advance, they too could have managed to buy a ticket, to which Hyunbo reassures her friend that this can be done next time. The lady gradually calms down, thinking that with the remaining points, she can buy materials to improve the cores and something for Nidhogg, which raised questions about why he needs something. Chris replied that the dragon's bones were also held together by magic, not by a core like the skeletons used to have, and that it didn't have an organ that closed and controlled the mana circle. Nidhogg, who followed the owner, looked out of the portal and asked what this meant, and was told that he essentially did not have a dragon heart. To become a real dragon, you need the appropriate magic, which is why you need to make a core for it, although it also has its drawbacks. Now, the undead body was just a vessel for the soul, so the soul would remain even if the body was destroyed. But if the core was destroyed, he would die. It would simply be an imitation of a dragon's heart, to which Nidhogg replied that he was already a fake from the very beginning and was ready to do anything that would help him get closer to the power of a real dragon. Henbo thought contentedly that after meeting the giant and Gloria, his essence had changed. He really wanted to become a real dragon, so he obeyed his master. Chris, who loves to talk about magic, decided to teach the reptile something new at the same time. She began to explain that if you look at a dragon's heart in a simple way, it is just a large mana crystal. This crystal is considered special only because of the creature it belongs to. Nidhogg immediately understood what she meant and promised to think about it carefully at his leisure. Castle was pleased to see that the dragon was now truly their colleague and turned to Kai for confirmation, but he was not there. In search of his friend, he began to run around the cave, afraid that suddenly he was already attacked by monsters. Kai crept up silently from the darkness and emerged behind the mercenary, asking who they were looking for. Castle fell down in surprise, and the knight explained that while everyone was chatting, he decided to look around the area. The scout found traces of an ambush, which reminded Henbo of the ambush at the entrance to Dungeon Ye, but Kai doubted that the stories were similar. He believed that this time everything was much more thought out. It felt like the monsters were waging a guerrilla war against the researchers. Bloody footprints in the cave led to the entrance to an open dungeon from which daylight poured. In a large open valley stood a well-equipped camp designed to accommodate a large group of explorers. The air in the camp was filled with shouts and the ringing of swords crossing in duels. Several people were desperately fighting and arguing among themselves, and someone's voice was asking what they were thinking about. Guildmaster Kim Tae-han, under the leadership of the central office, accused opponents of attacking them. Guildmaster Kanjin Kim Jin-ho replied that on the contrary, it was they who lured them here. Other researchers began to approach them, urging them not to quarrel among themselves, since they had plenty of other problems. Guildmaster Taemo Park-guk. Han replied that he thought some intelligent monster was forcing them all to fight each other. The troll walking next to Park-guk Han was suddenly attacked by a girl shouting threats. She slashed at the troll with her swords until he fell unconscious to the ground. Park-guk. Han screamed in despair. What were they doing? After all, this was a monster under their control, and they shouldn't do anything without the master's permission. The girl, the master of the Survivor Guild, Choi Mi-yeon, screamed that this monster was attacking their guild. Kim Jin-ho thought that if monsters were really doing this to them, then they were definitely finished. All the guild masters are now gathered in one place, like cannon fodder, and this is the ideal condition for an attack. Further reflections on this topic were interrupted by an unexpected earthquake. Kim Tae-han seemed to wake up from his obsession and began calling out to someone named Lee So-rai. The girl responded to the cry and began to quickly climb to the top of the watchtower. Deputy Guildmaster Taehan Lee So-ri was a scout who was supposed to monitor the borders, but was distracted by the quarrels in the camp. What she just saw from the top of the watchtower filled her with real horror. The scout shouted to everyone in the camp to prepare for the attack and grab their weapons. The researchers were attacked by new monsters in large numbers. They crept up unnoticed, taking advantage of the absence of patrols. Hordes of green slimes surrounded the camp from all sides, blocking all escape routes. The researchers quickly forgot about their quarrels and rushed together to fight off the attackers. Suddenly, the fighters noticed that their swords have begun to melt after coming into contact with the slimes. People who came into contact with the blood of the green creatures received severe burns. Kim Tae-han figured out that slimes have acid instead of blood, so they need to be burned instead of cut. The Himosu Guild, whose specialty was explosives, immediately took up the matter. The guys ordered everyone to run away because it would be dangerous, and began throwing canisters at the slugs. The cylinders were equipped with automatically triggered detonators, increasing their effectiveness. A moment later, explosions began to be heard and flames engulfed not only the slimes, but also the camp buildings. People had to dodge burning sparks and falling debris to avoid getting hurt themselves. The sorceress began to call upon the soul of Nose and cast an icy fog upon the enemies. The attackers who did not manage to burn were stopped by the ice, and that was the end of their participation in the attack. But victory was still far away, and the order was given to continue attacking and burning the monsters further. The Hemosu guild members asked to gather more creatures in one place so that they could burn them more effectively. Everyone began to carry out the task, involving their subordinate monsters in this. The troll and the white wolf managed to herd the slimes into a semblance of a group in order to compactly destroy them all. But the fluid slugs found a loophole and tried to escape, not at all averse to being destroyed. The soldiers rushed to block escape routes, trying to maintain the enemy's numbers. By this time, Himosu's pyrotechnicians had just prepared the shells for a new salvo. Explosions were heard again. The remains of the camp buildings were burning and flying apart along with the slimes. The scout sitting on the roof with a crossbow noted with admiration that she should learn to do the same. But then she noticed a new danger threatening the researchers who had not yet recovered from the previous one. New monsters ran out of the cave, this time humanoids in masks riding on green lizards. Kim Tae-han guessed that the enemies wanted to wear down the people and get rid of their weapons with their first attack, but now they were attacking in earnest. The master of the Survivors Guild demanded that all participants give their mana to the sorceress Noise. Having received the power, the sorceress created a swarm of ice spears that accurately hit the enemies. No one was going to just give up and die because it was not in vain that they had come such a long way. The people were attacked by both the lizards themselves and their armed horsemen, and it was becoming increasingly difficult to fight back. The troll protected his master from a flying spear and received a wound in the chest from it himself. There were too many attackers, and the weapons had already been spent on the slimes. The researchers began to understand that everyone here would die. Suddenly, a magical portal began to open in the sky above the camp, and no one understood who it belonged to. A stream of dark fire burst out of the portal, effectively burning monsters but not touching people. The bone dragon breathed out flames, and its rider commanded the people to protect the wounded. He would deal with the rest himself. 3 combat skeletons appeared in front of the monsters, pushing back the humans and ready to repel new attacks. Recognition gradually began to appear on the faces of the guild members as they saw the skeletons and the bone dragon. They all read on the website about the necromancer Wonhyo, who saved people in the most difficult battles. A new group of riders ready to attack watched as their comrades were burned to death by the dragon. The leader assessed the situation and was smart enough to understand that they had no chance now. The monsters received the order to retreat and turned their lizards back into the cave. People who had recently been preparing for defeat joyfully watched as their enemies fled. The survivors rejoiced wildly at their victory and glorified Wonhyo, without whom they would all have certainly met their end here. Then it was time to treat the wounded, demolish destroyed houses to build new ones, and collect weapons and maps. Choi Mi-yeon tries to send the wounded home, but the service blocks the requests, saying there are too many monsters among them. Other guild masters encountered the same problems, but no one had seen the monsters in question anywhere. People were confused and did not know what to do in such a strange situation, not wanting to just wait for an attack. Henbo suggested that the monsters were hiding somewhere among the researchers, which is why the service refused to return them home. But even Mr. Wonhyo doesn't know how to tell the difference between a monster and a human, even without having a corpse of such a creature to study. Guildmaster Himosu Seojin-won came up with a plan since the recall function only works when a monster is nearby. You can send people home in groups, and if the return doesn't work, it will be immediately clear that someone in this group is a monster. They objected that in that case, at the end, there would be a bunch of monsters and several researchers who would be in great danger. No one would agree to that. Kim Tae-han then suggested leaving a few trusted people for protection, so that later this place could be used as a base, and everyone supported this idea. It was proposed to immediately determine who would remain at their posts or distribute them according to the time of day. The masters began to joke that you can simply play rock, paper, scissors quickly and easily. This unprofessional attitude and ridicule quickly angered Kazel. The warrior asked menacingly if they were really that stupid and that for them everything that was happening was just a game. This unexpected attack quickly interrupted all the jokes and left the masters at a loss. Kim Tai-han turned to Won-hyo and asked what he wanted to tell them by doing this. But Castle did not allow his right to speak to be taken away and declared that if people continued to pretend that this was a game, they would die today. They immediately attacked him, saying that they were not some kind of weaklings and that they actually got to this dungeon themselves. The mercenary admitted that they were strong, but they could not rely on strength alone. They all lacked concentration, observation, and cruelty. They themselves should have already realized that the owner of this dungeon was a rational being, and if it weren't for Won-hyo's help, they wouldn't be here anymore. In response, provocative questions were raised about what they should do then, die or hide in their homes in fear. Castle agreed that this was what they should do instead of coming up with stupid ideas. Let the researchers go home to rest, and they will figure everything out here themselves as it should be. Henbo hissed to the side. Why was the mercenary so stubborn and what was he saying? He didn't like these words. But Chris held the owner back, asking him to trust them, and that all this was said for a reason. And Castle continued to tell how they would cope here on their own without losses, and the only one they could lose was the owner. Everyone else was already dead. For researchers, these will be quite good conditions, and they won't even have to pay for it. The masters turned to Mr. Won-hyo and asked if he could really handle this himself. Hyunbo sighed, but decided to play along since Chris had directly asked him to trust them. In response, the necromancer stated that he had no choice and that he would either cope or die. Soon the camp, destroyed by monsters and explosions, was empty, and there was almost no one left in it. When the team was left without witnesses, Castle apologized to Henbo for deciding to act alone without consulting. The master always looks for the best way, but he does not always succeed. The mercenary was not ready to waste time on a useless attack and was afraid that the guild members could go against their masters. The magician countered that it was better to plan than to work for free, but in response he heard that he was now spending too much time on strategy and planning. Sometimes the best way to get out of a bad situation is to act spontaneously. The skeleton shared his experience. Even if your intentions are good, many may not understand you if your actions are too premeditated. Chris supported her friend, saying that this amateur performance gave them a great opportunity. But even though everyone agreed with Castle, they still apologized to the owner for their arbitrariness. Henbo couldn't be angry with them because everything they said was true, and besides, it was all done for his sake. This time he was willing to turn a blind eye to the misdeed, but in the future it would not be worth acting without his consent, which everyone agreed with. But Castle still added that in situations that require immediate decisions, he will act in his own way. After all, everything in their team is interconnected. If the owner becomes stronger, then his servants will too. Henbo had no choice but to agree, since in any case, his interests were put first. Now that they had sorted out this issue, it was time to prepare for the attack. In the cave, the masked monsters were talking to each other, saying that if they managed to catch the main one, then there would be no problems with the others. But for the safety of the plan, they need to wait until he comes to them himself. Here the entity became alert and heard strange sounds from afar that caused concern. Suddenly, in the valley behind the camp, there were many explosions, which followed one after another and merged into a big roar. They were set up by Kai and Castle, using the remaining equipment of the guild members. The skeletons watched from afar as what was left of the buildings exploded and burned out. The guild masters, the only explorers left in the dungeon, did not quite understand why it was necessary to destroy the base. Henbo explained that this way they could take away the mana from the Class D boss, since he would need to use it to restore his dungeon. The masters laughed at the suggestion to have some fun together, but not very sincerely. But then something happened that no one expected. The ground shook, and from underneath it a huge stone golem began to emerge, on whose back there were still remains of buildings. Everyone glanced sideways at Won-hyo, wondering if he had summoned this golem, to which they received a negative answer and a guess that this monster was probably a kind of home for the inhabitants. The idea of a monster's house scared everyone, and people started running to avoid being hit by rocks. The golem moved after them, trying to crush them with its stone fists. Kai noticed the new monster from afar and wanted to fight it, to which Castle replied that their situation was more dangerous. A squad of lizards with riders was just approaching them, wanting to deal with the aliens. It was time for the skeletons to use their pre-prepared traps, and they were curious to see how it would go. Magic traps began to glow under the paws of the puzzled lizards. When all the circles were activated, a powerful explosion was heard, destroying the enemy squad. Seo Jin-won couldn't help but make a smug remark towards his guild, seeing the successful work of the traps they had made. But other masters noted that it didn't matter now. They had a more serious problem in the form of the golem. After the explosion, the bodies of riders and lizards lay in disarray on the scorched earth. One of the masked creatures complained with its last strength that it did not know what the researchers were capable of. Nidhogg appeared in front of the remaining riders with the mage standing at full height on his back. The reptile released its signature vicious breath, enveloping its victims in deadly vapor. The leader of the horsemen declared that this would not kill him and called on his dead comrades to rise. Suddenly, the corpses of the slain monsters began to melt and turn into a red liquid. The liquid became fluid like slimes and tried to escape, and the knights tried to prevent it. The dragon directed his vicious breath at the moving slime, wanting to destroy it or at least stop it. But it didn't help. The individual clots merged together, forming one big slug. Henbo thought about how many monsters there were that acted like humans. The slug had formed into an incomplete copy of the owner of the Cave of Doubts, but began to act like the original. The monster began to threaten the dragon and the rider to turn them into dust with its power. Realizing that he would have to deal with this creature, the magician demanded the dragon's complete concentration. The magician activated a previously prepared spell that strengthened the powers of the dragon fire. An enhanced vicious flash flew towards the approaching slug, even more deadly. Slime, in turn, sculpted a huge hand that was not afraid of fire. A healthy fist flew through the breath and hit Nidhogg in the face, almost knocking him off his feet. He remembered a similar situation with Gloria and thought that with this monster, it was still much easier than it had been with her. Encouraged by this comparison, the dragon rammed the copy of the boss, tearing it into separate clots. But the remnants of the double were not going to lie peacefully. They began to gather into a single entity again. Henbo ordered Kai and Castle to take on the slime and finally get rid of it. They were already ready, in accordance with the owner's plan, which they had discussed in advance. The fighters launched magical spears at the slug and hit the target exactly as intended. But the spears simply got stuck inside the jelly-like mass and nothing followed, although it should have. The skeletons were very surprised by the lack of reaction. Something went wrong, and they had to improvise. As the slug crawled towards them, the fighters had to flee instead. There were no other ideas. But finally, the jammed mechanism in the spears started working, and they exploded inside the slime, smashing it into tiny pieces. Meanwhile, Chris cast a paralysis spell on the stone golem. The magic worked. The golem fell to the ground without moving, like an ordinary piece of rock, which it became again. Then the blast wave from the slime reached those fighting the golem, and the fighters did not immediately realize what was happening. They only had time to notice that after the shaking, some clots were rushing towards them, and it was better to get out of their way. These clots began to fall around, and people barely managed to dodge them, not wanting to touch them. Having fallen to the ground, the clots began to move and form into creatures, and even began to talk. Chris warned the guild masters that they needed to be vigilant and get rid of the new plague as soon as possible. The remaining slime quickly turned into dangerous slimes, so the fighters had to unite to destroy them all. That's what they did. Everyone who was nearby began to attack the enemy in unison. Park Gook-han, riding on a white wolf, managed to get close and seriously wound the creature. The slime attacked in response, pulling one of the attackers into its huge mass, like into a quagmire. Kim Jin-ho was struggling inside the jelly-like substance and was starting to suffocate. Henbo noticed what was happening and pierced the bubble containing the boy with a bone spear, freeing him. The magician ordered the guild masters to take the wounded and run away. He could handle the rest himself. Hearing this, the creature screamed that it meant that he would be the next to die. She would ensure it. Pieces of slime began to surround the wizard from all sides, shouting threats at him. The necromancer was not going to fight alone. He decided to raise the skeleton knights to help. The risen undead rushed to attack the enemy. There were no fewer skeletons than clots, so they managed to catch them off guard. But the more intelligent undead were not going to stay away from the battle either. That was not why they came here. Kai and Kazel, swords drawn, rushed to defend their master and demonstrate their skills. The monster didn't like the increased number of attackers at all, and he began to lose his advantage. But the number of parts of the monster itself became smaller and smaller thanks to successful attacks. After giving a particularly large slug a good beating, Kai and Kazel called on Chris for magical support. While the slimes screeched threats into the void, the sorceress created a spell designed to finish them off. The result was that the monster was again torn into tiny pieces, which scattered throughout the cave. But what remained relatively intact began to gather again into a single organism that continued to threaten. Henbo realized that the boss was willing to destroy the dungeon to spread his mana, and the slimes were also stronger than his skeletons. But the wizard still did not want to lose faith in his victory and continued the fight. The risen undead continued to cut at the slug as best they could. The shapeless creature also struck with its tentacles, breaking the skeletons into individual bones. But, obeying the necromancer's order, the dead knights paid no attention to anything and continued to chop. In the end, all that was left of the big monster was a small slug that couldn't believe what had happened to it. Henbo walked up to the shapeless, angry mass and mockingly asked why they had never lost. Then he took out a large cubic crystal and said that people's mana was limited. The boss knew this and therefore decided to attack. But the mage had created a special storage facility in advance, although the process of making it and the length of time it took to reuse the mana made it not very effective. The remains of the mass flowed towards the slug. It gradually grew larger, and again declared that it would not be possible to catch it with such a toy. But then the creature was cut into pieces again with a sharp sword, not allowing it to gain the required mass to carry out its threats. Castle arrived in time and intercepted the creature, which was about to attack its owner from behind. Hyunbo spoke to the boss again, stating that he wanted to absorb him and become a perfect double, and that it was a great plan. But sometimes the best result can only be achieved without much thought, and therefore in the end the winner will be the magician, not the boss. The monster, having somehow merged into a new form, refused to admit defeat and continued to threaten. The slime stated that even if the wizard destroyed the dungeon, its mana would still be released. But while the monster was talking about his mana, he was attacked by the necromancer's mana. Henbo attacked the main clot with his magic with all his remaining strength, intending to destroy it by any means necessary. Meanwhile, the skeleton knights continued to destroy the brainless but aggressive enemy mass. The necromancer's mana suddenly began to attack the boss not only from the outside, but also from within him. The wizard explained that part of his mana was in the spear that was able to wound the monster. This was done to completely destroy its body. But at that moment, the magician realized that the boss's real body was not slime. He divided his soul and gave it to the doubles. The remaining doubles attempted to attack the necromancer in order to save the main mind. Henbo gave orders to Nidhogg to destroy the slug's duplicates so that no more would gather. The obedient reptile immediately responded to the call of its master, and killing enemies was always a pleasure. The dragon directed his vicious breath at the doubles gathered around the master. A powerful stream of mana began to create cracks in the invisible protective shell that covered the boss's soul. But soon the shell was broken and revealed a small round creature with one red eye in the middle. The boss couldn't believe that this had happened to him, because just a little more and he could have become perfect. The dragon did not wait for the end of the monologue and directed a new stream of dark breath at the defenseless soul. While the energy was tearing him into atoms, the monster continued to curse the necromancer who had destroyed all the plans. Finally, when nothing was left of the body, a strong and bright explosion followed. Kim Tae-han, who was fighting with the doubles in the ruins of the camp, turned around in surprise at the sound of another explosion. Meanwhile, a large clot flew up to him from behind and was about to attack. But the attack did not happen, and instead the slug began to writhe in agony. All the creatures suddenly stopped attacking and began to shake and scream, writhing on the ground. Then the doubles began to melt simultaneously, turning into an ordinary jelly-like mass. The guildmasters and the risen skeletons watched in amazement as the enemy ceased to exist on its own. Hyunbo breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had finally won and could now safely catch his breath. The boy fell helplessly to the ground, complaining that it was terrible and he had almost no mana left. The friends who approached him said that this was not the end and that they needed to kill the remaining henchmen. Realizing that it was too early to rest, the magician agreed that there was a lot of work and it was time to continue doing it. Standing nearby, Castle extended his hand to help his master up and praised him. Henbo thought that he had succeeded in large part due to the mercenaries' risky actions. The friends didn't have to say anything out loud, but they both understood it, and the result was satisfactory to everyone. They shook hands in a sign of mutual understanding and went to destroy the remaining enemies. On the third day after exploring the dungeon, Henbo did not eat anything, slept poorly, and even lost interest in the comics and novels he usually read. Perhaps this happened because the guy understood too clearly what the onset of death and its avoidance meant. Trying to come to his senses, the magician wondered whether he should take a walk or do something else. But then Castle burst into the room and asked the owner for help in an unexpected matter, which no one else could provide him. He wanted to meet his game friends in the city, but he's a living skeleton, so he needs help. Hyunbo tried hard and managed to create a real double face for his friend, capable of moving and feeling pain. The new face was connected to thoughts by mana, so it could produce lively facial expressions. When asked why only the face and shoulders and not the whole body, the magician demanded that his friend have a conscience. It was already too difficult. Christina was delighted with the result. She had no idea that the owner could do such a thing. The guy was pleased, but he still clarified that this was not a real head, but just a magical double. A pleased Castle decided to ask if it was possible to arrange it so that he could eat with the boys. The magician was capable of this too, except that he didn't know what to feed the doubles. But he could make it so that the undead could at least taste the food. All the skeletons immediately came to life. Everyone wanted to remember the taste of food and even alcohol. Christina also saw this as another commercial scheme and suggested launching mass production of doubles. Henbo didn't want to get involved in another magic project right now, so he tried to joke it off. After some time, Castle went to a meeting, and when he returned satisfied and even a little tipsy, his friends learned something curious. The numbers on the free time timer didn't change, which meant that if Hyunbo himself didn't leave the house, the time limit wouldn't decrease, even if the skeletons started going outside on their own. So the magician came up with the idea that until the free time ended, they would not be able to get into the next dungeon, which meant they would not have to clear anything. And using the image of doubles from the outside, they will be able to dump all the remaining work on the agents. While the team was busy with this, a new patch with a mercenary system was released on the dungeon site. The skeletons noticed that since such a service appeared, it meant that there were big problems with clearing the dungeons. Kai suggested that they participate in clearing the dungeons as mercenaries, and Henbo thought that it was a good idea. Explorers whose dungeon clearing time is less than 2/3 of the average time are eligible to apply. Mercenaries' services are paid for not only by the site's admins, but also by the clients who hire them, and rewards for clearing are available, while free time remains the same. But such a system is only suitable for large guilds or very skilled researchers. When asked why such an option was needed at all, Chris suggested that it was because of the dungeon mana that leaked into the outside world. Henbo wondered if there was a difference between mana in real life and in dungeons, to which he received the answer that it was still unknown. But due to the increase in the number of researchers, the density of mana also increases, and in a year the density of alien mana and the real world will become the same. Castle stated that until this happens, he needs to develop his talents and clear as many locations as possible. The skeletons were already rubbing their hands, thinking that everything was going great for them now. But it was hard to turn a blind eye to the changes in the real world, because if underground monsters appeared here, Henbo and the other researchers would have to join the fight. They may win, but the world will never be the same again, and we need to be prepared for this now. And most importantly, there is no guarantee that the disaster demon Gloria is the final boss. Suddenly there are others. And if something like her appears in the real world, many people will die because no one will be able to fight them. Christina interrupted these thoughts, noting that the situation could be useful for them. But the main thing is that they need to be able to become as strong as possible before something irreversible happens. Hyunbo once again admitted that his friend was right. It was the most reasonable decision at the moment. He thought about the situation again and decided to live in the present moment, rather than waiting for future threats. The wizard agreed to the team's offer to work as mercenaries for less fortunate and skilled explorers. But suddenly, Castle noticed that they should also be prepared for situations like the one with Kim Jun-hyuk, a dominator who subjugated people. There is a chance that with this system, someone else will want to get rid of weaker players. Henbo remembered this guy and decided that they would get rid of people like him themselves. No one needed enemies among their own people. The team happily supported this decision. No one likes traitors, and no one is going to pity them. Once everything is decided, all that remains is to find a suitable request that would satisfy their ambitions and demands. There were a lot of requests from all over the world, and it was possible to respond to requests from any country. The guy got worried that they might not find good offers from Korea, and to work in other countries you need to know foreign languages. Christina consoled them by saying that they could always use the magic of translations for this. In short, it is telepathy, with the help of which you can understand each other. It is difficult to get used to, but it is very convenient. Everyone was delighted with this opportunity and wanted to be able to do this too, so they asked for it to be provided. Chris agreed to make everyone the necessary items for translation magic, but thoughts of starting another business were already swarming in her head. Since everything is going so well, it wouldn't hurt for them to earn some extra money and they can accept more offers. Kai chose one application where the reward, although not particularly large, but these people urgently needed help. Chris, in turn, suggested an application from Dungeon F because they needed slime fluid. But Hyunbo decided that they had enough money for now, so it was worth taking the application proposed by Kai. And again, the team agreed with him. The idea of not only making money but also doing a good deed appealed to everyone. And the wizard had another reason for this decision which was more important to him than the others. The client promised to do anything for anyone who could help him survive, and this opened up new opportunities. Increasing the number of allies for the mage would not hurt at all, and the need for new souls has not gone away. The dungeon site was filled with posts about Wonyo, his skills, his exploits, and speculation about who he was. The gray-whiskered director, who once helped the lone novice researcher with gifts, carefully read all these notes. He didn't care whether this mysterious necromancer was an enemy or a villain, but he wanted to meet him in order to lure him to his side before he became too strong. The man came to some decision and started calling his administrator. But no one responded to the call, which was completely unusual, since all employees were required to be at their posts. The director was alarmed by this sudden silence in which footsteps were suddenly heard. But the figure that entered the door did not belong to the administrator at all, but to someone else, whom the man recognized, but was clearly not happy to see. The uninvited guest said that he had come to warn the man, which greatly surprised him. The answer was that he knew the time had come, and fear appeared in the director's eyes. After some time, a menacingly growling troll appears in another place, ready to destroy everyone in its path. The fighters in the dungeons fight with many different monsters and ask for salvation. The time has come. The terrible catastrophes that we so wanted to avoid have already begun. The appraisal office staff are panicking, giving orders, making phone calls, and dropping papers. The Normals Guild successfully clears another dungeon of goblins. The soldiers try to prevent the monsters from entering the world and seal another door to the caves that has opened on the street. Demon Dragon. Gloria grins happily and waits for her moment to frolic. Henbo changed his simple wooden staff to a metal one with magical crystals. Even though the catastrophe is too global, and it is as dangerous outside as always, the necromancer believes that he will definitely be able to win. Meanwhile, in one of the apartments where the entrance to the dungeon opened, the door was barricaded with various pieces of furniture. The girl was shaking and crying under the blanket, repeating that she didn't want to die. She was an explorer, and everything was going according to plan until she encountered the monsters on the third floor. Because of the goblin commander, most of the squad died, and all the rest hid in their homes. There was only 1 month left to clear the dungeon. So much still needed to be done, but instead everyone was shaking with fear. Suddenly a new message arrives on the phone, requiring an immediate response from the recipient. The girl looks out from under the blanket in fear, not understanding who could have written to her. This is a notification that the dungeon has been cleared thanks to the mercenary system. The girl doesn't believe her eyes, and even thinks that this is someone's cruel joke, although she knows about this system. But then the sound of her doorbell rings, which turns out to be even more unexpected than the message. Still shaking with fear, the researcher nevertheless decides to approach the door and open it. He timidly looks out through the crack, afraid in advance of what he will see, and then immediately falls into shock from surprise. In the underground corridor behind the door, there is a skeleton dragon, and next to him is a man in a mask. The entire guild has also gathered in the corridor. They recognize Wonyo and praise him as their savior. The girl still can't believe that they were saved, and by Wonyo himself, even though she was the one who posted the ad asking for help. Then she bows and also sincerely joins in the thanks, happy that now she will not have to die and that an impossible task no longer hangs over her. The necromancer replies that there is no need for gratitude and that he saved them for a reason, but in accordance with the contract. The request for help stated that they were ready to do anything to save him. The girl confirmed this and asked what she could do for the magician, being ready for anything in advance. He handed her a contract he had prepared in advance and filled out, and asked her to sign it. The researcher quickly looked through the paper she received, showing no emotion about its contents. Then she quickly wrote her name, Kim Mi-jin, at the bottom to signify her agreement to the deal. Hyunbo said it was stupid to sign the contract without even reading it first, to which the answer was that she had read everything and briefly recounted the contents in confirmation of this. Her soul becomes the property of the magician. This cannot be disclosed to anyone, and 5% of her monthly income will be sent to him. It was an unfavorable contract for the girl, but the necromancer noticed that she signed it anyway. Kim Mi-jin replied that she had promised to do anything and that she was not going to go back on her word. Henbo was very pleased with this answer and his intelligence. He lacked smart servants. But the researcher surprised him even more by asking him to give her the power to protect herself in return. The girl asked to make her stronger, so that she would be capable of more for herself and for him. None of his subordinate souls had ever asked the necromancer for such a thing. They had previously simply accepted the conditions. For Kim Mi-jin, this was the only chance in life, and if you give it up, you will never get another one. She no longer wanted to be afraid, and was ready to do anything just to get a chance to change her life. The resourceful lady pleased Henbo, and he also saw that she had a talent for magic, so he could very well make her stronger. Besides, the magician treats what belongs to him well, and the new student won't have to feel sorry for it. At this point, the deal was completed, and everyone went their separate ways, satisfied with the result. A few days later, Hyunbo was looking through the contracts of his subordinates, thinking about who he could use and for what. Everyone was useless except for the new student Kim Mi-jin, who stood out from the crowd. The mage studied her skills and decided that he was still lucky to have at least gotten her. The girl has potential in curse magic, which is related to necromancy, plus she is the leader of her squad. They will follow her anyway. At this time, Kai and Castle returned home, having finished training new fighters. The students listened to their mentors and the atmosphere was good, so everyone was happy. The dungeon does not disappear even after clearing if there is at least one person there, which is why they chose this place for training. Here, Castle noticed the papers in the owner's hands and became interested in what was so important in them. Looking at Kim Mi-jin's case, Hyunbo replied that it was something like a long-term investment. The girl was very diligent and grateful to Mr. Wonyo for taking on the task of teaching her. On the last day of training, the mage gave her books on necromancy, magic, and how to create spell cards. The newly minted witch was very serious about surviving. Those who Wonyo invested in trust him completely and become his followers. This means that if necessary, all these people will support the necromancer. Castle reminded them that it was time to move on to the next dungeon, and that they had enough of walking around the low levels. Everyone agreed with this, and were ready for new contracts that would allow them to demonstrate their strength and obtain more resources. Chris has already selected several interesting applications and highlighted one option in particular. The ad said that they needed mages above the third circle with class E+. They were looking for 5 people and promised a good reward. Clients offer 5 low-grade magic crystals and 5% of all items dropped by monsters and are also willing to compensate for all damages. When asked that this was too generous, Chris replied that they probably really needed an experienced mage. Henbo decided that perhaps they wanted to find one and invite him to join their clan to strengthen him. They decided to accept the offer, but they needed to prepare well before carrying it out. At the same time, they noted that this offer was not from a private player, but from a guild, and a large, well-known, and rich one at that. The guild was called Golden Black Hole and was one of the top 10 guilds in America. To get to the meeting place with the clients, we had to wander through the dungeons for quite a long time. On the way, the team had to fight with various monsters more than once, but such encounters did not cause any difficulties. Shortly before the meeting place, Henbo decided to perform the absorption ritual. He was going to absorb a slime named Tia, which he successfully subdued. Particles of mucus were gradually drawn into the necromancer's outstretched hand, spreading throughout his body. It took a while, but eventually the slime was successfully subdued, absorbed, and laid low until needed. Castle remarked that the owner really enjoyed working with this and that it was generally strange to make a slug his assistant. Henbo objected that it was not at all strange and the process itself was even pleasant in some way. The substance was warm. But there was no more time to waste. It was time to go to meet with the customers. The team confidently walked along the tunnel to the agreed meeting place. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in the dark cave, blinding the eyes, which no one expected. The light hit the faces of the mercenaries, but behind it one could discern a large number of people. The magician introduced himself as Wonhyo, who had responded to the submitted request and asked to remove the light. Someone's voice apologized and explained that they always do this for safety reasons. The brightness of the light gradually began to decrease, allowing us to get used to the change in lighting and look around. When the lamps went out, it became possible to discern a line of archers and 3 people in the center. An elderly man in a business suit, accompanied by 2 security guards, walked towards the guests. The man introduced himself as the master of the Golden Black Hole Guild, Richard Leonhardt, one could say the director of all magicians. This acquaintance caused great surprise and old memories in Henbo. This was the same man who sent expensive gifts to the then unknown guy who was left alone in the dungeon and was in a desperate situation. In the letter, the director of the magicians wrote that he read the guy's posts about his problems and hoped that he could at least help him in this way. The first time it was very necessary and then unavailable books on magic. The second time it was equipment that he could not afford himself. It was thanks to these unexpected gifts that Hyunbo was able to survive back then, and now they have an employer-mercenary relationship. Mr. Leonhardt, meanwhile, introduced him to his deputy, Mike Hemington, and expressed the hope that they would work together. Hyunbo was glad that he was wearing a mask and his facial expression was not visible. He decided not to say who he was for now and simply praised his new acquaintance's good Korean. He was surprised and said that he was speaking English. Then the magician realized that it was the automatic translation system that was working. The director smiled that in the end, even the language barrier was not a problem for them, which meant that there was a high probability that they would get along. The young wizard shared these hopes because he felt gratitude for the past help, although he repaid with a return gift of cards. At this point, the greeting ended and it was announced that after a short rest on the road, the briefing would begin. There were 4 other high-level mages present at the briefing, also hired for the quest. When the treat was placed in front of Hyunbo, who was still wearing the Wonhyo mask, he was briefly at a loss. Then he decided that few people knew him by sight, and it would be impolite to begin cooperation by showing disrespect for the food on the table, so he took off his mask. Mr. Leonhardt noted that this mask probably had another purpose besides hiding the face. After greetings, we moved on to the briefing and began by clarifying the chain of command. For the entire duration of the mission, the hired magicians are not freelancers but subordinates of the director. Henbo immediately agreed to this demand, although the other mercenaries wanted to argue. But the consent of the famous Wonhyo killed the determination, and the 2 also agreed, albeit with displeasure. Then the other 2 confirmed their agreement with the conditions set out to the clients. Leonhardt announced that their guild was engaged in a complete and thorough clearing of the dungeons, which meant that the mages would also have to stay here for the entire period. This condition was not in the contract, so everyone was interested in the length of time they would be stuck here. The guild was counting on a month, or a little less, of course. If a player was injured, they would be sent home, but the rest would have to stay until the end. Castle intervened in the conversation, noting that he liked the task of a complete cleanup. The mercenary was ready to get down to business right now and do everything right. Seeing the bewilderment and discontent on the wizards' faces, the skeleton belatedly asked permission to speak. And then he continued to tell that he saw no point in constantly leaving the dungeon and returning back, and that one day they had to live like that on level D for almost the entire duration of the study. The other participants at the table had not had this experience, and everyone started asking questions. Mr. Leonhardt also asked about their impressions of Class D. Castle hesitated, saying that it wasn't quite a typical D class, so everything worked out well and the boss was defeated. Expressing a desire to hear the whole story one day, the guildmaster returned to conducting the briefing. Sometime later, the researchers began to carry out the task assigned to them. Mr. Leonhardt and his assistant stood to the side, quietly discussing the situation, glad that such an experienced necromancer had agreed to cooperate with them. Only 2 laps apart, and he seems much more experienced than one might expect. Mike would like Wonhyo to join their guild. It would be easier and safer for them. But the director understood that the magician was not interested in joining anyone, although this was upsetting. And in general, it's better not to talk about this topic with the necromancer, so as not to ruin the relationship. Mike agrees and turns the conversation to the rumors that Wonhyo has a skeletal dragon. Leonhardt hoped that they wouldn't have to summon it during the cleanup, but he also wanted to see the creature in person. Entering the main dungeon for clearing, the researchers saw a real sandy desert there. There aren't many dangers here, according to the director, but for an E+ class dungeon, that's strange. These words immediately alerted Henbo and made his friends worried. Last time, in a dungeon that was not typical for their class, they had a lot of trouble and barely got out. Nobody liked the situation when they didn't know what kind of danger was lurking. When Kai asked what they should do, the wizard replied that they first needed to gather as much information as possible. Everyone agreed with this, because if a high-class monster like that demoness appeared again, they could all die. The best idea was to join forces for survival. It gave much greater protection to everyone than trying to defend themselves separately. Hyunbo thought about it and decided to be frank with his employer. He turned around and walked towards the guild members who stood to the side, giving the Manu the opportunity to confer privately with his friends. Mr. Leonhardt greeted the magician with a question as to whether they were ready to talk about the current situation. Of course, this was part of their duties and had to be reported. Henbo said that he had already encountered similar open-type dungeons and that many monsters often roamed such areas. The director agreed that it was not good, the location was not very good, and we would still have to fight the boss. The assistant was also at a loss. They had not found any traces that could give clues, and the battle needed to be ended as quickly as possible. But the necromancer had one more piece of bad news that needed to be told. Before sharing it, he created a protective dome around the people. Mr. Leonhardt realized that this was a protection against eavesdropping and was very intrigued by what he could hear. Henbo said that in one dungeon he met an incredible creature. She said that she was a demon dragon of disaster. She was definitely not at the E-class level, and she was also feeding off other bosses to survive. It was unknown how many she used exactly, but at least 3. Richard couldn't believe his ears that someone could absorb 3 bosses to survive. It was surprising that the magician managed to survive, to which he replied that she had not intended to kill the demoness, but wanted to check. To the surprised questions about what she meant by testing, Hyunbo replied that she wanted to fight him to test how strong he was. Gloria asked to hold out for only 5 minutes, gave 3 chances to hit her, promising not to attack during these intervals. The director asked what happened during these 5 minutes. Did the dragon really use the absorbed boss monsters? Henbo noticed that Leonhardt was very smart, and replied that yes, it was hard for him to last a minute, let alone 5, so they decided to attack the bosses instead of her. In the end, Gloria recognized the necromancer and said that he passed her test. The guildmaster had the idea that perhaps she was traveling the world and looking into different dungeons, looking for servants or comrades. In the worst case, she might appear again, so the guild could provide people to help. But Henbo refused, saying that it was better for him to work alone. Mr. Leonhardt did not insist, but handed over a magic communication bracelet, of which they only had 8. So after the operation was over, he asked for it to be returned. The necromancer had never encountered such items before and accepted the bracelet with curiosity. The parties said goodbye and agreed to stay in touch throughout the cleanup. When the guild left, Kazel immediately began to demand that the owner get a new toy. He took out a magical artifact in which something was hidden and activated it. There was a pop and waves of sand rose up, raised by the transformation magic. When the dust cleared, a real, full-size car was standing on the sand. Some time ago, the team was sitting at home and thinking about how they could improve their efficiency. Kazel suggested that they needed their own transport to move around faster. On foot, they spend too much time moving through the dungeons. Chris agreed and suggested that you could travel faster by summoning a dragon. Henbo agreed with the problem, but noted that the mana costs for Nidhogg would be too high. Looking at Kai playing Rally, the magician noted that a car would be the best option. The skeletons, accustomed to other modes of transportation, were surprised by this decision. But for the guy, this was the most familiar option and also the most convenient for accommodating the entire group. So now the friends got into the freshly conjured car, putting Kazel behind the wheel, and set off across the desert in comfort. Leonhardt and Mike, who had been watching the company from afar, just opened their mouths in surprise. None of them expected to see an ordinary car in the dungeon that would be used for its intended purpose. The director suggested that the principle of the machine's operation was similar to that of golems. The main thing was to set up the engine and then give it shape. Laughing, he noted that he could learn a lot from the young magician, and then ordered his men to take up positions. The Golden Black Hole Guild has begun building a base in the dungeon. The entity, in the form of a little girl watching them from the shadows, was pleased that the guild had reached the 2nd floor. The monster was even more pleased that the dangerous and unpredictable necromancer was not with the guild members. Meanwhile, the necromancer's team was comfortably driving through the desert in a car. The skeletons found this method of movement unusual and even a little frightening. Henbo estimated that at their current speed, they should be there in about half an hour. But during the entire journey, they did not encounter a single monster or even a single living or dead creature. It was very strange, and you had to be careful because it was obviously a trap. The necromancer attempted to establish contact with the guild camp, but the bracelet only produced interference. This was also strange and made him nervous, so the master decided to return. The car turned around and drove in the opposite direction, hoping to arrive at the scene soon and figure out what was wrong. They rode and rode, but they never met anyone or saw anything except an endless and monotonous desert. The road was correct and something must have been here even though no one saw anything. This scared Henbo. He didn't want to meet another unknown demon, but the unknown tormented him even more. In any case, they didn't know the cause or solution to the problem, so they decided to stop and look around. Chris quickly did some magical reconnaissance and announced that she had bad news and good news. The magician asked to start with the bad one. It's better to know about this right away in order to resolve everything faster. The problem was that they were stuck and the necromancer's magic couldn't solve it. This could only mean that the reason for the jam was itself magical. Chris sent her mana in different directions, and as a result, it breaks off in one place. It was difficult for the sorceress to control the torn mana, but she guessed that it had moved to another place. Mana didn't move by accident, it was intended that way. Perhaps they themselves can also move somewhere. The lowest level for teleportation is the 5th circle, but if the distance is large, it is already the 8th, so they were blocked here by a creature with 8th circle magic. Henbo asked what the good news was then, and it was that the creature had locked itself in here as well. The magician began to ask about further actions, but cut himself off. After all, if a creature with such magic is nearby and does not kill anyone, then it can save them. But they will still try to find a way to get out of here, and preferably as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, in the guild camp, there was a battle with sand monsters that appeared suddenly and literally from the ground. The attackers were not particularly strong, but they were outnumbered, although the warriors successfully dealt with them. After some time, the sandstones were completely destroyed and mixed with the soil underfoot. Mr. Leonhardt noted that the attack was unexpected, which is why it caused damage. He ordered to start with treating the wounded and then to begin restoring the defense. We need to start building the camp right now. They need it urgently, and there is no time to waste. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice was heard nearby, declaring that they were so similar to him, too smart. The owner of the voice was a little blonde girl in a dress and with a teddy bear. No one expected to see that. The girl continued that she liked the bald man's way of thinking, but the exam was not over yet. Mike suddenly remembered Wanyo's story about the demon dragon and almost said it out loud. The director understood this and covered the assistant's mouth with his hand in time, surprising him and everyone around him with such a gesture. The little girl laughed that he had to be careful with his words because he had just almost died. The assistant broke out in a cold sweat from the realization of how close he had come to death. Abruptly changing the subject, the entity stated that the people had only an hour to rest and then the battle would begin again. And then she asked a question that seemed unrelated at first glance. What is better, quality or quantity? The director decided not to risk giving the wrong answer and asked if it was possible to choose both options. The demoness was surprised by this answer. Usually no one argued with her and acted according to a template. Then she laughed that this was already the third option. But let it be so, she accepts it. Then she announced that the guild's next opponents would be superior to the previous ones in both quantity and quality, and that they had exactly 1 hour to prepare for the battle. After this, the entity disappeared, raising a column of dust from the place where it stood. For a few moments, everyone stared silently at the empty space in complete amazement. Then preparations for the defense began abruptly. They had to complete it in just 1 hour. Leonhardt was terrified that he was being tested by an unknown demon, and after the test, she would want to use all of them. Not knowing what kind of opponents to prepare for, the guild members decided to just rest, while the master shared information with them. Rumor has it that since the dungeons appeared, strange creatures like the one they just saw have appeared. Leonhardt was told about this by the necromancer Wanhyo. The creature he encountered was a dragon. Surely this girl is at least a low-class dragon, but there is good news in this. The demon is testing them, which means she won't attack herself. But you still need to be prepared for anything. The battle will be difficult, and it is unknown how many people may die, despite all their skills. The director realized that the warriors were already scared enough and needed to be supported somehow so as not to make things worse. He said that all those who died would not be forgotten, and if he himself died, then let the researchers not forget him either. No one will be forgotten. On this day, they fight for everyone and will avenge everyone. The soldiers supported the master's speech with friendly cries of agreement and cheered up a little. An hour later, new sand monsters appeared, even larger and in even greater numbers. Leonhardt urged his men to survive at any cost, and this was a good motivation for them. The victory in the second battle also went to the people. The preparation was excellent, so there were practically no wounded. After the battle ended, that girl appeared again and suggested making changes in the new battle. He could increase the quantity, quality, or emotions. Richard asked if she could increase the defense instead, to which the demoness only smiled and announced that the next battle would be in 2 hours. The rested detachment was also able to confidently win the third battle without any wounded. In the fourth, fifth, and sixth battle, Leonhardt also called out other things for changes. He seemed to understand the rules of this game. During the break between battles, the warriors thought together what to call this time. They had already increased the rest time. Now they could increase the difficulty. But after the 9th battle, there were no more choices left. So the girl began to choose herself. The guild members were very well prepared, but each time victory became more and more difficult for them. The enemies became stronger each time due to the improvement of their equipment and even became smarter. The thoughts were interrupted by the mocking clapping of children's hands. Again, no one noticed the appearance of the tormentor. The hellish little girl congratulated everyone on surviving again, and in honor of the 20th time, suggested increasing the rest time again. But Leonhardt suddenly announced that instead of all this, he wanted to reduce the squad. He explained that he wanted to remove half of his people, or rather send them home. The guild members did not expect such a turn of events and looked at their master in surprise. The demoness, with a nasty grin, thought about what she should do in such a case and what conditions she should set in response. Then she agreed to save half of the squad, but in return, Leonhardt would have to choose who to leave alive. The entity announced the date of the next battle and disappeared, leaving the people to deal with the retreat. Richard told his assistant that he had to leave, but he would stay and continue the tests. Objections were not accepted because he was the boss here, and therefore he had to bear responsibility. Even if Leonhardt dies, Mike will be able to manage the guild, the golden black hole, the country, and the world are all relying on them. But the guildmaster had already prepared everything in advance for the event of his death. The deputy would only have to take care of carrying out his will. Hemingway did not want this, but he had to fulfill his duty to the master who had placed his complete trust in him. Richard then apologized to his soldiers for having to make a choice. Some voluntarily decided to stay so as not to leave an important position. Others were sent home because they had children. Leonhardt also sent the 4 hired magicians home. They weren't his real subordinates, and he didn't want to take responsibility for them either. Then the portal gates opened, instantly transporting everyone from the dungeon to their homes. After sending the selected people into the portal, the director once again ordered Mike to take care of everything. At the end, he even smiled so that he wouldn't worry. This doesn't mean that he will definitely die. The assistant couldn't find what to say to this. His thoughts were the darkest, so he left silently. Half of the warriors, 62 people, remained in the dungeon. Leonhardt ordered that the remaining time before the battle be spent receiving necessary treatment, resting, or doing light training. The master himself decided to test one of his theories and went into the desert alone. A couple of soldiers immediately went after him, afraid that it might be dangerous, although everyone understood that there were no monsters here. One fighter asked if the director really thought they had a chance of winning, to which he received the answer that Leonhardt himself never gave up. There are always chances, and there are many more opportunities. So the 3 of them walked further through the desert, leaving behind a long trail, like a mark. Richard deliberately dragged his feet so that the trail would be visible and could be followed back. In the end, he found what he wanted. Although it was difficult, at times he even thought it was impossible. The tracks ended at an invisible barrier that separated the camp from the rest of the dungeon. Mr. Leonhardt ordered the soldiers to plant a mana crystal bomb at the barrier. When it exploded, a huge wall of fire rose up, visible from all sides. The soldier asked if these bombs were not brought for battle, to which he received the answer that they simply needed to survive. The master assumed that there were still 4 or 6 battles left, but in this state they would not be able to cope. That's why he had to choose between 2 evils and save at least half of his people. The fire from the explosion continued to blaze. The guild members did everything they could and went back in their tracks. The morning of the day appointed for the great battle was approaching, which for each of them could be the last in life. No one slept. The soldiers just sat and shook in anticipation of what would happen, fearing the unknown. The guildmaster ordered everyone to go into battle with their heads held high and to accept whatever happened with dignity. Finally, he apologized to everyone and thanked them for the faithful service they had provided all these years. Leonhardt added that people should not give up. There is still hope, and he himself will believe in each of them until the very end. New monsters appeared here. They were stronger than the previous ones and had better equipment. The master's final instructions to the fighters were to do everything they could to survive. The guild members desperately rushed into an unequal battle, realizing that they had no other choice anyway. Explosions of prepared bombs were heard, and a wall of fire began to form, engulfing the attackers. The enemies began to rush about in the fire and scream in pain, which at first inspired the researchers. But when the smoke cleared, it turned out that the fire had not caused them any damage. Leonhardt thought sadly that he had probably been wrong to encourage the people. They really had no chance. During the 3 minutes of explosions, not a single one of the monsters was killed, and their numbers only increased. The sand monsters burned, turned black, smoked, but did not die from this, but continued to advance. The fire caused pain from burns, the injured retreated back, and others were pulled up to take their place. Soon, new and whole sand warriors were ready to attack, increasing the pressure on the positions. Sharp spears flew at the guild members, but not very accurately, although this already worsened their situation. Leonhardt gave the order to gather to repel the attack of the second group. The thought was beating in the master's head that their only hope was Wonhyo, but it was not even known whether he had received the signal. Another explosion from the guild bombs was heard, loud, bright, and frightening as expected. But he also did not cause any noticeable damage to the endless enemies, as if nothing had happened. Then it was decided to release gas to at least spoil the monster's visibility and complicate the task. People had prepared gas masks in advance and now bravely entered the wall of smoke. The explorers fought bravely, striking at the monsters with every means available. But there were still many more sand monsters, and new ones were arriving. But the members of the Golden Black Hole Guild still held on with all their might. Leonhardt did not stand aside. He also wandered in the fog, fought with the oncoming monsters, and encouraged people. The soldiers had to hold out as long as possible and then quickly begin to attack. But the guild warriors start to die, the enemies are strong, have good equipment, and spare no one. Before Leonhardt's eyes, the Sandman pierces one of his loyal soldiers with his sword, who did not manage to dodge. The dying guy recognized the master, thanks him for everything, and asks him not to stop. Richard watches in shock as the man dies and the monsters continue to attack others. The director shouts at the creatures to divert their attention to himself, let them kill him, but leave the others alone. But the soldiers continue to die, asking in their last words that they not be forgotten, and that their loved ones be taken care of. The guild members no longer hope to survive, they only want to take more enemies with them. One of the fighters, having activated the bomb, rushes into the crowd of sand creatures, intending to gather as many of them around him as possible. There is a loud explosion that takes away those who were in the affected area. Leonhardt watches the explosion in horror, thinking about his people he killed. He can't do anything but repeat over and over again that they must hold on and survive. But when the smoke began to clear, the guild members saw that there were still many enemies and they surrounded them from all sides. Even those people who still had some hope realized that they had expected too much. Seeing how unequal the number of attackers and defenders is, the researchers understand that they will simply be killed now. There is nothing left to do but accept the inevitable approach of death. Richard can't take it anymore. He rips off his gas mask and screams that this can't be done. In response, the demon's voice is heard saying that if he continues, everyone will die. The same childish figure appears in front of the defenders, looking even wilder on the battlefield than usual. She walks up to the director and pats him on the cheek, saying that he made the best choice and saved many lives. Leonhardt is a good commander. He cares about his subordinates, but he is not the kind of commander who leads people to victory. To win, a commander must think clearly, without relying on feelings. To win, Leonhardt needs a lot of soldiers. He shouldn't have given up his men. He just signed half of them a death warrant. People can no longer be saved, and the guildmaster begins to realize that she is right, and this must be accepted. The brainwashing works, the man himself begins to believe that he made a terrible choice and killed his subordinates, and now he is watching the consequences. The monster continues to suggest that he can regret it, he had to do it, he wanted to save at least someone's life, but now he'll just have to watch everyone else die without being able to fix it. With these words, the girl disappears, leaving only a whirlwind of dust and complete confusion in the leader's head. Not quite understanding what he is saying, Leonhardt orders the men to prepare for an attack. He understands in his mind that he cannot attack at such a moment, but he seems to be under hypnosis. The overwhelming majority of enemies simply destroy the soldiers attacking them without much effort. Seeing people die one after another, Richard wants to scream, but he can't do anything. As they die, the warriors tell him that he must survive and avenge them when the time comes. The demon's voice is heard again. She laughs that Leonhardt is not so bad and he can be given an A for the subject. And then the devil offers the master to take her power, which she is ready to share in exchange for submission. It takes control of a person's mind, and it begins to seem to him that this is a good decision. Richard is overcome with the idea that if he takes the offered power, he can win, even if he himself becomes a monster. They can't lose. They need to think clearly and act deliberately. The master's eyes become bloodshot as he begins to think that victory is worth many sacrifices. The director's hand raised to give the order to attack is intercepted by another hand, and a firm voice says, "Enough!" Hyunbo says that if someone can only win by becoming a monster, then there will be no forgiveness for him, and killing a monster is the act of a hero. Meanwhile, the magician's friends actively joined the battle and destroyed the enemies. The sand creatures are no longer saved by their numbers. The undead cut them down with swords and burn them with magic. The necromancer looks sadly at the battlefield and sighs that he is late, although he hurried as much as he could. Richard, gradually coming to his senses, leans on the young man's shoulder and thanks him for stopping him. At the same time, he cautiously asks how much he managed to hear from the conversation with the demoness. Hyunbo admitted that he came somewhere in the middle when the brainwashing began. When asked how he managed to return, the magician remembered Gloria and said that he had an advantage because the local demon had eliminated all the local monsters. Watching the remaining enemy forces being destroyed, Leonhardt sighed that they might be able to handle it now with the help of the necromancer, but they still needed to get stronger. In response, I heard that there is no such thing as too much strength, especially when you need to protect someone, but they need something other than strength. The surviving guild members approached them and agreed that not only strength was needed because people would always be weaker than monsters. You need to use your head to never let this happen again. With these words, one of the soldiers approaches the guild master and hits him in the face. A man named Gren says that the director needs to be taught a lesson for what happened. Everyone else also wanted to punch the boss who almost killed them by surrendering to the demon. When everyone had finished, the director's face was mottled with bruises. Gren told Leonhardt that they wanted to follow a human, not a monster. He doesn't need to become a monster. The master's strength is in his people who respect and trust him. Richard was very touched by these words, and he immediately forgave his subordinates for the blows. He apologized to the fighters again and again and thanked them for their trust, hoping to justify it in the future. Meanwhile, Henbo watched as the enemy army burned out, turning back into sand. The approaching skeletons declared that they were finished with everything, the battlefield was cleared, and there was no more danger. The necromancer also finished what needed to be done here and could leave calmly. He could rely on his friends just as Richard could on his troop. But then suddenly, a small hurricane swirled on the sand, announcing the return of the demon. The girl was furious, screaming that she had almost succeeded in everything, and it all fell through because of the necromancer. She started yelling at Hyunbo how disgusting he was and how dare he interfere with her. The magician did not show fear, although he actually felt it, and simply said that this was his job. The she-devil continued to threaten to tear him to shreds and demand that he choose which opponent he wanted now. The answer was that there was none, and this was momentarily confusing because it didn't fit with expectations. The necromancer replied that he was not going to choose anything. He did not need it. The girl had already started to openly get angry and threatened that he would say goodbye to his life. The landscape of the dungeon changed dramatically and began to play with unearthly colors, having a frightening effect on people. This made everyone even more scared, but Hyunbo said that he was not going to die. The devil screamed. Did he really believe that lizard and think that because of fear of her, she would not kill him, clearly meaning Gloria? The necromancer calmly replied that yes, the girl could not kill him or cause any harm. The answer was clearly not what she expected, which caused an even greater outburst of rage. The face no longer looked human. Sharp fangs appeared, the eyes turned white, and everything was distorted with anger. This transformation horrified everyone, including the magician, although it was not noticeable behind the mask. The monster rapidly increased in size, turning into a gigantic beast. It growled that the magician was finished for looking down on her, she would not let it go, and her revenge would be terrible. The demoness began to theatrically stretch her clawed paws towards the people in order to instill more fear in them. Henbo was scared, but he wasn't going to give up and was thinking hard about what the catch was. Here he realized that the monster had only been threatening all this time, but was doing nothing, and he began to think. The girl is too strong, but somewhere in the dungeon there must be a source of this power. Gloria had a hard time supporting herself, and this one spent so much energy on her soldiers. Everything turned out simply. The girl no longer had enough strength for the next attack. The devil may be weaker than Gloria, but she is still a powerful monster capable of harming people. But the necromancer was still able to understand the secret of her power, all thanks to 3 accidents. The first of them was that having overcome the barrier, he became stronger and this power remained with him. The second coincidence is that Henbo is a necromancer, and the third is that he can control dead monsters. The demoness split her soul into parts to control the monsters, which is why everything turned out the way it did. The ability to subjugate a soul and give it a physical shell is the work of a necromancer, so Henbo was able to easily defeat the soldiers sent by the demon. If a necromancer does not want to take the soul, he can simply destroy it. A 5th circle necromancer can use souls and create explosions with them. Thanks to this, the guy was able to destroy the soldiers, which means that the girl's soul was significantly weakened. Perhaps the demon will have to spend a long time restoring his soul. And the monster continued to wish for the magician to die, to which he expressed hope that this would not happen. With a squeal and a blast, the demoness left the dungeon, promising that this would not be their last meeting. The explorers were left alone in the middle of an empty, sandy area. After that, Hyunbo fell to his knees from exhaustion. He no longer had a drop of energy left. The confrontation took too much mana and mental strength he could barely hold on. Leonhardt rushed towards the magician, but was stopped by a familiar voice that came from behind him. Mike emerged from the portal and came to check what was going on. He no longer hoped to see his master alive and was happy that he was wrong and that everything was okay with him. The assistant threw himself on his boss's neck and could not hold back his tears of joy. Richard was very pleased with this expression of feelings and the understanding that his subordinates truly appreciated him. After this, all the survivors began to gather and return home through the portal gates. Dungeon number 1087 Class E+ in the United States of America has been officially cleared and closed. A field hospital was built for all the wounded, where everyone could receive the necessary assistance after the battle. Henbo was already feeling better and was on his bunk finishing off the breakfast he had brought. Someone's voice nearby noticed that the guy had a good appetite, which meant he was getting better. It was Richard who came up with a portable IV and his wounds covered with plaster. When asked how he was, Leonhardt replied that his recovery would be long, but the main thing was that he was alive. And he added that the dungeon they had cleared had already disappeared, as usually happens with them. Henbo noted that this meant that they could not return for now unless they agreed to another mission. The director said not to worry. He would pay for everything anyway, and at the same time suggested staying in America. Golden Black Hole is the best guild in America, if not the world, and it would be an honor for them to accept Wonyo. But the magician refuses. He does not want to be part of the guild, although perhaps someday he will decide to create his own. Richard was understanding, but still repeated the invitation to stay in America and work together. The necromancer liked the idea, but he did not plan to leave Korea anytime soon. Not because it is his homeland, but simply because he already has everything ready there and does not want to part with what he has already achieved. Having clarified these issues, they moved on to discussing other matters, of which there had been enough in their absence. Finally, Leonhardt once again thanked the magician for helping them survive and promised to repay him for his help. Hyunbo liked it. He hoped for an additional reward because he did much more than they agreed. After this, Richard left, promising to do everything in the best possible way and advised to have a good rest. With the help of the telepathic communication system that the magical translator used, the magician's friends began to talk to him. The skeletons agreed that if they had arrived a second later, there would have been no one to help. No one would have survived. Henbo kept thinking about the monster and came up with the idea that it was connected to the Legion. This idea was supported by Kai, who was also thinking along similar lines. Legion is a top-class monster with characteristics similar to a ghost. It is almost impossible to kill. You could say that Legion is a ghost that controls other monsters, and what makes it different from other ghost-type monsters is that it can control its dolls. The girl divided her soul and controlled its parts, arranging these demonstration battles. But she didn't look like an undead because her soul had a physical body. Be that as it may, Henbo hoped that he would not have to fight her anymore, and everyone supported him in this. Besides Nidhogg, who, although he did not participate in the conversation, clearly wanted to express his opinion on the matter. The dragon thought it would be good to absorb the soul of the demon and become stronger. The magician was surprised, but then appreciated this thought because their dragon is not full-fledged, which means he must do everything to become stronger, and the stronger he is, the better for everyone. While the squad remains in America, the necromancer should collect as many souls as possible. There are more tasks here than in Korea, and Richard will solve the visa issue. Leonhardt was delighted to learn that Wonhyo wanted to travel to America and was willing to help with anything necessary. But the director himself was still too weak, and while he was recovering, he allowed the guests to use his hall with magic books. It was a large and quiet place, perfect for magical training. With the help of the director of Magician's Library, Henbo was able to learn the concept of coordinates that appeared in the fifth circle, although there were points before that. These are simultaneously different and identical concepts, which is directly related to the necromancer's specialization. His starting point is himself. But in order to understand whether a magician is developing his self correctly, he needs to go beyond his capabilities. The guy was sure that the path he was taking was the right one, and that's why he gave his all. Although he had been on the verge of death several times, it seemed that these were just logical errors. Now Henbo is on the fifth circle, but still hasn't achieved what he wanted, so he needs Gloria's help. Then she herself helped the guy escape, and now he wanted to strengthen his abilities using the coordinates. The necromancer had to go beyond his limits using the seventh circle teleportation magic. This time, Nidhogg also used the vicious breath using the coordinates. They were eventually able to escape, but both were exhausted from using such strong magic. But thanks to Gloria, with quite a bit of success, they were able to recover quickly. Christina kept repeating that they were surrounded by very difficult opponents, so they needed to constantly become stronger. Hyunbo shared this opinion and understood that otherwise they would simply all die. Somewhere in another space, a badly battered demonic girl crawled in to argue with Gloria. The dragoness began to ridicule her, saying that she was wriggling like a bug and couldn't even maintain her appearance. Legion continued to scream that she had crossed all boundaries and that she would not let it go. Calm Gloria replied that although she could not fulfill her wishes, it was a pity to kill her. The helpless hysteria continued, to which the Horned One noted with disgust that she was still calling herself a demon. According to the dragoness, the girl is just a bug, and there is nothing demonic about her. But she won't kill Legion because she's in a good mood. Let him live and suffer. Gloria left, waving her hand, and added that she was alive only thanks to her, so that she would not forget. And the girl continued to scream, threatening to kill her, and the man, and everyone in general. In our world, Henbo and Richard were leisurely strolling through the streets of Washington. The Korean liked the city and looked around it with pleasure and great interest, but it was still noticeable that everything here was new and unusual for the guy. Describing his impressions, the wizard said that Washington seemed bottomless to him. He is a necromancer and therefore sees more than others, and if they can rise above the city, he will be able to show Richard. Leonhardt had such opportunities, so soon they were already flying over the city in a helicopter. Henbo performed the Deadeye spell, allowing other people to see what the necromancer could see. When Richard saw the city from the other side, he was shocked. He did not expect this. The skies over Washington were filled with ghosts, some hanging motionless, others flying. The necromancer noticed that his friend now knew what happened to the dead, and he asked for more details. After death, souls leave the body, funerals are held so that they can calmly fly away from this world. And the souls that they are now observing could not find peace after death. The director was horrified by the realization of how many restless dead were constantly nearby. He asked how people could live next to this all the time and not notice anything. Then he answered his own question, that this happens because of the mana penetrating into the world from the dungeons. Henba was pleased with his companion's intelligence. He added that these were not just souls. They were capable of development. For example, they can develop by absorbing other souls, because the more energy you have, the stronger you are. This is the law of survival of the undead. This new knowledge only increased Leonhardt's anxiety, wanting to understand what to do with it now. But Hyunbo already had an idea, quite risky, but worthy of attention. Sometime later at the White House, the U.S. president is studying the documents. He can't understand what kind of nonsense is written there. Halloween is long over, and he is told that within a year ghosts will begin to attack the city's residents. The man laughs, ordering the vice president to stock up on crosses and holy water, who, with a serious look, also offers silver bullets, just in case. The president continues to laugh, suggesting that they call exorcists as well. Then something strange starts to happen in the office. The lamps spark and the wind rushes. Glass is blown out of the windows. The president demands that they immediately figure out what is happening. Looking around the office, the man notices something that makes his hair stand on end. The entire office is filled with ghosts that rush around with an angry howl. A security guard runs in and demands that we evacuate from here quickly. While everyone runs down the corridor, the ghosts chase them. The faces of ghostly monsters fly around people and make scary sounds. The men run into the seemingly empty office, but a large phantom is already waiting for them there. The guard begins shooting at the huge scarlet figure of a Native American. But the bullets do not cause any harm to the ghost. It only becomes angrier. The president covers his head with his hands, screaming, and waits for a counterattack. But nothing happens. So he timidly opens his eyes and looks around. In the center of the room, an unfamiliar man in a cloak gathers ghosts into a small portal and remarks that the president should pay more attention to the problems in the country. The head of state does not understand what is happening and demands an explanation from the vice president. He replies that it was simply a visual demonstration of the reality of what was written in the report. Right now it's a production, but within a year it could become a reality for the entire country. Still irritated, the president asks who the two strangers in the office are. The middle-aged, gray-haired man was introduced as Richard Leonhardt, the master of the Golden Black Hole Guild, and his young masked companion is the best necromancer they could find, and he is the one responsible for the demonstration. At the mention of the necromancer, the president's surprise and incomprehension only increased. The magician, meanwhile, says that they have no time to be surprised. The spirits are already gaining their strength. The guild members have already convinced everyone in power. Only Mr. President remains. Hyunbo commands that it's time for them to act if no one wants this place to become a kingdom of the dead in a year. To begin with, they decided to conduct an experiment in a small town, having first checked whether there were spirits there. Many wizards and soldiers came to the city to ensure security. Hyunbo didn't need such massive support, but he didn't argue with the president. Nidho also took part in the spirit absorption experiment. When there were no strangers left around, they began to perform the ritual. The necromancer created a spell that lures restless spirits to them. Several preset traps glowed with mana, and phantoms immediately flew towards them. These were the souls of not only people, but also monsters. They flew towards the mana, not feeling any danger. Once they found themselves in the zone of attraction, they could no longer move from their place and escape. The wizard drew in the energy of restless spirits, destroying them and filling himself. The necromancer always needs mana, so he came up with a ritual to restore it. Henbo takes the mana of the captured undead for himself, but it has a negative effect on living creatures. That's why the magician immediately passes it on to Nidhogg, who himself doesn't know how to absorb anyone. But since he is undead himself, the spirit energy only makes him stronger. The dragon circled impatiently around the owner, who was conducting the ritual, in order to quickly get his fill. But the master demanded to wait, because it is important not only the quantity of mana, but also that it is of good quality. Soon the undead mana passed from the necromancer's body into the dragon's, and was absorbed without a trace. After the absorption ritual was completed, Henbo decided to check the pet's condition. He opened the dungeon site with personal characteristics and couldn't believe his eyes. The skeleton dragon's status has been supplemented with the word changing, which was not there before. The master suggested that this was a hint that Nidhogg might change and become a true dragon. This was pleasing, because the stronger the undead, the stronger its owner, and it was enough for the reptile to try to create a heart with just energy. It would be best to take something material as a basis. The magician had already asked Richard to obtain a good crystal for this purpose. You just have to wait until something suitable appears. Suddenly, Henbo heard the sound of a car approaching, although there should have been no one in the area. A minibus without identification marks drove up to the magician, for some reason let through by security. Leonhardt got out of the car with two companions and asked how the ritual went. The magician replied that everything was successful and asked why the priest and nun had come here. Richard first introduced the necromancer Won-Yo to the guests and then gave them the opportunity to introduce themselves. The priest called himself Romeo and the nun was called Victoria. The question of why they came here was still relevant. Romeo replied that they came to make sure everything was okay and were glad that it was. And then he added that he saw no evil in the necromancer's energy and was now convinced that everything was being done only for the sake of driving out bad spirits. Hyunbo was very surprised by this approach and said that he only took away their energy. There was an awkward silence. The priest didn't really understand what the guy was talking about and what kind of rituals he was performing here. Romeo was not really in a friendly mood, but he decided not to show it. He said that he understood what was being discussed, but he was sure that it was done for the common good, and now, apparently, the next step was to cleanse the big city. Some of the priest's colleagues would also like to check the results of the necromancer's methods. Not all of them trust him, but he hopes for understanding. Hyunbo finally understood the true purpose of the priest's visit. There are many more people on their side, and they are much stronger together. These came first so as not to kill each other. Therefore, the necromancer agreed to the test, but warned that if his life was threatened, he would defend himself. The priest suggested that they try together for the sake of the whole world and said goodbye. Richard stayed with the magician, and together they watched the minibus drive away. It was the president's idea, Leonhardt explained. They are exorcists who use holy power and cleanse dungeons. The mention of holy power made the magician laugh, and he was glad that the ritual was successful. The director expressed hope that all other rituals would also be successful. Then he added that he also brought good news. He was able to get one interesting crystal. Hanbo, who had been waiting for this for a long time, immediately showed curiosity. It was the Diamond of Hope, also known as the Diamond of Failure. A minibus of exorcist priests was driving along a night road. The silent nun on the street immediately shared her comments that the necromancer would become even stronger and it would be better to get rid of him before it was too late. The priest agreed with this, but decided that it was not time yet. The magician hides behind good intentions, but his methods are not good at all. Therefore, it is better to wait and observe him for now. The nun agreed with these arguments. After a short silence, Romeo added that he still didn't like that they had to turn to such a person. But the job entrusted to them is to show how terrible and dangerous his power is. Victoria did not answer, and they each became immersed in their own thoughts. The driver, who remained silent the entire way, continued on his way. Hanbo was studying in Richard's library when Richard came in and asked him what he was working on. The guy replied that he needed to create an undead that could restore its mana, fight for 3 hours straight, and use at least 3 types of weapons. But that was a difficult task. When asked why, the magician replied that he needed a skeleton, a spear thrower, and a swordsman all rolled into one. The problem is that this is too long and expensive to produce, and the wizard himself does not yet know how to instill all the necessary qualities in the creature. Richard really wanted to help and thought about how he could solve such an unusual problem. Then he advised the guy to try studying robotics because it could be useful for him. In response to a surprised look, he said that these are similar processes, the creation of the body, the choice of behavior, and so on, and this will help him. Hanbo thanked him for the advice and decided to really think about it, since it made sense. Leonhardt noted that it was time for him to give something to the new owner. The magician realized that they were talking about the crystal that was intended for Nidhogg. Nodding understandingly, the director said that he was already waiting for the next rituals. After that, they performed 2 more rituals, sucking out the negative magic from about 1,000 undead for Nidhogg. They also began to conduct rituals in megacities, and Las Vegas was the first. Since there are always some events going on in this city, the team was able to disguise the ritual as one of them. They organized a parade show where people had to fight the undead. People were willing to take part in the big parade to have fun. They even promised a reward for the winners, and then the show received an unexpected boost. Boxes of weapons were dropped from helicopters by parachute to exterminate the evil spirits. The host in camouflage announced that all participants would be given weapons. They will have to kill dead opponents from it. Whoever kills the most will win. The soldier demonstratively fired at the spectator, and only a blue beam of energy came out of the weapon. Everyone looked at the strange haze flying between people. It seemed like it was alive. The presenter continued that such a weapon would not cause harm to the living. It was only needed to take away the power of the undead. When the meter is full and the indicator turns red, you need to return to the base and get a new one. The more undead players catch, the better the reward they will receive next time. The big board showed a screensaver of the Undead vs. Humans show. On this note, they pompously announced the start of the battle and began hunting for monsters. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, several tanks and helicopters stood waiting. Much closer to the parade, a group of people in armor and cassocks hid and waited for their moment. Hanbo appreciated how clever this move was, to which Richard replied that in such big cities there was no other way. Locking all the people in their homes will be very difficult, so it is better to disguise everything as a show, which the necromancer is just about to start. The guy disguised himself as a fantasy-style wizard, wearing a robe, a pointed hat, and a white beard and hair. For this occasion, Nidhogg was given skin on his skeleton, and now he looked like a real red dragon. As they soared above the crowd, everyone screamed in delight. People admired the dragon, dreamed of riding it, and speculated how much money the organizers poured into this show. The wizard tapped his staff on the scales, attracting attention and simultaneously activating the magical marks. Immediately, the markers lit up with pillars of light, which attracted all the restless souls of the city. The magician announced the beginning of the deliverance from evil spirits and asked the participants to fight with all their might. The souls of people and monsters flew into the light of magical traps, which made them visible to everyone. The motley array of ghosts flying around a life-size dragon created an incredible effect, and the audience was so impressed that they immediately rushed into the game. The weapons that were given to the participants were magical. They really did catch the undead. So the people who were playing enthusiastically actually did Hyunbo's job for him. The ghosts were not going to give up easily. They screamed and attacked, but everyone thought that these were just special effects for the show and no one was afraid of them. Whenever a spirit appeared nearby, they immediately opened fire on it. The soldiers guarding the parade also took part in the hunt, looking out for phantoms that had strayed from the pack. They also competed with each other to make it more fun. To make the show more vivid, the game weapons were created with different effects. For example, jets of fire or air, electricity. Sometimes it broke in unskilled hands, but the devices could be replaced by security. Hyunbo was glad that he had the opportunity to test the new magic weapon in a real situation. There were fewer and fewer spirits around, and the hunt was clearly coming to an end. And people were already getting tired. Many stopped hunting, others were still running, but without the starting enthusiasm. The necromancer realized it was time to finish and extinguish the traps. Then he rose into the air again on Nidhogg and announced that everyone had done well today. And then he shouted that they were fools, that they were only feeding his dragon with the energy of the dead. The players began to look at each other in confusion, and the magician added drama to his voice. Hyunbo declared that humans were now useless and therefore had to die. At this point, Nidhogg dramatically released a stream of purple smoke over the heads of the spectators. It wasn't dark breath, but only an imitation of it, so it didn't harm anyone. The players looked in fascination at the dissipating smoke and the wizard riding a red dragon. When the smoke disappeared, the magician said more quietly that today he was very kind and would turn a blind eye to everything. Next time, no one will get off so easily. Just wait, and he will enslave this world. And then the dragon soared spectacularly into the air, did a pirouette, and flew so far away that it was impossible to see him. Hyunbo was pleased with how everything went and was about to get rid of the suit. But then someone pointed a powerful blinding spotlight at him. A company in armor and robes came out into the circle of light. They declared that the necromancer was a vile creature and were not going to let him go just like that. The magician's experienced eye recognized the silver armor, crosses, and holy signs. It dawned on him that this was not a continuation of the show, but real knights of the Catholic Church who wanted to get rid of the necromancer. Leonhardt also noticed what was happening and wondered if the church hadn't said that they would support them. He attacked the priest standing nearby, demanding to know whether they had violated the agreement. Romeo replied in confusion that he didn't understand anything either. He had warned everyone about the agreement, but apparently not everyone had decided to listen to him. Richard cursed. Then why was a priest needed here at all? There was no point. He only created problems. Then the radio announced that 4 helicopters and 7 tanks were heading their way. The news changed the situation significantly, since the Catholic Church did not have heavy weapons. This meant that there were traitors among the soldiers who took part in the operation. Hen Bo thought the same thing. Apparently, someone among the military turned out to be a religious fanatic. Richard asked over the radio if the mage and the dragon could escape, but with the enemy having helicopters, it was difficult. A man in military uniform appeared on the roof where Leonhardt and Romeo were and said that there was no need to worry about it. The soldier said on the radio that Yuta had sold the superstar, let everyone act according to the plan, and not touch the necromancer. Then Captain Hedrick turned to the director and apologized. He didn't think his squad could behave like that. It dawned on Richard that the soldiers had waited so long on purpose to catch the traitors. The headquarters had known about their existence for a long time, but there was a lack of real evidence. All that was left was to wait for it to appear. The inspired guildmaster radioed Henbo, telling him that he had a chance to escape. Having realized what was happening, the magician decided that he did not want to run away. He only answered the questions by saying that he would try to change this scenario. The necromancer turned to the Catholics, wanting to know how great their discontent was, since they had decided to go so far. The churchman told the child of hell to shut up, because today was the last day of his life. To add weight to their threats, the knights added that God himself wanted this. Henbo laughed that they only knew how to talk, although they followed his plan. Having lost confidence from the fact that the necromancer was not afraid of them, the priests listened to what he could tell them. The magician stated that they were not gods at all in their perfection, but subhumans who were weak by birth, and therefore constantly tried to become stronger. Even if the magician and the church have different methods, the goal is the same, so they need to be able to answer for their words and actions. But these Catholic knights only hide behind God, believing that he will protect them. They should remember that their words and actions are taken as the words and actions of God. And that means actions too. That's how Hyunbo summed up his speech. The churchmen listened attentively to what the magician was telling them and thought about what they heard. Gradually, people began to understand that they were wrong to arrange this ambush and betray the trust of those with whom they had made an agreement. When the resolve to harm the necromancer disappeared, the swords began to fall to the ground, as they were no longer needed. The knights of the Catholic Church, with folded weapons, looked at the magician standing on the dragon's head. The magician himself was very surprised that his words could cause such an effect. The head of the order came forward and thanked them for resolving the conflict. The priest admitted that they still lacked a lot, but they only wanted to follow God's instructions, and besides, they were now a little weakened. Henbo was very surprised and remarked that this was very interesting, because he thought that the knights came here to fight at full strength. But the monk replied that he did not want people to die from this battle, and if their god tells them to stop, they listen to him. The necromancer was very pleased with the outcome of the conversation, but he didn't want to leave just like that. He stated that he would then leave as their enemy, and their battle would still take place in the future. And the necromancer, with an ominous laugh, flew off into the sunset riding on a dragon. Meanwhile, at the site of the parade show, signs appeared on the board stating that the first round was over, but the war was not over yet, and people dispersed in anticipation of new entertainment. Flying into the deserted area where the team was waiting, Henbo returned himself and Nidhogg to their true forms. Some problems in executing the plan were expected, but the magician did not think there would be so many. But suddenly a rather strange thought crept into his head, which needed to be clarified immediately. The wizard asked Nidhogg why he was still under his control, despite having stats much higher than his master. The dragon thought that it was because of the oath in which the magician promised to make him a real dragon and even better. If in the past he really was a fake, now he feels like the real thing. So now the contract between master and servant has changed to an oath between the dragon and his swordsman. In response to the surprised cry, Nidhogg declared that the master, as promised, made a fake better than the original, and now he himself could make one stronger than his master. Chris intervened in the conversation, explaining that, simply put, Henbo had become a dragon master. Now he has complete power over the dragon with whom the oath was made. Nidhogg added that overall, nothing had changed. He remained his master. Castle expressed delight at this occasion. He was pleased with any opportunity to become stronger. The mercenary wanted to make such contracts for everyone, then he could become not just a skeleton, but a warrior of death. Kai also supported the idea. He would also like to become the captain of death, but in any case, the skeletons will continue to follow their master. But Chris tempered the general excitement by noting that they weren't sure yet how it worked, and the more you expected, the more disappointed you would be. In any case, everyone was determined that they would become stronger by any means necessary. And then the company decided that it could wait, and the chance to have free fun in Las Vegas was rare, so it was worth returning to the city and taking advantage of it. 45 days later, the second stage of the parade show with the hunt for the undead was held, and it was also successfully completed. This time, Chris, Kai, and Kazel also received a large amount of negative mana thanks to their cores being Moonstone, Sapphire, and Ruby. After the introduction of the cores, the skeleton's stats changed, and Christina gained a racial affiliation. Kai and Castle became part of the Death Warrior race. Due to the drastic change in stats, their races also gained the status of changeable. Henbo was also able to raise his level, although this did not affect the change of race. Gradually, the team, together with the Golden Black Hole Guild, successfully cleared the E and F level dungeons, completing the third stage. Richard was upset that the necromancer had to return home. He secretly hoped that he would get used to America and would want to stay himself. But Hyunbo still considered Korea his home and wanted to return there. This decision had to be made, but Leonhardt still added that he would be glad to see the magician at any time and for any reason. The skeletons, having significantly increased their level, could now take on human form for a long time and flew with their owner on an airplane as ordinary passengers. The plane landed safely in Seoul and everyone happily went outside, noticing that even the air was nicer at home. The Operations Bureau knew about the necromancer's return, but he didn't expect to be greeted. Kang Hye-mi was waiting in the hall, wanting to know all the news first. The girl was clearly happy to see the team return and readily agreed to personally carry out her superior's request. Before the flight, Hyunbo contacted the Bureau and asked them to get something for him. The talk was about a replica of the Korean peninsula created by Kim Jong-ho. Then Kang Hye-mi noticed the three companions of the magician, who were unfamiliar to her. The red-haired guy started to chuckle and said that they had already met, and they just needed to take a closer look. No matter how hard the employee tried to remember, she still didn't recognize anyone. But then she was struck by an unexpected guess about where she might have seen Henbo's companions before. The red-haired man turned out to be the well-known Castle, which he happily confirmed. Kai guessed that Hime had never seen them in human form before, hence the surprise. When asked how this became possible, he replied that in the States they had developed well and could now take other forms on their own. Christina noticed that it was time for them to leave the airport. Finally, Hime handed over a package from the director, which she wanted to deliver personally. The envelope contained a personal letter for Kim Hyunbo and a talisman. The letter said that the talisman had a special power. He was able to create it only thanks to the magician, and therefore he was sending it to the real owner. This made the magician confused, especially since he did not know this talisman and had no idea what it could be needed for. After returning home, the routine didn't change much. Training, studying, and clearing dungeons continued as before. The magician also began to search for information about talismans, but the one given to him was different from the standard ones for Asian culture. The gift really did contain power, and there was so much of it that one still had to learn to control it. Chris even jokingly noted that she wanted to kidnap the director to find out where he got such knowledge. Kai interrupted the wizards from their conversation, announcing that they had a guest. This was the one they had just wanted to kidnap, the director of the Operations Bureau. He turned out to be a young man of ordinary, unremarkable appearance. Henbo, looking at the guest, could not feel much mana in him, which was strange. The man broke the prolonged silence by asking if everyone had already looked at him. The necromancer was embarrassed at this and replied that it was natural, he was the director after all. The guest confirmed that he had made the talisman that was given to him. Then Henbo decided to ask directly why he came in person, because magicians are dangerous. The answer was that he knew perfectly well. He had fought with magicians, many of whom were truly crazy, and while saying these words, the director looked straight at Christina. In general, dangerous guys learned to increase mana, problems only increased, and then he clarified that he meant all mages in general, and not just from the dungeons. This confirmed Henbo's suspicions that there were magicians in the real world too. The director noted that his interlocutor was not surprised by the fact that magic existed on Earth. There may not be much magic in our world, but wizards have learned to use it correctly. After which the chief asked whether the necromancer was interested in this, to which he received a positive answer. Then he can show what he learned about the wizards he personally killed if the guy asks him. Hyunbo countered that he didn't think he needed to be asked to tell him anything. There are many of them here, but the guest came alone, so let him just pass on everything he knows. This caused laughter and the response that other wizards immediately tried to kill him, but he was only trying to teach the new generation. The director did nothing visible. Henbo did not feel any impact, but suddenly he and his skeletons were paralyzed. No one could move and did not understand what was happening and whether it was their guest, who seemed to be an ordinary person without mana, who did this. The necromancer mentally scolded himself for not being able to sense any external influence and for finding himself trapped. The boss didn't explain anything. He just said that today would be an excellent experience for the magician. He went to the window and asked if he could smoke but was refused. Then the director got down to business. He needed information. Hyun-bo would have to do whatever he was told within 10 days. He had no choice but to accept these conditions. The boss continued that if he was pleased with the result, he might even throw in a bonus, for example, better housing than this one. Then he handed the magician the talisman and said that they could contact each other with its help, since it was not a fact that the phones would work then. With these words, the director said goodbye and headed towards the front door. When the door closed behind the guest, the magical paralysis released the hosts, and they could move as before. Chris was puzzled as to how a person could use magic of that level, and Hyun-bo was worried about how difficult the tasks they were given were. Kai and Castle were upset that they had lost completely and couldn't even do anything about it. What happened also worried the young man. He didn't even know whether it was pressure, paralysis, or even a stop in time. Whatever it was, everyone agreed it was terrible. The next day, Kang Hye-mi came to the team's home with an assignment from the director. He handed over some money as payment for the services and hoped that the magician would cope. The payment was several trucks, completely filled with cargo. Hyun-bo was at a loss as to why they needed 5 10-ton trucks. The director also gave the performer 3 books, a beginner's level for modern wizards, a beginner's book of the dead, and a book about talismans for beginners. The necromancer appreciated it. It was exactly what he wanted, and a couple of days later the task began. I had to ask Leonhardt for help, who in turn had to contact the Vatican, but in the end his friend's request was fulfilled. The ordered cargo arrived promptly in Seoul and was delivered straight to Hyun-bo. It was 1.5 tons of silver and 18 tons of iron. Richard had to work hard for that. Stone golems specially created for this purpose took over the movement of the cargo. They were also responsible for the main preparation for the mission, and they did a good job. The squad needed to create a good defense, and the golems were busy making materials. Although these creatures were previously at the level of primates, thanks to the development of their talents, they also managed to improve their brains. Hyun-bo trusted them completely to do the job and was not worried, knowing that they would be careful with the new materials. As their thinking developed, the golems even became demanding, and these demands had to be met, but fortunately the American government took care of this. In any case, these soldiers were completely under the necromancer's control, as was the weapons warehouse in the basement. America sponsored the wizard with weapons of various formats, even bombs and missiles. This weapon will help arm his army and serve as protection from the outside. The squad also began to develop new weapons themselves. Chris came up with sketches, and America brought them to life. Hyun-bo just entered the weapons warehouse and met Christina there with another drawing. She began to complain that energy efficiency, capacity increase, and production costs were difficult to improve simultaneously, but she continued her work. The team also started mass production of spell cards again. They received crystals from America and sent them cards in return. Over time, of course, the Americans also learned to make them, and that was the end of Hyun-bo's business. Many people have felt the changes in the world, but they do not yet know that a full-scale invasion is ahead. For their part, the researchers prepared to the maximum. Hyun-bo could only pray to all the gods to protect them from the worst. For some time now, researchers have been unable to enter the dungeons, as not all bases and houses are now connected to them. New quests and tasks stopped appearing, but experience and skills did not decrease. One could say that from that moment, global changes began. Meanwhile, the 1st of January arrived when the world changed irreversibly. A man in a suit walked out into the street, grumbling that he had to go to work on the first day of the new year. When the clock shows 9 o'clock in the morning, he really doesn't want to go, but he has to catch a taxi to make it on time. Already sitting in the car, the clerk notices that something is wrong. It is too dark outside. By this time, the sun should already be shining brightly, but it was still twilight outside. Here, the taxi brakes sharply and gets stuck in a traffic jam, causing even more dissatisfaction among the passenger. Cars are frozen on the road, horns are honking all around, and people are shouting without understanding anything. Suddenly, a bleeding man who appeared out of nowhere falls onto the hood of a taxi. The noise of the traffic jam was joined by screams of horror and piercing cries of unknown origin. A giant ogre was advancing on the cars and the people sitting in them, trampling everyone who got in its way. The clerk, whose main concern just a few minutes ago was not being late for work, suddenly had a real reason to worry and shout. And so began 4 days of life in hell, which completely changed humanity. The city was now in constant twilight at any time of the day. Monsters from the dungeons roamed the streets and killed everyone they met. Hyun-bo watched the video on his phone and wondered how people were able to get so close to film. The video is replaced by an incoming call from the director, who says it's time to go. He sets a meeting in Seoul and orders to destroy all monsters that they encounter along the way. The boss expects the mage and his team to destroy all the monsters, and they don't have to worry if they hit something else in the process. Hyun-bo understood the task, and when asked about the time, he heard that it had to be completed before tomorrow's lunch. Overhearing the conversation, Castle, wearing new armor, grumbles that this is a stupid task. Now the necromancer commands his friends that they can go and kill. A man and a woman are riding a motorcycle quickly through the city. The man shouts to his wife not to look back and to hold on tighter. He will definitely protect her. Several blood wolves were chasing the motorcycle, gradually reducing the distance. One of the wolves unexpectedly managed to overtake the motorcycle and began to attack from the side. A huge mouth with sharp fangs was quickly approaching. People closed their eyes in horror, expecting to be killed now. It seemed to them that there was nowhere to expect salvation. The thought flashed through the man's head that until this morning, they had been living a normal life. So many monsters appear out of nowhere, and he really doesn't want to die. The impact on the motorcycle causes people to fly out of their seats and fall to the ground. The man almost loses consciousness from the blow, but watches the monster approach in fear. But suddenly, someone else appears accompanied by an unusual glow. A blood wolf is attacked by a giant white bear dripping with mana. The wife rushes to her husband, with whom they were scattered in different directions. The sound of iron boots can be heard on the asphalt. Someone is slowly walking towards them. A tall, powerful figure in armor approaches the people, clearly not intending to attack them. Ignoring the question of who he is, the knight says that when the fog clears, there will be soldiers here. There is a battle between two monsters next to them. The bear manages to destroy the wolf with difficulty. Having finished off the enemy, the polar bear freezes in place and breathes heavily from fatigue. The knight rushes to meet him, comforting him like a pet that he too had a hard time. People look at this scene with great surprise and thank their saviors. Then, leaning on each other, they begin to move away from the battlefield with difficulty. The harsh light of the searchlight hits them in the faces, which means the soldiers are already here. It's really a large detachment of soldiers in tanks, and people understand that they have survived and are saved. All the country's important figures gathered in a secret bunker on the outskirts of Seoul. Kim Dae-chol, president of South Korea, asks how the situation is outside. Han Kyung-chol, the defense minister, reports that the military is currently trying to clear the city, and the cause of the crisis itself is still unclear. A 60% mortality rate is also expected in all cities of the country, and this is in the best-case scenario. Suddenly, mocking applause was heard nearby, cutting through the silence. The president and the minister of defense turn around in surprise at the sound and see Park Man-hye, the youngest son of the CEO of Changdae Group. The guy asks the president with a smile what he will do in such a situation. The CEO tries to stop his son, ashamed of his behavior. The son suddenly starts hitting his father on the head with all his might. The man falls dead. It happens so suddenly that no one has time to react. Park Man-hye is glad that he won't bother him anymore. A man in a suit rushes towards him, shouting how dare he kill his father. The guy suddenly grabs the man by the throat and lifts him off the ground. Holding him like that, the CEO's son demands that he close the door and listen to him, or he will be the next to die. Those around him understand that the guy is clearly demonstrating inhuman strength and is most likely a traitor. He did not deny it, saying that for them he might be a traitor, but he only chose the right side. Park Man-hye throws away the victim and starts giving a speech that he chose the side of strength and no one can blame him for it, and now he is special. And he added that no matter how hard the Earthlings try, they cannot defeat them. People who understand little ask who they cannot defeat. They don't get a direct answer, but the guy says that his new powers are just a fraction of their powers. It will not be possible to defeat the unknown demons, you cannot even try, but they are ready to show mercy if you join them. Demons are ready to destroy everyone except those who go over to their side. Of course, you can refuse and die. With these words, Park Man-hyo cuts off the head of the man standing next to him with one blow. Several people immediately fall to their knees and are ready to join the new leader. The president asks if the guy doesn't realize how terrible what he's doing is. Park Man-hyo snaps back. What does it matter to him what he has to say at all? Then he suddenly attacks and raises his fist, intending to kill the president as well. Suddenly, the traitor's fist is intercepted by someone's hand in camouflage uniform. One of the soldiers guarding government representatives stepped forward and defended the head of state. The soldier's strength is clearly not inferior to the aggressor. Even his hand does not tremble to hold back the blow. Sergeant Hyun asks the officials to step aside and let him handle the matter himself. The president does not fully understand what is happening and who is his savior. Meanwhile, the soldier not only continues to hold the aggressor's fist, but also twists it. Park Man-hyo screams in pain and humiliation. He also does not understand who can resist him. Hyun replies that he is an ordinary sergeant who has experience in dungeons, and as a soldier he must destroy the traitor to humanity. With these words, still holding Man-hyo's fist with one hand, he strikes with the other. The blow is so powerful that the enemy is literally torn to pieces. The other soldiers laugh, saying that he has completely lost his mind. Sergeant Hyun then turns to those who supported the traitor and says that it is time to pay for their choice. Thus ended the first day of the 4 black days of the earth. People already realized that sometimes the most terrible monsters are among them. There was a battle with monsters on the city streets using heavy military equipment. The enemy was a huge one-horned giant, and the soldiers were urged not to spare bullets. They tried to hit the monster in the heart with shots, but suddenly he did something unexpected. The creature grabbed the car in which a man was sitting and screaming that he did not want to die. The military were at a loss as to what to do. No one wanted to allow a civilian to die. The commander said over the radio that they needed help from tanks and he would take responsibility. They tried to dissuade him, because along with the giant, a civilian would also die. But killing the monster was more important, and the commander began to give the order to shoot over the radio. Suddenly someone demanded to wait with this. A tall figure in armor and with a sword was approaching them. It was Castle, and he was determined not to allow any more innocent deaths. The warrior dealt the giant a strong blow to the legs, causing him to let go of the car. Castle managed to catch the car on his shoulders before it crashed into the ground. It was very difficult, but still the mercenary did not let go of the car and tried to push it away from the monster. Seeing that the car and driver were now safe, the commander gave the order to blow up the target. There was an explosion, a wall of flame rose up, and the monster was destroyed. As he lowered the car to the ground, Castle noticed that the military's toys were indeed dangerous. When asked who he was, the warrior replied that he was reinforcements. The soldiers were surprised that he was alone, but were told that there were others. Castle explained that serious reinforcements were on the way, but there was no need to shoot at them. The commander did not ask why they needed to shoot to help. He only confirmed that he understood. After a couple of minutes, the soldiers themselves understood what was meant. The reinforcements turned out to be a squad of dungeon monsters, only subordinated to the necromancer. Castle said that this unit could be used in battle as a human shield. Reinforcements of this kind were sent to other places as well. The commander thought about it and appreciated that this was a very useful solution to the problem. He gave orders to his men to use the newly arrived reinforcements of creatures for defensive purposes. Watching from above as the controlled creatures rushed to attack, Chris noticed that they seemed to be uniting into a flock. Henbo confirmed that this is true. Some people pick up human corpses. Apparently, someone controls them with magic. Here, the necromancer noticed something strange and out of place on the asphalt. There was a summoning circle, and it was activated. Right now, someone should appear there, but it is not clear who exactly. The circle was very strong. The magician even doubted that he would be able to destroy it on his own. Chris urged the owner to calm down and think better about what they should do now. Henbo decided that it was better for them to leave because, in the worst case, a creature or a high-level magician would be summoned here. The residential area was dark and empty. Everyone was hiding. Only prayers to the Lord, Allah, Buddha could be heard. There was someone hiding among the bags of garbage at the dump. It was a girl who was quietly praying for someone to help her because she couldn't cope on her own. Just yesterday, everything was as usual. She was at work and lived like everyone else, and today, the world collapsed. A huge bloody wolf was approaching the dump, sensing that there was another victim somewhere nearby. Seeing the creeping monster, the girl began to shake violently with fear, touching the garbage bags. Then she covered her mouth with her hand, afraid that they had noticed her and would attack her. Indeed, the monster heard its victim, and now its huge burning eye was looking straight into its hiding place. The wolf opened his mouth and let out a terrifying roar, luring his prey so that it would be easier to grab it. The victim, as expected, suddenly rushed out of the garbage heap and onto the street out of fear. The girl loudly called for help from anyone who could hear her, and she stopped abruptly, seeing that there were even more of these giant wolves on the street. The lady was so terrified that she could no longer scream. She only quietly prayed for salvation, realizing that it was not real. No longer expecting anything, she closed her eyes, and then she heard someone's voice asking if she needed help. The girl opened her eyes again in surprise, and the voice repeated that it could help her. But there were only monsters around, and not a single person who could talk to her. But the voice did not stop, asking if she was sad to die so young, if she wanted to give up. When asked who it was, the answer was that he was evil, which became such after losing to God. But he is also a force that can stand against him. They will not just watch. As soon as a girl makes a wish, he will fulfill her wish, unlike a useless god. The poor thing didn't need much persuasion. She asked the demon to save her. The summoning circle she stood at, unknowingly, lit up and a portal opened. From there, large shadows of the most ominous appearance began to appear. The horned demons immediately pounced on the blood wolves and quickly destroyed them. The frightened girl heard a voice that sounded quite real and close by. It told her to try to think faster next time. In front of her stood a handsome young man in a suit, although his eyes glowed red. To the unspoken question, he answered that yes, he was a demon, but he was also her savior. The demon suddenly picked up the rescued young lady in his arms, but she did not resist. The man said that he would take her to a safe place, and that she just needed to hold on to him. The girl did not understand at all what was happening, but decided to stay with the one who saved her from the wolves. Already ready to move, the guy suddenly noticed something in the sky that interested him. Such interest was aroused by a dragon flying through the sky with a rider on its back. The demon didn't think he would be able to see a necromancer of such a level in this world. Henbo hadn't noticed anyone yet, so he sat Nidhogg down and climbed off of him onto the ground. He was glad that he was able to destroy many monsters and collect enough materials. But then the wizard's attention was drawn to what was happening nearby on the street. There stood a man surrounded by dark mana and holding a girl in his arms. Nidhogg quietly whispered to his master that he was sure it was not a human. The stranger greeted him, said that he had never seen necromancers of such a level, and offered to talk to him. Henbo agreed, but only if the stranger was not his enemy, which he readily confirmed. The demon revealed his identity and introduced himself as Andromalius. The amazed magician asked if he really was the demon of Solomon, the 72nd deposed god, the Count of Justice. The archdemon replied that people really do know him by such titles. It's strange that the necromancer isn't surprised. In response, he heard that he was surrounded by monsters, undead and dragons. In such company, the demon would certainly not surprise. This surprised Andromalius. He didn't think that there were such people among people, and he went to meet him. Nidhogg was afraid that they might be in danger, but Henbo said that everything was fine. He's an archdemon. No matter what they do, they won't be able to defeat him, so there's no point in rushing around in vain. Coming closer, the Count of Justice saw that the necromancer was still very young and had already managed to reach such heights. When asked how he knew so much about him, he replied that many demons have access to information about the length of human life. Pointing to the girl in his arms, Andromalius asked if the necromancer had any purification magic to avoid leaving our treasure in such a state, clearly referring to the aromas of the garbage dump she was hiding in. Hyunbo was surprised that he called an ordinary girl a treasure of demons, to which he heard that he saved her life, which means she now belongs to him. The magician did not know what had happened here before his arrival, but he noticed that the Count was indeed handling his burden very carefully. The conversation dragged on, no one wanted to interrupt it, and the archdemon suggested moving somewhere else. When the men found a place for a quiet conversation, the Count first took care of the girl, and Henbo asked why he needed her. Was it because of the contract? Andromalius replied that there was no contract as such, he only helped her avoid death, which was also very surprising because she so easily and simply agreed to help. This still did not dispel the necromancer's doubts, and he decided to ask why the Count was telling him this. This time, too, he didn't evade the question, replying that, of course, it was to get closer to him. This surprised the young man even more, because he was much weaker than the archdemon. Why would he need him? Andromalius laughed, saying that the mage had poor self-esteem, but his skills were outstanding. In addition, he was given advice by Vasago, the third of the 72 demons, who had the gift of foreseeing the future. Hyunbo wasn't even surprised anymore, he just asked what kind of advice it was. The advice was to make friends with the first craftsman you meet on Earth. This meeting will be useful to him, but it was a necromancer who met here. Having said out loud that it was an honor, the magician thought with relief that apparently in the future, where Vasago looked, he was still alive. When asked what the demons were planning, the answer was that they were only working for each other. The answer was very obvious, the Count laughed. That was true. Hyunbo said that he had already seen two of the strongest enemies and knew that demons were not the strongest, so he saw no point in them doing anything for the sake of humans. Andromalius didn't expect such an answer at all, and it made him think. The archdemon noticed that Vasago's advice was clearly correct, and he wondered who exactly his new acquaintance was fighting. Then Henbo told him about Gloria and the creature he met in the desert. The Count thanked her for the interesting story and agreed that the enemies were indeed very serious. One of them even represented the dragons. Then he handed the guy a box, explaining that it was a monocle that could help make wishes come true and could be used up to 3 times. Also, the necromancer can personally ask the archdemon for help if he needs it. Henbo thought that it was too expensive a gift and wanted to refuse it so as not to be indebted to the demon. But Andromalius did not accept the refusal, saying that it was in honor of their new friendship. After that, they continued to talk and exchange information. The Count told a lot about dark magic and the world of demons. Demons have not visited Earth for over a century, except when summoned by dark magicians. It was also said that the demons were only given permission to come to Earth after the last dungeons appeared. That is why Andromalius values his treasure so much, because he has not been here for a long time and has not had any contact with mortals. The Count also noticed that there were many more dark magicians. 300 years ago, there were only a few thousand of them. Now, out of more than 10,000 and only growing, everyone wants to become stronger in a situation like the current one. And if a new friend needs a book, here is another gift for him. Here is all the dark magic from the 1st to the 6th circle. Christina, who was listening to the conversation via the telepathic system, could not resist asking to look at her. But then, the talisman that the director of the Operations Bureau had once given for emergency communications suddenly became active. From there, as if from a telephone, a voice came, congratulating on their arrival in Seoul and ready to give further instructions. The pattern on the talisman turned into a map of the city with a red dot in one place, which was where the meeting needed to be. The conversation ended with the words that we need to come, the people from above are starting to move. Andromalius, as if recognizing the voice, smiled, which meant he was remaining neutral, and this must be remembered. Then the Count turned to Henbo and remarked that he, it turns out, had long known about the existence of heaven and the underworld, and therefore was not surprised. Knowing that his new friend had urgent business, the archdemon was about to leave. Then, as if remembering something, he asked if the magician was married. The guy, who certainly didn't expect such a question, became embarrassed and confirmed that he was not married. Delighted with the answer, Andromalius picked up the girl in his arms and disappeared. Henbo could only guess why the question was asked and what was so pleasing about the answer. Having arrived at the place marked on the map, the necromancer and his team met one director there. Instead of greeting him, the magician couldn't help but ask what was wrong with his face. The director looked really bad, very exhausted and sick. He thought that the wizard would immediately want to kill him, but he did not deny that he had no such thoughts. In gratitude for saving his life, the chief decided to give the magician something. He was already given one talisman once, a new one wouldn't be out of place either. The boss ordered the squad to rest tomorrow, but the day after tomorrow they will need to go to Yewido. When asked why there would be a rest tomorrow, the answer was that he would find out for himself when the trip began. Suddenly, the director started coughing and blood appeared on his hands covering his mouth. He asked me not to worry as if it was something ordinary and said that it would soon get easier. But Hyunbo couldn't turn a blind eye to this and asked what was happening to him and if he needed help. The boss didn't answer. He just repeated that he wasn't worth worrying about. He was an egoist who only thought about himself. His family had supported this country for generations, but he himself was tired of constantly living for others. But the director is forced to do this because many other people are ready to do anything to save their own skin. But he will not let this country fall, and he does it for himself. Hyunbo understood a lot about the personality of the bureau boss and decided not to develop the topic further. So he asked if he was going to Yewido alone, to which he received the answer that there would be other people there, but they would not be a team. At this point, the man ended the meeting, saying that he still had a lot of things to do, and it was time to get down to them. The necromancer's squad also immediately left the empty place, going home through the magic circle. The streets were littered with corpses of monsters that had to be collected by soldiers. The commander demanded that this be done as quickly as possible. Everyone wanted to clear the area as quickly as possible. All the military personnel took part in the mission, except for those on duty at the checkpoint. But they were not too happy to be left out. The guards were talking among themselves as if they were paying well for selling these corpses, so they should also take part, since they themselves had killed them. But then the guards' attention is drawn to something unexpected and terrible. The second of 4 dark days on Earth ended, and the dead began to return to life. The soldiers, running away from the revived monsters, wondered as they ran why they needed their corpses at all. As if the dead monsters weren't enough, the ground shook, as if someone was crawling out from underneath it. It was a giant stone golem that swept away everything in its path. On the golem's back was a magic bomb, ready to detonate at any moment. Watching the explosion and fire from a decent distance, Hyunbo and Chris sighed that they weren't so undead and lifeless. But if a necromancer intervenes in the matter, the soldiers might think that it was his doing. The guy couldn't do nothing at all and decided to conduct one test. The Jinn is a new race that emerged from the infection, a new transcendental being, neither an angel nor a demon. It was the genie named Agni that the necromancer now called for help. Agni appeared covered in flames and laughed. Was the master really going to take advantage of their contract? Hyunbo ordered to go to the battle zone and burn everyone there except for people and those connected with him. Fire accepted the order with delight and immediately flew off to carry it out. The master wanted to add where to take the living, but there was no one nearby. The genie was frolicking with all his might, creating a massive fire that quickly engulfed the buildings. Chris was worried that he would burn down the entire city. But Hyunbo decided that Seoul would never be able to return to its previous state anyway. However, it would be better for them to tell everyone else about the genie's tricks so that no one gets hurt. The magician agreed with this, and at the same time suggested that they take all the civilians out until tomorrow when they would go to Yewido. A 2-headed giant miraculously survived and walked away without looking where he was going. He didn't see the active recruiting circle and stepped on it with his paw. Immediately above the broken circle, a huge clawed paw materialized, much larger than the giant himself. The paw crushed the underground creature like a bug with a nasty crunch. The next day, the undead and monsters united and began to destroy the world together. Hyunbo and company arrived on Yewido Island and watched the battle, waiting to see how it would end and how good it would be to be a necromancer in such a world. The magician assigned one task to his student Kim Mi-jin and also waited for its results. Agni flew up to the company, which had set up an observation post on the roof of one of the buildings. The genie was delighted with what he had done and wanted to also look at the magic circle that the researchers were watching. The circle was active, and it felt like it was already calling someone. It is impossible to know who exactly is being summoned, but the genie can find out the time remaining until the appearance. But when asked how much time is left to prepare, the answer is none. And at this moment, the circle turns on to full activity, raising a column of energy into the sky. There were 4 markers on all sides of the intersection, and they were all activated simultaneously. A giant elephant-like monster with a large number of sharp fangs and claws began to materialize above the marks. Outwardly, the monster resembled a woolly mammoth with a spiky tail and paws with sharp claws. Agni laughed joyfully, recognizing the newcomer to this world, a creature he had already encountered. Henbo was unfamiliar with it and asked the genie to tell him who it was and what to expect from him. He replied that this was the king of the earth, the king of monsters, one of the two best monsters on earth. The king of the monsters was known by the name of Bahymus, which should be familiar to researchers of magic. Then the magician was able to remember that in his research he had come across information about him and his relation to the same species as angels and demons. But Agni was not worried at all. He assured that he would easily defeat him because he was much stronger, although initially this was not so. Bahymus had not yet finished everything he had planned, and besides, he noticed the dragon. The circles became active again and shot columns of pure energy into the sky. Nidhogg and his riders barely managed to dodge one of these pillars, which almost hit them. This time there were many more active marks, and fiery beams flared up all over the island. Henbo realized that they were defenseless against such a strong enemy and needed to use amulets. The entire team activated their protective amulets, hoping that they would be able to hide them from the monster. Nidhogg managed to deftly weave between the pillars of fire that flared up in the streets. Once we managed to escape pursuit, it was time to go on the attack. The necromancer still had the glasses that Andromalius had given him, and he gave them to Christina. They had a pre-agreed plan, and each proceeded to carry out their part. Next to speak was Nidhogg, who was already preparing his favorite spell. On command, the dragon launched a vicious breath at Bahymus. A powerful stream of dark energy hit the target exactly, but had no noticeable effect. The mammoth escaped with only minor burns on its skin, and even those healed very quickly. In a short time, the monster had completely regenerated, was full of strength, and very angry. Bahymus began to personally attack the dragon and its masters, putting all his monstrous powers into it. Nidhogg managed to dodge the powerful attack, and it became clear that action had to be taken. He used a lightning spell to move as fast as possible so he couldn't be caught. Henbo didn't like it. The amulets helped a little, but lightning consumed too much mana. The time has come for the loyal skeleton knights to enter the battle, who have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. While the lightning was flashing, the warriors chose the best moment to attack the mammoth. They activated the most powerful artifacts they had with them, the Power Strike and the Strike Sword. After making a long jump, the skeletons landed right on the tusks and began to cut the monster apart. But Bahymus had enormous strength, and all the blows did not cause him any significant injuries. The attackers only made it more angry, and the creature was preparing to tear them apart with its claws. But then Agni entered the battle, saving the knights from certain death with his intervention. The genie was in no way inferior to the mammoth in strength, was not afraid of him, and dealt him blow after blow. The fire entity was delighted at the opportunity to take part in the fight. Even the blood was on fire. Agni was not inferior to Bahymus in either strength or size, so a serious battle was brewing. The fire spirit was not at all afraid of the enemy and perceived the fight as good entertainment. He managed to grab the mammoth by the sides and lift it off the ground. While continuing to hold the beast in the air, the genie simultaneously began to set it on fire. The skeletons didn't understand how this was possible if they were able to even noticeably scratch the enemy. Agni replied that Bahymus draws strength from the earth, and since he is in the air, he will not withstand this attack. Then he called upon all non-humans to join the fight. Henbo also decided to support the attack with magic to increase its effectiveness and speed up the victory. Bone spears flew at the king of the earth and pierced him right in the face, although he did not feel it. However, after this, the spears exploded with dark energy, raising a column of fire, which already attracted attention to them. But the smoke cleared, and it became clear that this also did not harm the monster in any way. It only caused a little inconvenience. Agni's hand, ready to deliver another blow, was suddenly intercepted by the beast's paw. He didn't immediately understand how he managed to lose the initiative and not notice that the enemy still had strength. Bahymus held his enemy's hand tightly and threw him away with a swing. The genie fell into a building area, causing a lot of noise and destruction, although he himself received no noticeable injuries. Then the mammoth again turned his attention to the dragon flying around and decided to eliminate the obstacle. The beast began to chase him and showed in this process a considerable agility that no one expected. Nidhogg barely had time to dodge the claws. He had to think of something urgently. They flew up to Agni, who was trying to recover from the fall. He was not injured, but had lost a lot of strength. The genie cried out that he needed more fire, much more than he had. Without it, he would be of no use. For such an occasion, Henbo had a plan and bombs prepared with which to implement it. Bombs flew from the open portal towards the fire spirit, filling him with the necessary fire with their explosions. The projectiles were controlled by the undead, who carried them into the portal and directed them to the desired point. Agni happily absorbed the energy of the bombs and became stronger with each explosion. Those watching from the sidelines were perplexed as to how anyone could withstand so much fire. Here Castle had a new idea which required an amulet. The mercenary decided to absorb the undead that were used to control the bombs. Spirits filled his body, but more of them were needed to carry out the plan. From the absorbed energy, the skeleton's figure increased in size and soon became almost as large as Behemoth's. Cooperation with the undead also greatly increased strength, making it possible to attack the monster. The beast, not expecting a new attack, missed the blow and found itself in a fight with an opponent of equal strength. Not being accustomed to such enormous dimensions, Castle had a hard time moving, so he could not fully use his new abilities. But then Kai asked him for help, who also wanted to try something to increase his strength. It is always important to help a friend, but it is also important not to lose sight of the enemy during a fight. Kai wanted to awaken his internal energy to strengthen. He needed cover during this time. The mercenary had nothing against it and moved into battle, hoping that he would also receive help. The restored Agni joined the battle, took away Castle's excess energy, and it immediately became much easier for him to move. The genie burst onto the battlefield with renewed vigor, ready to burn and destroy. Nidhogg flew above everyone in the sky, looking for a good opportunity to attack. But the monster spotted the dragon first and decided to deal with him first. Behemoth began to attack the elusive reptile, making giant leaps. To defend himself, Nidhogg used his favorite vicious breath along with a powerful dark blast. And again, this did not cause any noticeable damage to the beast, but it did prevent harm to the dragon. Taking advantage of this pause, the big castle rushed to attack the mammoth. On the other hand, the inflamed Agni rushed to help. The undead and the genie were overwhelmed with power and chose the most successful tactics so that the target did not have time to react. Attacking from both sides, they each dealt Behemoth a blow that managed to rip through the tough skin and finally inflicted dangerous wounds. The blow took all of Castle's strength and he could barely hold the wounded beast in place. Agni had it easier, but he still had to strain himself to not miss the target and compensate for his partner's lack of strength. At this time, Henbo gave the signal to his assistants to perform the reverse gravity ritual. Pillars of dark energy rose into the sky around the area where Behemoth was being held. The necromancer's disciples, led by Kim Mi-jin, manipulated this energy to capture the monster. The girl gave it her all and demanded the same from all the other participants in the operation. Noticing that the ritual was going well, Henbo now gave the command to Agni and Castle to act. Using reverse gravity, they were able to use their swords to lift the beast into the air so that it would lose its supply of earthly power. Thinking through the plan of action for this day in advance, the necromancer was worried that his weakness was the lack of strong attacks. He wanted to find a real way to increase negative mana to become stronger. Christina stated that everything is possible in magic, because the owner already has attributes of death and curses. These are the glasses the mage received from Andromalius, and the negative mana contained in the amulet received from the director. By combining all this, it will be possible to destroy the enemy much faster. It was precisely this ritual that all the wizards present on the island were now engaged in. Chris put on the monocle and Henbo took the amulet. They prepared to combine their energies. When the growing amount of negative mana reached its maximum, they launched it at Behemoth. There was a colossal explosion of power and brightness, leaving no chance for survival even for the king of monsters. When the smoke cleared, all that remained was a huge crater of scorched earth. Agni was overjoyed that they had won, and that it had been a great attack. Henbo wanted to say something, but then he noticed that Chris's body couldn't withstand the tension and fell apart. She reassured him that it was okay. She was undead, and this was not the first time. And in general, the owner could restore her. The genie announced that it was time for the slayers of the King of the Beasts to receive their prize. A rain of golden sparks fell upon them, giving the winners increased levels, recovery abilities, fire resistance, and other benefits. These sparks were pure life force, capable of lifting anyone to the heights of power. Agni, overflowing with energy, frolicked with all his might, offering to show everyone the blessing of the great Allah. Henbo didn't know what it was, and he didn't want to know until he had a good rest from what he had experienced. But first, Chris needed to be restored, which with new powers was not a problem. While the necromancer fought Behemoths, the others also continued their battles with the monsters. But on the fourth day of Dark Days on Earth, people finally realized that after the monsters, their enemy would be nature. The cities were destroyed, communications were not working, and it was snowy January. Unable to hide in warm houses, people froze in despair on the streets. In fear of death, people looked for at least some help and found angels and demons. And while the gods ignored their prayers, the demons decided to take advantage of this opportunity. Desperate people were even ready to give money for salvation, if only someone would finally help them. And the demons responded to prayers, putting forward their conditions for help. They offered their deals, and people agreed to them without complaint, because there was no choice. Instead of stealing souls, modern demons preferred to make contracts. Some people agreed to such cooperation out of desperation, while others did so of their own free will, wanting to gain strength. The demons willingly gave their subordinates powers, and dark magicians began to appear among people. However, light also appeared to people after the fourth dark day. The gods returned to Earth. They helped to restore what was destroyed and return the cities to their former appearance. The gods said that in order to survive, people must unite and do everything possible, and they will help. People with sacred powers also appeared, fulfilling the will of the gods, as opposed to the servants of demons. The skills of dungeon explorers also increased, and thanks to outside help, people were able to avoid the terrible consequences. The day of the appearance of the gods was called Wonderful, and it was the beginning of a new world. 6 months later, the director and Hyunbo met in the office of the Operations Bureau. The boss again asked the magician to become a protector, but he again refused. The Defenders was the name of a new association created for the purpose of protecting humanity. The refusal, as always, was accepted, but there was still a request to let him know if he suddenly changed his mind. Hyunbo didn't want to take part in such associations at all, and he didn't know why he was constantly asked to do so. After the head of the department taught the necromancer how to use amulets, he left, and the department was disbanded. In their place was the Great Market, a group of creatures from another world that maintains neutrality and exists only for commercial purposes. They came out saying that this war had led to too many terrible consequences, but money and goods would help solve all the problems. A slime squeezed through the ventilation on the ceiling of the office and slid inside. The slug turned into a girl named Tia, who was once a subordinate of Henbo back in the days of clearing the dungeons. The little girl spied for the owner. She saw a meeting of very serious men who claimed that the necromancer was dangerous and needed to be gotten rid of. When asked whether they were military and politicians, the answer was yes, and they also said that this issue was acute. This didn't particularly frighten the wizard, and he and his friends returned home. They moved again to a new house, even more comfortable and spacious, capable of accommodating the increased company. When everyone returned home, Castle immediately rushed to play his favorite online games. Kai had his own things to do, and Henbo decided to rest and think about all the recent events. Chris was worried about what to cook for dinner. No one wanted to bother, and they agreed to order delivery. Everyone went about their business, and the master lay down on the sofa and began to think. In addition to the threat from the top brass, he was haunted by the old words of his boss. Before leaving, he warned the guy that chaos would soon begin, and he should be prepared for it. The director was able to see the future, which meant that this would definitely happen, and the short lull would soon end. Their thoughts were interrupted by Tia, who announced that an important guest had come to see them. The guest was the archdemon Andromalius, whom the magician had met in the dark days. Hyunbo was glad to see him. They got along well then and parted as good friends. Looking around, the Count of Justice noticed that they had settled in well. Then he introduced his companion. He was also a demon named Sayer, who was also called the Duke of the Underworld. Sayer had heard about the necromancer and was glad to meet him, so he brought a small gift in honor of this. The box contained the horn of Baphomet, and the demon believed that it might soon be useful to the magician. Andromalius also brought a gift. It was mithril, a very useful material for a mage. Hyunbo was at a loss from such attention from the demons and such expensive gifts from them. Then I noticed that someone else had arrived along with the two men. It was a human girl. She stood timidly behind the demons until they called Lady Sue to come forward. The necromancer recognized her as the demon's treasure, the poor thing he had saved from the monsters in the dark days. Now Lady Sue looked much better than she had half a year ago, but she didn't understand why she had been brought here. Andromalius had one request for the magician regarding the girl, for whose sake he came to Henbo's house today. The archdemon was going to ask the wizard to become the first teacher for his treasure. The guy definitely didn't expect such a turn of events and didn't know what to say, and Lady Sue herself was no less surprised by this request. Seeing the mage's confusion, Andromalius asked if maybe he didn't want to teach the girl. The Count explained that he was going with the Asian Union to China, where many needed his help. The Asian Union is an association that emerged after China broke up into several separate states. Hyunbo realized that because of the war, many people had made contracts with demons. The archdemon noted that there were already many monsters in Korea, but now he would need to deal with the Japanese monsters. That's why he wants to leave his treasure with someone he can trust while he's away. And at the same time, Andromalius wants the magician to teach her how to use her power and protect herself. Henbo was afraid to refuse the archdemon, but he set several mandatory conditions. The first thing he asked was to be okay with the fact that the girl might get injured, because there would be grueling training here. The demon understood this perfectly well and had no objections, although Sue did. To her indignation, the answer was that there was no easy way to become stronger, so would she really give up her chance? The lady didn't want to lose the incredible opportunities either, so she had to agree. The second condition was permission to conduct research on the future student, which was also necessary for training. Sue agreed to this herself. She also wanted to learn more about herself and her abilities. The third condition was the girl's blood and hair, which was necessary to summon the great demon. These words horrified the lady. Although she was inexperienced, she understood that it was dangerous. Henbo honestly explained that magicians are very tenacious creatures, and they are ready to do anything to survive. Despite her fear, Sue accepted the reasonableness of this argument and her reluctance to take risks. After thinking for a bit, the girl gave her consent to the third condition. Additionally, the necromancer asked the archdemon to cover all training costs. This did not raise any questions, and Andromalius immediately transferred the amount he considered sufficient to the magician's account. It was much more than Henbo was willing to name, and for a moment he even thought that perhaps he should refuse. But the necromancer was not going to refuse, and the contract with the archdemon was concluded. 3 days later, Hyunbo was about to start his studies and found his student in the most unsuitable state for this. The girl spent all day lying in front of the TV and eating tasty things, and now she continued to do this. The disgruntled mage asked if she had relaxed too much and hadn't even prepared for the classes. In the same displeased tone, she replied that it shouldn't bother him. And anyway, the guy was not seen for 3 days while he was busy with his preparations. She did not know when he would appear. Hyunbo replied that he was finished and now it was time for them to talk about herself and what she could be taught. They need to learn how to develop Sue's magic, because it can be said that it is immortal. Most likely, if you drink the lady's blood or absorb her flesh, you can become stronger. This is exactly what happened when they took away Behemoth's life force, and if they absorbed Sue completely, they could become nearly invincible. A girl with such an ability can become a desirable target for many who seek power. But she shouldn't worry. The necromancer and his team will be able to protect her. This did not greatly encourage the lady. She began to shake from the understanding that she could become the target of many magicians. Hyunbo noticed this and asked if she was scared and maybe wanted to run away, to which he received a positive answer. The magician stated that this is precisely why she needs to study, to become stronger, so as not to waste time on fears. The girl, who had recently been bold but was now frightened, meekly replied that she completely relied on the teacher. When they began magical training, Sue was once again able to surprise everyone with her power. Christina noticed that the student had 10 times more mana than the master, despite his high level. The necromancer thoughtfully noted that it seemed to him that he was quickly becoming more and more powerful. With mana or black magic, Sue can keep the coins in the air for more than 30 seconds, but if he combines them, it will be 30 minutes. Christina openly admired such talents and thought about what could be done with them. But Henbo began to be gnawed by black envy. In order not to break down, he announced a break. Chris approached the owner to ask if he was okay, to which he almost shouted that he was not okay at all. The necromancer in this world fears nothing, but the fact of Lady Sue's existence makes him so nervous that he wants to destroy her. His friend asked why he didn't do it then. Ashamed of himself, the guy said that it was disgusting. He didn't want to become a scumbag who was so dependent on his feelings. To this, the sorceress answered the owner in a sharp tone that it was enough whining. Henbo turned to look at her in surprise, still experiencing a storm of unpleasant emotions. Christina admitted that she also felt anger and envy when she saw how the owner was becoming stronger every day. It's amazing that he now understands how his less capable friend feels. But now Chris could understand why her desire to kill had disappeared. She realized that she herself could still become stronger. And the necromancer must understand this too, which is why he restrains his emotions. Finally, his friend added that he should try to use these feelings correctly, to increase his own strength and not to destroy someone else's. After the break, the magicians returned to their studies and began teaching Sue how to create a magical aura. She can't do anything. The girl is very upset about this and wants to ask for another spell. The master replies that she did not come to learn spells but to learn how to protect herself, so stop being stubborn. The girl, who no longer wanted to be afraid, was ready to obey the teacher in everything. Hyunbo, seeing this, added that she shouldn't give up so easily. She needed to choose a specific goal, and then she could choose good training. These words greatly encouraged the confused student. And the teacher kept repeating to himself that he should not give in to emotions, he should use them to survive in any situation. At the same time, a group of dark magicians of the Abyss were holding a meeting at the main headquarters. Everyone was sitting around the table in the conference room. The leader asked Tantalion how the situation was. Tantalion, the 71st Great Demon, Archduke of Hell, replied that everything was going according to plan, and they were moving on to the second phase. The chief was pleased and asked to spread the word that the great demons had visited Wonhyo and Lady Beck. He waited impatiently for the moment when they would react to the danger. The Gangnam district of Seoul was home to the headquarters of the Guardians, the Hunters Association, the Abyss, and the Necropolis. All members of these organizations considered themselves chosen, and they had a single leader, who was just being informed that the great demons Andromalius and Sira had been spotted in the Asian Federation. According to informants from the Abyss, a witch was spotted there. Tantalion is in charge of Japanese and Korean people who sign contracts with demons. The main one is interested in information about Necropolis, a very powerful and potentially dangerous guild of necromancers. But the speaker does not yet have the information he is interested in and has nothing to cheer him up with. The boss hopes, in any case, that the long-awaited news will be good. He is confident that their plan is a great way to get rid of the great demons and their followers. The speaker fanatically replies that it is necessary to destroy all who follow the path of evil. Then comes the question about the necromancer. But no traces of him have been found yet. The boss orders to find him himself, and to remember that his followers are not the last in this game either. At this point, the report is over. The employee bows and leaves the office, leaving the boss to think. Meanwhile, in Hyunbo's apartment, Lady Sue's training continues with varying success. A mage flies around the training hall surrounded by ice arrows, and a student tries to shoot him down. The girl again has trouble with something and starts complaining that they didn't agree on this. The master tried to keep his emotions under control and help the student develop as much as possible. He advised not to hold back and use the maximum of your magic. Sue tries to knock down the target with energy, but the wizard dodges it. Something incomprehensible to an inexperienced witch happens with the released energy. She finds herself covered by a protective magical dome from which she cannot escape. Hyunbo realizes that the student has gotten confused again and lost, as has happened many times before. He shoots arrows flying nearby towards her, and they predictably hit the target. The exhausted girl falls to the floor and the magician goes down to check how she is feeling. The guy sighs sadly that this is only the 9th day since the start of classes, and everyone is already tired of them. At the same time, an envious thought manages to slip through that the witch has really become stronger during this time. Sue rises with difficulty and suggests that they rest, and then she will definitely be able to win. But the necromancer has other plans. Now he is going to conduct special training. On the orders of his master, Castle brings a specially caught and tied up goblin to the training hall. Hyunbo orders the student to kill this monster herself, here and now. Only without black magic and mana, but really by yourself, with your own hands, to feel the whole process. Sue is very surprised. She didn't think that magical training could include killing. She has never killed anyone before, not even monsters, and she has no desire to start right now. To make things easier and avoid any pitiful thoughts, Castle said that the goblin had already suffered enough since he was here. Hyunbo continues to insist that the student kill the creature herself right now. The girl takes a deep breath, trying to calm down the excitement that has overcome her and concentrate on the task at hand. The vile creature makes screeching sounds that are reminiscent of others heard on the streets on dark days. Gathering his resolve, Sue takes the knife and approaches the victim. She swings, remembering how she was afraid and hid from the monsters in the trash heap. These memories make the girl feel angry, and she forcefully thrusts the knife into the goblin's chest. She strikes with screams, imagining other monsters that she still sees in her nightmares. Eventually, covered in purple blood, Sue stops and moves away from her victim. She breathes heavily and can't believe she just did this. Hyunbo calmly commands that they can now begin training, though Castle doubts that this is a good idea. But the necromancer doesn't change his mind and gives the student 10 seconds to get ready. Now she must try to attack the master with a knife. Sue is still in shock from killing the goblin and so at the signal rushes forward. She herself does not know what will happen, but she jumps with a knife in her hand towards the target. The next moment she runs into the protective barrier and is indignant about why they are treating her like this. Hyunbo explains that this is necessary for her survival. She must understand how terrible it is to take someone else's life. The girl who made a contract with the demon, who will be hated by everyone, and the necromancer will have to take many more lives to save his own. Baek Sun Soo, a being who worships the great demons, will definitely become a target for anyone with a holy attribute. The girl stamped her feet in indignation and resentment, and tears came to her eyes. She screamed that she didn't know anything, she just wanted to live, so she needed help. God didn't answer her prayers, so she asked a demon for help. And it's unfair that she should suffer now. Hyunbo replied that yes, the world is unfair, so now they only have 2 options. You will have to either kill to survive or surrender and die. After this, Sue fell to her knees and burst into tears, no longer hiding her despair. After a while, the girl fell into a deep sleep, having passed out from the stress of a hard day. The wizard decides that it is better to let her have a good rest, since there will be no point in it today anyway. Then an excited Tia jumps up to her owner, clearly having news. She noticed people hanging around their house and at first mistook them for ordinary passers-by. But now the slime feels like their mana is with a holy attribute, and in 2 or 3 days they will be able to attack. The little girl also overheard a telephone conversation about the army advancing. Hyunbo doesn't understand what the army has forgotten at his house, but thanks Tia for her vigilance and report. Then he calls Chris over and asks how the production of protection for Sun Tzu is going. After saying that everything will be finished today, the magician decides to test her in a real battle. Meanwhile, people begin to approach the necromancer's house. When Lady Beck woke up, she was very hungry and asked for 3 servings of ramen at once. And also chicken, pizza, rice with vegetables, hamburger, and spaghetti. Hyunbo decided that it was a reaction to stress, but the girl immediately declared that she had made up her mind. She doesn't want to die and will do anything to survive, so she is ready to kill. Such a quick decision pleased the master, but now he sent her to rest, because soon they would have a lot of things to do. Night fell on Seoul. The streets were empty and the city was quiet. Henbo and Chris were in the lab, preparing for the imminent attack. Chris was glad that by making a contract with the demon, they were able to obtain both mana and demonic magic from Baek Sun Soo. The sorceress believed that the magic inside the girl had not yet formed, so for now everything was mixed up, like 2 dishes on one plate. The necromancer agreed with the idea, but he himself would compare Su more to paper. If you pour water on it, it will be impossible to return to its previous form, so you need to be more careful. Chris realized that the owner wanted to check if she was like the other contractors. The guess was correct, because in the opinion of the magician, if the gods had answered her requests then, the girl would have become an incredibly strong priestess. When Andromalius spoke of Lady Peck, he said that two forces were fighting within her, one rushing upward and the other wanting to destroy itself. Hyunbo admitted that he had already learned more from an older being than himself. There were few such people among the available acquaintances, and Chris understood that they meant Agni. Unfortunately, the genie couldn't tell anything specifically about Sun Tzu, but he was sure of one thing: she was terribly strong. And then he carnivorously added that by receiving her flesh and blood, one could become much stronger. It's surprising that even a transcendental being would speak like that about a witch, so it's very interesting why the demons decided to entrust her to a necromancer. When asked what he plans to do, Hyunbo replied that for now he will do as they want. Suddenly, battle cries were heard, and the mages realized that the expected attack had begun. The first thing to do was to take care of Sun Tzu so that she wouldn't get hurt, and ideally she would help. They find the girl cowering in fear on the floor and order her to go to the basement immediately. She knew nothing about the impending attack, was very scared, and did not understand what was happening. Hyunbo briefly reports that their house is under attack, apparently by representatives of the church and the army. He was expecting an attack, but he didn't think it would come today, so he needed to get down to cover quickly. An observation post was set up in the basement with multiple monitors showing the surroundings of the house. When figures dressed as church knights flashed on one of the monitors, Chris sighed that these were indeed representatives of the saints. They came here because they are aiming to destroy the contract soldiers. Hyunbo asked Sun Tzu if she understood that what he had told her about during the day was happening now. The girl understood, so the master ordered her to prepare for battle. The witch cast a spell that transformed her pajamas into the gothic outfit she wanted to wear into battle. Without comment, the magician handed her the staff he had made for her, which was supposed to help control the power. With the staff, the girl began to feel more confident, although she had never used anything like it before. They were joined by Kai and Kazel in armor. The magician managed to prepare everything, so he was ready to deal with each attacker. He was sure that today there would be an outcome that the enemies could not avoid. Meanwhile, the soldier commanded that their enemies were a necromancer and a witch, so they needed to gather for an attack. A group of undead emerged from the house. These were dead warriors summoned to protect the necromancer. The dead of different races confidently went on the attack against the enemy, despite his numerical superiority. The churchmen were demoralized by the sight of the advancing troop of corpses. When they were going to visit the necromancer, for some reason they were not prepared for the fact that the dead would protect him. The soldiers rushed to attack, opened fire from all guns, but their opponents were already dead. The number of the necromancer's defenders grew. Bullets did not affect them. The army men did not have time to repel the attacks. Realizing that it was impossible to win by standard means, the churchmen turned to their gods for strength. The representatives of the saints began to pray together, and their prayers were heard. Divine power descended upon them and was directed at the attacking dead. The holy mana began to destroy the bodies of the undead, and soon they turned into nothing more than a pile of bones. With the help of the prayers of the churchmen, the enemy army quickly crumbled to dust. Frightened by what they saw, the soldiers chose not to take any more risks and act in a proven manner. They decided to retreat and fire at the house with ammunition designed to destroy fortified structures. Everything was prepared in advance, so on the signal, the plane took off and dropped the bomb. The charge hit its target precisely, causing a powerful explosion from which no one should have survived. When the smoke cleared, the commander ordered the fighters to move forward and make sure no one escaped from the building. But all the living managed to escape earlier. Hyunbo ran down the street, dragging the choking Sun Tzu by the hand. He had already regretted this decision, since the girl's physical shape was far from ideal, and running was difficult for her. The necromancer made a decision, and told his companion that if he was attacked, he would not be able to protect her. The witch became frightened, thinking that the master wanted to leave her here alone. He replied that he would try to protect her to the end, but he only had one life. Now the girl was seriously scared and began to beg him not to leave her. She didn't want to die. To stop the hysteria, the magician ordered Sun Tzu to pull himself together because now was not the time for emotions. He sternly told her to stop acting like a child and relying on him for everything. Only she can protect herself now, if she really doesn't want to die. If a witch wants to survive, she will have to try to do it herself. Hyunbo reminded them that they couldn't go back to the past. The gods and their archbishops knew that she had made a contract with a demon. The girl sadly lowered her head, admitting the truth of all the master's words. Near the house, Chris, Castle, and Kai will try to stall for time, but the attacker's target is Bayek's Sun Tzu. And since the enemies know more about her than they do, the advantage is on the side of the enemies. The witch has 4 options: to be killed, to become a test subject, to die by accident, and a 4th option, suicide. The girl gritted her teeth, declaring that none of these options suited her. She doesn't want to accept the rules of this world. She doesn't want to agree to such a life. But there is no time to discuss this. Hyunbo will try to protect Sue, but she herself must make an effort to do so. The boy and the girl ran down the street, hurrying to overtake their pursuers. They failed to escape, they were discovered, their escape route was blocked, and they began to be surrounded. The wizard tried to break through by fighting, attacking the monks with magic as he ran. He tried to stir up Sun Tzu so that she wouldn't just stand there like a pillar and would also attack. But the girl was completely confused and could not gather herself for a normal attack. The boys were being chased by monks and knights, shouting threats to kill the witch and the demon's minion. A military helicopter joined the holy men, running on their heels, shining a searchlight on the fugitives from above. The helicopter door opened, and a soldier with a machine gun appeared from there and opened fire. Sun Tzu was horrified. Did they really want to kill her that badly? Since he couldn't escape, Henbo began to create defensive spells: Bone Shield, Ghost Shield, Firewall. The 2 wizards found themselves surrounded on all sides by churchmen, and there was no way out. The saints shouted that this place would become a grave for a witch and a demon minion. Then someone with authority in the church appeared, ordered them to be silent, and silence reigned. The man said into the radio that they would need to burn the captured enemies. Hyunbo thought that they probably wanted to cleanse the world of evil, and Sun Tzu wondered why. Realizing that she had nothing to lose, the girl screamed at her enemies, asking why they wanted to kill her so much. She didn't do anything to anyone, she didn't kill a single person, she just wanted to live. In dark days, she asked the gods for help, but they were silent and there was no one else to help. The leader replied that he knew how many people had died in 4 days and that Peck was an innocent lamb. Hearing the words that he was ready to show mercy, the girl was delighted, but the continuation was not as she expected. The saint's mercy consisted of an offer to surrender, fall on her knees, and he would quickly cut off her head, and she would receive forgiveness and go to heaven to God. At this prospect, the witch's eyes involuntarily lit up with a red light. The guy continued to say that she should have died back then, and he was giving her a chance to correct this mistake. Hyunbo told Sun Tzu that this was how merciful they were. If they wanted to talk, this herd wouldn't be here. Meanwhile, the apostles began to pray and proclaim that His Holiness supported them. In despair, the witch screamed that she did not want to die and released the powers that were dormant within her. A ghostly fist appeared above her head and grabbed the nearest soldier. The girl herself did not expect this from herself, but the fist continued to catch and break the attackers. The frightened churchmen shouted that the witch must be killed. She must receive her punishment. The more Sun Tzu got angry, the stronger her magic became, which was now flying around. She didn't want to fight, just to be let go and left alone. She kept repeating what she did to them, why they hated her. Because she was the same person as they were. At the word man, the girl herself felt doubt and suddenly burst out laughing, and her eyes lit up purple. Henbo looked at what was happening to his student with bewilderment, but did not interfere. And she began to shout in a different voice that she decided to use force thanks to them. They are not people, but experimental subjects of their selfish god. The churchmen also did not expect to see or hear anything like this. The witch declared that every life was important except the lives of the inquisitors. She made a contract with a demon to survive, and the saints called her a sinner for not wanting to die. Therefore, the virgin does not feel guilt and has no doubts. Her enemies are much worse than her. They are real monsters. With these words, Sun Tzu's mana began to scatter everyone nearby. The energetic fists beat and crushed the representatives of the saints, who were unable to fight off the invisible attack. The girl, having accepted her power, silently looked at what was happening around her and smiled at the dead enemies. The gray-haired man screamed that now the witch had shown her true face, to which he received the answer that she had just made up her mind about them and accepted herself as she was. Then she turned to the teacher standing silently nearby and asked him to protect her, to which he agreed. Then the witch began to cast a spell that was new to her, which she had not yet had time to try out on her own. Having finished creating, the finger turned towards the enemies and sharply pointed at them. The people standing in that place began to fall to their knees and remained motionless. Hyunbo immediately recognized his spell, which he had tried to teach the girl the other day. It consisted of using the strength of a weaker opponent to strike at him. Lady Peck is delighted that she has finally managed to consciously cast a complex spell. She decides it's time to end things and uses force on all remaining enemies. The leader falls along with everyone else, but he is not going to give up so easily and crawls forward with the last of his strength. Not understanding what he had in mind, the girl freezes in surprise and waits for events to develop. The saint rises with his last strength and declares that he is ready to put his life on the line to prove his faith. He gets to his feet and, judging by the holy mana enveloping his figure, begins some kind of ritual. Hyunbo understands that this crazy person is ready to kill everyone in order to feel right. The clergy use resurrection magic, a great sacrifice that raised to their feet even those who had already fallen and become weak. They knew that Baek Sun-soo was training hard, which is why they were willing to make a great sacrifice. Hyunbo set up a restraining beam of light to buy them some time. Then he took off his mask and demanded that the student listen carefully to what he was saying. Church sorcerers use resurrection magic. It reflects the will of the caster. We must not forget that their goal is the death of Baek Sun-soo, and now the entire combined power of the holy magicians will be directed towards this. But Hyunbo knows the only way to survive this is to try to absorb them. The girl does not understand what absorption is and how to perform it. The necromancer explains that she needs to absorb their holy power, and she is capable of doing so. The witch's body is capable of containing not only demonic magic and mana, but also other types of mana. Holy magic is slowly breaking through the necromancer's shield. It won't last long, so you need to prepare to absorb it right now. And then, under the pressure of external energy, the protective dome shatters into pieces and disappears. The necromancer and the witch find themselves standing before a squad of holy warriors without protection. Sun-soo screamed in fear, not knowing what to do now and where to begin this incomprehensible absorption. The necromancer realized that he would have to direct the entire process, so he took the witch by the hand and ordered her to listen to him carefully. They must unite their forces. Now they are in the same boat, so they must act together. After all, if the witch dies, then the necromancer will not survive either. The holy army will not leave him alive under any circumstances. Therefore, Sun-soo must immediately pull herself together and do what he tells her. Demonic magic is the opposite of holy magic, so a witch must absorb holy magic and turn it into demonic magic. The girl suddenly remembered a recent conversation with Andromalius, who asked the question of who would win between light and darkness. Then she confidently answered that it would be light, because light always conquers darkness. The demon said with a smile that she was wrong. The one who is stronger will win. This is what she must remember well. The strongest always wins. Now holy and demonic magic literally collided before the witch, and she was able to perceive both. Hyunbo supported Sun-soo as she absorbed and processed the holy energy. He couldn't really help her in any way, so he just encouraged her that everything was going according to plan. In the process, the magician noticed that the witch had already become physically stronger than she had been just an hour ago. And if everything continues like this, then soon she will surpass him many times over. The guys were literally burned by the amount of magic around them with opposite charges. When dawn came and the sun once again lit up the streets of the city, the church magicians were completely routed. The necromancer and the witch lay powerless on the ground, smoking from the amount of mana they had absorbed. After the defeat of the saints, soldiers came out of hiding and gathered to kill the witch and the demon themselves. Well, their bullets were smashed against the protective magical barrier installed by the mages. Hyunbo struggled to his feet to deal with the remaining enemies. The opponents were indeed well prepared, he could not deny that, but they had not been able to foresee everything. Here, Sun Tzu also rose to her feet. The magicians were again ready to repel the attack and defend themselves. Tia managed to overhear secret information while making a plan of attack. She learned that they were going to use the Great Sacrifice. True, Henbo didn't think that all 200 people would agree to this, and that they would be ready to make a sacrifice just for the sake of killing one girl. But thanks to her ability to transform mana, this girl can go through a change phase and become stronger. And thanks to the unification of their mana in this process, the necromancer himself benefited. It was a risk, but it turned out to be a success. Now they can easily deal with the remaining soldiers. Then a voice was heard behind the magicians saying that apparently they were late. Andromalius, Sayer, and Tantalion stood there, offering to at least deal with the remnants of the attackers. It was no trouble at all for the demons to finish off in a second those who managed to survive and did not manage to escape. Then Andromalius began to thank Henbo for protecting their Lady Sue so diligently. The archdemon understood that the mage had suffered losses, but the reward would be appropriate, and then suggested that he go with them. But the necromancer refused, replying that he had his own path, and he himself thought that it would be dangerous to leave with them now. The Count did not argue, suggested meeting later, and left with his friends, taking Lady Sue with him. The company instantly teleported from the street, and Henbo was left standing there alone. Then he summoned Nidhogg, who appeared immediately without keeping him waiting. The magician ordered the dragon to deal with everything that remained, feeling that he himself no longer had the strength to do so. And then he collapsed unconscious to the ground from exhaustion and mana depletion. The skeletons that had come with the dragon also ran up to the owner and began to bring him to his senses. Then the entire team rode on Nidhogg to a new location where the master could recover. Seer, watching the dragon fly away, expressed doubt as to whether they should let the necromancer go. Even though they have an agreement, maybe it would be better to remove it now. Andromalius noticed that thanks to the necromancer, Lady Sue had absorbed a lot of holy energy. Without him, she would not have achieved such development. So the guy can still be useful to the demons, so there is no need to touch him. They can even develop a relationship and lure him to their side. Sayer did not argue with this and agreed to leave the necromancer alone. Then all three demons teleported off the roof, leaving behind only a breath of wind. The pink slime that had been there all this time began to crawl out cautiously onto the empty roof. After making sure that no one was there, the substance began to form into Tia, who was spying on the demons. And now she definitely had something interesting to tell her master, who was waiting for news. The mission to assassinate Baek Sun Soo ended in failure. Almost all of God's minions were killed. Only a few soldiers and apostles survived. And the video of the necromancer dealing with them quickly became a hot topic. This video has been sent to many authorities for thorough examination and investigation. The necromancer's assistants tried to find survivors and successfully coped with this. By staging a show execution of criminals, Christina, in her true skeletal form, became the herald of Wonhyo's message. She declared that the main goal of a mage is survival, so he will do anything to achieve this goal, no matter who tries to attack him. After this, various media outlets rushed to report on the terrible behavior of God's minions. And the government, the military, the Association of Hunters and Guardians began an operation to suppress them. All factions began to try to get rid of the God's minions in their ranks, and some even sacrificed them in order to maintain their status as the chosen ones. After the battle, Henbo slept for 30 days. That's how long it took for his new transformation and recovery. When he was told all the news of the past month, he was extremely surprised. The magician decided that the gray market must have been used to imprison the 1,000 apostles. Tia reported that this organization uses special equipment, obtains loot from monsters, precious metals, and other rare elements. To this, Henbo sadly noted that money on Earth no longer had any meaning, unlike the idea, which introduced currency as soon as it appeared. According to the magician, this means that the Earth is very weak, and Chris confirmed that the idea, her home world, was indeed very strong at one time. In this world, magic existed freely and various magical creatures lived in peace. But the main thing is that dragons existed in Chris's world, which already says a lot. The guy sadly agreed with this and wondered if it was possible to somehow attract dragons to Earth. Christina recalled Tantalion's words on this matter. They left Earth long ago and now live in other worlds. When the dragons left, gods and demons began to share power between themselves, and the era of myths began. But the idea, despite all the magic, was a rather dangerous world for people, although the witch Chris lived there quite well. At the end, she added that if the owner wishes, he can check everything himself. By combining forces with Bayek's son Su, Hyunbo's body changed twice while he was sleeping. It was incredible. But now dark and light magic could also exist simultaneously in the necromancer's body. But, as Chris noted, they had two pressing problems. But the owner already knew how to solve them, and for now he was going to go to the abyss. But first they decided to visit for the promised reward for saving Sun Su. She was still living on Earth, in Seoul, with maximum comfort. The girl was very happy to see her teacher and savior. The fact that she fearlessly continued to live in a city where she was wanted to be killed greatly surprised the guests. The witch explained that she uses an ectoplasm mask for disguise, which allows her to effortlessly appear as another person. So Sun Su, wearing a mask, went shopping with Hyunbo and the skeletons in human form, which she agreed to pay for herself. The necromancer noticed that the girl had become very self-confident, something he had not noticed in her before. He even asked if everything was okay, to which he received the answer that yes, because he saved her life. Castle began to joke that the magician was demanding a lot of money, so it was expensive to agree to pay his bill. Lady Su laughed and replied that it was not her money, so she could take as much as she needed without any embarrassment, including Kazliu. As they approached the Gray Market skyscraper, everyone was surprised that it still looked like a completely ordinary office building. But this was only on the outside. Once inside, the company seemed to be transported to another world. Inside, there was a green area with large trees, market rows, and stairs to other floors. Everyone looked around in admiration, noting the many representatives of other races. An elven saleswoman approached them to serve them, but fell silent mid-sentence and lost her friendly appearance. Henbo realized that she recognized him as a necromancer, and elves hate the undead. But hatred was perfectly cured by money. The manager, also an elf, jumped up to them and apologized for the new employee, who still didn't understand anything. The manager forced the saleswoman to apologize for her rudeness. Henbo did not take offense, but warned him to be more careful. Other customers might not be so understanding. The elf man offered the company a discount coupon for purchases, as well as personal assistance in selecting products. He introduced himself as Bellaran, the manager of the Korean branch of the Gray Market, and he immediately did not hide the fact that he recognized the famous necromancer Kim Hyun-bo. With elven magic, the manager also sensed that the girl accompanying the magician was also very unusual, although he said nothing more about it. Bellaran then went into business and led special customers to satisfy their requests. Henbo immediately noticed a large mana crystal of first-class quality. The elf praised the magician's taste and noted that there were only 5 mana crystals of such quality on Earth. When asked about other places, the manager replied that the Gray Market has more than 10,000 crystals of similar quality. Christina added that even on Idea, crystals are highly valued. Usually, such quantities of them are only found in empires and wizard guilds. When asked about the price, Bellaran replied that they sell crystals in 5s and can also offer 50 kilograms of mithril. The amount was staggering, but Hunam, as Sun Su called herself, said without a doubt that they would buy everything. The manager couldn't believe that someone in Korea could afford such purchases, but he only thanked him out loud for the order. The company walked around the market for a long time, choosing many useful and very expensive goods, and Hunam paid for everything generously. The manager, euphoric about the sales amount, only had time to thank people for their purchases. To this the necromancer replied that he could not pass by such pleasant prices, and he thought to himself that they wouldn't have managed without the elf. He himself showed them all the best things in the store right away. As he left, Bellaran added mysteriously that they offer something else to their most important clients. With these words, he handed the magician and the witch 2 sealed envelopes and advised them to open them in another place. Once outside, the company began to joke about the elf, whom they had almost brought to a faint with their spending. At the same time, they decided to see what was in the envelopes they were given. Sun Su opened hers first and froze in amazement. Puzzled, Henbo hurried to open the second envelope and figure out what had scared his friend so much. Inside was a note saying that the invasion of Earth would begin tomorrow. It would be like 4 dark days. Good luck. The wizard was very worried about the news of the new invasion. The world had not yet recovered normally from the past. That's why he immediately ordered his friends to return to base. Sun Tzu knew that the teacher would refuse, but she still invited him to join her side again. In response, she heard that the magician would refuse again. He does not trust demons, but the witch herself can do as she sees fit. And so they said goodbye, agreeing to meet again soon. The necromancer summoned Nidhogg because they had a long journey ahead of them. On the way, Chris noticed that this was not the first time that the gray market had received such information first, and it was worth digging into them. Soon they arrived in North Korea, which was completely destroyed by monsters. The target was an abandoned military base, in which the mages had set up an experimental laboratory. Henbo needed to understand how mana behaved, to sense its origins and the ways it mixed in the flow and in the veins. If this works out, if the magician can control these sources, then he will greatly increase his abilities. The laboratory was located in a specially equipped bunker under the base. They sent Nidhogg to scout out the situation, and now, having gone down, they asked about news. He replied that everything was fine except for his condition. This surprised the owner because nothing special should have happened. But something unexpected happened, and it surprised both the dragon himself and his friends. Scales began to appear on the creature's hardened bones, which now resembled armor rather than a skeleton. The magician assumed that the galactic flow would be able to influence Nidhogg, and that is what happened in the end. But no one expected the appearance of scales. The reptile was dead. How could anything grow on it? That wasn't all. In addition to the new appearance, the dragon's powers also increased. Henbo checked the numbers on the app, and everything was true. It was surprising and unexpected, but it was not the last surprise. Nidhogg declared that he was now asleep, which particularly surprised everyone because the undead never sleep. But then he started to sleep, and during sleep something appears in his head. But after waking up, the memories of it are not retained. It was very unusual, especially considering that a new war awaited them tomorrow, and perhaps it was all connected with the dungeons. The magician was very curious to explore the changes in the pet, but now there was absolutely no time for this. However, it was worth examining at least the scales, and Chris began to take a sample for this purpose. It's time to begin the experiments for which we came here. The necromancer and the sorceress created a circle of mana and began to call upon its flows. The process went very successfully, and soon a vessel appeared in the circle, which was gradually filled with pure mana. The magicians themselves were amazed that they managed to do something like this. No one really expected success. The mana continued to flow into the vessel until it filled it to the top with its seething mass. When the experiment was successfully completed, the sorcerers sat down on the floor, exhausted, to rest. Henbo watched the energy flow in fascination, realizing that he had received a real treasure. The elixir you receive can restore mana and increase its maximum reserve. Already confident in their powers, the magicians decided that next time they would need to prepare more. Meanwhile, Nidhogg dozed off in a corner of the bunker, and in his sleep he again felt something new. Then he suddenly woke up, opened his eyes, and again wondered why he was changing. At this moment, a message came from Grey Market about the opening of a new quest, Fallen Abyss, Class C+. 25 powerful people, including Kim Hyun-bo, were forcibly assigned to resist the enemy, and if they did not submit within the specified period, the abyss would open up on Earth and cause erosion. The enemies this time are former humans, traitors who betrayed the human race. This battle will be different from the past. Castle really didn't like traitors and was already ready to go into battle with them. Hyunbo noted on duty that the fight would be very serious, and that he needed to get ready as quickly as possible. All the explorer doors were connected to the dungeons, but now everything has changed. Now even ordinary people are connected to the dungeons. There are many exits and loopholes to avoid danger. There is also no punishment if someone does not want to start exploring. They are no longer forced to do so, since the monsters themselves can leave the dungeons. This war will be unleashed quickly, remembering the 4 dark days on Earth. When the team entered the Abyss of the Fallen, a green valley was discovered behind the door, which immediately upset everyone. The valley is bad, there are no shelters nearby, and the monsters are unlikely to be ordinary. Most likely they will have both brains and consciousness. But the bad news in the new dungeon didn't end there. The door they entered through did not disappear behind them, and it was truly terrifying. Usually the door disappears so that monsters cannot get out, but if it remains, it means that the inhabitants of this place can easily get out. And if the door is close to the creatures, you can die just on the way to the exit. But there was nothing left to do but prepare for battle and try to anticipate possible problems as best as possible. According to the statistics of the gray market, there are about 50,000 F-class dungeons around the world, more than 8,000 E-class, 800 D-class, and exactly 36 C-class. Each country began preparing to explore the D and C-class dungeons, and about 2 weeks later, the coalition forces began the first expedition. Soldiers gathered at the Korean Expeditionary Force Air Base. The research team, in full combat gear, approached the gates behind which was the entrance to the dungeon. A pair of soldiers began to carefully open the doors, from which a light of unknown origin poured. Then, there was a powerful explosion that blew away both the gate and all the soldiers standing near it. Monsters began to emerge from the dungeon, dreaming of shedding the blood of people and killing everyone they met. Some time ago, preparations for battle were underway at the Korean Expeditionary Force Air Base. It is expected that 1,500 guardians, 1,500 soldiers and police officers, about 1,000 hunters will be summoned, and the Abyss will call upon the heavenly guards who have light powers. Expeditionary Force Commander-in-Chief Kang Hyun-chul added that the Necropolis troops would be few in number. The Hunter Association General stepped in to announce that the Necropolis forces would move along with Manhwa. In this case, it was decided to advance the main forces first. Kang Hyun-chul stated that they are the elite of this country. There is little information about the enemy, and they will fight on his territory. But they must fight and win. They must be ready to die for their country, but he asks everyone to try and survive. The commander called for stocking up on weapons and supplies. Soldiers must live in order to return to the battlefield again. The speech ended with slogans for the sake of the country and the future, which the audience readily supported. And now many of these listeners were dead, and monsters were crawling out of the gates in ambush. The commander-in-chief did not expect such an attack, and that there could be so many creatures. The creatures this time looked not like animals, but like insects. They had stings, shells, fangs, wings, many eyes, paws, and were gigantic in size. The surviving soldiers were ordered to use protective magic. But against evil insects with superpowers, this magic was practically useless. The monsters attacked the soldiers with all their might and were clearly much better prepared than their opponents. People tried to run away, but thanks to the creatures' compound eyes and many paws, they managed to catch them. The creatures surrounded the soldiers, their numbers grew, and now a giant insect was stretching out its clawed paw to tear apart its next victim. But then a wave of energy enveloped him, and the monster began to disintegrate into small pieces. The defenders watched this process in fascination, beginning to understand that magical support had finally arrived. Wonhyo and his team flew to the battlefield on a dragon, preparing to destroy monsters and save people. At the same time, the Necropolis Guild arrived with its warriors. A squad of subordinate undead surrounded the enemy and prepared to inflict great damage on him. There were both ordinary skeletons and dead people of other races, as well as giant creatures and even golems. Necropolis Guild leader Kim Mi-jin appeared at the base and apologized for being late. Necropolis was a guild of dark magicians and necromancers. They were all ready to fight and determined to clear this abyss in time. The Wonhyo skeletons jumped off the dragon and declared that they were here too and ready to fight. The necromancer himself landed next, assessing the situation on the battlefield along the way. The first thing he did was perform a ritual of mass healing, since the entire land was strewn with the wounded. Under the spell, unconscious people woke up, wounds healed, and the seriously wounded could move. The magicians commanded to move faster before the spell wore off, to take away the wounded, to call doctors and priests. Having fought off the insect attack, the researchers settled into camp, began to care for the wounded, and count the losses. In just 10 minutes of carnage at the gates, 463 people died. There were twice as many wounded, and even despite the healing magic, their recovery would take time. Commander-in-Chief Kang Hyun-chul took it upon himself to speak with the necromancers and thank them for saving him. Kim Mi-jin, in turn, apologized that the guild arrived so late and they did not have time to save those people. The commander inquired about the reason for this delay, which had cost them dearly. Henbo joined the conversation and admitted that it was he who told them to wait before appearing. The soldiers did not expect such an answer. It seemed too cynical, since the necromancer should have known the dangers of delay. The commander even asked again whether this meant that they did not come right away on purpose, to which he received a positive answer. When asked if they knew what their enemies would be, Hyunbo answered no, but he immediately realized that they would decide to surround the door. Kang Hyun-chul was angry that he didn't warn the others, since the fighters could have tried to stop the monsters. The answer that it was important for the necromancer to preserve information up to this point did not satisfy the military man at all. He was angry that the magician hid such information only for his own benefit. But this was a matter of national importance, which made him a traitor to his country. The pompous speech did not impress Wonhyo. He said that someone must take responsibility in order for the war to end with our victory. The magician had 2 questions for the researchers. Had any of them tried to find a place to spend the night and food for 4 days in the dungeon? Then he asked if any of them had already eaten monsters or plants from the dungeon due to a lack of provisions. Without waiting for an answer, Hyunbo continued that because of the war, they had to do things that they would never normally do, and it was time for them to understand the situation. They go to places like these to stop the invasion of our world. The sooner the fighters understand this, the sooner they can use the current situation for their own purposes. Kang Hyun-chul didn't quite understand the meaning of this speech and asked if Wonhyo was trying to convince them otherwise. He replied that no, and in general they would hardly understand. The military always spit on the opinions of others. For them, war is a common thing. The commander got angry again and shouted that because of the magician's beliefs, they had lost almost 500 people. Hyunbo noted that there is no war without human casualties, and if there are ultimately more survivors than dead, then he personally does not see a problem. Kang Hyun-chul's answer made him grit his teeth loudly in rage. The rest shared the commander's emotions, but did not know how to start arguing with the powerful necromancer. This was done by Kim Mi-jin, who had known Wonhyo for a long time and was outraged by his words. The girl asked, "He is a man himself. Why does he treat others so cruelly? Don't necromancers understand how valuable human life is?" The answer that sometimes one must think about profit angered the guildmaster, and she threatened that if such talk continued, Necropolis would not be able to follow him. Necropolis rule number 1 is that as long as there is hope, they will try to save every life. Henbo objected that it was not his rule. He was not a member of the guild. They themselves named him their leader, so they themselves could refuse their words. Kim Mi-jin owed Wonhyo a lot, but she couldn't stand such neglect. She said that in that case, Necropolis refuses to follow Wonhyo. Kang Hyun-chul did the same. He refused to cooperate and said that he would grant the necromancer independence. Unfortunately, the contents of the previous conversation have already leaked out. Now not everyone is ready to follow Wonhyo, and some, having lost friends in battle, even became his enemies. The necromancer understood everything. He did not need followers in the first place, but he would kill anyone who encroaches on his life. The commander said that new soldiers would arrive tomorrow, and almost all of them would be from Necropolis. The hint was clear, but Henbo decided to help the researchers a little at the end. The magician handed the commander a paper with information about the dungeon and a map of the area near the door. Kang Hyun-chul was very happy about this. They themselves did not have this. At parting, the guy promised to contact if there was something important. Having left the commander, the necromancer immediately walked away from the camp, accompanied by the uncomprehending and angry glances of the researchers. Outside the camp, he was met by his friends, who realized that everything had gone exactly according to the owner's plan. He confirmed that thanks to Kim Mi-jin, information about Wonhyo's unfriendliness spread quickly, and he even managed to gain independence. The company walked away from the camp, deciding to inspect the surroundings today and begin the attack tomorrow. They headed out of the valley into the forest, realizing that this was the best place to begin their search themselves. It is said that the dungeons are Class C Space Type, Class B Royal Type, Class A Imperial Type, and Class S World Type. All that remains is to figure out how they can now explore this dungeon effectively. Castle noted that fortunately, he died before he had to explore the C-class locations. Kai and Chris said the same thing. They were all killed back on the lower levels. Hyun-bo apologized, realizing that it was a stupid question that no one could help with, and that he would have to act at random. Class C is 1/4 the size of Korea. Wonhyo's team has the advantage of Nidhogg, while the rest will have to travel on foot. But the wizard was still dissatisfied with his situation, not understanding what to do and who to look for where. After thinking about it, I decided to conduct a ritual to detect life force, at least to determine the area for searching. The ritual worked, and a greenish glow began to appear in the depths of the forest. The squad immediately flew in the direction where life was found. Henbo had already planned that if he destroyed the monsters today, then tomorrow's attack could be avoided. But, having reached the right place, I suddenly discovered something that I never expected to see here. It was a seemingly ordinary city. One part of it was nice and well-maintained. The second part was a slum without any amenities, only with dilapidated houses. The question immediately arose as to why there were two such different places in one dungeon. In the well-appointed part, people were resting and drinking tea, and in the poor part, they were working in the fields. Yes, the underground city was inhabited not by monsters, but simply by people trying to survive. Chris noticed that usually farming is done by middle-aged people in good physical condition, but here there were only old people and children. And in general, it was strange that someone built a city in such a place, so they decided not to rush for now, but to quietly look around. Suddenly, monsters attacked the fields, the same ones that had been fought in the researchers' camp. People tried to protect the children and run away, and the creatures began to chase them to relieve stress. They caught people, intending to eat them, while exchanging jokes with each other. They even started talking about why they were suffering there at all, if there was food right here that couldn't be fought off. People ran away, screaming that they wanted to turn them into monsters and that they had to wait until someone came to save them. One creature tried to grab the man, but he suddenly began to fight back. The other creatures began to laugh at this sight. Now they would deal cruelly with this man. The insect finally managed to catch its victim. The man could no longer fight back. The monster was about to devour the caught prey and had already opened its mouth. Suddenly, Kai and Kazel attacked him from both sides, preventing him from doing this and freeing the man. Then they apologized to the owner for deciding to attack without his permission. But Henbo replied that he too was not going to silently watch this carnage, but they managed to attack faster. In order not to waste time on trifles, they decided that Nidhogg would deal one big blow to all the monsters at once. He launched a stream of his vicious breath into the crowd of monsters, burning everything in its path. The knight and the mercenary attacked the isolated insects, immediately striking harder, not intending to spend much time on them. Frightened locals stood aside and watched, not understanding what was happening. Once the attackers were dealt with, Nidhogg landed near them. Henbo performed the healing ritual first because there were many wounded. The locals watched in amazement as the wounds inflicted by the monsters healed, and everyone became healthy again. Then suddenly everyone fell to their knees, repeating that it was their savior who had descended upon them. Henbo didn't understand the reason for such fanatical worship, but he wanted to test some guesses right now. The magician announced that the people should follow him. They deserved it, since they were not fallen, and joyful thanks were heard in response. One of the men waved along the way towards the well-appointed part of the city and showered those who lived there with curses. But they suddenly also began to beg the Savior to take them away, ask for forgiveness, and declare their readiness to follow him to the end. Henbo came with the locals to their settlement, where people joyfully began to prepare dinner to please the Savior. At the request of the magician, the local leader was brought to him in the house. The elderly man in the cassock immediately fell to his knees and greeted his savior. In order not to waste time on questions, the necromancer temporarily paralyzed the old man in order to read his thoughts. He learned that the fallen become monsters. You need to control yourself so that this does not happen. A shield can help in the village, but they need a savior, who has been waiting for a long time. The old man was very surprised by what happened to him, but then he relaxed. This is what the savior is doing, so it must be so. Hyunbo asked not to call him that, and asked if the story of the savior wasn't just a fairy tale they created. The chief didn't understand how he found out about this, but then he guessed that it was due to magic. And then, sweating from fear, he asked why the necromancer was helping them. He had heard that he was not interested in the general welfare. In response, I heard that it was beneficial for him to save these people for personal reasons. The magician introduced himself as Kim Hyun-bo and said directly that he was looking for God here. The old man stared at the boy in surprise, not understanding in what sense he was looking for God. To put it simply, while the necromancer himself can give the elder power instead of a god, he can make all the lies he has invented true. But the magician is not ready to give power just like that. He wants to receive something in return. The price for Henbo's services will be faith in him as a savior and the soul of the village's leader. When asked what it means to give up one's soul, the necromancer answers that after death his soul will go not to God, but to him. As long as the headman is alive, he will live like an ordinary person, and he can refuse the offer. But if he agrees to give up his soul, the wizard is ready to share his power with his new ward. Then the old man immediately agreed in exchange for saving the people from his village. At these words, Henbo felt a surge of holy mana, which meant that the man was speaking sincerely. The dark magic of the necromancer and the sacred attribute of the former apostle reacted with each other in a sign of agreement. The guy always carried a contract with a configured magic circle with him, just in case. As a sign of consent, the old man touched the circle and thereby entered into a contract with the necromancer for his soul. But I immediately felt the promised power that filled my body and consciousness, literally bringing life back to it. After this energy exchange, the contract became valid. It is easy to restore dark magic, but it is more difficult with light magic. There is only one sure way to do this. It is faith directed at a person. God becomes stronger through faith in him, and then he can share his power with believers. Buddhist lamas and monks say that divine power comes from man, and that man can become a Buddha himself through training. Buddha is like a god. Like lightning piercing his whole body, ideas appear in his head. So a necromancer can also become like a god. This is a great chance for him to become the savior from the prophecy. After the contract was signed and he became famous, Chris asked how the owner was feeling. What interested her most was whether there were any changes, since this was the first time such an exchange had been carried out. The magician checked his mana. It was as if hundreds of thin threads were separating from him. Henbo felt a connection with everyone, both with the village chief and with the villagers, only the depth was different. There was a strong connection with the head pastor and Light, minor connections with the rest of the believers. Chris was amazed that she never thought she would ever see a man become a god. The master replied that it was too early to rejoice, but Chris continued to joke that they even called him a great seer. But the magician needs more believers, so he will need to show them power for better conviction. And of course it must be something special to support the glory of the great seer. The villagers are truly fanatics, and thanks to the exchange, they quickly level up to the second level of magic. Moreover, they simultaneously receive mana, divine power, and even a little dark magic. It is not clear how. Hyunbo understands what is happening better and replies that this is possible because of the curse. When the elder Alan suddenly found himself in this dungeon, there was only one village there. It was freely available and full of alcohol, food, and various psychotropic substances. That's why many people were destroyed by greed and became monsters. Knowing this, the elders decided to live outside the village, so they created their own settlement, and this was 32 years ago. Once someone entered the village, they could no longer leave it, and since then the number of monster attacks has increased, as well as the number of villagers who have become monsters. Henbo knew that it would be difficult to get rid of the curse, given that the village had ideal conditions for mutation. It's weird that no one here knows how to handle mana properly, as if no one wanted to become stronger to fight monsters, but considering that it's a mutating curse, it all makes sense. People spent mana to maintain their lives, but thanks to Mogu, they can free themselves from the curse and spend it wisely. Then Henbo Chris brought one old man. The older he was, the easier it would be to free him from the curse. Meanwhile, a meeting was taking place in the researchers' camp. Kang Hyun-chul was talking about how good it was that they could now fight the enemy. Then he turned his gaze to the rest of the people sitting in the tent and asked if they had any reports. One of them replied that the situation was under control for now, but the issue of food and water was worrying. The commander said that he had thought of getting supplies from the dungeon in case of shortage, since from the very beginning nothing but weeds grew around them. Another soldier asked if the commander had contacted Wonhyo, but he replied that, unfortunately, there was no contact with him. The others just chuckled. It was unclear whether they expected the necromancer to leave them completely or were sad that they had effectively driven him away. Then one of the researchers ran into the tent with important news for the colonel. The scouts reported that they had found a village in the forest inhabited by ordinary people. At this time, Chris also reported to the owner that the military had finally discovered the village in 4 weeks, faster than expected. Henbo hoped to make at least half of the inhabitants his apostles during this time. But many people quarrel with each other. So while this is impossible, they are not embarrassed by the attack of monsters, the death of family and friends. The magician had 215 apostles to fight. 1,237 others chose the path of peace. In that case, the necromancer decided to leave right now. The enemies could not be allowed to win. After some time, the group of researchers reached the well-appointed part of the village. They were met by local residents who claimed that they had as much water and food as they wanted, and when the guests became monsters like them, they would see the prophet. Kang Hyun-chul asked in confusion which prophet he was talking about. One of the researchers suggested that they were talking about Wonhyo. Apparently, he had been here for a long time. The commander ordered everyone to go inside, but to eat local food only after a thorough check. When the military had inspected this part of the settlement, they were about to go back to the camp. They walked in formation down the street, heading towards the exit to leave this strange place. Then one of the rear guards saw a crowd of local residents approaching them from behind. The locals were very aggressive. They were angry that some strangers had come to them. Moreover, they can also freely leave here while the locals are locked here forever. Out of anger, people's appearance began to change. Their faces changed. Their bodies increased in size. Very quickly, they completely lost their human appearance and turned into monsters. The monsters screamed that all people must be killed, as well as the prophet who abandoned them. The soldiers were shocked as instead of ordinary people, monsters suddenly appeared in front of them. And suddenly a familiar voice was heard from behind, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. The colonel turned around and saw Henbo at the head of a detachment of men in tattered clothes. It dawned on the soldier who the local prophet was, which the magician confirmed, but suggested they talk about it later. Now was really no time for talking. Everyone needed to prepare for the attack. The necromancer raised his hand, preparing to give the villagers the order to fight the monsters. Kang Hyun-chul was surprised that the magician was really going to send these ragamuffins into a fight. But he didn't explain anything, replying that they would soon be able to see everything for themselves. The village detachment began to perform some rituals using dark magic. Thus, they created fire demons, imps, who attacked monsters no worse than arrows and fireballs. Soon, the battlefield was ablaze thanks to the imps. Enemies were being destroyed en masse, and people didn't even need to take up arms themselves. One of the researchers noted that a dark magician can only gain such power with the help of other people's souls. Then, with the call to the Holy Land, the villagers exchanged the dark magic for the Holy One that enveloped them. The clergy were shocked that a necromancer could use both dark and light magic at the same time. In their minds, this was impossible. Henbo responded to this by saying that he would show them his new powers, the god of life and the god of death. Holy magic formed a large, pulsating ball over the field, and the magician created chaos with a strike. A bright flash engulfed the entire space, easily destroying all remaining monsters. When the smoke cleared, the battlefield was nothing but scorched earth with a crater from the explosion, but all the people were unharmed. Kang Hyun-chul approached Hyun-bo to thank him for his help and wanted to ask something else. The magician interrupted him by giving him a new map, which contained a plan of the village and its surroundings, as well as the monster's lair. The colonel thanked them again. They themselves did not have such information. And then he asked the question that had been tormenting everyone. Where did the necromancer get the strength to use both dark and light magic at the same time? And what kind of god of life and death was he talking about before the explosion? Henbo began to explain that this was the god who controlled both the first and the second. People chose him, the owner of dark magic, and gave him the light power. This was possible because of their true faith in their savior. At the same time, the magician thought that his words should be believed, because they saw his powers themselves. The colonel realized that the necromancer had become something like a seer of God. He had all the qualities to become one. Henbo didn't explain or add anything. He simply agreed with these words. Suddenly, Kang Hyun-chul asked if a similar transformation could happen to him too. The wizard did not expect such a question and could not hold back his surprised exclamation. And he thought, "It's good that he's wearing a mask. Otherwise, everyone would see his confused face now." And he also realized that he was being given a chance that he could not even dream of. Forcing his voice to become serious, Hyunbo replied that yes, he could, but under certain conditions, and was immediately followed by a question as to what those conditions were. Pointing to the people, the guy said that the colonel needed to make them believe in themselves, and he immediately decided that it was easy. Next, you will need to get the souls of people so that they are ready to do anything for you. The third condition was the need to be ready to give his strength to his subordinates, which, in the soldier's opinion, was also easy. The colonel asked just in case whether this was exactly what gods did and not demons, to which he received the answer that it was much easier for a god to gain followers. Kang Hyun-chul decided that these requirements were not difficult, so he asked Hyunbo to make him a god too. Hyunbo agrees to fulfill this wish, but first asks to sign a contract. When asked why, he answers, "To prove the colonel's faith, nothing special." The commander-in-chief signs the contract without thinking or even reading it. Thus, Kang Hyun-chul became a seer who was willing to do anything for his god, even give him his life and death. His followers will receive his power. When the magician asks if anyone is ready to swear faith to him, the colonel replies that he is ready to do anything for the sake of power, even give up his soul. The soldier himself does not understand what just happened to him, but he feels some changes in himself. The necromancer declares that the contract has come into force and may his soul be eternal. The commander falls to his knees. Soldiers immediately run up to him, but he waves them off, saying that he was only a little surprised. A satisfied Henbo now feels the commander's reverence for God and is glad that the deal was successfully completed. And Kang Hyun-chul continues to look at his hands, shining with mana in surprise, and wonder if this is really the divine power that he wanted. The necromancer continues to rejoice that now everyone will be even more convinced of his powers. This is the best skill for a follower of a god. Then he snaps his fingers, calling the skeletons and Nidhogg to him. Even though the quest isn't over yet, they can take a break. The dragon appears with 2 large containers that you want to quickly take out of the dungeon. The wizard is about to leave the village, but the colonel tries to detain him. But Hyunbo is not going to wait. He wants to leave the place as quickly as possible, so he says goodbye and climbs onto the dragon. Researchers can only watch from the ground and wonder what they just saw. Nidhogg flew quickly towards the exit, clutching the containers in his paws, and the whole company settled on his back. The magician is barely holding on from fatigue, and his friends praise his actions, but advise him not to try so hard in the future. Hyunbo himself understands that he was careless, and promises to be more careful in the future, but now he wants to go home. While the soldiers were watching the dragon fly away, some of the people from the hole looked at them, and were surprised by their number. Then the head of the monster, complaining about new problems, disappeared into the hole to report what it had seen. When the clearing was empty, a puddle of pink slime crawled towards the hole in the ground. Making sure that no one was nearby and no one could see, the slime darted into the hole after the monster. For a while, Henbo decided to leave the dungeon to rest and do other things. For about a week they could rest, using magic to hide them from prying eyes for greater convenience. He also ordered his people to have a full rest and only then return to training, which they were very happy about. And then the guy was finally able to fall into a chair and relax after a hard day. There are 105 days left until the end of the quest, and so far he has not been able to figure out this dungeon. After resting, the magician decided to go to the underground laboratory where Christina was currently working. The witch was completely immersed in the new project and did not expect the owner's visit. Chris led the owner into the room where their new combat robots were housed. These robots are strong, tall, and have good defense, so they can be useful to them. Richard Leonhardt helped with the development, and Chris was surprised by how much knowledge he had in this area. And then the sorceress abruptly changed the subject, asking if the owner had checked his stats. He decided to check and was speechless. He had dark magic and holy power, and the numbers were off the charts. After examining the owner's stats, Chris noticed that these were indeed skills worthy of a prophet. The master needs to develop in this area, because the weaker the prophet, the weaker the followers. And the more followers there are, the closer the prophet himself will be to God. In the dungeon, in a cave, a green monster tried to scare a humanoid creature and he scolded him. The boss shouted why they couldn't figure out that their attacks weren't working. Unlucky creatures are just wasting his time, why don't they change? And he needs to hold out in such company for a few more days. Maybe he will be able to complete all the tasks. As the man walked into the cave, he muttered in hopes that time would pass faster, and a small puddle appeared in the empty corridor. Suddenly, the boss froze in place, feeling a strange presence behind him. He said menacingly, were they really going to follow him? Then he would be glad to welcome guests, but he was unable to find anyone. Meanwhile, Tia appeared at Henbo's house conducting reconnaissance in the dungeon. She brought the owner a map of the fortress basement, which confirmed the magician's guess that the bosses like to build their lairs in deep and dark places. But the slime didn't know about the structure of the basement. There were too many monsters there, and it wasn't possible to get around them. The master also asked the girl to show him the boss's face, and she began to form it in place of her own. Tia's head transformed into the head of a man with blonde hair, the same boss from the abyss. Chris was able to find out that this character makes good use of his fast-fighting style, tactics, and the element of surprise, in general, a typical trickster. The friends also wanted to hear Castle's opinion on this matter, but he seemed frozen. He ignored the question to himself, but asked Tia if this guy had said anything unusual, to which she nodded. Henbo wanted to know why Castle reacted like that, but he surprised him even more by asking the owner to wait a little. Slime screamed, imitating the boss's voice, that you can't understand, your attacks don't work. The mercenary looked closely at the metamorph, and everyone else looked at the silent mercenary himself, trying to understand what was happening to him. It was impossible to guess anything from the impenetrable mask, so they asked in words how he was. Breaking the silence, the warrior declared that he must definitely kill this man himself, even if the owner was against it. He didn't explain anything, he simply repeated once again how he felt that he had to kill him himself. Confused, Henbo asked his friend to calm down first, but he replied that he was already calm. The necromancer believed that a warrior should fight with a cool head, so let him abandon this idea. Castle responded sharply. Let the magician himself abandon the idea of dissuading him, but he had already had to kill his master. These words made everyone confused, and Kai tried to calm his friend down to avoid escalating the conflict. Christina didn't try to calm anyone down, she just called everyone idiots who couldn't control themselves. Then Castle decided it was best to just leave, apologizing for being a little out of his mind. But Henbo wasn't going to let his friend go in this state without an explanation. He needed to understand what exactly had just happened. The mercenary couldn't resist another offer to calm down and began to tell what was on his mind. Castle has no memory of his homeland or his family. He only knows that he had a wife and son, but the memories of them also disappeared after his death. But he remembers his death due to betrayal and knows that he himself died, but the traitor survived. He also killed all the warrior's relatives because they believed in him and followed him. The dead man really tried all this time not to think about revenge, but to concentrate on the current tasks. But now his killer appeared right in front of him in the form of a slime. But it awakened the memory. Hyunbo finally understood why the fighter wanted to kill this boss so much, and he sighed that he couldn't control himself. Then the magician asked Castle to tell him everything he could remember about his death. By understanding what a friend is going through, the master will be able to figure out how to help him. Sometime later, in the dungeon, that same traitor-murderer was reviewing his troops. There were 15,000 soldiers in the army of monsters, and 3 times more in the army of humans, and if you take into account ranks, then the advantage is 5 times. The strongest there are the undead, the dragon and the necromancer. He has death knights and a lich. The most important of all the necromancers is Wonyo. He seems to be in the 6th circle. The opponents were very strong, so the monsters had to be well prepared for the attack. But the people that the creatures were watching disappeared, and all their minions also seemed to evaporate. This news immediately angered the boss, but he didn't have time to say anything. Suddenly, the entire dungeon shook, and loud explosions and rumbles were heard from above. Above, Henbo was destroying the fortress and its basement, under which the boss and his cronies were hiding. So the enemies had no choice but to go into battle with the researchers right now. Kang Hyun-chul asked if it was possible to influence the surrounding nature with the help of magic. The necromancer, without turning around, replied that the magic of the eighth circle is capable of causing an earthquake. And then he began to demonstrate his abilities in the area where the fortress used to be. A local earthquake shattered the area, leaving a dusty crater. The colonel enjoyed the demonstration and the discovery of the dungeon. Now they have something to work with. The surviving monsters began to emerge from the crater where they had been hiding, growling angrily. Kang Hyun-chul gave orders to his men. They needed to defeat the monsters, but first, everyone had to swear that they could survive. The creatures grew in number. They were angry and were preparing to attack. And so the battle began. On one side, there were underground creatures with claws and fangs. And on the other, there were trained soldiers of the army, knights and apostles of the church. Powerful explosions and the flames that followed them forced the creatures to give up their positions. But it didn't end there. The earth shook as someone very big came to the surface. It turned out to be a giant humanoid figure with 6 snake heads. The researchers, with whom Henbo was in no hurry to share his knowledge, decided that this was the boss of the dungeon. To further intimidate, the lizard began to threaten that he would kill everyone without exception. All 6 mouths opened and a green substance poured out. 6 streams of poison merged into a large stream and were aimed at the researchers. Henbo shielded the people and quickly cast a poison eater. A stream of neutralizing magic stood as a shield in the path of the flying stream of poison. The poison eater stopped the entire substance from reaching people. The squad behind them could only watch and marvel at how quickly the attack was absorbed. But the magician did not stop there. With the help of the devourer, he himself gained control over the green mass. Then he directed all the intercepted poison at the monsters, which immediately came to an end. After failing with the poison, the Hydra decided to burn its enemies with streams of flame. The necromancer had an ace up his sleeve for this purpose as well, in the form of a fire genie. Agni appeared at the first call, intercepting the flame released by the monster in mid-flight with his mouth. Then he spat out what he had caught with disgust, noticing that the fire was very tasteless and disgusting. Then he greeted the owner, noticing that he had become stronger, since he could summon the genie so easily, but this was for the best. He could have more fun. The spirit of fire immediately began to burn all the monsters it noticed, except for the main one, joyfully flying between them. The Hydra became very angry at this. How dare they ignore such a threat, and prepared a new attack. Seeing the creature's horns glow with frosty lights, Henbo realized that now there would be an ice attack. Indeed, a swarm of ice crystals rushed towards the people. The ice flow was intercepted by Kai using a magic shield, and he noticed that it was useless again. The creature posing as the boss could not understand how the enemies managed to repel all of its attacks. The necromancer replied that it was easy, because they already knew everything about her and were prepared for all the tricks. This answer and the calm tone in which it was given greatly surprised the Hydra, who had expected horror and anger. In response to the words that the magician was told about her, the creature screamed that this was impossible, because she had killed all her enemies. Henbo caused a small earthquake again, and the monster began to fall into the dungeon. One of the heads, obviously the main one, began to form a fireball again for the strike. The sorcerer was able to easily intercept this ball that had flown upward and use it for a return flight. The redirected fire caused an explosion above the creature's heads, causing more fear than harm. Hyunbo said that there was no need to waste their time, because the monster itself knew that it was weaker than them. The colonel asked him what he meant and was told that the Hydra was too weak for a Class C boss. A real boss wouldn't come to the battlefield knowing he would lose, especially with such a small number of minions. And at such a low level that Kang Hyun-chul already willingly supported, realizing the magician was right. The wizard noticed that one of the heads was living its own life, which she confirmed by shedding a tear. The monster, having lost confidence, still tried to threaten that it was already too late anyway. But Henbo continued that the boss's real identity was now moving towards the entrance of the dungeon to come out. This statement shocked the researchers, but the magician remained calm, saying that everything was going according to plan. And this already shocked the already confused Hydra, as did the addition that he would not achieve what he wanted. And in general, the substitute monster only protects the one who will become the real monster. This finally disturbed the creature, and it burst into a stream of ice arrows. The wizard did not react to this, declaring that this was enough, and then turned somewhere to the side with an order to deal with the rest. This order was received via telepathic communication by Castle, who was on duty in front of the gates from the dungeon. The real boss approached him and guessed that this was the one who returned his memories to him after death. The warrior confirmed this and even added that it was good that he was alive, because he could kill him himself. Many golems of different types came out onto the field at the gate, ready to attack. The blonde laughed. Was the enemy really going to defend himself from him with these toys? Castle pretended to be surprised, replying that he had misunderstood and that he was not going to defend himself. With these words, the golems rushed to attack, striking at the insects of the dungeon. And the dead man added that he came here not to defend himself, but to personally kill the boss. The monsters were burning and did not understand what was happening. They wanted to retreat. The chief was also angry and did not understand how someone dared to kill his servant so calmly. To this, Castle replied that it was he himself who taught him that one can do anything for the sake of victory. Suddenly, the blonde thought he recognized that voice, even though that person had been dead for a long time. But his opponent was not alive, so Boss decided to voice his guess out loud, pronouncing the name Glance. At the sound of this name, the wall that had been blocking the memories of his past life from the mercenary's mind collapsed. He remembered himself, his past, his family, what kind of person he was, and how he lived. However, the feelings that the sudden return of memory caused were far from pleasant. But now the dead man at least knows his name, and thanks for it in expressions that confirm to his enemy exactly with whom he is dealing. They both remember the moment of the mercenary's death, how he asked why his friend was doing this to him, and a traitorous friend named Garen declared that he could achieve anything without him. The traitor became enraged at the memories, screamed that he would kill again for what had been done to him, and began to turn into a monster. When the transformation was complete, the man became a large green wyvern. This made Glance Castle laugh. The enemy was trash even in life, so after death he became not a dragon, but an ordinary wyvern. Meanwhile, the ordinary monsters of the dungeon continued to fight the golems, although without much success. The dead warrior prepared for battle with his blood enemy and raised his sword. A stream of light energy flew out from the sword and shot into the sky, forming the necessary spell. The stream turned into a large fireball that exploded over the battlefield. The boss couldn't believe his eyes. Could his dead enemy really have learned light magic? He replied that it was a gift from his master, and the name of this gift was Judgment. The explosion of the fireball set the underground monsters ablaze. There were fewer and fewer of them, and they didn't really want to fight anymore. Garen growled that the enemy was using his subordinates as bait. Then he grabbed one of his own insects that came to hand. The wyvern planned to devour its soldiers to gain their strength and heal from its wounds. Castle saw in this an analogy with events from their shared past, and the enemy continued to ask where the undead could have gotten their sacred magic from. Immediately, this magic flew at him, dealing very sensitive blows even for such strong skin. The mercenary repeated the same thing, that this was the power of his master. Even the undead were able to use it. The boss, suffering from the burns of the holy power, writhed, but tried to threaten that the enemy would definitely be finished. But instead of an answer, he received more and more fireballs hitting his carcass. The wyvern managed to twist, get closer, and almost grab Castle with its clawed paw. He was immediately hit in the paw with a sharp sword, but was still pleased that he had managed to get so close. The dead warrior also successfully repelled all of Garen's attacks, magical and physical. This made the attacker extremely angry. He couldn't understand why his attacks weren't working. And Castle continued to tease his opponent, how weak he was and how he could at least try since he was the boss. The humiliated wyvern howled that this was not the end and that he could surprise them with something. His howl caused red energy pillars to appear in the forest. The boss growled that the enemies wanted to take the villagers for themselves, to which he received the answer that this was so that they would not become monsters like him. The enraged monster rushed to attack and managed to deal a significant blow, taking advantage of the surprise. From the force of this blow, the skeleton's hands holding the sword crumbled into pieces. Castle certainly couldn't have expected this, but he had a backup plan just in case. With the help of the master's magic, the mercenary created new hands for himself from dark mana. They were even stronger than before, so the warrior grabbed his sword again and went on the attack on the wyvern. Dark magic allowed the fight to continue and deal damage, but it also had the opposite effect. The energy destroyed the mercenary's entire skeleton, as he was not strong enough to control such power. In the end, Castle simply collapsed to the ground, his body consumed by dark energy. Only one head remained in the helmet, which caused joyful laughter from the enemy, confident that he had already won. Garan jumped around the head, asking how he tasted losing and dying. But that was not the end. Suddenly, charges of dark energy began to explode on the lizard's body. The explosions became more and more frequent, and they seriously injured the wyvern, who could not understand what was happening. Castle's skull grinned contentedly through his broken helmet, declaring checkmate. Before the battle, he and the owner came up with a plan. Hyunbo claimed that they didn't need to fight one-on-one. The mage will cast a death curse on Garen, which causes an explosion when the resulting life force meets the original. He promised that if this was the man they thought he was, he would definitely die. And now the body of the traitor, having lost the form of a wyvern, painfully exploded from the inside. Not wanting to die, he began to ask his enemy to spare him, not really hoping for anything. Skull thought and agreed that it was good that since he was asking so much, he would forgive him. Garen decided that forgiveness would save him and was glad that he would live. But Castle said that the glands inside him would not allow this, so there would be no mercy. There was a final explosion of dark energy, which blew the body of the sworn enemy into small pieces. The mercenary watched this with pleasure and declared that he had dealt with the enemy with his head alone. But the life force that the dead man stubbornly clung to, wanting at all costs to kill the enemy, was running out. Castle apologized to his master for leaving him so early and began to pass out. But Henbo didn't want to let his friend go. He shouted to him through telepathic communication not to give up. He had to survive. Before the dying warrior's eyes stood the family he had only recently remembered. And then he thought that he couldn't just die like that. He had to live for the sake of his loved ones. At that moment, something happened to his energy. It suddenly began to increase in activity. The dark magic grew, changing the very essence of Castle, stretching. And then there was an explosion. Meanwhile, everyone else was flying towards him on Nidhogg, urging him to speed up. Since they were all connected telepathically, they felt that something was happening to their dying friend. No one understood what exactly was happening, but there could only be one source of the incomprehensible signals. Henbo said it out loud. Something happened to Castle, and they all feel the echoes of it. Suddenly, the necromancer told Nidhogg that he could take his time. He felt that their friend was alive. When the dragon finally reached the gates, what awaited them was a living man in every sense of the word, with a human body. Everyone could only guess how this happened, and whether it really was their Castle. It really was him, only in the human form that he once had in life. Now everyone was interested in only one question. Does this mean that any undead can become human? Christina's passion for science immediately awakened, and the magician had to ask her to control herself. She could do her research later. Seeing that his friends were in no hurry to get off the dragon and were discussing it, the mercenary hurried them. Castle immediately thanked the owner, saying that without him he would have died, and the owner said that he forbade dying, he would work for him forever. And the mercenary forbade any experiments to be carried out on himself, because now he looks like a real person, although inside he remains undead. Of the 36 Class C dungeons that have appeared in the world, only 28 are known, and humanity has suffered greatly. The whole world was shaken by the news that South Korea had successfully cleared a Class C+ dungeon. Kang Hyun-chul also informed the world about the necromancer Wonhyo, who received help from God. The colonel said that Wonhyo can use both dark and light magic, and he also told about the inhabitants of the dungeon. The news that some dungeons have no player limit has spread around the world, and news quickly broke in America that Korea had successfully cleared the Class C dungeons. Henbo spoke on the phone with Richard Leonhardt, and they exchanged mutual congratulations. They discussed the new Goliath robots and whether they could be produced in America. Richard noted that it was too early to talk about it, they were too expensive, and setup took at least 10 minutes, so there were doubts. But when asked if Leonhardt could share such information, he laughed, saying that of course not. But it was unlikely that Wonhyo was going to tell his enemies about these technologies. Goliaths are very different from his other inventions. Those toys move thanks to external control. Goliaths are easier to control, but they are not as developed, the difference is big, so we could talk about cooperation. Richard noted that he had heard about copying the enemy's movements and offered to exchange technologies. After asking if America would allow it, the necromancer said he would have a condition for the exchange. For the sake of victory in this war, the director agreed to everything, so he was ready to fulfill any wish. After this, Kim Hyun-bo officially began cooperation with America, and after signing the contract, the American government held a press conference. The president made a statement that the United States was willing to accept refugees from other worlds if they could prove their right to do so, which was Wonhyo's condition. A total of 15,000 people were rescued from the dungeon. Although they used to live in North Korea, South Korea welcomed them with open arms, and America was also active. When the necromancer and his company and invention arrived in the United States, he was joyfully greeted by Leonhardt. They were both happy to see each other, and Hyun-bo just started testing his robot. He was ready to show it to his friend, but on the condition that no one would touch the product. Upon entering the laboratory, none of the accompanying persons argued with the condition. There were unconscious people lying on the floor who had already tried to touch the robot. When asked if they were okay, the magician replied that yes, they suffered from their curiosity. This was the effect of the curse. Curses come in different forms. Some are mild nightmares and insomnia, while others are strong, such as the absorption of life force, hair loss, and infertility. Everyone suddenly became nervous and moved away, and Richard remarked that this was worse than death. One of the escorts began to curse in Korean about the damn curse for which he would have to avenge. The director told him to calm down, and Hyun-bo, hearing his native speech, asked who it was. It was Dr. Alex, a genius with S-class skills from Korea. He was the developer of the Goliaths. When the magician asked him how he managed to escape the curse, the scientist recognized him. And when asked what his talent was, he replied that it was a repeat broadcast. The necromancer guessed that because of this talent, the doctor managed to avoid the curse himself and pass it on to others. He confirmed that yes, it was difficult, and then demanded that he finally turn on his toy. Henbo had nothing to hide, so he agreed to demonstrate his invention. He himself removed the sheet from the robot so that everyone could examine it from the outside. Then he gave Dr. Alex a bracelet with which he could control the toy. The scientist quickly grabbed it, injected mana as required, and immediately established contact with the mechanism. Then he began to force the robot to carry out all sorts of commands and body movements. When he finished having fun, he declared that it was cool, but done crookedly. At this point, Christina intervened in the conversation, offended by such rude words directed at her invention. Dr. Alex didn't feel embarrassed. He just started telling me that the robot looks strange and has some cool features. And then he said that he could do much better, he just needed to be given people and time. Chris changed her mind about tearing off the head of her robot's offender and became interested in the ideas of her fellow inventor. They began to argue about abilities, but it was clear that contact between them had already been established. Richard and Henbo just looked at the mad scientists leaving for the lab with bewilderment. After some time, the company had to return to the dungeon because a new problem with spatial erosion appeared. Castle said he still has memory lapses, especially when it comes to such topics. Although Glance's memories are not so important, he is now a new person, to which the owner jokingly added that he is now his eternal servant. Behind them, at the gates that the guests had just passed, unexpected changes began. They surprised everyone who was in this location. This had never happened before. Immediately, smartphones began to signal the arrival of new messages in the dungeon application. A second C++ raid, dubbed Lord of the Uninhabited Territories, was reported. Everyone understood that new campaigns were inevitable, but no one thought that it would happen so quickly. While everyone was studying the new quest, Mike ran up to the location in search of the boss. Seeing Richard and Henbo, the assistant stopped and began to catch his breath after running. Then he explained the reason for such a rush. They had received a new map of the landscape in Nevada. Mike showed the map itself, with the entire state marked in red. It was a designation of spatial erosion that had become too widespread. At the meeting, Richard read a report about how in places where spatial erosion has occurred, devices become inoperative. Superpower strength is reduced by approximately 5%. There are entrances to the dungeon in the erosion zone, but they are equal to the number of previously conducted raids. Apparently, it begins where the cleansing failed. The Lord of the Uninhabited Territories dungeon contains undead, golems, and even werewolves, and is where the American Sky Guard was destroyed twice. Henbo decided that there must be something else there and decided to join the raid. Richard didn't like the idea too much, but he decided to keep up with his young friend and also agreed. The team entered the dungeon riding on Nidhogg. Looking at the map, Kai suddenly asked if this area was connected to Idea, where Chris once lived. She replied that when they first met in the underworld, it seemed that they were all somehow connected to the Idea. Therefore, it will not be surprising if this place is somehow connected, and in general, does not the owner believe in fate? In fact, Hyunbo didn't believe in fate, but this situation still didn't seem like an accident. There was a heavy snowstorm raging around, and the company decided that snow magic was to blame. Then it became clear to Christine why the heavenly guards using sacred magic were destroyed. There was a clear sense of negative energy around, which usually doesn't go well with a saint. The snow and wind make it difficult to sense dark energy, but the necromancer can find it anywhere. The guy was about to turn the squad back, but noticed Kai's strange reaction. The knight's attention was drawn to something on the map, which he had been looking at the entire way. For some unknown reason, the map seemed strangely familiar when I first saw it. Castle immediately perked up, deciding that now it was his friend's turn to regain his lost memories of his past life. But Kai couldn't remember anything clear. He just felt that this was an important place. When they returned and reported the results of their exploration to Richard, he remarked that the dungeons could apparently be copied from another world or created based on its model. In that case, it's good that Kai is somehow connected to this place. They still have time, so we need to try to find out more. Everyone agreed with this and began to think through further steps taking this possibility into account. Before the operation began, Leonhardt addressed his guild members. He didn't give any inspiring speeches, but said honestly that this raid would not be easy. More than 10,000 people had already died there. But they must pass it, because if they cannot, many will have to say goodbye to their lives. Researchers must try for the sake of the survivors and remember the dead, so giving up is not an option at all. While the master was speaking, an energy field began to emerge in the crowd, enveloping the people. This was a new psychic power that Richard acquired after the battle with Angie. This ability connects allies in a certain area with Leonhardt. There is no better psychic magic on the battlefield than this. But not all those present joined the general psychic field. Henbo refused to do so. He explained that he was closely connected to the undead and dark magic, so he could harm ordinary people. No one objected to this, and otherwise the guild was already ready to act. They walked through the dungeon gate and found themselves in a mountainous area where a snowstorm was raging. The uninvited guests were already met by a whole crowd of motley monsters, united by their enormous size and desire to kill. Richard calmly remarked that such a greeting should be returned in kind. The soldiers understood everything correctly and rolled out new guns ready to fire. It was a special weapon, a juggernaut, specially designed by Leonhardt's engineers for such occasions. The guns were readied, aimed, and opened fire. The power of the shots was truly impressive. A significant part of the squad of monsters was immediately blown to pieces. Looking at the result, Richard just smiled that they had given a very warm welcome. Now it was the turn of magic. The necromancer stepped forward, raised his staff, and began to create spells. The ritual that Henbo performed was called Inferno and was intended to cause mass destruction. The magic fulfilled its purpose perfectly. The deadly beam destroyed another part of the underground creatures in one blow. The guild members were amazed by such a demonstration of the mage's capabilities, which were in no way inferior to their innovative weapons. People whispered that this was already seventh circle magic, and Wonhyo himself was like a weapon. Christina joined Henbo and began to cast new spells, the moving wind and the consuming storm. But the opponents were not going to wait quietly to be destroyed, and they also possessed magic, causing a fire tornado in response. While some warriors were amazed at how the undead could do such a thing, Richard urged everyone not to stand still and prepare for an attack. On the other side of the battlefield, much more serious entities were watching the battle from the air. Several riders and robed figures hung in the air, mostly interested in the necromancer. They noticed that the magician was stronger than they thought, had reached the seventh circle, and was using dark and light magic. The rider laughed that such a person, body and soul, are unique, and he added that finally the long wait in this cold world was over. When the people had repelled the attack and were recuperating, Richard asked Henbo if his henchmen recognized the area. The magician replied that according to Kai, the area seemed familiar to him. Perhaps this was his homeland, but nothing more was known yet. Seeing that the guy's expression suddenly changed to one of concern, the master asked what happened. The necromancer tried to establish a telepathic connection with Kai, but he could not and did not feel him anywhere else. Kai, meanwhile, ran across the snowy field in the direction of the mountains. He remembered who he was, that he was a high-ranking nobleman who had lands and a large estate. His family had a lot of land, but the knight didn't understand why his homeland suddenly became a C-class dungeon. The conclusion was that apparently the boss of this place was a traitor, just like in the past. The warrior was worried about whether it was possible that this traitor was part of his family. He needed to check this. Kai stopped in front of a solid rock decorated with a picture of a bird with raised wings. He automatically clicked on the image, thinking about how he could betray a family member. At the touch, the rock parted, revealing an entrance to a cave full of various treasures. The knight looked in surprise at the mountains of gold, crystals, and rows of chests that opened up before him. From an excess of feelings and memories, the skeleton fell to his knees and only cried out briefly. He was tormented by questions about possible betrayal and did not understand where these treasures came from. The knight was distracted from his unpleasant thoughts by familiar voices calling him. He was approached by Henbo, Castle, and Christina, who managed to maintain a mental connection and thus found her missing friend. The magician said that if he was still Kai's master, then he should return. But then they were joined by horsemen and their retinue, who had recently observed the battle. The chief angrily addressed Kai, asking who allowed him to come here and how he dared to go against the family. At the sound of this voice, the knight immediately rose to his feet and prepared to defend himself. Two massive figures, fully armored and ready to use force, were advancing towards him. The dead man was not afraid of the attackers. He took out his sword and took up a fighting stance. But then he changed his mind and began to run, not at the enemies surrounding him, but forward, towards the target behind them. Kai decided not to waste time on servants, but to immediately deal with the main thing in order to finally understand at least something. The boss realized that the intruder was going to attack him directly and also prepared for a fight. Their swords met and the warriors began to circle around, trying to wound each other. They skillfully parried blows and flew into the air. Their actions were very similar. The chief shouted in surprise that this was their family equipment. How did the stranger know about it? In response, the stranger asked in a surprisingly familiar voice why his brother was treating him so cruelly. The boss was so surprised that he even lost his helmet. The most incredible assumptions were racing through his head. I wanted to dismiss the guesses, but too much about this warrior seemed familiar. Then the chief asked if it was really his younger brother Kairos standing before him. When his brother recognized him and said his name, something happened to Kai. His whole body started shaking. The knight said that the elder brother guessed correctly. They were called the secret sword of the royal family, from the third son of Count Kiona, Kairos Kiona. The moment he took off his helmet, underneath it was no longer the bare skull of a skeleton, but the human face that the man had in life. The brother immediately recognized this face and could only say that he thought he was dead. Kai confirmed that he really died, but he was lucky. He has a new name and some of his memories. And ever since the memories started coming back, he also thought that his older brother was dead. Then the knight asked what was tormenting him, how his brother became the master of the dungeon. This question cleared the boss's confusion, and he once again turned into a dangerous opponent. The chief ordered his soldiers to capture his suddenly resurrected brother. He himself stepped aside, and Kai was again surrounded by battleships with swords. Castle, who came to the rescue, noticed that, apparently, the relationship between his friend and his brother was not very good. Hyunbo also stood up to protect his friend and prepared to use magic against the attackers. He began to call upon that which bestows the grace of life upon all things, which purifies the impure and conquers the darkness. Light magic enveloped the wizard's wand and began to spread around. The rising sun spell appeared as a bright flash and burned all enemies within its reach. When the light went out, only bloody shreds of the dungeon warriors remained in the air. Kai looked sadly at the blood, but it wasn't the dead enemies that worried him. He couldn't understand how his brother could become like this and why he was treating him like this. The boss asked Kairos not to be angry and promised that he would not kill him. Immediately, 4 flying figures in robes grabbed Kai by the arms and legs with something like magical chains. Henbo did not have time to stop them, but immediately rushed to help his friend. The flying ghosts carried their captive through the air, followed by the necromancer Castle and Chris on the ground. Kai couldn't break free no matter how hard he tried. All he could do was yell at his brother. He spoke next to him, but he only spoke of his confidence that his younger brother would soon understand why he was doing this. Seeing that the pursuers were catching up, the boss organized a mass teleportation and disappeared along with the ghosts and their captive. The squad stopped, not knowing what to do now and how to look for their missing friend. But then Chris said that she continued to feel Kai and his movements. It is located in the Dungeon Lord's Manor, which is located far from here. Then Castle asked what they should do now in general and with Kai in particular. Hyunbo himself didn't understand how the return of memories and family could change his friend, but he really wanted to believe in him. The mercenary was not satisfied with this answer. Faith is good, but he died precisely because of trust in the one who betrayed him. Christina shared the owner's feelings, and also did not know what to think, but suggested being prepared just in case. There was nothing left to do but agree with this proposal and simply wait for events to develop. But the necromancer continued to mentally talk to Kai so that he would be okay, not betray his faith, and he did not want to lose a friend. Meanwhile, Kairos was in the castle of his brother Oranos, standing in the hall in front of him, who was sitting on the throne. He noticed a very familiar sword next to the throne and asked about it. The brother confirmed that this was their family sword, and now he wanted to pass it on to the younger one. When asked why, he replied that he himself was a criminal and unworthy of owning it. That's why Oranos asked to take the sword, even if Kairos doesn't intend to use it. The dead man took the family heirloom and asked if his brother could not use the sword himself because he was the master of this dungeon. The boss responded, was he really so interested in how he became the master and the traitor? Then he slammed his hands on the armrests of the chair and made some kind of decision. The man stood up from the throne and confidently walked down into the hall without saying anything. Passing by the younger one, he threw an order to him to follow him and led him to the secret wing. They approached a gate sealed with a magic circle. With a snap of his fingers, Oranos disabled the protection. The gate opened, and both of them walked inside. The entire huge hall was filled with crystals in which human figures were visible. The central crystal was scarlet, and the rest were blue. In one of the figures in the blue crystal, Kai recognized another of his brothers, Reynos. And then he immediately pounced on the elder with questions about why another relative of theirs ended up in the dungeon. The boss instead said that in fact all of their family members were still alive. This revelation deeply struck the guy, who had not yet recovered from his previous discoveries. Oranos continued to speak. He put the whole family to sleep for the sake of his wife, who is in the scarlet crystal. Inside slept a woman named Beatrice, and in her belly slept a child who was never born. Using the life force of his family, the elder tried to save his wife and son. And then he began to tell his newly found little brother the whole story. When he was on the brink of life and death after a failed raid, he was saved by a vampire. In battles, they were always close, covering each other, fell in love, and were going to run away. But they didn't have a chance to escape, so Uranos decided to make this dungeon his own. But before his death, the previous owner cursed his killers, depriving them of a normal life. To break this curse, blood was needed, and Kai had a terrible thought. The boss confirmed that a single blood sacrifice was needed, which is why all of their family members are here. There was another meaning to this, because if Keon's eldest son left the dungeon, his entire family would be destroyed. The attackers on Idea not only attacked the families of the survivors, there were rumors that the survivors had gone over to the invaders and become traitors. These were just rumors, but many turned against Kion's family, and even the very existence of Uranos could put everyone in danger. Upon learning of what was happening, he secretly met with Brother Reynos, with whom he was on good terms. Kai, who remembered little about this brother, was glad to hear the story. After the conversation, the brothers parted, and later the eldest learned that their entire family had fallen. The most important thing was to keep Reynos alive, so Boss put him to sleep and began to transfer his life force. If he sacrifices the others, he will be able to awaken Reynos, Beatrice, and their child. Therefore, Uranos asks dear Kairos to help them catch the necromancer. This proposal shocked the guy almost more than the whole story. If Kai betrays his master, then all the people dear to him will be able to return to life again. After some time, Henbo entered a field tent near the Dungeon Lord's castle. He tiredly removed his mask and felt the presence of his old friend, as well as someone else. Kai appeared in the tent, accompanied by 5 long-eared elves dressed like maids. He expressed surprise that the owner managed to find him so quickly. The necromancer said that he was worried about him, and then noticed that his friend was somehow very gloomy. The magician quickly realized that the reason for the sadness was the difficult choice that had to be made. Kai honestly admitted that he should always obey his master, but now he was a little confused. This did not surprise the necromancer at all, but the lack of reaction greatly surprised the knight. Putting his mask back on, Hyunbo offered to give his friend some advice. Any choice he makes will lead to pain and loneliness, so he must try to choose what seems more beneficial. Words about the benefit that could somehow compensate for the suffocating pain and loneliness made the dead man even sadder. Then he made a difficult decision and abruptly pulled out of its sheath the heirloom sword of his family, which he now owned. Kai thanked the owner for the valuable advice and decided to be greedy. Henbo was not surprised, but only warned that he showed no mercy to his enemies. Then, as if he knew in advance that this would be exactly what would happen, the magician suddenly activated dark magic for protection. Having warned other researchers outside about the attacking enemies with a shout, he himself began to repel the attack. Kai rushed at his former master with a sword, and in response he threw a ball lightning at him. Other soldiers from the camp, ready for battle, and Nidhogg quickly arrived at the scene of the fight. In the flames left by the lightning explosion, 6 silhouettes appeared, slowly walking out. When Kai and the maids came out unharmed, the necromancer asked how this happened, to which he received the answer about the help of his older brother. Henbo imagined how happy that brother was now about what was happening. They were well prepared for the attack. But then the wizard felt the presence of unexpected and very dangerous creatures. Ominous shadows began to appear in the air, and the magician realized that they were being attacked by vampires. Several shadows immediately attacked the dragon so that he could not help his master in any way. And Kai ran up to the owner himself, apologizing on the go for what would happen next. The knight hit the former master so hard that he lost consciousness. There was a battle going on with the boss's minions all around, so no one was able to come to the aid of the fallen necromancer. Only Castle rushed to run towards that place, pushing away everyone in his path. But he was too late, and only managed to notice how someone was carrying the master away from the battlefield. The mercenary guessed that it could only be Kai, but he did not respond to the calls, only throwing out a short apology. In his arms lay a motionless, unconscious Henbo, covered in falling snow. Castle rushed to catch up with them, but did not have time. Teleportation occurred, and both of his friends disappeared. Out of desperation, the red-haired man attacked Nidhogg, asking why he didn't protect his master. Chris noted that the dragon does not do anything that is not asked of him, and in general, it is better to be angry with enemies rather than take it out on others. When asked if she wasn't worried about her master, the sorceress replied that it was better to think about how they would save him. But Castle continued to get angry and shout that they just needed to kill everyone. Meanwhile, Kai and Henbo teleported to the Dungeon Lord's castle. Uranos met them in the throne room with his soldiers lined up on both sides of the aisle. He apologized to his brother for putting him in front of such a difficult choice, to which he chose to remain silent. Then the boss ordered his subordinates to take the necromancer away. But Kai didn't let them do this, and even took out his sword to prove his seriousness. Even though the knight has made a choice, he is still his master and a high-level mage, so he should be treated accordingly. Uranos agreed with this, but warned not to forget how dangerous the necromancer was. After this, the younger brother agreed to hand over the still unconscious boy to the servant. When the servant left the hall, the Lord asked if Kai now understood why he had done what he had done at the time, to which he received a curt consent. In this case, the older brother suggested that they drink together to their joint victory. The brothers went down to the wine cellar, where there was a large collection of alcoholic drinks. A lot was drunk, and eventually Uranos became so drunk that he fell asleep at the table. Kai looked at his sleeping brother for a long time, thinking about something, but then decided to leave. He stood up, said he was leaving, turned around and walked out the door without looking back. The elder, who had deliberately pretended to be drunker than he actually was, thought rather contentedly that his brother could have killed him, but did not, which meant that he was now truly on his side. The next day, the entire Golden Black Hole Guild moved towards the boss's castle. Everyone was very angry about the kidnapping of the necromancer and were preparing to fight with all their might to avenge such humiliation. Mentally linked to them all, Richard was pleased, as he felt that anger had made them stronger. Castle was the most angry of all, barely holding back his emotions, and at the same time he looked very dangerous. Only Christina was not worried and convinced her friends that the owner was fine and there was no need to worry. At first, Nidho found such calmness strange, but then he realized that the sorceress would not have spoken like that without reason. In the castle, the awakened necromancer was brought to the throne room and made to kneel before the Lord. He greeted him as the owner of his younger brother, then introduced himself. Henbo didn't answer anything. He only asked why he had called him here. Kairos asked to bring the magician. He wanted to finish everything properly. To this, the wizard replied that he did not do business with traitors, but he understood that his words did not solve anything here. Kai went down and asked if the owner remembered the oath he had given him, to which he grumbled that he had already forgotten about it. But the dead man did not pay attention to the words and continued, in his opinion, it was all not in vain. After all, the oath made between them could now become salvation for Kion's family. Having heard about the family, Henbo realized that now he could not convince the former servant. As a final request, the magician asked the knight to come to him now. When he got close enough, the necromancer hit him in the face with his fist. He dealt several blows, spraying blood, and Kai didn't even think about fighting back or stopping the master. The boss's servants also did not dare to interfere in what was happening until they received such an order from their master. The bloodied warrior only apologized once again, to which the necromancer shouted that he did not forgive, and this was not the end. He would still live. Uranos finally decided to intervene and ordered the soldiers to take Henbo to his room. They immediately rushed to carry out the order, twisted the resisting young man, and dragged him out of the hall. After everyone left, the older brother apologized to the younger brother, who was wiping blood from his face, for allowing this to happen. And then he suggested having a drink together again, like yesterday, to which he received the answer that the guy wanted to be alone. The Lord did not insist. He understood how hard it was on his soul and let his brother leave. Then he ordered the guards who came out from behind the throne that there was no need to watch him any longer. And Kairos went to his room, where he sat down on the floor and plunged into long, sad thoughts. Finally, the explorers managed to reach the castle and stood under its walls to prepare for battle. Ghosts in robes and horsemen flew out of the castle, noticing the uninvited guests. Richard gave the order for everyone to attack, and they immediately rushed forward, driven not only by the order, but also by anger. The guild members wanted to take out this anger on their enemies as quickly as possible, so they ran with all their might and screamed furiously. A whole flock of flying reptiles, reminiscent of dragons, flew out of the castle towards the attackers. They didn't attack themselves, they just threw ice crystals at the people below. The soldiers launched spears in the direction of these crystals and informed Castle that his time had come. He immediately rushed forward, and a strong, hot explosion was heard near the walls of the castle, knocking down stones. Uranos watched the battle on the magic screen and was not at all worried that the attackers were able to reach the castle walls in only 20 minutes. Then he turned to Henbo, who had been brought into the hall, and said that he would soon help him fall asleep, hearing in response sarcasm about an interesting proposal. The Lord paid no attention to this, thanking the necromancer for his soul, body, and magic, which would now forever belong to him. Stepping forward, Boss began to draw a magic circle and activated it when he was done. Immediately behind the castle walls, columns of scarlet energy rose up, disarming the attackers. The energy took away the explorers' mana, rendering them completely helpless. Richard used his mental strength to keep everyone together, to prevent them from giving up prematurely and to push forward. In the castle, Uranos turned to the necromancer with a satisfied smile and asked if he really thought he could get around him. To which I heard a short yes and saw how the guy suddenly rose from his knees and rushed to run at his jailer. At this time, the dragons, absorbing the energy stolen from the researchers, began to be torn apart. The boss immediately guessed that this could only be the work of a necromancer. He did not deny it and replied that he had exchanged the energy of the living for the energy of the dead. These words made Uranos lose his temper. He drew his sword and rushed with it at Henbo. But his sword was not met by an unarmed man, but by another sword, which parried the blow. The sword belonged to Kairos, who decided to stop his brother from killing the necromancer. This amazed the Lord, because he was sure that his brother had completely gone over to his side. To which Kai began to tell how he had received advice from his master to seek profit and not be afraid to be greedy. With these words, the knight used his family blade to knock the sword out of the dungeon boss's hands. And then he said that the elder brother could still give up his path and side with the earth. Uranos certainly didn't expect to hear this. He was instantly struck by the guess that Kai had learned the truth. And he actually asked if his child didn't need mana and life energy. When asked how he knew, Henbo summoned a slime that formed into a joyful Tia. The wizard absorbed the magical artifact and brought the slime so that she could recognize the boss's magic. Kai continued his interrupted speech, saying that the life energy the child needs is on Earth. Uranos already knows about this, but he has no intention of becoming a traitor. The Lord shouted that they did not understand anything. Even he himself was only a grain of sand in this huge plan and would not dare to betray them. But the necromancer and the dead man understood everything very well, because they knew who the man was talking about. Kai even said that they had already met opponents of this level and were still alive. These words struck the older brother more than everything that had happened before. He had no idea about such contacts. And the knight told about Gloria, a dragon demon who uses souls by burying them in the sand and controlling them. When asked if they really had met, the younger one did not hide the fact that these demons also frightened them greatly. But at the same time, they still continue to fight. And in general, Kai has already died once, and now he is going to take revenge for it. Confused, Uranos turned away and said that he really was just a fool. After all, he thought that his younger brother would take his side and be able to help him. Without hiding his anger, the Lord shouted that it was time to wake up. Nothing would work out for them. At that moment, the castle shook from the explosion, and one of the walls of the throne room collapsed. A group of researchers, led by Richard, entered the hole, noting that they had arrived just in time. The guildmaster greeted the local lord and offered one last offer that the Earth would be happy to accept him if he agreed to join them. But this proposal was once again rejected without hesitation. Leonhardt didn't argue. He understood that the chances were still small and a big battle was now inevitable. Henbo had long been prepared for this and immediately ordered the guild members to deal with the guards. Uranos also understood that a battle was inevitable, but he thought that he would fight the necromancer one-on-one. But Kai, who was fed with dark energy by the master, decided to go out against the boss alone. This prospect did not please the older brother at all, but he decided not to retreat, shouting that he could not win. Kai was not thrilled either, but he confidently rushed into battle, deciding to test his chances in practice. While the brothers crossed swords, Henbo sat down on the floor to the side and concentrated on the ritual. He was working on magically feeding Kai so that he could withstand the power of the dungeon boss. Meanwhile, the battle was desperate. The warriors tried their best to inflict damage and defend themselves. So far, their attempts had led to nothing, so both of them, in a desperate impulse, rushed forward with swords. Kai's blow was much stronger, so he managed to knock the sword out of the lord's hand, and it flew behind his back along with the hand itself. Inspired by this, the knight rushed into the attack with increased zeal. But Uranos was not going to give up. He asked if he really thought he could defeat him with such skills. With these words, the Lord picked up the fallen sword and also cut off part of the attacker's hand. Because of this, Kai was momentarily confused, which allowed the boss to seize the initiative and cut him in half. The halves of the dead man fell to the floor, and regeneration began in the place of Uranos' severed hand. The elder brother turned to the younger one, saying that this was his last chance to go over to his side. But he had no intention of giving up, and even more so, no intention of becoming a traitor. Hearing that he had to win and become a hero, the boss decided to end it all. He cut Kai into pieces, declaring that he could no longer stop him. But then he suddenly received a blow to the head from the severed hand of his younger brother. The boy's body parts began to join together because he was already undead, so there was no way to get rid of him. The dead man, once again assembled into a single body, grinned, stating that his brother should have dealt with him earlier. Now the elder one was confused, having lost the initiative, which is why he missed a strong blow. The blow sent the Lord flying back to the wall, and the knight was able to finally pull himself together and raise his sword again. Rising, Uranos remembered that his brother had already told him that he had died and been resurrected and was now undead. Realizing that he had no advantage as a dead man over a living man, the boss decided to start fighting at full strength. At these words, the dead man only smiled. He was sure that the necromancer was much stronger and would help him win. But the Lord did have an ace up his sleeve. The demons he served shared their power with him, saying that he would now show the true power of the monsters, and that he was sorry that he could not kill his brother earlier. The chief pierced himself with a sword. Expecting anything but this, Kai watched in horror as Uranos inflicted a fatal wound on himself and blood began to flow. But the blood did not simply flow. Leaving the body, it turned into a certain substance from which a new creature was formed. No one knew what to expect from this transformation, so they just waited to see how it would play out. Researchers have already encountered similar blood power in the dungeons of blood wolves, and now the result is a huge monster. The terrible figure with the face of Uranos was surrounded by a bloody cloud, in which servants waited ready for battle. But for now, the monster decided to kill his younger brother on his own, and was already ready for it. The brothers clashed again, and Kai even managed to land a few good blows. But they did not produce any results. The monster's figure grew back together without a trace, like a slime. It was useless to fight the new creature with weapons. It had become invulnerable to them. But the most terrible thing was the understanding that this is only part of the power that the demon dragons possess. Uranos continued to grow, creating more substance from within himself for growth. Kai didn't know what he was doing, so he made a last desperate attempt to attack. She was unsuccessful. When she tried to strike, he was simply thrown far back by a powerful blow. Lying broken on the floor, the boy thought in despair that everything couldn't end like this, and he didn't want to die again. Right in front of the knight, a small island of ice grew, holding back an avalanche of blood that was ready to swallow everything in its path. Kai realized that the necromancer had intervened to prevent the monster from finishing him off and to allow him to gather his strength. The knight heard the master's voice in his head saying that at this rate they would lose. But the dead man who received support did not want to give up. He believed that he could find the right solution. As he stared at the horrible red mass in front of him, the owner asked if Kai trusted him, to which he replied in the affirmative. In such a case, the magician ordered to allow the monster to absorb the warrior so that he would become a part of him and be able to control him. This prospect was very frightening, but both understood that it would be their only way out. Kai said that the test would be something else, but if there were no other options, then he would carry out this order. Throwing aside the sword, the dead man stepped into the terrible substance, which immediately began to destroy his body. Uranos tore his younger brother apart, which were then absorbed into his being. Having absorbed the enemy, the monster once again formed into a giant humanoid figure. Suddenly, bombs launched by the researchers, who had remained on the sidelines until that moment, began flying at the monster. People understood that the bombs would not cause any harm, but they had another task: to prevent the monster from passing and to distract attention. When it became clear that the plan had succeeded, the order came for the soldiers to run away as far as possible. And something strange started to happen to Uranos. He was clearly losing control over his body. Henbo, Chris, and Castle set up a protective dome and watched what was happening from underneath it. The boss realized that the necromancer was to blame for his problems and tried to break through the dome. The defense held, but everyone understood that it wouldn't last long anyway, and so the wizard had to hurry. From the next blows, the dome began to break, so it was Chris's turn to take care of the defense. It was very difficult, but the witch tried with all her might to hold the barrier. The monster continued to break through the defense, and soon Christina's strength was no longer enough to hold it back. When his strength ran out and it became impossible to hold the dome any longer, Uranos was again distracted by what was happening inside him. Absorbed but retaining consciousness thanks to the magician, Kai tried with all his might to seize control of the entity. When he finally managed to fully take control, the monster's body began to disintegrate into blobs. Hyunbo noticed the beginning of the process and announced how glad he was that his friend had made it, and it was almost over. Kai is a master-level Death Knight. He is much stronger than the cursed soul. The figure of the monster cracked and crumbled, which meant that now the necromancer could call his servant back. The summoning noticeably accelerated the decomposition of the creature. It writhed and screamed in pain. When Kai was extracted intact, the human figure of Uranos emerged from the scarlet mass. The bloody substance dissipated, leaving only two human figures lying on the floor. Both brothers were alive, but while Kai remained okay, a scarlet haze remained around Uranos. The necromancer joyfully greeted his friend, who had saved their lives and defeated the boss with such effort. The knight himself was also glad of survival and victory, but the circumstances of this were very depressing. And then he noticed that something strange was happening to his brother's body. His body was slowly falling apart into small pieces. The dead man asked his master to save him, but he replied that it was no longer possible. The Lord was dying. Kai was afraid that it was his intervention that had harmed his older brother so much and killed him. But then Uranos spoke up, saying that Kairos was not to blame for this. What was happening now was the price of his curse, which made him move towards achieving his goal, and as long as they were achieved, it made him strong. But even one loss was enough to destroy the soul of the damned. That was exactly what was happening now. The soul and body of the fallen dungeon boss were falling apart. Uranos took the younger one by the hand and told him not to be sad. He saw with his own eyes what loyalty means, and his brother must live on. Continuing to crumble, the man said he had one last request. He wanted his younger brother to absorb his soul and body before they disappeared. Kai was very surprised by such a request, and understood that this was a parting gift to make him stronger with such resources. The necromancer and the skeletons did not interfere with what was happening, understanding that this was only a family matter. The dying man had a second request, that his brother look after his daughter. Tears were streaming down Kairos's face. It was hard for him to make a decision, but he still agreed. After which he began the ritual of absorbing the soul and body, which he learned from the owner. Uranos's last words were that his brother must definitely become happy. When the absorption process was complete, something changed in the whole surrounding environment. The castle began to shake noticeably. All objects shook as if during an earthquake. Strange changes were also taking place outside. The sky visible from the windows began to move faster. In an instant, day turned to night, and then the sun shone again. Henbu realized that something was happening not with the earth and the sky, but with the castle itself. It was beginning to change. At that moment, the magician felt new changes, namely the presence of a new creature in the hall. It was Beatrice, awakened from her curse after the death of Uranos. She immediately understood what had just happened and began to sob loudly. The woman fell to her knees in the place where her husband's body had disappeared, crying and calling for him. Kai didn't know what to say. He just started to express his regrets that he didn't want this. To this, Beatrice replied that she knew this. She saw what happened here and understood everything. The guy helped the widow, who was visibly unwell, up and asked what was wrong with her. Henbo came up and offered to examine the trembling woman. Maybe he could help her. When the magician got close enough, the vampiress cut off his head with a sharp movement. Everything happened so quickly and unexpectedly that Kai didn't even have time to react. And Beatrice, all of whose ailments immediately disappeared, laughed at how stupidly the magician had been caught. Her condition actually improved because the distraction worked so easily. The younger brother, who did not understand anything, decided that the woman did this out of fear for her child. But the lady only laughed, declaring that this child meant nothing and she never needed him. And in general, she is going to kill this useless creature, and all of them too. The pregnant woman's angry speech was interrupted by a strong kick inside her stomach, causing her to bend over in pain. Beatrice was angry. Why was the baby still moving? He shouldn't be born. A familiar voice said that it was possible, and a living and healthy Henbo approached the woman who was already truly reeling from contractions. She couldn't understand how the necromancer ended up alive, and he replied that he wasn't even wounded. The absorbed slime Tia, who was in his body when not needed, took the blow and thus saved the life of the owner. And then the wizard asked the vampire if it wasn't strange that she hadn't been able to give birth to a child all this time. But now he realized that she used the power of all people, along with Uranos, to level up. Beatrice was angry at what the magician was saying, while at the same time writhing in painful contractions. The necromancer was able to sense the souls of people. Now he knew that the child wanted to be born, and was going to help him with this. Since the birth did not look much like a natural one, the magician decided to cut open the woman's stomach. When Beatrice fell unconscious, Hyunbo went to her to see what was going on. From the cut stomach, he took out a healthy, physically healthy child and took him in his arms. It was a girl who immediately began to cry and kick her legs in discontent. Meanwhile, the Lord's castle had completely fallen into disrepair and was beginning to fall apart. People noticed this too and realized that they needed to get away from here immediately before they were killed by the debris. Riding on Nidhogg, they flew away in time, and behind them all the buildings finally collapsed. When the researchers thought that everything was over, a menacing growl was suddenly heard. A very battered but still large and dangerous bone dragon appeared nearby. The creature that had once been Beatrice growled that it would not allow its destruction, would not let anyone leave, and would kill them all. Henbo guessed that this was the second stage of Boss's transformation, and Kai volunteered to deal with the problem himself. In response, I heard that it would be difficult to fight such a monster alone. Agreeing with this, Kai awakened his new powers and began to call upon the souls of dead warriors. Castle wasn't a wizard, so he didn't understand what was going on, and Chris began to explain that the knight was collecting ghosts. Henbo added that these were the undead individuals and entire squads, as well as spirits, who should become his army in battle. Having gained the abilities of his brother, who was the dungeon boss, Kai forms a ghostly legion. Having finished, he turned to Beatrice so that the villainess would not even think that her death would be quick. The dragoness continued to threaten that it was the end for everyone and released a stream of dark energy from her mouth. She was valued in the main one, but he was protected by the energy of all the summoned spirits with whom he was connected. No matter how hard the monster tried, he couldn't harm the enemy, and he calmly ordered the ghosts that it was time to finish. The combined energy of all the undead dealt a blow that literally tore the dragon in half. The still living half of the monster screamed that it could not die, and should not die like this at all. Kai said that he didn't intend to kill the villain. He had another plan for her. The spirits of all those she used to obtain energy took hold of the exhausted villainess. Such a death will be long and painful. It will be a lesson for all other monsters who want to contact them. Beatrice's screams were drowned out by the energy of the undead that had flocked to her, and the necromancer silently watched what was happening. Thus, the clearing of the third C+ class dungeon was completed. 2 weeks later, in the real world, Hyunbo was in the hospital with multiple injuries he sustained during that brutal raid. Richard, who came to visit him, cautiously looked into the room and asked how he was feeling. The guy was bandaged almost from head to toe, but he could speak and replied that he was recovering quite well. The injuries were very serious and recovery will take a long time, so we will have to wait. When asked what he planned to do next, Hyunbo replied that he wanted to return home, as there was a lot of work to do there. Richard noted that they also had a lot of work here, and why shouldn't the magician make America his home? He didn't mind staying here. He liked America, but he wasn't going to leave his home in Korea either. For Richard, the decision not to rush back was good news anyway. Then a child's voice was heard shouting a greeting, and a girl of about 5 years old entered the room. It was Iris Kiona and her uncle Kai, whose hair turned white in an instant after the battle as a necromancer. They also came to visit their friend, and the girl was eager to tell him where she had been today and what she had done. In just 15 days, Iris has grown 5 years older, having spent too much time in her mother's womb. So now she happily enjoys the world around her. But the magician is still weak and cannot spend much time with the child, so the guests soon leave. Henbo and Richard look after them thoughtfully, wondering what to do with this girl. Leonhardt said that she was a good child and needed to be looked after, and the wizard added that she needed to be looked after as if she were his own child. There are 36 C-class dungeons on Earth, and only 3 have been cleared so far, 1 in Korea and 2 in America, which is bad, but the difficulty is very high. However, during the time that the necromancer spent in the hospital recovering, something happened. Around the world, 12 dungeons were suddenly cleared at once. In Europe, this happened in France, Germany, England, Italy, Greece, and Russia. In Asia, dungeons were cleared in China, Japan, and Indonesia. The same thing happened in America, and Henbo found out that someone else besides them was doing the cleanup. In addition, a new sponsor appeared, who supported not only the Necromancer's squad, but also the Golden Black Hole, Leonhardt's guild. But no one knew anything about these new researchers. Their identities were kept a closely guarded secret. Henbo noted that he had heard that these were the ones who had existed since the creation of the world. Richard, greatly surprised, asked where he got this from and if he knew anything else. But the magician didn't know anything. He only remembered something he heard from the director of the Korean branch of the dungeon community. Then the guy realized that there was no point in waiting any longer and it was time to return home to Korea. This time the necromancer was traveling without friends and exited the plane alone. But he was met at the ramp and by the man he had remembered before the flight, the director of the Korean bureau. Hyunbo called him director out of habit, and the man laughed, surprised by this, because he had left the position a long time ago. But the thing was that the wizard simply did not know the name of his former boss. Then he introduced himself as Bok-guk Yeon and clarified that Yeon was a name. Having shaken Yeon's hand as a sign of renewed acquaintance, the guy got down to business, asking why he was being met here. The official had an assignment for the necromancer. Some time ago, a rather interesting group of dungeon cleaners appeared. Confirming the guess that it was they who cleared the C-class dungeons, the director expressed his desire for the magician to undertake to teach them. For this service, Bok-guk Yeon promised Hyunbo a book containing the powers of the other world, as well as information about the American territories. He noticed that the magician had recently become interested in America, and the country was large, so information about it would definitely be useful to him. This was really useful data for the wizard, so he thanked her and asked about the rest of the conditions. Of course, the conditions, as usual, were different and non-standard. Bok-guk Yeon wanted to show Hyunbo the worst possible future that he saw as a seer. The magician was very surprised, and besides, he didn't particularly want to see the worst outcome. Of course, this will reduce the seer's lifespan a little, but it's worth it. According to Yong, this must be done, at least for his own sake, to which the wizard agreed. Then the director suggested meeting later, because people with whom he would not like to deal were going to the airport. The man threw a bunch of amulets and teleported, leaving only the pieces of paper flying in the wind. Henbo himself did not want to meet those who were now coming towards them, so he urgently called Nidhogg to him. The dragon came to the call and carried its owner on its back away from the people running after them. The government and army representatives could only look sadly after the dragon as it flew away into the distance. After some time, the necromancer's entire team joined him in the squad's new home. Together with Iris, they entered the testing lab to conduct a small experiment. The girl was full of enthusiasm, which Henbo readily supported, although Kai was dissatisfied. The uncle was afraid to subject such a young niece to magical experiments, but the owner reassured him that she was strong enough. The baby knows how to use her power, and he himself knows that it is only for her benefit, which the knight had to agree with. The little girl immediately jumped for joy that she was allowed to play with magic. Everyone approached the large vessel where they kept the mana supply and began their experiment. Iris touched the vessel, took the required amount of mana from it, and concentrated on the spell. After which there was a bang and a blue whirlwind began to spin, in which the young witch disappeared. Everyone else followed her, taking turns entering the continuing vortex. Coming out from the other side, Henbo's mouth dropped open in surprise at the sight that opened up. The little girl made her own dungeon with an exact replica of her parents' castle. Such skills impressed everyone, and Castle wanted to know how they figured out that he had such a strong talent. When almost 20 days had passed since the birth of the child, Kai discovered that Iris began to disappear from time to time. She created this dungeon herself, can adjust its size and change everything here as she wishes. It can be said that the girl uses the created area as her home, which no longer exists. The little girl joyfully cried out that the space had become even wider, and the magician suggested that she change it a little more with the help of magic. Iris liked this idea and immediately began to implement it, causing the snowy landscape with the castle to tremble. The snow gave way to lush vegetation, and there were now many trees and green lawns around. The necromancer recognized a green labyrinth in the thickets, which was also found in the dungeons, and asked if the girl had invented some kind of monsters for this place. The little sorceress confirmed everything, and Kai looked at it from the side, thinking about something. Then he decided to ask the owner to take Iris with him to Korea and show her everything there. Hyunbo was only happy with this idea and was sure that the inquisitive little girl would definitely like Seoul. And the baby herself was completely delighted. She adored new experiences as compensation for the fact that she could not be born for so long. Sometime later in Seoul, Hyunbo, Castle, and Christina were sitting at a table in a street cafe. They looked around, noticed how the city had changed, and wondered where Kai and his niece might be now. Then he turned around and asked if Colonel Khan agreed with their opinion about the changes in the world. Kang Hyun-chul, who was sitting at the next table, asked with displeasure how he had been identified and added that he was now a general. And then he said that he heard about the operation in America and its successful completion. The necromancer confirmed the rumors and added that it was all thanks to the help of his loyal companions. Hearing about his loyal comrades, the general sighed sadly and said that he envied the magician, to which he was asked what had happened. Kang Hyun-chul replied that thanks to his victory over the fanatics and successful missions in America, he was promoted and is now being watched even more closely. Henbo sincerely sympathized with this. He himself really didn't like surveillance and pressure. Then the military man carefully asked if the magician was going to work for his homeland, to which he was refused, and simply agreed with it. He didn't even count on it. Castle wondered why the general had accepted the refusal so easily. Wasn't that an order? Kang Hyun-chul admitted that he himself does not like the idea of calling for patriotism in their current world. The necromancer appreciated such frankness, sympathized with how hard things were, and expressed hope that Kanam would be pitied for the bad news. As a parting gift, I gave the soldier a bag of space expansion magic. If you study its capabilities, you can find many ways to use it. Kang Hyun-chul gratefully accepted the gift, expressing hope that it would help him. Then the general went about his business, and an unfamiliar woman walked confidently past him towards the cafe. The lady approached the magician's table and asked if he was truly the apostle of the god of death and life, the necromancer Wonhyo. Having received confirmation that it was indeed he, the girl respectfully dropped to one knee and handed over a red envelope. She introduced herself as Helena Scarlet of the Scarlet Witches, under the command of the Red Lord, who holds the 9th position in the Magic Association. Hyunbo was surprised in his mind. He never thought that such an organization would approach him. The envelope contained an invitation to a grand banquet from the 6 High Lords of the Magical Association. It will all take place in a week at Buckingham Palace. Many world heroes will visit this place, so they are also waiting for Wonhyo. The mention of world heroes somewhat embarrassed Castle, but also flattered his vanity, and Hyunbo remembered Bok Guk-yeon's words. How surprising it was that both the top and the bottom decided to become active and increase their strength. The necromancer thanked him for the great honor and said that he would take part in the banquet. Pleased with the result and grateful for the quick consent, Helena Scarlet left. The wizard noticed that this woman seemed to be a very good magician. He would be interested in meeting other magicians. And Castle was simply glad that they were such important people, after which everyone decided that the walk was over for today and they should start preparing for such an event. The banquet was held in Britain, and adventurers who had conquered sea-level dungeons around the world and those who had played a major role in clearing them were invited. Buckingham Palace greeted the guests in all its splendor, emphasizing the importance of the event with its luxury. Iris was simply amazed. She was at a banquet for the first time, and everything around her was new to her. But Henbo noted that the little girl had better not expect anything special from this place. When asked why, the suspicious magician replied that most likely something would happen here, so the girl should stay close to him all the time. Then everyone began to praise Iris, how beautiful she was today, how she dressed up. The pleased girl commanded that they then needed to go inside, and everyone moved towards the entrance. The first familiar person the squad met inside was Hunam, as the witch Baek Sun Soo now called herself. The mages can't just ignore the demons, so their witch was also invited to the banquet. Andromalius approached them, who was also glad to meet Wonhyo, and noticed that he had become even stronger, which would definitely benefit the earth. The demon knew that the necromancer was uncomfortable cooperating with him, but he asked to accompany Lady Sue to the event, to which he agreed. Hunam said that she heard about the successful conquest of 2 C-class dungeons, to which Hyunbo honestly admitted that he thought he would die there. This surprised the girl very much. Passing through such a location did not seem particularly difficult to her. The witch managed to destroy 1 Class C dungeon in China. It was called the Garden of the Fallen Giant King. There were huge bears, trolls, ogres, and storm giants, all bosses, but besides the giants, no one gave Sun Tzu any trouble. The amazed magician asked if monsters had ever attacked from behind or set traps in this place, to which he received the answer that no, there had been nothing like that. And when asked how they found the way, the girl said that they were simply walking along the road and saw the boss's castle. This completely threw Henbo off his stride. He couldn't understand why there was such a difference in difficulty with the dungeon he had to go through. Richard, who had overheard the conversation, approached them and noted that this was nonsense, since it was natural for monsters to create traps and attack suddenly. But Hunam hadn't encountered anything like that, so the guild master began to wonder if they had gotten a special location. The necromancer did not support this idea, so everyone agreed that the girl was simply lucky. While they were deep in conversation, the host of the party, an elderly man in a long robe and cloak, arrived at the palace. He greeted everyone and introduced himself as Araista Crowley. He is the first magician in the Magical Association and is called the Araista of Space. Starting from tomorrow, besides him, other high-ranking magicians will also be present at the reception. Crowley then expressed his hope that everyone would enjoy the party they had prepared and teleported away with a pop. Henbo noted that the Association of Mages was more like a group of monsters, and Leonhardt agreed with him. Frightened by the performance, and especially by Crowley's teleportations, Iris shook in Kai's arms. Richard noted that even for an unusual child, something like this could come as a big shock. No one noticed how the culprit of the fright himself approached the group from behind and laughed that the little girl was in shock. Everyone turned and stared at Arista Crowley, who had decided to give them some personal attention. He expressed his sincere apologies and offered his blood as apology. The old man squeezed some blood from his finger into the girl's mouth, which she willingly swallowed. The little vampire really liked this treat, which she immediately stated. Crowley laughed, apologizing again, this time for the fact that the baby was drunk on his blood, to which Kai himself began to thank him for such hospitality. And the suspicious Henbo was surprised how the magician was able to understand so quickly that Iris was a vampire. The host himself continued to laugh. What is it about the blood of an old man who could die at any moment? And then suggested that they continue enjoying the party. With these words, the wizard teleported away again with a loud bang, leaving the guests to turn around in surprise at the sound. The necromancer had no choice but to admire the skills of his new acquaintance, and Iris, drunk on blood, began to tell again how sweet she was. Then the girl began to laugh loudly, attracting the attention of everyone gathered in the hall to the squad. Because of this, they decided to leave, especially since it was only the first day of admission. On each of the 6 days of the grand reception, a high-ranking magician in the ranking from 1 to 6 appeared. On the second day, Tesla, the lightning magician, came. On the third day, the earth magician Maha. On the fourth day, the tree mage Gaia came, and on the fifth, the healing mage Arya came. On the 6th day, Arestvia Crowley spoke to everyone again, and after the usual pleasantries, he finally decided to get to the point of why all this was organized. The Magic Association has influence in Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. However, Africa is currently occupied by invaders from another world. So by the end of this reception, the magicians had made a serious decision. They were going to carry out a great conquest with the aim of restoring Africa. Crowley paused, but it was filled only with the silence of the confused guests, who first wanted to hear the whole story. So the mage continued to say that of course it is not as easy as it sounds. There are still many dungeons that remain the vanguard of the enemy. That is why the association came to the conclusion that it is necessary to first conquer the dungeons created for humans before conquering the whole of Africa. They are also ready to actively cooperate with other factions. Of course, they don't intend to simply watch as enemy forces flourish on their territory, which is why they have prepared gifts for the strongest people in this world. They want to give everyone present the latest magical weapons absolutely free of charge. Now, the silence that followed was filled with the enthusiastic cries of the guests, who were already eager to receive such generous gifts. But of course, this was not just like that. The association had one condition. They wanted the guests, who are considered great heroes of the planet, to prove that they are worthy. In exactly 15 days, there will be special tests. Anyone can take part, and they are going to share this event with the whole world. Crowley is confident that when people see the defenders of all humanity in person, they will immediately feel much better. In exactly 15 days, he will ask the heroes to show themselves from their best side, and now it is time to move on to the gifts of this evening. Boxes appeared in front of the guests, containing an item that contained the magic of subspace, lightweight, and stabilization. Expressing hope that this would be useful to everyone, Crowley, as usual, teleported away with a loud bang. Castle laughed that now there was no need to create problems themselves, and Henbo said in surprise that he couldn't even imagine such proposals. But he was still going to take part in the tests, especially since he had already received an invitation to them. It would be a good experience. All the other magicians and heroes were not so quick to decide, and were thinking whether they should agree. Seeing no point in staying there any longer, the squad left the reception and went to prepare for the event. Information from the reception quickly became known to the whole world, and alchemists, shamans, psychics, and everyone else also learned about the upcoming competitions. As a result, the existence of supernatural beings plunged the entire world into chaos. They were agitated by the battle of superhumans with forces from other worlds. When it was announced that only 100,000 people could apply, a second wave of panic began. For superhumans, it was also a great opportunity to show off their power. It took a month to accept applications and prepare everything necessary for testing. Transport to the competition venue was organized by the Association of Magicians, but if it was possible to arrive separately, then the coordinates were simply given. When the ships arrived at their destination, they found themselves simply in the open sea, where there was nothing but them. But when they determined that everyone who was supposed to had already gathered, something began to happen in the sea. Suddenly high waves arose, but they did not cause any harm to people, and what was revealed when the waves subsided left everyone who arrived in shock and admiration. In the middle of the sea, an island appeared with the latest technological buildings and the most modern equipment. Wanhyo's team, along with Sun Tzu, who had joined them, also looked at all this in surprise. A giant hologram of Crowley appeared in front of the ships, greeting all who arrived. He announced that they had arrived in Atlantis, the city of magic and science, where they were all eagerly awaited. The island really did look like a nice science town, with laboratories on green lawns. Henbo noted that it didn't look like a place for a competition, to which Castle added that it would be too obvious. There would probably have to be some kind of epic entrance like in the movies. As if hearing his words, the central buildings, which turned out to be skillfully disguised gates, began to move apart. Behind them, a huge, well-equipped amphitheater was discovered with an arena in the middle. The sight itself was fascinating, but the necromancer was most struck by the gates themselves and the way they worked. Henbo really wanted to see the gravity-controlled shield that protected the city, but he doubted that they would let him near it without permission. Kai noted that the owner needed to calm down. If he was too excited, it would affect the results of the competition. Wonyo's team was accommodated at the Atlantis Hotel with VIP rooms allocated to them as especially honored guests. The necromancer was still trying to get permission to explore the island's buildings, although the others were already persuading him to calm down. Kai entered the room and announced that Aresta had just invited them all to his place for dinner tonight. The suspicious mage remembered how friendly Crowley had been to Iris, so he decided that the worst-case scenario would be an attempt to kidnap her, and there was nothing to fear. So in the evening, at the appointed time, everyone went to the island owner's room, knocked on the door, and were immediately invited inside. Instead of an ordinary room, they were greeted by a blooming garden, in which stood luxurious white buildings, in one of which everything was already set for dinner. The guests expressed surprise at this arrangement, to which the owner of the house replied that with age one wants to be closer to nature. He had to work hard to arrange this room, but now he is completely satisfied with the result. Crowley invited everyone to the table and said that he did not know their preferences, so he prepared his favorite dishes. These dishes were to everyone's taste. They ate with great appetite, praising the chef. The owner apologized for starting a conversation right during the meal, but he was not going to drag it out and wanted to ask the question directly. The question was whether the necromancer wanted to become his apprentice, which left the boy shocked. The magician repeated that he wanted Wonyo, or rather Kim Hyun-bo, to become his disciple. The boy's real name being spoken showed that the old man was collecting information about him. Crowley made no secret of this and apologized if it caused any inconvenience, but suggested that it was merely a confirmation of how interested he was. Then the young man asked why he was chosen, since there were surely more talented candidates. The answer, as usual, was direct. The sorcerer was attracted by an unusual talent for magic. Hen-bo was at a loss. He couldn't remember having any unique magical talents. Then he realized that he was probably talking about his luck skills, and the old man immediately, willingly confirmed this. Then the old magician looked at everyone sitting at the table with a good-natured glance and asked what luck meant to them. There was an awkward silence. No one knew what to say, and they had never thought about such topics. Then Crowley himself answered that it was indeed difficult to define, but it was a frightening and enormous power, and he thought that Wonyo had been very lucky up until now. The guy thought, remembered his difficult path, and realized that this really corresponded to the truth. Thanks to a chance meeting with Chris Castle and Kai, he is here now, and if he had not tamed Nidhogg, he would have definitely died. It was luck that helped him in hopeless situations, and that is why he was able to survive. Crowley concluded that Hen-bo was indeed lucky, and did he know how many people had talent related to luck? There are only about 1,000 such people in the whole world, which immediately caused surprise and distrust of the figure. Ariest repeated that the association tested 3 billion people and found that only 1,021 of them were associated with luck. There were only 4 people with A-rank luck talent, including Kim Hyun-bo. Yes, only 4, and the other 3 are already taken. The gods took them as disciples. The failure of rank A was chosen to be Surya, the sun god of India. The A-rank fortune has chosen the god of humanity's greatest religion to become a saint. The A-rank evil fate chosen was Valkyrie, Odin's daughter in Norse mythology. Crowley repeated that this was only an offer, not a threat or coercion. If the guy didn't want to, he could refuse, but they could make an oath of soul and mana. In any case, if you want to get someone, you can't force them. It has to be a conscious choice. Arista really wants to make Hyun-bo a disciple because of his talent and wants to create a worthy successor for himself. After asking them to think about his words and then give an answer, the sorcerer teleported away, leaving the guests alone. The necromancer was faced with a very difficult choice, on which his future depended, so he could not make a mistake. Arista Crowley is the first magician of the Magical Association. If you become his student, you can get the best education and great support. This immediately guaranteed a high status in the magical community in the future and many associated privileges. However, after much thought, Hyun-bo came to the conclusion that he would have to give up all of this. As a disciple, he will indeed gain an advantage. He will have access to all the knowledge of the association. He will be able to improve his abilities and learn more about his enemies. But there are two reasons for refusing, the first of which is that the young magician is confident in the path he is following. Oranos then said that his power was only a fraction of their power, which meant that they were very powerful. Kaka said Kai, his brother, also experienced their power for himself and was able to achieve it after much training. But he managed to take the easy way out, and so he described it as the power to change the world, to rule it, and to control it. Hyunbo immediately realized that in order to further increase his strength, he needed to follow this path. And since he now knows his path, he considers it more important to stick to it rather than become a magician's apprentice. The second reason was quite simple. The necromancer simply felt sorry to give up all his achievements to the magical association. When the boy laid out these arguments to Crowley, he good-naturedly said that he knew it. He had assumed in advance that the independent necromancer would hardly agree, and he sincerely thanked him for his understanding. Despite the refusal, the old man decided to give the boy one of the things he was going to give if he agreed to become a student. This gift turned out to be a very rare book on the magical theory of necromancy. The wizard, who was constantly searching for new knowledge in his chosen specialty, was very pleased. Crowley was pleased with the joy of his gift, so he suggested that they have lunch together today, and then he would let his guests go prepare for the competition. Hyunbo happily agreed, in part because the food served there was simply excellent. Finally, the championship of the Association of Magicians began. The rules of the competition were set simple. There will be both individual and group competitions, and any forceful methods can be used, but it is forbidden to attack the opponent before or after the fight. But the rules stipulated that even if someone died during the competition, the organizers would not bear any responsibility. There is also a damage absorption system. It takes a certain amount of damage instead of those who were supposed to get hit. So, thanks to this system, if you take too much damage, you are automatically eliminated. This rule made Hyunbo happy, and he was confident that he could win all the competitions. Kai stated that he would try his best and would definitely not give any of his friends any breaks if they crossed paths on the battlefield. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that the first individual competition was about to begin, and all participants were asked to gather at the stadium. Kazel was supposed to take part in the first round, and he happily hurried to the arena. The magician began to give advice to be careful and not to relax, because close combat is influenced by many factors. But Kazel just waved it off, because for an experienced mercenary, close combat is easy. The commentator in the arena announced that the first round of individual competition was about to begin. At that moment, clouds of smoke appeared on the field, hiding the one who chose to appear with pathos. When the smoke cleared, Kazel jumped out, shouting that he would finish everything here in a moment, and immediately rushed into the battle that had already begun. The host announced that this was the servant of the apostle of the god of life and death, Wonhyo's henchman. A top-class paladin, he literally flies, which is not at all natural for paladins. Hyunbo, who was watching the broadcast of the fight on TV from his room, asked since when the mercenary became a paladin. Chris explained that they started calling him that after his owner became an apostle. Yes, the fighter himself is quite popular on the internet. He often sits there, communicates, plays, so he is obsessed with it. The result showed that Kazel had not exaggerated in his assessment of his skills. He was able to defeat all his opponents. Moreover, he himself did not receive any significant damage, so he was very pleased and smiled broadly. When the red-haired man returned to the room, they began to congratulate him, to which he did not even really react, because he considered his victory easy. At this time, the second group competition began and everyone rushed to watch its broadcast. A new favorite entered the arena, an athletic guy without a weapon, who was also absolutely confident in himself. The fighter's name was Hercules. He did not need ordinary weapons because he had a much more powerful one. Experienced Christina immediately saw that this player had God's blessing, which remained with him even during an attack. Because of this, the opponents could not cause any serious harm to the apostle, but he himself could, and as a result, it turned out to be some kind of cheating. Although despite all this, Hercules still couldn't complete the round faster than Kazel. An announcement was made over the loudspeaker that the 9th round of the individual fight was beginning, and the participants were asked to come out onto the field. Now it was Hyunbo's turn, and he was going to not only win, but also put on a real show. Everyone unanimously wished the owner good luck and promised to root for him, settling down in front of the TV. The commentator announced that in the arena was the world-famous Superman, necromancer, master of the bone dragon, apostle of the god of life and death, the great conqueror Manhwa. The listing of all these titles did not add optimism to all the other fighters on the field. They were expecting problems from such an opponent in advance. When they were sure that all the participants of the 9th round had already gathered, they announced the start of the fight. A multitude of different spells immediately flew at the necromancer. Everyone simultaneously decided that they should first try to take the strongest one out of the game. But not a single spell reached its target. The magician used bone freezing, and all the projectiles froze as they approached him. The opponents began to complain that this was unfair, that he was too strong, and that this was depriving the others of a chance. Manhwa started to announce the bone explosion, and the people around him started to run in different directions so that they wouldn't be hit. But the magician wasn't going to blow anyone up. He just needed to clear a place to summon the undead. The necromancer summoned a bone army and staged a parade of corpses across the arena, which included skeletons of people and monsters. None of the participants expected such a sight. They looked with all their eyes at the undead, forgetting about the attacks. The wizard decided not to limit himself to just skeletons and summoned a squad of dead demons that had a natural appearance. The summoned undead kept coming and coming. There were already several hundred of them, and they filled all the free space on the field. The host commented in delight that the necromancer was able to summon an army of undead consisting of 1,000 individuals in an instant. Words were broadcast all over the world that only one person could do this, and that player Manhwa. Hanbo spent a lot of mana on this spectacular display, but still tried to pretend that he had lost much more than he actually had. Some participants believed that he had spent too much energy and would not last long, so they should try to attack him. The absorption system would not let them die anyway. The magician foresaw this, but he was not going to fight. He had planned a much more spectacular finale to the competition. Explosions thundered all around. The entire field was engulfed in multicolored fire, and against the backdrop of this fiery hell stood the necromancer, whose expected victory was immediately announced. The preliminary round consisted of 30 individual competitions, which took place over the course of one day. 6 hours later, the competition was open to the public, and video of it was distributed around the world. Hyunbo was both happy that the video featuring him had been uploaded, but also worried that the enemy might now learn more about his techniques. The guy wondered what the enemies would do, to which Christina replied that this could only be found out with time. It was more useful to discuss that since melee and ranged combat were independent of each other, their ranged combat style was also in danger. A woman with blue hair and blue skin approached the table where Manhwa's squad was located. She calmly sat down on a free chair and said that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Everyone turned to look at the stranger, but it turned out that she was very familiar to them, although no one wanted to meet her ever again. The woman's appearance had changed a little, but it was impossible to forget that face and fanged smile. Gloria watched the reaction to her appearance with satisfaction and laughed. How nice it was that she had not been forgotten. At the same time, the puppeteer Lord Chang-gok lost the battle. The loss made him extremely angry. He screamed and threatened to take revenge on everyone around him. Suddenly, the voice of a small demoness sounded in his head, offering to try to take revenge on her. But she had no intention of fighting the puppeteer, but wanted to make him her servant, promising to help him take revenge and give him glory. The vain Chang-gok immediately bought into these promises and willingly succumbed to the influence, letting the demon into his soul. At this time, the outdoor screens were replaying the moment of Manhwa's triumph on the field, which attracted everyone's attention. The devil immediately recognized her elusive enemy and was glad that she was finally able to find him. Meanwhile, Gloria enjoyed the effect she had on her enemies. She easily recognized the undead even in human form, but the little vampire was unfamiliar to her. Taking a closer look at Iris, the demoness muttered that she looked like a bag of blood, and her skills were the same. The puzzled necromancer asked what kind of blood bag she meant. Gloria bared her teeth, replying that that was what she called the vampire emperor. She had once been in his dungeon. At these words, Kai jumped up in anger. And the dragoness only laughed. Apparently, this was his child. No one wanted to hurt Iris, but it was very dangerous to quarrel with Gloria, so Henbo ordered the servant to sit down. At the same time, he asked to trust him. If something suddenly happens, then the magician will be able to solve all the problems himself. Kairos had to obey. He himself understood how dangerous it was to provoke their uninvited guest. The necromancer decided to ask the question that interested everyone. Why did the demoness come to them? She playfully stated that she was bored and that she missed him because the guy was special to her. Hyunbo was more frightened by such words than direct threats, so he only asked what made him special. Gloria answered honestly that she thought that after their meeting the magician would quickly die, but he not only survived but also grew up quite well. Then she advised him to continue growing, to bend everyone else, and then he would be on par with her as an enemy, of course. When asked why she was an enemy, the demoness replied that she had few worthy opponents. She was too strong, and it was not easy to be strong. There were no good rivals, and there was nowhere to grow further. The only thing the wizard dared to object to was that Gloria was too self-confident, to which she responded, "It's natural, because she's special." Then Henbo ventured to ask how the lady got out, since usually the masters of the highest level dungeons couldn't just leave them. Instead of answering, the devil partially removed the illusion and showed a stone hand, from which everyone immediately realized that there was a golem in front of them. The devil confirmed her guess. In her real form she cannot leave, but in the form of a golem this is no problem. The wizard realized that in this case there was no point in fighting her now. He would only waste time and energy. A waitress came up to the table and offered to help them place an order, since they had been sitting there for a long time. Gloria did not deny herself the pleasure and ordered a good half of the menu, surprising the girl considerably. When the table was filled with different dishes, the demoness tried them all, praising how delicious the food was in this world. But Henbo had to pay for this feast, because with this golem body she had no money. In exchange for paying for a delicious lunch, the woman was going to tell the magician something important to him. Not only Gloria came out, but also that bug that the necromancer had once given a beating, and she is very angry with him. The guy realized that it was about a puppeteer with the appearance of a little girl who used souls and thanked him for the information. Finally, the lady said that she would follow the championship fights, so there was no point in disappointing her. With these words, the demoness stood up and left, leaving the company to sit in disheveled feelings. When the blue figure disappeared from view, Hyunbo finally exhaled and decided to share the news with the host of the event. Because of this, the trip to the aquarium with Iris had to be postponed, which greatly upset the girl. And the necromancer, accompanied by Christina, immediately went to Araista's office. He immediately received the visitors and listened to them, after which he asked them to tell him what kind of enemy they had in mind. Then the guy told about the demon dragon of disasters, Gloria, how they met her before and today they met again. Then Crowley took out a crystal ball, which was broadcasting recordings from surveillance cameras, and found the right location and time. An image of a blue-haired woman appeared in the ball. Henbo confirmed that he was talking about her, but now she is in the body of a golem. The Archmage muttered worriedly that since she had crossed the border so easily, this was definitely not an ordinary enemy, to which he asked what borders he was talking about. Arista explained that the pieces of skin and blood collected upon entering and leaving Atlantis are used as a means of monitoring everyone. But the owners of the island were unable to feel anything when this unknown demoness entered inside. So the old man asked to tell him something else about her, to better understand who he was dealing with and what to expect. Hyunbo could only repeat what he heard from her, how she was not the only one who got into the championship, and told about the puppeteer. To this Crowley remarked, "What luck this guy has, 2 enemies at once," to which he grinned. Maybe he has a talent for such difficult things. The Archmage needed a little more information about the demonesses to prepare the guards, so the guy stayed to answer questions, and Christina went to prepare for her fight. The dead sorceress's opponent was an Indian warrior without divine protection and the power of Mutra. Despite the fact that the presentation of the participants had not yet ended, India immediately attacked the opponent. Chris easily repelled the attack and said that a sudden attack during a conversation was not at all befitting of a warrior. after which she covered Mutra with a wave of dark magic, which caused damage, but nevertheless, the fighter did not want to give up so easily. Friends who watched the fight on TV noted that the Indian was similar in style to Castle and was ready to fight to the end. Then the mercenary asked permission to also go and have fun with him, to which the owner did not object, only reminded him of his priorities. Having confirmed that the master and the team always come first for him, the red-haired man left, promising to return soon. After that, Kai also decided to go for a walk with Iris, who was bored watching the fights. But the knight immediately returned back, calling his master and shouting that they were in trouble. Henbo immediately jumped up and, accompanied by an armed servant and a small vampire, rushed in the indicated direction. In the corridor lay the wounded Mutra, and over him, with a sword in his hand, leaned Castle, calling for help. The mercenary was glad that it was the owner who came, and he immediately began asking what had happened. The redhead said that he was just on his way to meet this Indian, but then he was suddenly attacked by two magicians. The situation seemed completely unbelievable for this place, so the necromancer couldn't help but ask if it was true. Then Castle said that he had a clue, and held out a piece of dark gray fabric torn from a typical sorcerer's robe. Looking at the fabric, the master continued to wonder why the association's mages would attack a simple warrior. Suddenly, people ran into the corridor and began to demand that the necromancer and his friends be captured, accusing them of being the ones who killed the two magicians. This made Henbo's surprise reach its extreme limit. This situation was completely unacceptable. After some time, the entire team, along with the unconscious Mutra, sat in the room, waiting for the council's decision. The wizard couldn't believe that they were being seriously accused of killing the association's magicians. Crowley entered the room and announced that he had acted as guarantor and bought them some time. But the situation is still very bad and will need to be thoroughly sorted out. Two corpses of mages from the organization that Wanyo's minions encountered along the way were found. Castle clarified that it was precisely those magicians who had attacked them who had died. That was the problem. Crowley clarified that the dead were students of a former lord. That is, they are considered to be quite talented wizards in the association, have a certain weight, and they have no need to do such things. Mutra, who had regained consciousness, intervened in the conversation, stating that he had indeed been attacked. Aresta had no doubt about it. He had already checked the Indian's memories. But the problem was that it was impossible to summon the souls of the dead. When asked if a high-level necromancer could stop this, Henbo responded by asking if the Archmage really thought he would do such a complicated thing by destroying souls. Crowley himself knew that the necromancer had no need to do this, but the Order had to find the killer, so it was checking all options. Henbo noted that he had not yet been arrested on charges of murder, and all thanks to the patronage of the master. The guy wanted to add something else, but he stopped mid-sentence. An idea suddenly came to his mind. The necromancer remembered that the contractor's soul could be attracted by force. Although the method was risky, it could bring results. Having considered the options, the young magician asked if the old man would help him catch the criminal. The possessed Lord Changak sat in his office and thought that now he had excellent dolls, only a few remained. The demon inside happily listed how he would torture the hated Wanyo and make him suffer for eternity. Suddenly there was a knock on the door of the room, frightening the owner, who was not expecting any guests at all. Crowley entered and asked why his arrival had caused such great surprise. The magicians sat down opposite each other, and the old man began to show sympathy, and at the same time noticed that the Lord looked very thin. Changak said that one person gave him advice that a body that has lived in a world with low mana for a long time cannot adapt to a new environment. When he heard the news about his students, he realized that the man was right. If he had understood this truth earlier, he could have saved them. The puppeteer began to cry and apologize for this, but was told that he couldn't give up now. The other students still needed him. Crowley had two pieces of news. He started with the bad. It had been officially decided that Wanhyo was not a criminal. The good news was that they had a clue that would lead them to the real culprit. These words worried the demoness, because there definitely shouldn't have been any evidence of her intervention left. Arista stood up abruptly and invited the Lord to go with him and personally participate in the process of finding the culprit. They walked towards the main building. Chang'ok thought that the road they were walking on probably led to the heart of Atlantis. He had tried to penetrate this place many times before, and each time to no avail, and yet such energy comes from here. The puppeteer's thoughts were in the right direction. They were heading towards the central place of power of the island. Upon entering, the Lord was dumbfounded with surprise, which Crowley understood, knowing how this place affected those who were there for the first time. The heart of Atlantis is a magical stone left by the ancestors of the Association of Magicians many years ago. The stone absorbs various powers, converts them into mana, and releases them at regular intervals to increase the concentration of mana in the city. Chang'ok began to dream of what he could achieve with such a treasure, but the Archmage did not want to keep the people inside waiting. They entered the main hall, which was already full of people, and in the center, right under the heart, in a magic circle, lay two bodies of murder victims. All members of the Magical Association who were currently present on the island gathered in the room. Also, there was Wonyo and his 3 henchmen, all of them tense and clearly waiting for something. Araista stood before the assembled company and thanked everyone for putting aside their business and gathering here at his call. As everyone already knows, someone has penetrated the territory of Atlantis, and the magicians believe that this is a minion of their enemy. Chang'ok thought that they had guessed correctly, but he didn't really care. Now all his thoughts were absorbed by the miraculous stone. Meanwhile, Crowley introduced everyone to the Lord, who had been invited to speak here as an interested party, since he was a teacher of victims. Fortunately, the mages learned that the souls of his students were sealed, or that the criminal had made them part of himself. These words tore the puppeteer away from his dreams, and he began to be truly afraid, not understanding how anyone could find out what had happened. Araista continued to explain that to test the hypothesis, they had prepared a magic circle that could only summon souls. The necromancer Wonhyo will be in charge of the summoning process, and the task of everyone else present will be to protect them. Now Chang'ok was definitely scared and did not understand what was happening and what the threat was for him. He wondered if all this energy and such experienced magicians had gathered here just to summon some souls. Although the demon immediately found a reason to rejoice in this, since it became possible to steal the soul from Wonyo himself. Meanwhile, the Archmage announced the beginning of the ritual, and everyone hurriedly began to take their places. The warriors and apostles drew their weapons and assumed fighting stances, preparing to defend themselves against any enemy that might appear. The wizards also took up battle positions, preparing spells for magical protection for a variety of situations. In the center of a large circle glowing with energy lay the bodies of 2 dead people whose souls were about to be summoned. The necromancer was also ready to begin the summoning ritual and headed towards the small circle that connected to the larger one. He sat down in the center of the circle and began to create the spell needed for current purposes. A relaxed Chang'ok thought that they were all idiots, and he just needed to pretend to be a victim so that they wouldn't suspect him. Meanwhile, Hyunbo fell into a trance and found himself in a mental space where he discovered the real enemy. There was a demoness from the dungeon with the appearance of a small and very evil girl, although at the moment her figure was very large. The monster was telling the projection of the necromancer that appeared before her to come to him, then his soul would become a toy. But the magician, who knew in advance what he would encounter here, kept a distance large enough to avoid being in the absorption zone. The demon did not expect an easy victory, and therefore prepared a cunning trap, which he now used. At this time in the real world, the magicians and warriors gathered in the heart of Atlantis looked in surprise at what was happening to the necromancer's body. Meanwhile, the necromancer himself was caught in a trap and again found himself in a place very similar to the one where he first met this demon, a wasteland where there is nothing, only endless sand and blue sky above it. Ahead appeared a creature with the same appearance of a little girl in a blue dress, only this time without a teddy bear. The demon was maliciously happy that he had finally been caught. This was his spiritual world, and the enemy would definitely not be able to win here. A squad of red-eyed golems emerged from the sand, and they were to become the girl's army. To serve as his army, Henbo summoned a variety of spirits, from fighting skeletons to winged unicorns. Before starting the battle, the necromancer decided to ask a question and find out the name of his opponent. She introduced herself as Enjit, the master of dolls, a commander without subordinates, the queen of a country without a people, the future mistress of Wanyo's soul. The magician did not know whether she would become his mistress, but decided to remind her that in any case, she would remain the queen of a country without people. And then the battle between the magical armies began. The dead monsters fought with the sand soldiers. The forces were approximately equal, so although the opponents dealt each other damage, there was no noticeable advantage. This really pissed Anjit off, so she kept shouting threats and curses at the necromancer. Henbo thought that his troops only used strength, while she used the very soul that she controlled. Right in front of him, a monkey and a sandpiper were fighting, and the demoness's soldier was clearly losing. Very soon, the sand soldier was completely torn apart by the clawed paws and fell dead to the ground. At that moment, the necromancer had the idea of raising all the dead enemy soldiers to his side. It was not difficult. Having successfully performed the ritual with one, the magician took on the remaining ones, and soon his army was significantly replenished with sand dead. The wizard not only subdued them, but promised that after the battle with Enjit was over, he would free their souls. Therefore, the resurrected warriors not only changed their master, but also received the opportunity to fight for themselves. Having received the promise of a quick release and the repose of their souls, the dead on command rushed at their former colleagues in misfortune. Enjit's anger knew no bounds. Not only was the enemy still alive, but he also dared to use her own toys against her. Ever since Henbo chose the profession of a necromancer, he had firmly learned the main rule that in the mental world, power is important. If you lose control, you die, so if he can take the souls that the devil has already absorbed, then he will have a chance of winning. On the battlefield, things were going with a big advantage in favor of the army of the dead. Having received unexpected reinforcements and motivation, the soldiers actively attacked. The puppeteer saw this too and realized that she was losing control, so she decided to move straight to the final battle. The remaining sand soldiers began to crumble on their own, mixing with the sand under her feet. Then a huge hill began to rise from the sand, several times taller than the largest monster in the undead squad. This mountain turned into one giant soldier who menacingly advanced on his opponents. As the creature approached, it raised its leg, intending to simply crush the small dead creatures compared to it, while in the background, Anjit screamed that this was the end. A calm Hyunbo watched this scene without doing anything, and then simply said that yes, it was time to finish. At that very moment, the sand giant that had raised its leg exploded, showering everyone present with only a harmless wave of sand. Immediately after this, the surrounding landscape began to change. There was still a desert underfoot, but the sky turned into a cracked dome. These changes were made by the necromancer, gradually moving the scene of action from one dungeon, where the girl ruled, to another, where she had no power. Surprised by what was happening, the magician answered the demoness that during times of battle, the mental world opens up to the one who takes the initiative, and she finally moved on to him. With these words, he finally completed the transition to the new world, Iris's dungeon, where all the power was in the hands of Wanyo's team. Castle, who appeared in the location and was transferred to her secret home by the little vampire along with everyone else, confirmed that everything was going according to plan. There also appeared the skinny figure of Lord Chang-gak and two young men in robes who looked around in surprise, repeating that they had died. The wizard explained to the new arrivals and his friends that these were souls whose lives were taken by Enjit, and the little demoness, in despair from losing control, called names and screamed at what the enemy was doing. The enemy just as calmly began to explain that he was not doing anything special. He simply returned the souls of those she had killed. The necromancer became bait, lured the puppeteer into his world, and used the connection between her and Chang-gak's students. Meanwhile, Kai managed to penetrate the soul of the devil girl and attacked her, saving those she had absorbed. After absorbing his brother's powers, the knight himself became a legionnaire and was therefore able to control ghosts, summon them, and free them. Henbo turned to his friend and asked how many souls he had managed to pull out of Enjit. He replied that unfortunately it was less than 10% of the total, but it still came out to about 300 million. When it seemed that it was impossible to go any more crazy, the demoness managed to move to a new level and was now literally bursting with anger. But Henbo's powers were not limitless. He was already at their peak, so at some point he lost control of himself and returned to his body. He opened his eyes in the heart chamber of Atlantis, with a worried Crowley leaning over him, noticing that he had woken up. The Archmage realized that the necromancer was tired, so he decided to help him because the enemy was furious and he couldn't stand it on his own. Enjit rushed to catch up with the missing enemy and now tried to penetrate into this world through the magic circles. A giant clawed paw emerged from there and began to rummage around in search of a victim, miraculously not hitting anyone. Crowley suggested launching an attack, but Henbo, who had already sensed the presence, said that it would no longer be necessary. Gloria, clicking her heels, walked slowly across the hall towards the members of the association who had gathered around the protruding paw. She greeted Enjit, calling her a bug, to which she pounced on her, screaming why she had come and how she could betray her. The blue-haired girl just laughed. She didn't betray anyone. It was the necromancer who called her here. The girl stopped screaming in shock. This was something completely unheard of, something she would never have been able to predict. But the enraged Gloria started screaming. She scolded the bug that no matter how angry she was, she should have held back, but she was too stupid for that. Then there was an explosion of hellish fire, and Enjit's physical manifestation was blown into pieces, falling all over the hall. The demon dragon continued to scold the little one so that she would remember the pain she had experienced today and learn patience until she was able to fight. Then she turned to Henbo and said that today the victory was with the humans, but they should not forget about the power of super beings, because next time they will lose if they do not become better. Then the golem's body also began to crumble, and the next moment all that was left of it was a coat that had fallen to the floor. Shocked by the scene they saw, people looked around silently, not knowing what to think or do now. Only Henbo understood that although it was the end now, the enemy was still not fighting him at full strength. It was officially announced that the enemies who had infiltrated Atlantis had been defeated, and all those who had stood on the side of Enjit had been brought to justice. As a result, the operation ended well, and all the souls that the demoness had captured returned to their bodies. But because Wanyo's team was considered suspects, they had to withdraw from the finals and were unable to participate in the group competition. Castle was very angry and repeated that they would have definitely won if they had been allowed to compete. As a consolation, Hyunbo offered to take part in a power battle, to which Christina expressed doubts. Usually the limit of participants for a power battle is 500 people, and there are only 5 of them. It's unlikely that they will be able to do it. But Castle was fired up by this idea. Even though there were few of them, they had him and the legionary Kai, who was worth 1,000 souls. Each of them had their own abilities, including Iris, although they didn't want to include her in the team yet. Hearing this, the girl screamed that she was not an ordinary child, that her uncles and godfather were protecting her too much, and if they continued like this, she would run away from them. Henbo himself understood that despite her age, the little girl was strong, and if their opponents were not warriors but scouts, then everything would be fine. Christina still objected, even though they were not weak. The strength of the majority could not be ignored, which was why she insisted on more participants. To this, the magician replied that if his goal was to win, he would have done so, and Castle was surprised that they weren't fighting precisely for the sake of winning. But Chris immediately understood that the owner really wanted to test his limit in this match, and this would be a great chance, since safety was guaranteed to them. In that case, the witch had no more objections, and she immediately rushed off to prepare for the tournament. Inspired, Castle also rushed off to train because you can't always just have fun. Kai and Iris also found a reason to leave, and Hyunbo was left sitting in the room all alone. In the silence, the guy began to feel sleepy. He stayed at the table, but decided not to resist fatigue. He closed his eyes for what seemed like a minute, and when he finally opened them, he was no longer alone in the room. Sitting at a table laden with bottles of alcohol was Bok Guk-yeon, and noticing that Hyunbo had woken up, he said that he had been meditating for too long. While the guy was out cold, the former director started tasting alcohol and hoped that the bar owner wouldn't mind. While the wizard was coming to his senses, the guest praised the selection of alcoholic drinks offered by the Association of Magicians. The necromancer noted that he had expected Bok Guk-yeon's visit much earlier, but he replied that he was busy. They were negotiating the conclusion and execution of a contract which still had to be prepared, which was what the former director was supposed to do. The man drew up the contract himself, but he formulated it in such a way that even he himself would not be able to break it. The content was as simple as it could be. Hen Bo had to destroy 4 organizations, in exchange for which the seer would show him the worst possible future. The magician had only one question: why the Heavenly Demon Clan was removed from the list, to which he heard that it had a complex class system and there were no necessary players. So the necromancer will only need to destroy Asgard, Argonaut, Onmyo Rio, and Murim. As a parting shot, Bok Guk-yeon indicated that the mission would be completed on the last day of the year, and after that the magician would head to his base. The Mage Association announced another piece of news to the world. Now the power battle is not for 3, but for 5 teams who fight without preliminary matches. The host called on the audience to welcome the teams that would take part in the power battle. The first was the Murim Dragon Association. They came out in uniform with images of their symbol. The second was Asgard from Northern Europe, with participants choosing costumes of Vikings and mythical characters. Next came the Land of the Samurai, the Land of the Ninja and Onmyoji, the Great Power of the East, the Onmyo Rio team from Japan. Fourth came those who inherited the names of the heroes of Greek mythology and dressed in their style, the Argonauts. The fans in the stands greeted the team leader Alexander, who wore a lion's skin. And the last team, the only one consisting of 5 people, is led by a necromancer, the master of life and death, Won Hyo. 4 participants entered the arena, and then the magician tapped the ground with his staff, calling for the 5th. It turned out to be not Iris at all, but Nidhogg, whose appearance was met with unanimous delight by the audience. People were amazed at the opportunity to see a real bone dragon in action. After the teams were introduced, a screen appeared above the stadium, from which Crowley addressed everyone present. He announced that the entire association had been waiting for this battle, so they had prepared a special arena for it. But before the start of the strength competition, one of the participants has a small announcement for the rest. That person was Wonyo. They handed him the microphone, and the first thing he did was thank them for the opportunity. The audience waited with bated breath to hear what important thing the famous necromancer wanted to say. And he turned to the Asgard, Argonaut, Onmyo Rio, and Murim teams, stating that he had one piece of advice for all of them. They all better join forces, otherwise they may not expect victory, and Wonyo will give them a head start in the first 30 minutes of the fight. The members of these teams did not take the advice seriously. Everyone looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what he was saying and whether he was in his right mind. Crowley commented that Wonyo seems very confident in his victory. It will be interesting to see what he will show. There were no more councils or speeches, and then Araista officially announced the beginning of the battle. After this, the entire stadium began to be covered by a huge energy dome, which expanded and changed the entire space. The necromancer realized that this was the special arena that had been mentioned earlier. Everything around was changing dramatically. Instead of an arena and stands, there was now a large valley, where there was a dense forest, sand dunes, and backwaters among the rocks. The match had no time limit. It was a battle royale that lasted until the last team won, and that battle had already begun. Wonyo's team of 4 walked calmly along the wide road through the forest, not hiding from anyone. One of the Onmyo Rio scouts was watching them and mentally reporting in which direction the target was moving. The team captain received the information and prepared an ambush for the overconfident enemies. He collected a lot of Japanese monsters. There were giant spiders, snake women, long-nosed monsters, horned demons, and others. The captain waited impatiently for the unsuspecting people to fall into his trap. Suddenly, Wonyo's loud voice rang out over the clearing where dozens of different monsters had gathered waiting for their victims. He said that he would give the boys some advice. Before attacking, let them first find the enemy and learn his capabilities. And then a huge army of undead, driven by the dark energy of the necromancer, jumped out of the forest. Henbo continued to say that he was able to summon more than 5,000 lower-level undead, and not only that, In confirmation, more and more dead people came out, from ordinary warrior skeletons to golems and dungeon monsters. And in the sky, another squad of battle ghosts appeared, hovering over the Onmyo Ryo warriors, awaiting orders. The wizard stated that they were the first team he would fight, so if they lasted 10 minutes, they would get a second chance at him. After these words, the army of the dead began an attack on the monsters and samurai. The Japanese warriors fought skillfully. They repelled attacks and quite successfully killed the undead, but this did not change much. The necromancer continued to raise more and more dead people, who more than replaced those who fell in battle. But besides this, Wonhyo also had ordinary subordinates who watched the battle from the sidelines, inaccessible to enemy weapons. The battle continued, and since, unlike the dead, the Japanese had no one to replace the fallen, the advantage soon shifted to the undead. Seeing this situation, the captain had no choice but to scream in disappointment. A necromancer approached him with a watch in his hand and declared that time was up, but the enemy managed to hold out for even 15 minutes. Wonhyo immediately recalled his undead, gave the Japanese a chance to catch their breath, and praised them for their abilities. As he promised, both teams will continue the battle. As an encouragement, the magician decided to help Onmyo Ryo. He performed a healing magic ritual so that all the soldiers on the team could heal their wounds and regain their strength. Finally, the magician said that it was a great battle, they would see each other again later, but next time, he would not take pity on them. On this note, the wizard jumped on Nidhogg and disappeared into the distance, and the Japanese could only watch the dragon with surprise. The confused and humiliated captain was not going to just wait and urgently called for an assistant. He gave the order to start searching for another team with which he could compete on equal terms. At the same time, Asgard's commander Magni listened to the Argonaut leader Alexander's proposal to join forces, as Wonhyo had advised. The Viking began to mock that the Greeks were afraid of a team of 5 people. They seem so great, but in fact they have no courage. Magni was a whole head taller and much more massive, so he leaned over his opponent menacingly, calling him a coward. The Northerner would have gladly destroyed the enemy, but he could not kill the player in the form of a lion, so he was very lucky. The heir of the Greek heroes, despite the difference in height, was not going to give up and did not look away. Their battle of gazes was interrupted by a call from the forest, where one of Wonhyo's henchmen emerged. Castle noticed that apparently their alliance had not worked out and offered to help, immediately asking the owner if he could deal with them himself. Magni thought he had misheard. He couldn't believe that only one player could go out against 2 teams at once and have any hope of winning. But that was exactly what Castle was going to do. He didn't wait for an invitation, but simply took out his sword and went towards the enemies. Before the mercenary could get within striking distance, earth magic was used against him. Giant, thorny roots emerged from the ground, wrapped around the attacker, and lifted him high into the air. Magni suggested to spit on the fight, but simply kill this warrior and send him to earth. But for Castle, the roots were not a significant problem. He quickly untangled them with the help of magic. Landing in front of the Viking, the redhead declared that the roots were too weak and he was too careless, and that he needed to work on these issues. He didn't have time to finish the rest. Magni rushed at the enemy and dealt a blow that the mercenary barely managed to dodge. Flying up, the dead man declared that it was dangerous. The combination of 2 tactics is no joke. And then he divided it into 3 bodies. One remained with Castle's appearance, the second was blue and airy, and the third was fiery. All 3 Castles screamed that they would now have fun, and flew away excitedly, attacking from different sides. After some time, the broken and battered remains of 2 teams sat against the backdrop of burning trees. A battered and disheartened Magni turned to the equally battered Alexander. If the Greeks' proposal to merge the teams is still valid, then the Northerner now agrees. Thus, the Argonauts Guild and Asgard united and set off further as one common detachment. In the desert, their path was blocked by a revived skeleton holding a sign with a message from the necromancer Wonhyo written on it. There was a final warning written there: "Move beyond the sign, and we will consider you enemies, but if anyone can find me, I will give you a special gift." Magni was really pissed off by such impudence, and he promised to blow this Wonhyo's head off when he met him. But the Greeks preferred to act more carefully and thoughtfully. They called Atlas for reconnaissance. He immediately saw that there were a lot of magical and mechanical mines hidden here, so it was necessary to open a path for safe passage. The Argonaut fell to his knees and began to pray, performing the ritual of calling the ship. He asked Poseidon, the great god of the seas, for help and permission to use the ship with which Hera had blessed him. In answer to the prayers, a portal opened in the sky, and the required legendary Argo flew through it. The ship, created by combining magic and science, neutralized the mines along the way and paved the Argonauts a safe path forward. The united team happily ran after the flagship, not fearing what they might encounter next. And further beyond the minefield, a squad of skeletons armed with firearms awaited them. When the guild members approached within bullet range, the dead immediately opened fire on them. The first players to flee were hit by bullets and received damage incompatible with life. They immediately found themselves in the Atlantis Hall, where the damage system sent them, excluding them from further competitions. Meanwhile, in the desert, a squad of giant golems came out to meet the flying ship. The Argonauts shouted that these were legendary giants who could easily be defeated by legendary heroes. The Greeks rushed at the golems, but there was no easy victory at all. The living stones actively fought back, causing damage. Henbo watched all this from the side, conducting his research and counting enemy losses. According to his calculations, there were still about 900 opponents left, less than half of the original 2,000. The necromancer turned to his enemies, saying that he was already starting to get tired, but that everything would simply end with his pure victory. To increase interest, the magician announced a special rule that if someone tried to knock him out, then his team would end the battle and retreat. With these words, the guy summoned a sand cocoon and began to wait there for the appearance of a daredevil who wanted to compete with him. Meanwhile, Atlas summoned a fighter named Karen for the next battle, who was to deal with the monsters. The soldier deftly jumped off the ship and landed far away from the armed skeletons. He wanted to get close to the necromancer's cocoon in order to pierce it with his oar and end the battle. But Henbo took care of the defense. As Karen approached, he was met by monsters appearing right out of the sand. The soldier fought back and made threats about how he would destroy everyone and they would simply disappear, but he couldn't even get close to the ball. Castle appeared on the battlefield again, not wanting anyone to forget about him. Upon seeing the enemy, Magni and Alexander immediately ran towards him in the hope of avenging the previous defeat. Red just sighed and said that they had already tried and knew that they still couldn't defeat him. But the stubborn guild members decided that now everything would be different, and they rushed into battle anyway. It couldn't have happened otherwise, and the scene of the fight soon turned into chaotic flashes of fire and magical energy. Christina noted with displeasure that instead of a fight, there was complete chaos here, although the owner had allowed all of this. At that moment, Chris herself began to be attacked by samurai who had quietly approached the noise of the battle. No one managed to get to the clever sorceress, but she had many surprises in store for her enemies. While the Japanese were thinking about what to do and how to get to the elusive target, the ground under their feet ceased to be solid. Hundreds of hands appeared from there and began to pull into the sand those they could catch. It was a surprise from Iris, who managed to persuade the uncles to take her with them and let her participate. An archer jumped off the Argonaut's ship, shooting arrows at high speed and trying to shoot Chris. She failed to hit even once, and in response, the dead sorceress began to throw lightning bolts. The girl also managed to successfully dodge all the discharges, but one of the lightning bolts almost hit one of the heroes. Christina said that she hears the voice of a man from heaven, but it is transparent only one person can do this, the hero Perseus. Perseus himself, who was almost struck by lightning, muttered that it was problematic to be so famous. They had indeed heard about him. Chris even knew that he had a sword with which he had beheaded the Gorgon. The arrogant hero declared that this meant she knew how difficult it would be for her to fight him, and began to attack. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the other heroes and monsters were busy destroying each other, a samurai approached the sandball. With deft blows, he managed to cut the shell of the ball, and it crumbled back onto the sand. An absolutely whole necromancer flew out from inside and rose into the air, out of reach of the enemy's weapons. The magician told the samurai that the fact that he had reached him was worthy of praise, but that was not enough. The conditions were different. Meanwhile, Karen, having lost his patience and exhausted his strength, decided to turn to the head of the underworld and summon his main weapon. He summoned a giant three-headed Cerberus who was not very happy about being dragged here. But when the master explained that his opponent would be the apostle of a being who claimed to be the god of life and death, the dog agreed that the challenge was correct. But the Cerberus did not have time to help his owner. Suddenly he found himself bound by some substance and froze without moving. Wonyo explained to the enraged Caron that it was an ice trap, from which the dog would not be able to escape until the end of the fight. And in general, this was already starting to get boring, so the necromancer suggested ending their competition with a final battle. He created a spell called Fear of Death and set up a magic circle above the upcoming battlefield. The wizard explained that it was magic that instilled fear of death in those who fell under its influence, but he had made sure beforehand that no one would actually die. There are 3 minutes left before the spell starts. During its use, Wonhyo will be unarmed. Players must try to knock him out if they want to win. Inspired by this proposal, the Greeks called their most accurate shooter Jason, who happily stepped forward. To make it more difficult to determine where they were aiming from, the heroes performed a splitting ritual, creating several copies of their ship. On one of them, the spearman Jason took up a fighting position, carefully choosing a target for throwing his weapon. When everything was checked, with a confident gesture, the Greek launched the spear exactly at the intended target. The launch force was very strong, and the tip was well sharpened, so the spear easily pierced the golem that served as the owner's shield. The pike flew through the hole in the golem to Henbo, who was standing right behind him, and pierced him right through. The accurate spearman was delighted, thinking that he had thus taken the necromancer out of the game and had already won this battle. But Wonhyo didn't disappear anywhere, even though the spear was sticking out of his chest, but it didn't seem to cause him any harm. The magician gave the final warning: "You can't trust the enemy's words. He has no need to tell the truth. Honor is not something you can rely on." The circle with the fear of death turned black and activated, filling all living people present with corresponding feelings. But suddenly a projection of Crowley appeared, declaring that there was no point in continuing the battle. It was time to end it. The desert location disappeared and all the participants moved back to the Atlantis Stadium, where it was announced that the fight was over and the winner was Wonhyo's team. The audience was shocked how powerful guilds could lose to a team of only 5 people. What kind of superpower do they have? The winning team came out into the arena to accept congratulations, this time together with a pleased Iris. And in the team battle, which Wonhyo was not allowed to participate in due to the investigation, the Holy See won. After the battles were over, there were also competitions between bards and poets, who did not participate in regular battles. Also receiving congratulations were the secondary units of the Holy See, who supplied them with buffs. Henbao thought that if they also took part in the battle of strength, he would not be so confident of his victory. The championship gave experience to the strongest of this world, and the association also announced that it would distribute magic items according to activity level. In the workshop for making tools, Venian himself asked the necromancer who came with a skeleton what item he needed. He replied that he would do what he needed himself, to which the blacksmith laughed and realized that he had only come for ingredients. The bearded man handed the mage a tightly packed bag and said that he had used subspace magic, so Henbo would have no problems with the item. The guy was very surprised that a blacksmith he didn't know could know his real name. Instead of answering this question, Venian only grinned and suggested that they step aside to talk. The men sat down in the relaxation area with coffee and cake, and Christina remained standing behind the owner. The blacksmith asked if the magician knew what dragon veins were, but he only indifferently asked what they were. In the West, dragon veins are called sanctuaries, hidden sacred places. Stonehenge is one of them. They were priceless, so the blacksmith was curious about how the magician was going to use them if he found them. In response, Hyunbo said that he would not look for difficulties and would simply use them as an item to conserve mana. Venian was pleased with this answer and noted that it was even easier than he thought. Then the necromancer suggested that next time they prepare better and offer something different. And that's how they parted ways. As he left the blacksmith, the wizard thought about how sneaky this old man was, trying to get information out of him. Christina had the feeling that someone was constantly eavesdropping on them, and she, too, was worried about what this Venian was up to. And in general, it will be necessary to check. Suddenly, the materials that he gave them are also magical, to which the owner asked to rely on him in this. The team wanted to take a closer look, but they didn't have permission to go further behind the magical barrier. The blacksmith, who was actually keeping an eye on them, muttered what a sneaky fellow this was. The championship ended successfully, so Wonyo's team returned to the office at the base. Stretching out tiredly on the sofa, Hyunbo said that since most of the important work had been completed for now, they could all rest a little. His attention was drawn to Castle, who was grunting discontentedly in front of the TV, where some kind of fight was being shown. The mercenary said sadly that the longer he watched it, the sadder he became, and the magician became interested in what exactly he was watching. This was a video of another C-class dungeon being cleared. Those researchers even had time to film. That's freedom, not like they have. Henbo also became sad and noticed that it really did look much easier than the dungeon they had to clear. Chris entered the room, and Castle suddenly said that he and Kai had already resolved their issues and let go of their grievances. So now only she was left. The lady realized that this was about the return of memories from a past life, and objected that she was an ordinary sorceress from the people. When asked whether this meant that she had no grievances or regrets, she replied that if she had, she would not have been able to achieve a high position in her lifetime. Kaslia was not satisfied with the answer and asked why it was necessary to achieve such a high position. Then Christina had to admit that she didn't remember anything, which caused great surprise. The sorceress didn't know why she had so few memories of herself, but she thought there was an important reason for this. The satisfied mercenary said that now his friend also had a goal to try to find out why it was necessary. In fact, the girl was worried about the lack of memories, but there was no way to fix it, so now she immediately agreed to help. Then Kai entered the room and suddenly announced that they had just gotten some work. They were sent a man by the Remainers, a union of different races that are a minority on Earth. Hyunbo was at a loss. He had never expected such guests to appear. They had no common ground. But suddenly it dawned on me that there was one point after all: Iris, a descendant of the vampire race. Kai agreed with this, and the man who came to them said that he was sent by the aristocrats. Castle stated with conviction that if he was an aristocrat, then he was definitely a vampire. They were not people, but they liked to play monarchs. Chris supported this conclusion. She was sure that a vampire had come to them and that Iris was his target. They called the girl herself, and a conversation with her about her belonging to vampires and the existence of others like her on Earth had already taken place. Uncle reminded her that she had to make the choice herself, but no matter what she chose, they would always support her. Iris knew that sooner or later she would have to choose a side, but she didn't think that moment would come so soon. She eventually decided that she wanted to meet other vampires before making any decisions. The third-ranked aristocrats were also a vampire faction, but the rest were created by a dragon. It is said that an ancient dragon created the remaining ones and gathered the remaining races. Now this dragon is still sleeping. Of the three aristocratic factions, representatives of the ancient blood faction came to Henbo. The necromancer, albeit with a delay, accepted them and introduced himself as Wonhyo, Iris's guardian and godfather. The faction leader was angry that he didn't even apologize, although he made the guests wait. The owner of the house honestly said that they were not welcome guests, so he would not have come at all if it had not concerned Iris. Then the vampires turned the conversation to the little girl herself and asked her to invite her to them, which they did. The girl was scared of the reaction to her. Then the boss apologized, explaining that they were just very happy to see her. Hyunbo immediately decided to get to the point and asked why they needed to meet with his ward. The vampire answered directly that they needed the baby in order to obtain her blood. At these words, Kai immediately grabbed his sword, and Castle had a hard time forcing his friend not to attack the guests. Seeing this reaction, the faction leader apologized and explained that they only needed part of her blood. Their real goal was survival. His name is Galleon. He is the only one from the ancient blood faction who was able to awaken. They are in a terrible situation due to the decrease in mana on Earth. The concentration of mana in people's blood has dropped dramatically, so their gene has also become weaker. The team listened attentively, but it remained unclear how this was connected with the baby and her blood. Galleon continued to explain. He learned that they could regain their power if they obtained the blood of another ancient vampire. At this point, Kai couldn't take it anymore and shouted that there was no reason for Iris to sacrifice herself for them. Castle agreed that it would be easier for the vampires to simply die out, and Chris added that it would be a great chance for her to get materials for experiments. But then the little vampire herself intervened. She asked not to threaten, because the aristocrats simply came up with their own way of solving the problem. It is worth listening to the guests first. Maybe there are other ways for them. Galleon confirmed that there was another way, and for this, he himself, not the girl, would have to sacrifice himself. In that case, Lady Iris must absorb the faction leader and he will become part of her blood. The team liked this option much more, but the mage was worried about whether the little girl would be able to cope with it. She could, but she understood that creating a blood relative in this way was too difficult. Especially when the chosen one was very strong, it might be better for her to absorb a weaker vampire. To this, Galleon shouted that they didn't have time. If it wasn't the blood of the best vampire, then they could disappear right now. He begs them to do it. Kai addressed his niece, saying that she did not need to sacrifice herself, to which she replied that she was not sacrificing herself at all. Iris can become stronger by gaining the old man's memories and experiences, but in exchange she will fall asleep during the process. But the worried uncle continued to lament that it would be too hard for his little girl. She had already slept too long. Hyunbo ended the argument by saying that the girl could do whatever she wanted. And anyway, she has already decided everything for herself, so there is no use in trying to dissuade her. They will only quarrel. Iris gratefully agreed she had indeed already made her decision and apologized to her uncle for not listening to him. And then she rushed towards Galleon, bit his neck, and began to suck out the ancient blood. Due to the loss of most of his blood and under the influence of the ritual, the aristocrat fell into a semi-conscious state. The girl ordered her first blood relative to find all the others and obey her godfather while she was gone. Iris, who had fallen into hibernation, was placed in a chamber that would keep her alive until the transformation process was complete and she could wake up. Henbo turned to Galleon, who had remained with them until now, and asked if he wasn't going to save everyone else. The old man politely replied that this was not the only order from the new leader, and the magician noted that the guest's character had completely changed. He confirmed this. When an exchange occurs, you become a completely different person, and the owner does not at all have to speak to him so respectfully. The wizard did not argue and gave the vampire his first order, to find all his blood relatives and become the head of the aristocrats. The Galleon bowed respectfully and thanked him for such a merciful order. Watching this scene, Castle expressed doubt as to whether they should really send the vampire on the mission alone. Instead of answering, the necromancer asked how strong Galleon seemed to his friend, and he replied that he was strong enough, at the level of Hyrod from the Association of Magicians. So after waking up, they will no longer be able to call Iris baby. She will become an incredibly strong lady. It will turn out to be very convenient that her awakening will coincide with the operation to return Africa. And right now, the team has some work to do. The gray market has sent them a new request to complete a new task. Forces all over the world began to move to clear C-class dungeons, and at the same time, excluding 6 places in Africa, the clearing of the rest began. Henbo also started the passage together with the Golden Black Hole Guild, but this time there was nothing difficult. With their experience, it was perceived as a walk. It was even offensive. So, in just 4 months, all the dungeons, except those in Africa, were completed and cleared. Upon returning home, the wizard found a guest who had been waiting to meet him for a long time. He was a polite, pleasant-looking man in a suit and glasses, and he immediately began to apologize for the sudden visit. The guest heard that Mr. Wonhyo hated wasting time, so he hurried to get to the point. The SNU company wants to cooperate with the necromancer, which made him very surprised. What could he be of interest to them? The visitor explained that there are many factions within the SNU, but theirs is focused on altering bodies through artificial genetic manipulation. The staff decided that genetic and surgical manipulations were not enough, so they would like to ask for help from a necromancer who can artificially influence souls. The blonde posted documents about unsuccessful cases of genetic manipulation. They encountered different results. This is a vegetative state, loss of consciousness, immobilization, and so on. The necromancer was very interested in all of this, but he was worried that public opinion could become his weak point if he became part of this project. Therefore, Hyunbo had to politely decline the offer, which greatly upset the guest. But the magician counter-offered that he could help in the recovery of the injured patients. The employee was very happy and assured them that this would be more than enough. They were very grateful for such help. And for the necromancer, this was the only sure way to maintain good relations with SNU and not become an enemy for the other forces. Soon, the long-awaited operation to regain control over Africa began, which was prepared for very carefully. The reason this is a recovery operation and not a dungeon clearing is because Africa is not under human control. In order to retake the continent, it is necessary to go through the dungeons. The base of the Atlantis operation also gradually moved towards African waters. On the 4th day after the completion of the conquest of Class C locations, a real war to restore Africa began. The united forces of people were attacked by many huge air and sea monsters, which they successfully fought off by all means. The enemy forces used all available resources, including releasing wyverns on the enemy. An archer from the Argonauts Guild took on the task of dealing with a reptile that was about to attack one of the ships. Her arrows hit their target, and the flying monster fell into the sea without harming the ships or the people on them. The battle was fought not only with the use of weapons, but also with the help of magic. The sorcerers of the association summoned whirlwinds of spirits. On the bow of one of the ships, Henbo drew a magic circle and began to perform a resurrection ritual. The necromancer, who raises life through death, called here the dead who desire life. And they came in large numbers to be used in battle to the maximum, and this was only the beginning of the war. In the end, all the naval battles were won, and the association's fleet successfully landed on the coast of Africa. Of course, in such an operation, the Allied forces are very different, and Commander Kang Hyun-chol, who was brought in to lead, will have a hard time. Iris, who had just recently woken up, completely transformed, wanted to join the team. She no longer looked like a little girl. She was now a grown-up girl, and along with her appearance, her behavior had changed. Henbo almost patted the girl on the head on autopilot and thought that this could be the result of vampire luring, so he advised her to be careful with this power. Night fell and the Allied camp fell asleep, with only sentries keeping a close eye on security. Monsters were about to attack the camp, but on the way their attention was drawn to a glowing female figure. The girl was alone and looked completely defenseless, so the orcs decided to kill her first. Instead, the young vampire dealt with the attackers herself, ripping their throats open with graceful movements. Iris was having fun. Despite her adult appearance, she remained the same playful girl, only the games became more violent. Thus, playfully and twirling, the girl destroyed the entire squad of orcs, who did not have time to understand what was happening. The vampire faction watching her admired how beautiful their new leader was. This was their first banquet together, so they were choosing their own dishes while ensuring the safety of their human allies. In the morning, cargo planes arrived at the camp sending equipment for reinforcements. They didn't go down, they unloaded it right in the air, and the squad of giant robots went down on their own, completely ready for work. Henbo asked the commander why the robots were already here. They were only going to be used at the entrance to the dungeon. Kang Hyun-chul replied that they received a message in the morning about an attack on another Allied camp, and that they were attacked by monsters at night. Therefore, it was decided to use the giant squad earlier than planned. Remembering that they themselves had had a peaceful night, the colonel asked the magician if he had done anything to protect the camp. The necromancer replied that this was done by the masters of the night, and that they were the ones to thank, as they were known to everyone else as the Remainers. They scared the commander, so he was glad that these creatures were now at least on their side, even if the night limited them. Suddenly, Nidhogg contacted Henbo, something that usually didn't happen without a reason, so the owner was worried about what had happened. The dragon asked for permission to enter the battle to test his strength in a place called Earth, before he had only fought in dungeons. Moreover, the bone beast felt some vague uneasiness and wanted to understand its cause. The necromancer gave the servant 4 hours with the right to use mana, after which he was transported to this dimension and thanked him, promising to return on time. This walk did not bother the magician at all. Nidhogg needed to test himself in new conditions, and this would only benefit everyone. The dragon soared above the camp, testing the new atmosphere with his wings, and was pleased with everything. Local air monsters immediately began to fly towards him to destroy the stranger. The necromancer's servant did not wait for them to attack first, and met the enemies with a powerful stream of vicious breath. A good half of the flying creatures immediately turned to ashes. The rest began to dart around the sky in fear. Nidhogg growled at the survivors, ordering them to disappear immediately and not block his space. The creatures scattered in fear, letting the dangerous stranger pass, and he described circles in the sky as if he was looking for something. The beast felt a strong irritation and knew that there was definitely something there. He was almost sure that somewhere on this continent there was a dragon. Nidhogg had long dreamed of meeting a real living dragon and testing his strength against it. When he returned to the master, he was already absolutely sure that there was that same legendary creature on the continent. Henbo didn't understand who or what the bony reptile was talking about. He only saw that he was very excited about his discovery. Then Nidhogg said directly that there was a living dragon nearby and that he was an enemy to the association. This news shocked both the necromancer himself and all the researchers around him. The colonel, with all his experience, was no less frightened by this than the others. He only sighed, only there were no enemy dragons here. An urgent meeting of the guild leaders was called, at which they were told about a new, very serious problem. Henbo, in fairness, nevertheless added that while the information was not accurate, Nidhogg had no evidence. But no one was going to turn a blind eye to the necromancer's servant's premonition. Everyone understood that there was a good reason for it. In addition, there was an assumption that if a dead dragon senses a living one, then it could be the other way around. Then the enemy already knows about them too. Then Henbo asked if everyone believed that the undead's words were true, so that there would be no claims against him later. Considering past conflicts with some of the people present here, I really didn't want to provoke new ones now based on omissions. But no one had any objections. Despite the lack of direct evidence, no one argued that such a possibility could not be rejected. Kang Hyun Chol not only immediately believed it himself, but also decided to warn the general staff about their discovery. As they were leaving the leadership tent, Henbo caught up with Kazel and asked how they reacted to this. He said that they decided to inform the general staff about Nidhogg's statement, but it is unknown whether they will accept it or not. Christina didn't care what anyone thought. She decided to believe it right away and prepare for all possible options in advance. Others supported this idea. After all, it was reported by their friend, who is not inclined to lie or exaggerate. The necromancer agreed with all of them and ordered to prepare well for the battle with the great dragon. Dragons are called the race that started magic. They have a large amount of mana, limitless memory, and a powerful body covered in scales. And now this monster is their enemy. Castle, for the first time in many years, declared that he does not want to fight with anyone. Everyone else didn't want to either, but the wizard had already made a promise to Nidhogg, and now he would have to fulfill it. He promised to make the unreal even better than the real, and now there is a chance to fulfill it. Besides, if there is a dragon, then there is a person who also needs to prepare, and they need to be ready to fight him. The dragon really existed and was currently sleeping, and there was also a man who protected it. The elf, who was the protector, was in the cave next to the sleeping man. With them was another creature that looked like a giant eye with tentacles. The girl asked if the master had really come to his senses, to which the eye answered positively, although it was not for long. Then they started talking about enemies. The current ones looked strong enough. The monster added that all worlds have their own strongmen, and the master wants to deal only with the strongest. But the guard didn't agree with this. She was sure that the dragon really just didn't want to bother. That's why he said so. But she herself cannot give up, because her master personally chose her and she is obliged to protect him. The eye replied that in that case, the army was ready to follow her if she would give orders by right of the first offender. The elf said that she had only one order: to destroy the master's enemies and bring him victory. The association's allies were able to create 3 barriers in the Egyptian citadel. And amenities such as restaurants, shops, bars, power plants, and factories were also created there. Looking at the construction site in the distance, Castle noticed that the Allies were going to make a lot of money from the new technology. To this, the practical Henbo replied that war is always fought with money, nothing new. The mercenary immediately agreed with this, adding that a hell of a lot of money would need to be invested. Suddenly, the everyday sound background was disrupted by something strange, which immediately attracted the attention of experienced fighters. Something was happening in one of the new buildings, something completely abnormal, causing a violent reaction from people. In the room where the store was supposed to be located, an entrance to the dungeon unexpectedly opened for everyone. All nearby researchers and military personnel fled to the new portal, trying to understand how this happened. Henbo asked the duty officer about the situation, and he reported that there were still several F-class dungeons and one E-class dungeon. Having heard such news, the necromancer, who was in charge in the absence of direct leadership, ordered to wait for instructions from the general staff for now. But in an emergency, soldiers have the right to act according to the circumstances, and Wonhyo is ready to take responsibility. Watching the glow from the new portals from the roof, Christina noted that maybe it was a good thing that they opened on their own. Previously, they had to find the entrances themselves, but since everything is connected, there is a high chance that African dungeons will be the same. The wizard's intuition told him that there was definitely someone's will behind these sudden discoveries. But the most reasonable decision at this moment was to go to headquarters and get all the available information. But at the meeting with representatives of each faction, a discussion began. But opinions were divided. Some wanted to observe what was happening, and some wanted to start the cleanup as soon as possible. Henbo himself belonged to the second group, although he himself was going to go through the dungeon, but for now he decided that it was better to stop working. Castle didn't agree with this. He knew that no one could do it faster than their team. No one argued with this. It was common knowledge that one small team of Wonhyo was stronger than all the allies put together. That is precisely why the mercenary felt so uncomfortable standing aside, but the owner corrected him that they were not standing, but waiting. And while they are forced to wait for events to develop, it would be better for them to all get together in order to react quickly. Seeing the master's confidence in his decision, others agreed with it, recognizing it as the most rational at the moment. Night fell, most of the camp's inhabitants fell asleep, and the rest patrolled in silence. At this time, the portal that opened in the store activated itself and was ready to let people through. Flashes of white-blue light began to blink, and silhouettes of animals became visible at the other end of the portal. When they came out, they turned out to be not animals, but animal-like dungeon monsters, and there were a lot of them. A long column of giant monkeys, bloody wolves, orcs, goblins, rats, and many other creatures walked. Henbo, who had prepared a plan of action and traps in advance, commanded over the radio to activate the second type of magic. Not far from the entrance to the dungeon, a magic circle for summoning undead was activated on the street. From there appeared no less number of human skeletons, and the same creatures as those who came out of the gate, only dead. The underground aliens began to attack the soldiers, who in turn opened fire on them with weapons, having received orders not to fear destruction. The commander received an urgent report from the third barrier. He decided that this was good, and they needed to continue their operation. At the third barrier was Henbo and his team, who had received the order that it was now their turn. From the roof, he watched as the street was covered by a bright flash of unknown origin. Tongues of flame blazed around, and for a moment the necromancer was afraid that he was seeing the dragon's breath, and that he himself had flown in for battle. But it was not him, but various dragon-like monsters that were found here, and with which the researchers had already successfully fought. Drakes and dragons were not as dangerous as their progenitor, but their fiery breath could cause significant damage. Therefore, the wizard installed a reflective shield in front of the building so that the flying creatures could not cause harm. While the shield was working, the mage created a spell that reflected the attacker's own energy, and soon they were all blown to ashes. Looking at this, Castle asked if that was all, to which he received the answer that it would be great. However, the end was still far away. A large crowd of stone golems was heading straight for the third barrier. Not at all surprised, Hyunbo ordered everyone involved in the defense to gather together so they could begin the punishment ritual. The allied warriors gathered in front of the building where the magician stood, calling for them to look at the one who controls the life and death of all beings. Using the mana of the spectators, the wizard created a magic circle of light energy directly above the heads of the advancing golems. As he announced the punishment, a powerful flash from the circle destroyed the entire squad, which crumbled to the ground in a pile of stones. Christina was fascinated by the synergy between the will and the sacred power that amazed her. The necromancer wanted to answer her something to these words and even started a sentence, but they were suddenly interrupted. A female figure appeared on the roof and attempted to attack, but this attack was instantly repelled by Castle. The warrior covered his master with his body, swung his sword, and sternly said that a lady should not do that. In front of them was an elf from the dragon's cave who decided to lead the monsters into attack herself. The mercenary continued to chat about how he liked the scars on the lady's body, offering to drink tea, but without guarantees that it could be done with his own hands. At that moment, 2 portals opened in the sky, and 2 identical figures of warriors in bone masks appeared from there. The protector noticed them and asked in surprise why they came here when no one called them. They replied that their plan had failed, and that Ciela, as the woman was called, must immediately command a retreat. In addition to those they have already encountered, there is also a legionnaire and vampires on the enemy side. An eye with tentacles appeared in the sky, which also called on all of its people to retreat. The opponents looked at all the new arrivals with silent amazement, not knowing what to do. An eye appeared right in front of Henbo, and they stared at each other in silence, completely confused. From the proximity of this creature, the necromancer's body began to react strangely, as if it was being pulled somewhere. Suddenly everything stopped. All the aliens at one moment decided to retreat and teleported from here. Castle even regretted it. He liked teasing his opponent and wanted to fight her. The necromancer also wanted to find these strange enemies, but first he had to deal with the rest of the monsters. After this strange battle, they decided to hold a meeting and invited not only the heads of the guilds, the army, and the necromancer, but also Galeon. The vampire greeted everyone in a friendly manner and introduced himself as one of the remaining. Kang Hyun-chul decided to start by asking an important question for him. Are they really on the side of the people? One of the commanders stated that monsters cannot be on the side of people. His subordinates die because of vampires as proof of this. Galeon replied good-naturedly that it had nothing to do with them, and he was sure that thanks to their help, many more people were able to survive. The man jumped up and shouted at the monster to shut up, to which he received the response that he was alive only thanks to this monster. Seeing the argument escalating, Henbo decided to intervene. He understood why people might not trust vampires, but they had been around since the creation of the earth. The necromancer can vouch that they are on their side, and in general they have a much more important topic to discuss right now. On the screen appeared a photo of an elf, eyes and warriors in skull masks. All that is known about them is that they are all dungeon bosses of Class C. This means that the battle will be very difficult, concluded Colonel Kang Hyun-chul, who did not have the chance to see them personally. The necromancer was worried about the question. If these were the subordinates of the main boss, was he really a dragon? After a while, there was a knock on the door of the room that Won-yo's team occupied. Galeon entered, accompanied by an unfamiliar blue-haired woman whom he introduced as a death priest from the nest. The priestess had also never met the team before, so she asked if it was definitely the necromancer and his people. Henbo responded positively to this and began to study the strange guest. He immediately determined that the woman was not human. She did not give off any life energy. Her energy seemed to be the opposite of that which people have. The lady came to them to invite them by order of the master, the head of the nest, and asked if they would follow her. First, the wizard needed to ask an important question for him, and the guest was ready to answer everything. The magician was interested in when he could return, and the answer was that 30 minutes at the earliest and 24 hours at the latest. This suited the guy just fine, so he decided to go to the unknown nest right now. The woman suddenly tore off her arm, and wires appeared at the site of the tear instead of blood. Christina spoke. She immediately understood that it was a robot, but she didn't even guess that it was an auto-robot. Meanwhile, The priestess made a frame for the gate from her severed hand in which she was going to open a portal. Once the passage was activated, the robot invited everyone, except for Galleon, to come inside. Henbo, Christina, Iris, Kai, and Castle entered the portal and came out on the other side in what was called the nest. It looked like an ordinary apartment. A boy was sitting on the couch in front of the TV and was indignant that he had lost a video game again. Along the walls stood shelves filled with toys and collectible figurines in cases. The robot indicated to the player that he had a limit of 6 hours for the game. According to the rules, now the limit will be halved to 3 hours. While the boy was trying to persuade the nanny to take pity on him, the necromancer suddenly recognized him as a silver dragon. The child was at first surprised by the presence of strangers, but then remembered that the priestess was supposed to bring guests. To immediately demonstrate to the strangers who he was, the boy snapped his fingers. Empty glasses and other objects standing on the table were instantly engulfed in flames, burning them to the ground. This small demonstration immediately made Henbo take a closer look at the child's energetic essence. Realizing that before him was a real silver dragon of incredible power, the necromancer bowed respectfully and remained standing on one knee. The boy liked it, and he also appreciated the abilities of the guest, who so quickly recognized his energy. Castle asked in confusion. If all dragons were like this, then Gloria had not used her full power on them. But Kai was sure that this was simply impossible, because this creature was not for C-rank dungeons. As if he didn't hear them, the boy said that there is a dragon in Africa. They are the same creatures, so he clearly feels it. When Chris asked if he was really the same, the answer was that yes, it was true, but he was not an adult yet. The boy stood up and proudly declared that at the moment he was the only living dragon on Earth. When asked if all members of the race were as strong as he was, the boy replied that no, he was special. The dragons left this world to survive, so he is the last one, and the robot added to this that he is still a child, not an adult, so he can't do much. The guests were informed that those they had met today were guardians, and that Wanyo's team did not yet have the strength to defeat them. But the boy can give them a chance to increase his power if they become his guardians. This unexpected proposal made Hyunbo feel surprised, afraid, and curious at the same time. Trying to understand what this could mean, the necromancer asked what would happen if they refused. The kid reassured him that there was no need to worry. It was just a suggestion, not a condition. And in general, there were many advantages to working for a dragon. The first advantage is life expectancy. It can live tens of times longer. The second is that he is physically 5 times stronger, which made Castle sigh with envy that he wanted that too. Henbo said that the third advantage was probably the treasures left behind by the dragons, which caused Chris to sigh with envy now. The kid confirmed that the treasures really exist, and if they become guardians, he will share with them. The fourth was the offer to share the dragon's body, which raised some puzzled questions. The little one explained that their blood and meat were the best ingredients for elixirs, and their bones were the best for making weapons, which would certainly come in handy. And finally, the fifth advantage will be that he will share his protective magic with the servants. Henbo asked for time to discuss and think. The boy did not mind, and asked Otto to escort the guests back home. Back at base, the team sat in silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. Castle broke the silence by saying that, frankly, this was a great chance for all of them. In Christina's opinion, it was really a good offer, and Kai also appreciated the good conditions. After listening to his friends, Henbo thought for a moment and then declared that he himself would refuse this offer. Chris screamed in surprise. Why did he decide that? For a magician, this was a great chance. The guy reminded that he has become strong and is constantly improving his level for the sole purpose of survival. To the remark that the dragon would make everything even better, there was a sad response that this was the problem. The necromancer was afraid that because of such strong protection, he himself might relax and lose his grip. When a mage increases his level, he always thinks that maybe this will be enough, but it is not so. He still needs to become stronger and stronger. He was tormented by the question, if he received this power just like that, would he then be able to find a way to become stronger than his enemies? Hyunbo is afraid and cannot allow himself to feel so safe, but he does not force anyone. Everyone is free to make their own choice. So that the minions would not be afraid to express their true opinion, the master ended his speech by saying that this was his order for them. Castle answered first. He is very loyal to the owner and wants to keep their contract as it is. Then Kai spoke up. The owner fulfilled his wish, so he also wants to continue to follow him. It was very nice to hear this, and Hyunbo sincerely thanked his friends. But the girls hadn't said anything yet, so the magician decided to leave the room with the guys so that they could make their choice alone. Iris and Christina are left alone, pondering a proposal that could change their entire lives. While the boys were waiting for a decision, Castle asked what the owner would do if the girls and Nidhogg decided to become guardians. The magician had no specific plan, except perhaps the thought of replenishing his strength, but he didn't have time to finish speaking. The door to the room opened. Chris, Iris, and the silver dragon came in. All that was left was to listen to their decision, and then it was time to think about what to do. The first to be allowed to speak was Nidhogg, who, although not present in the nest, also received the offer. The master once promised him that he would allow him to become better than a real dragon, so he wants to achieve exactly that and not serve the dragon. Chris also doubted, but still decided to choose the owner. She hopes that together they can continue to become stronger as magicians. Once again, Hyunbo was sincerely grateful for this choice and was relieved that the team would not break up. All that was left was to hear the opinion of young Iris, who had not said a word since their return. The girl smiled at everyone and announced that she had made a decision to agree to become a keeper. Everyone was surprised, but they respected the decision she made. They just asked her to explain why she made it. The vampire said that both she and the dragon were still children who had not yet been able to become adults. She likes being around her uncle and godfather, but they will continue to see her as just a child, which will prevent her from growing up and developing. The boy was indignant that he was not a child. He had lived longer than Iris. Then she suggested calling him older brother. He didn't like this name either, and it made him capricious, to which the girl only smiled. Afto just sighed that she shouldn't have told the baby about comics and games. It had a bad effect on him. Having calmed down, the dragon said that he could not watch his first keeper's friends die, so he would help them a little. The boy decided to give them 3 gifts that would help them survive and become stronger. The first gift is dragon's blood. He allows them to drink it so they don't have to worry about the curse. The necromancer didn't know about any curse, so he asked to tell him what it was and why it was dangerous. Dragon blood can make a person strong, but in return, he will experience terrible pain. But if the donor gives his permission, then the curse will no longer be in the blood. Chris muttered that this option would only benefit them all, but couldn't they have some cursed blood too? As an exception, the boy poured out a bottle and said, "Anyway, not much liquid is needed." The second gift was a part of the skeleton that emitted very strong mana, which literally emitted light. Only one creature's bones could have such a strong energy field, and the little one confirmed it. When Henbo asked incredulously if the dragon was really ready to give them all of this, he replied that it was only part of what they could get if they agreed to serve him. The last gift was 2 crystals of a very unusual color, which represented a dragon's heart. The wizard simply beamed with joy, almost more than the stones, and began to warmly thank them for such generous gifts. The boy laughed and advised him to use the holes correctly and live to see the moment when he finally grows into an adult. When asked how long it would take, he replied that it could be done right now, but it would be best to wait about 5 years. Hyunbo critically assessed his chances of survival with his lifestyle and decided that it would not be difficult to hold out for 5 years. After this, the necromancer began to say goodbye, although no one else was in a hurry. The guy explained that he was all worked up about the gifts and was dying to start doing his research. The boy laughed. Well, yes, he is a magician. Then let him run away, and now he will look after Iris himself. The godfather and uncle said a warm goodbye to the girl and agreed to meet soon and not disappear from sight. When the team was left alone, the mages literally shook with anticipation of exploring the real dragon's heart and other valuables. Castle was not a magician. Research was not interesting to him, so he decided not to interfere with the fanatics' fun and left. Henbo thought about how best to dispose of the gifts and decided to give all the dragon bones to Nidhogg. They could make him even stronger as he wished, for which the winged one joyfully began to thank. While Hyunbo was spending all his time in the lab, several important events happened in the world. Firstly, there were large-scale attacks of monsters, and numerous rumors about the military began to circulate. Those who were dissatisfied with the military were also against the war, and there were those who wanted to stop the war and completely subjugate the monsters in the human world. But there were also those who benefited from the existence of monsters. So many were divided into two sides, and skirmishes began, and everything went according to the enemy's plan. Meanwhile, Henbo checked on Nidhogg's well-being after real dragon bones were implanted into his skeleton. Little by little, it began to move. Parts fell into place, new energy was distributed throughout the body and united with the existing one. The necromancer noticed that if one were to describe the creature's state at once, then it was now both dead and alive at the same time. With mana, the dragon can restore its body as much as it wants, and its development now has no limits. In fact, right now, the initially artificial creature is becoming a real dragon. Nidho thought he had misheard, or that his master was deceiving him. It sounded so incredible. He explained that yes, normally such a transformation would be impossible, but because of the mistake made by the magician, everything changed. The boy wanted to make his servant stronger than a real dragon, as he promised, which is why he named him Nidhogg, the name of a powerful character from myths. This was precisely the mistake of the wizard, because a name is not just a sound, it contains power. During one of his meetings with the Silver Boy, Henbo asked him if all the dragons had left this world and how this happened. And he said that most of the representatives of the race left this place, but some individuals are still on Earth. Some of them became part of forests, mountains, lakes, giving their energy to the area, and some became part of the galaxy, dissolving in it. An unexpected revelation was that among the dragons remaining on Earth, there is a real Nidhogg. The fake Nidhogg just rolled his eyes in amazement. Today had been a day full of incredible discoveries for him. Henbo explained that the spirit of his namesake, dissolved in space, would try to take away the body of his successor, and there was only one way to protect it. The necromancer's servant must become as strong as possible and win this battle, no matter who his opponent may be. Inspired by this, the dragon assured his owner that he would definitely not lose and that he would be proud of him. The mage was pleased with this attitude, so he decided to move on to checking the indicators to know which ones needed to be pumped up more intensively. Having checked his own indicators at the same time, the necromancer discovered with great satisfaction that he had already reached the 8th circle and was considered a Superman. Also, his limits were significantly increased by drinking the dragon's blood, thanks to which the stats of Chris, Kai, and Castle also grew well. But Nidhogg hasn't drunk a single drop of magic blood yet, but he already has the highest limit among all the team members. Having learned the news of her master's achievements, Chris began to ask him whether it was necessary to know everything about oneself in order to reach the 8th circle. Henbo confirmed this and asked not to repeat this question, which had already been asked a dozen times, but the witch apologized and explained that for her, getting the 8th circle was the dream of her whole life. The team was at the agreed-upon location where transport was to be delivered to take them to meet an old friend, and just at that moment, an empty palanquin appeared in front of them. Everyone climbed inside, wondering how it was supposed to move without porters, even though they had been promised that they could get to any place on this transport. While the company was wondering what all this meant and what they should do now, the palanquin itself lifted off the ground and flew through the air. They flew for quite a long time. The sun had time to set behind the horizon, day turned to night, and a full moon shone in the sky. Eventually, the palanquin landed in a large city, on a platform surrounded by skyscrapers. At the edge of the site, an old acquaintance, Pak Guk Yong, was waiting for the guests, casually waving at them and saying, "We haven't seen each other for a long time." He demonstrated awareness that Hyun Bo had already reached the 8th circle, and there was a 90% chance of not getting it. The whole company went up the long staircase leading to a special building, with the necromancer and the official walking in front. Having climbed up into the building, Yong told Manu that he was already at the place where everything would happen. All that was left was to wait a little. And at the same time, the former director congratulated the former employee for taking another step towards becoming a top-level magician, and in response to this, he received a confused expression of gratitude. And then the man abruptly changed the subject asking what the wizard thought would happen to the world in the future. Since he didn't wait for an answer, he expressed his opinion. He believed that things would only get more difficult for everyone from now on. Those who want war and those who are against it are not enemies. Now it is everyone for himself. Democracy in general is a great thing. It allowed all people to live with respect. But now society should be governed by a strong minority, not a weak majority. To these words of the official, Henbo responded with agreement. He himself thought in a similar way. But he added that it would be difficult for people to accept such ideas and that this would become a problem in modern society. Bok Gyuk-yeon shrugged, saying that of course there are always those who resist change. The man had already risen to the required level, so the psychic said that he would be glad to talk. But there was no time for that, so they needed to start what they came for. The necromancer thought, rising after him, that sacrifices needed to be made on the altar, and since Yong was rising himself, the appropriate conclusion was suggested. As if to confirm these thoughts, the director says that the price for the opportunity to see the future is very high, but he is ready to pay it. The official ties a rope around his wrist and throws the other end to the wizard so that he does the same, and the guy understands that they will have to endure. There is a warning that it is better to do this if there is a fear that you will not be able to pay the price, but it will not harm Hyun-bo, so he has nothing to fear. He had no choice but to take his word for it and also tie a rope around his wrist. When they had climbed up to the altar and the preparations were complete, Bok Gyuk-yeon clapped his hands and announced that he was beginning. The men stood opposite each other, tied with one rope, and the psychic began to call upon visions of the future. Soon the ritual worked, and the necromancer froze in a cold sweat, his mind captured by terrible images. The guy stood alone against a giant red dragon that was baring its teeth at him and wanted to destroy him on the spot. The next vision was of a badly battered and wounded Castle and Chris fighting off enemies. He saw Kai and Iris in the same bad state. They were literally starting to fall apart, just like their brother and father had done. The evil dragon burned them all with his flames, commanding them to die, to lose, to become part of his soul and body. The next vision was a continuous stream of fire that burned man and undead to the ground, turning them into ashes. Wounded and scorched, Henbo tried to understand through pain and fear whether destruction or absorption was happening, but in any case, the enemy was destroying everything. His friends, who had fought to the last next to him and were now dying next to him, were burned alive. The magician wondered if everything would really perish in the fight against Nidhogg, who had managed to take away the dragon's body. Torn apart, the wizard tried with all his might to understand that this was the most terrible version of the future. They have already improved so much, reached such impressive heights. Is it really still not enough, and they need to become stronger and stronger? Waking up from the nightmarish visions on the altar in the present time, the necromancer immediately saw Bok Gyuk-yeon bleeding out in front of him. His friends rushed to Henbo, seeing that he had woken up, and they began to tell him how scared they were when he stopped moving completely. He tried to understand what they meant by stopping the movement. He felt absolutely nothing from the present during the visions. The weakening psychic explained that the guy shouldn't worry. While his soul was looking through the future, it simply didn't react to what was happening here. Bok Gyuk-yeon expressed his hope that the magician would heal him, since the price of this time travel was damage to his internal organs. So the magician immediately began to heal his body. While the magic worked on the injuries received, the official reminded that the future he showed could always change. Hyun-bo understood this. He asked Castle to help Yeon go down, and after returning, he gathered to discuss with everyone the future he saw. The company escorted the weakened director home and stayed with him to make sure everything was okay. While he was sleeping, the necromancer told his friends everything he had seen, and they were horrified that they would die a terrible death. The magician reminded them of Bok Gyuk-yeon's words, that this future was not yet certain, and they had to prepare very well so that it would never come. Christina, who was thinking about this, said that they would now have a lot of work. But first, Henbo suggested that they do the things they had been putting off for so long, meaning using the points he could use to increase the stats of his servants. Chris was the first to volunteer for this procedure because she needed the pumping more than anyone else. She didn't have the breakthrough that Castle and Kai had, so in her current state she will only become a hindrance. The necromancer understood perfectly well that her friend was right. She was now the weakest link in the team. Having opened Chris's indicators, the magician added her remaining points, and the indicators immediately increased significantly. Moreover, the witch thus received the 7th circle, and her friends began to congratulate her on such an important achievement. But the girl was depressed that she was still not as good as the others. They consoled her that she had reached the 7th circle. In her homeland, there were almost no magicians of that level. This was all true, so it consoled the ambitious sorceress a little. She thanked him for the congratulations and calmed down. Now it was Castle's turn to increase his stats, although his were already at an excellent level. When asked what exactly he wanted to increase, the mercenary replied that everything except sacred power and dark magic. The owner added glasses, and the desired levels were reached, and at the same time the race changed. Now it was called the Gray Spirit. Everyone became interested in what kind of race it was, but no one knew. But Castle's stats were really very high. Kai was the last to come, he thought through his desires, and wanted to increase only the level of magic. This was also done, and in addition, all other stats of the knight were increased except for endurance. Looking at his friend's results, Castle grumbled resentfully that he had lost to him in this competition after all. Kai's magic level also increased greatly, most likely because he was a legionnaire. But despite all these achievements, no matter how great they may seem now, Wonyo's team can still lose to their enemy. Therefore, they need to prepare long and hard for the upcoming battles in order to win and to survive. Friends understood this perfectly and supported it. They had already been through a lot together and were going to do everything in their power to change this terrible future. People don't know that time is not on the side of humanity. So fighting with each other is the biggest tragedy. Now one can only guess whether Henbo should have become the guardian of the Silver Dragon or Arista's disciple. In the end, the necromancer chose to fight alone, together with his comrades. No one forced him to go this way. It was only his decision. The magician knew exactly what he had to choose. He thought a lot and came to a certain conclusion. Everyone considers their choice to be correct, no matter which side they take or what forces they worship. Survival in such a dangerous world is possible only through faith in yourself and persistent fighting with enemies. After a long time of reflection and choice, the necromancer knows exactly what he wants to achieve and what is needed for this. No matter how strong, evil, and insidious the future enemy was, the team was able to find a way to deal with him. And no matter what their worst future may be, they will still fight and win.